looked back to see their tails twined as well. Kyrion's consciousness was flooded with a red haze of primal need, and locked together, the two dragons dropped from the sky like stones. Watching the water approach with such undeniable certainty, Katrin accepted her fate. After only 3 more breaths came the darkness. Epilogue. In shock, Sinjin Volker walked along the corridors of Wolfhold. The news that his mother had been killed by the giant feral dragon did not seem real. He wanted to believe that somehow she would come back, that in some way all of this was wrong and for naught. But there was a knot in his guts that would not loosen, and his mouth was dry, tasting of ashes. His uncle did not question him, and for once Kendra was silent, which left Sinjin to his own thoughts. Behind him men carried the accursed lodestone blanket that would conceal him from the dragons when the time came. He would wait until he had no choice but to go under the blanket before he did so. Memories of his trip to Wolfhold played through his mind. The only good part had been being so close to Kendra. Of course, that was also one of the bad parts. Sinjin had thought the dark forces might retreat after the deaths of Thrakus and Seath and the Feral Queen, but the attacks had only intensified. Wolfhold would fall. Escape seemed the only choice, and Jarman assured them he could get them out of the hold undetected. But first they would return to the atrium. What kind of diplomat would I be if I had only one spy within Omahold? Jarman had said, and Sinjin reconsidered everything he knew about politics. I may be able to get some news from there. When they reached the grove, Jarman wasted no time. Are you there? Yes, came a breathy response. I'm here, my lord, but I don't have much time. Things are unfriendly here, and I fear discovery. But I wanted you to know that a ship named the Dragon's Wing was seen off the shores of Enland and can be reached by message. That's Benjen and Fasha's ship, Sinjin blurted. At the same instant, he thought he heard something else as well, but whatever it was got lost in a jumble. Jarman just gave him a look. Send a message that a package is on its way to them. Yes, sir. Is there anything else, sir? I really must go. I want you to be very careful. Let's make it twice the regular interval before our next meeting. Yes, my lord, thank you, the breathy voice said. Then she was gone. Sinjin and the others turned to leave, but then another voice rose from the stillness. Sinjin, is that you? Durin asked, and Sinjin felt tears spring to his eyes. Yes, it's me. I'm so glad to know you're alive. We've been waiting here for days. I'm sorry for eavesdropping. It was just that the lady said she was in a hurry, and it sounded important, and I didn't want to interrupt. It's all right, Sinjin said, but we don't have much time. How are things under the rule of Queen Trinda? A long silence followed. I don't think he wants to answer that question right now, Trinda responded. Halmsa of the Wind Clan was a fool. He just knew it. He'd believed his dreams were real and would lead him to glory. He'd believed that following his dreams would lead him to his destiny. But here he sat, at the top of a mountain, waiting for a dragon that would probably just eat him. He'd been rained on and windblown, and he was bruised and scraped from the climb. No person in his right mind would have climbed to this spot, but it was where his gut had told him to wait. His gut. Bah! He was a fool. Wind gusts grew stronger and threatened to knock him from where he sat on this rocky plain, without even the slightest cover available. Waiting for what? The wind made his fingers hurt, and he rubbed them against the chill. Fumbling in the folds of his tribal garb, he pulled out a piece of dried meat, a rare commodity these days. When he looked back up, however, an enormous feral dragon rested on the rocky plain before him, and covered most of it with its bulk. Eyes like vats of ice burned into Halmsa's soul. Part of him wanted to scream, part of him wanted to run, but a bigger part of him wanted to find his destiny, and it was that determination that kept him standing upright in the face of the most frightening creature he'd ever witnessed. This beast could consume him in a single bite with no problem, and he had to cope with that fear. His legs trembled, but he remained standing. The dragon stayed where she was for some time, her gaze never wandering far from Halmsa. There was something new there now. Was it grudging respect? It seemed too much to accept, and Holmsa needed all his concentration to wait where he was. Waves of fear washed over him, and the dragon rose to dominate his vision. He could feel the beast's breath on his face as that gruesome head drew closer. Though he remained standing, Holmsa closed his eyes. That only made things worse. When he opened them again, the feral queen looked him level in the eye and snorted at him. The force of the air nearly sent him tumbling, and he took a step back to steady himself, but still he did not flee in the face of terror. Holmsa of the Wind Clan stood his ground, and earned every bit of the respect he would get. In the next instant, the feral queen launched herself into the skies, pummeling him with air and debris, but still he remained upright. Then she was gone, wheeling away and riding the air over the sea, headed somewhere Holmsa could not even imagine. When his eyes lowered, he saw them, resting on the rocky plain. A clutch of coppery eggs whose surface was crisscrossed with patterns more beautiful than anything else he'd seen in nature. It was only then that he realized his destiny had arrived, and songs would be sung of him. Book 6. Regal. Chapter 1. The word of a fool is only as good as his luck. Brother Vaughan, Cathuran monk. Alette Kilbour didn't fit in. No matter how she tried, she stuck out like a cornstalk in a pasture. It wasn't just her complexion or accent that made her conspicuous. It was the way she moved, the clothes she wore. It was everything about her. In this place, she was an outsider, foreigner, other. That reality kept her on edge at all times, and it was exhausting. There was nowhere for her to go. No place was safe. Only days before, she'd been swabbing decks, casting lines, and enjoying the camaraderie her father's crew had always shared. Those good people knew that helping each other was also the best way to stay alive. Each of the permanent crew had saved the life of another at some point. It was the way her father selected his crewmen. The fact that their lives were often enough in danger to provide a full permanent crew spoke to her father's other side. A cold sweat broke on Alette's brow. It was that other side that had quite possibly gotten him killed, but she tried not to think about that. He'd survived things in the past that had seemed impossible, and she concentrated on saving her own skin. That was what he would have told her to do, and she did her best not to let him down. The coming sunrise meant scrutiny, and that meant being ready to flee at any moment. There was no way for her to know exactly why her father had been taken, but the vision of him crumbling under the attacks of far larger men and being dragged into a pull cart was etched in stark and painful memory. Tears threatened at the corner of her eyes, and she wiped them away with resentment. This was when the strong got stronger. Her father's words got her moving, and she walked toward the shadows beneath the stone archways supporting the spiraling roadway. These places, while patrolled heavily at night, offered some modicum of safety during the daylight. Alette had already seen, though, that it was easy to become trapped here. A single guard could pen her in and call for help. Only the knowledge that she could probably fight her way past a solitary guard kept her moving toward the deepening shadows. Anger crept out from behind her other emotions, and she wondered once again what her father had been thinking. Coming here had been a mistake, and Alette had known it from the start. She begged her father not to make the trip. The cost of the dragon flight alone had required a lien on the Maker's Mark. She stood to lose everything. Her father, their ship, their crew, everything. The Maker's Mark was more than just a ship to Alette. It was her home, her friend, her safe place. Nothing could harm her on the deck of that ship. At least that was what she had always told herself. If only she could get back to Maiden Harbor, then she would find a way to repay the debt. Part of her wanted to think her father would reappear at any time to tell her everything would be all right, but that hope dwindled more every day in his absence. Getting home seemed impossible. Dragon flights were no cheaper here than they were from the Midlands. Alette was no more accustomed to spending time in the Mids. She'd sailed the waters around the peninsula, but the open seas were her home. The people of the Mids were hardy, rugged people who pulled their livings from an unforgiving land. Here in the heights, though, there was no soil, only stone. Alette had seen gardens and groves, but those were filled with rich black soil that brought a fortunate market here. Since those in the heights believed that the soil from the cloud forest was cursed, Midland soil was among the most prized and expensive imports. It was one of the primary reasons for trade between the heights and the Mids. It was heavy and cumbersome, and a dragon loaded with soil rarely carried anything else. Crossing over the Jaga took time, and every trip involved risk. Increased demand had put a strain on the limited number of dragon flights. Rumors said the dragons were being overloaded, and it was only a matter of time until some were lost to the Jaga. The place was wild, unruly, and crawling with darkness. No one with the use of their senses would venture anywhere near that deadly place. Alette's own flight had been terrifying enough that she suppressed the memory, knowing her only route home was a return flight. She might as well be on the other side of Godsland. With the morning came the foot traffic and pole carts. The latter seemed one way that Alette might earn her way home, but the thought of how long that might take kept her looking for other options. The fact that all the pole carts were operated by lithe, blonde young men made her wonder if she would ever get these people to accept her. When they had arrived, the looks she'd received had ranged from suspicious to downright hostile. The women here dressed in long robes or flowing skirts. Alette couldn't imagine what she would look like dressed in such frills, and she blushed at the thought. Looking down at her sturdy work clothes, which had been the only kind of clothes she'd ever worn, she thought for an instant of stealing a disguise. Her father would not like it, but he wasn't there. Alette wasn't sure what it said about her that almost all of the possible solutions she'd come up with involved stealing something. She was no thief, and she'd worked hard for everything she'd ever had, but here she had nothing. Her father had taken care of their costs, and she had only a single silver coin in her pocket. The problem was that she couldn't even spend that without raising suspicion. She'd tried once, but her clothes and lack of a consort had the merchant asking questions that Alette did not want to answer. Part of her had feared the woman would have the guards out looking for her after she'd run away, but the men on watch continued to look as bored as ever. Her thoughts turning in circles, Alette came back to the idea of finding the men who had taken her father and spying on them. Perhaps she could steal back whatever it was her father had been selling. The fact that she didn't know what that was bothered her deeply, and had from the start. While others funded dragon flights with voluminous cargo, her father had boarded with no cargo at all. Whatever it was he intended to sell in the heights, it was small enough to be carried on his person. To that day, Alette could not figure out what it could be. She could imagine nothing so small that could be worth risking everything for, nothing that could be worth her father's life and hers. Not for the first time, she wished her father had stuck with honest trade. She had no evidence that what he did here was illegal, but his silence on the matter spoke volumes. Most times he gave her more information about their endeavors than she wanted for the sake of her education. She was, after all, supposed to inherit the ship from him in his twilight years. The thought that the Maker's Mark might already be hers battered her will, and the fact that she might immediately lose the ship through her inability to repay the debt shamed her. How had she studied all her life and yet somehow remained ignorant? How could she have trained for so long and have no employable skill? These thoughts were not new, but she was coming to realize that it was not a lack of skill or willingness which drove her to stealing. It was prejudice and fear on the part of those within the heights. They would give her no choice but to become what she very much did not want to be. Once back aboard the Maker's Mark, she would make things right. The grumbling of her stomach reminded her that she'd not eaten in the past day. Hunger was not unfamiliar to her. She knew how to work through it, but there was food aplenty. Had food been scarce, she would have not been so tempted, but all the people here were wealthy. Even those who acted as servants ate better than any ship's captain Alette had ever known. Almost no food grew in this place, and yet it was everywhere. Well-dressed merchants sold every variety of food and spice imaginable. Alette knew what only some of them were. Aboard the Maker's Mark, there was little more than salted fish and bitter citrus, things Alette had always loved. That was when she saw them, stacked to one side, and drawing little attention. Bitter citrus. Her mouth watering, Alette fingered the silver coin in her pocket. It was of Midland mint, but it should be accepted here, even if under slight protest. Those in the Heights literally looked down on the Mids in almost every way. They were a taller people who lived at higher elevation, and they could fly. The fact still amazed and terrified Alette, and she tried not to think about the very thing she strived for, a flight back to the Midlands. The silver in her pocket wasn't enough to even see a dragon, let alone fly aboard one across the Jaga. The place had been mostly beautiful from above, not that Alette had been able to look down for long. Parts of the place had terrified her, and she had little desire to see it again. Flying, in itself, seemed a completely unnatural thing, but what other choice did she have? Her mind made up, Alette pulled her hair back, tied it, and tucked it within her shirt. This was something she'd always done when working, knowing that ropes and pulleys were known for grabbing long hair. She also knew that it made her look like a boy. Medrin had always teased her about it. The thought brought a flush to her cheeks, but she shrugged it off and stepped from the shadows, trying to look as if she belonged there. "Walk as if you know exactly where you are going," her father had always said. Alette walked with purpose, her eyes thrust downward, hoping to avoid eye contact. Anyone who didn't look at her long enough might just mistake her for a servant boy. The fruit merchant, however, looked her up and down as she approached, no matter how inconspicuous she tried to be. The woman was older and had a hard look about her, but that didn't scare Alette off. She'd known her share of hard women, and most were kind and warm to those who treated them well. "These are the sweetest," the woman said, gesturing to a pointy orange fruit that looked like the head on Mord's mace. At least the woman was speaking to her, Alette thought. Pointing to the red and orange citrus, she spoke in a soft voice, deeper than her usual tone. "6 of these, please." "Those are as bitter as can be," the woman said. "Are you certain those are what you want?" "Yes," Alette said. "Suit yourself," the woman said. Her tone was polite enough, but her words had caught the attention of a nearby guard. The man was armed with a studded pike, as all the guards in the Heights were. Such a thing would never have been allowed in the Midlands, where people claimed to be free. Alette knew the truth. Only sailors were truly free. The scrutiny of the guard reminded Alette just how tenuous her current situation really was. When she handed the woman the Midland silver, Alette couldn't keep the flush from her face. "You're a long way from home," the woman said, her voice thick and strange. Alette wasn't certain if the woman was trying to get the guard to keep an eye on her, but the result would be the same. Alette was tempted to flee now, since it was obvious the man was taking more than just a passing interest in her presence there. "Here you go. I gave you one of those sweet ones, too, just so you can try it." "Thank you," Alette said, trying to avoid eye contact with the merchant and the guard. The merchant wrapped the fruit in a square of burlap. Pulling up each of the 4 corners, she tied them into a secure package and handed it to Alette. Knowing she could not move directly back into the shadows since she was being watched, Alette also didn't want to move any closer to the guard. If he intended to accost her, she wanted as much of a head start as she could get. The longer he watched her, the more convinced she became that he would make his move. That only left moving toward the upper keep, a place where she stuck out even worse. The people in the upper keep made the well-dressed merchants look beggared. Despite those dangers, Alette decided the upper keep was better than almost certain confrontation with the guard. Trying to look unconcerned, Alette removed one of the bitter citrus from the burlap. Her hands trembled, threatening to give away her anxiety, and she nearly dropped the rest of her fruit while trying to retie the knot. The merchant gave her a dubious look, as if expecting her to complain as soon as she tasted the fruit. Not wanting the attention, Alette walked upward, hugging the inside of the spiral, avoiding the other pedestrians and pull carts. The first taste she had of the citrus was like being home. It came to her in a refreshing rush, even the bite bringing sweet memory and tears to her eyes. She didn't fight them this time. It was too real and poignant. Somehow she knew her father was gone. The Maker's Mark was gone. Her crewmates were lost to her. She was alone. "It is against the law to discard refuse in the streets," a deep, authoritative voice said from behind her. Alette turned to find the guard watching. How he had managed to sneak up on her was something of a mystery, since she was usually very aware of the space around her, but she supposed distraction had left an opportunity open. Looking down at the sculptured street, she saw a bit of peel. "I didn't know I dropped it," Alette said, keeping her voice low and deep. The man just grunted and looked at her as if she were a squirming bug under his thumb. Alette wasn't going to give him the chance to squash her. Throwing the rest of the fruit at the man, she turned and ran. It gave her only a few steps' advantage over the man. He recovered quickly and used his long legs to outpace her. Only Alette's lithe movements, sudden and seemingly at random, kept the man's hands from closing around some part of her. People stood shocked and gaping as the two approached, but as the shock wore off, a wide avenue cleared before them. "Stop her!" the guard behind her yelled. No one stepped in front of Alette, and she put her head down, trying to gain speed while he shouted. At the sound of his feet pounding on the carven stone street, Alette knew she was in trouble, and she turned hard to the right, nearly stopping her forward momentum. To her left was an archway, and despite not knowing where it led, she dashed inside and never looked back. The man's cursing told her all she needed to know. She had achieved a minor advantage. When she burst into an enormous open area, the first thing Alette saw were men in leather suits, some with long braids in their hair, and others with braided beards, all beneath handcrafted leather helmets and goggles. Alette recognized them as dragon riders and grooms. By then, it was already too late. Still at a full run, she could not stop herself when the biggest head she'd ever seen dropped down in front of her. The towering nostril was nearly large enough to sail the Maker's Mark through. Still, Alette's momentum carried her forward. That was until the massive dragon snorted. The change in direction was complete and instantaneous. Alette could do nothing but windmill her arms as she flew backward. When her feet touched stone, she was cast onto her backside, and her head slammed into the unforgiving stone. She would have stood and run, but she could not. The leather sole of the guard's boot pressed her face into the cold stone. Chapter 2. Beware the advice of fools and the mercy of tyrants. The Lady Lissa Kite of Ravenhold. The shadow of a horse and rider entered the covered entrance to Wolfhold, and the silhouette revealed a long bundle strapped to his back. St. John Volker swallowed hard. He knew what the rider bore, and it was all the proof anyone would require that his mother was dead. If she had been alive, she would never have allowed anyone else to get their hands on her staff and co., but that was exactly the burden this man bore. Clearly aware of the weight of this parcel, the soldier's shoulders were sagged from fatigue and perhaps something more. Kendra pressed a little closer to St. John without appearing to mean to. Her touch momentarily caused his thoughts to stray, but then he was again reminded of how powerless he was. Two of the most powerful objects in all the lands were about to be delivered to him, and he could do nothing with them. In the hands of his mother, they had been implements of might. In his hands, they were but a walking staff and a carving of a cat, however well crafted they might be, however much potential they might hold. Only to the gifted were the ancient relic and his mother's carving truly useful. Only in their hands could the power be harnessed, focused, and delivered. He was better suited to wielding the belt knife that hung at his waist, a gift from his uncle. Jarman stood beside St. John, and at his nod, the rider approached St. John with the bundle he unstrapped from his back. Going to his knee, albeit slowly and with a groan, the man presented the long bundle to St. John. Wrapped in coarse cloth woven of dried reeds, the length and weight of the package gave no question as to the contents. The weight of it surprised St. John when he took it from the man. "Thank you," was all he could say before his voice cracked. Kendra stepped closer and squeezed his arm. It was odd just how much that gesture helped to keep St. John calm. Somehow the contact with her grounded him and allowed the excess energy to flow out from him. The man stood slowly and, at Jarman's nod, departed. "I'm sorry," Jarman said. "If Lady Lissa were not on her way here, I'd surely go with you. Are you certain you don't wish to wait until she arrives so that we can all go together?" St. John nodded, and Kendra squeezed his arm again. For some reason he would never be able to understand. The gesture annoyed him that time. Everything between Kendra and him was complicated, and he never quite knew how to interpret her actions. At times he wanted to think she was there only to support him, but he also knew she had strong opinions about what he should do next, and he couldn't help but wonder if there wasn't some subtle coercion there as well. "You know you can trust Hand," Jarman said, "and he'll get you safely to the dragon's wing." Again St. John nodded. "Are you certain you don't want the blanket to conceal you?" "I'm certain," St. John said. "I'm no longer very valuable to the Ferals, and they have no way of knowing I have the staff and co. I don't think I could stand another journey under that blanket." "Know that you are always welcome here," Jarman said, despite all of them knowing that statement was only half true. Jarman might welcome them, but St. John doubted Lady Lissa ever would. Even as he spoke, the weight in St. John's hands became oppressive, weighing down on his soul. Something gnawed at him, demanding he remove the rough cloth and hold the staff of life and co in his hands, despite knowing the pain it would bring. Somehow he felt he deserved the pain. Why else would he have so much of it? His hands moved without conscious thought, and the cloth of reeds fell away. Kendra bent down to pick it up. "Maybe you should leave those wrapped up," she said. But then she saw the look on St. John's face as he held the staff and co, tears streaking down his cheeks, falling to the cold stone, which seemed somehow appropriate. She placed the crude cloth onto the growing stack of items they would take with them. Perhaps Jarman was normally a generous man, or perhaps he was so in this case out of guilt, but the result was more gifts than they could practically carry. St. John had promised that they would leave Wolfhold as soon as the soldier arrived with the staff and co, but he felt reluctant to go. Deep inside, he knew that parting from this place, the last place he'd seen his mother alive, he would be facing a world without her in it. He knew it was ridiculous to think that staying here somehow changed the fact that she was gone, but he also knew that memory would fade, and stepping away from this place was a step farther from that most recent memory. Men, good men, Hand had told them, gathered around and stood waiting for the command. Hand looked to St. John, who turned his gaze to Kendra. She stood with her arms crossed over her chest and one eyebrow raised. "Could you please help us load the carriage?" St. John finally asked, hoping his reluctance wasn't overly obvious. The fact that Kendra rolled her eyes didn't bode well, as few things ever did with her, St. John thought. Either way, the men loaded up the gifts of clothing, food, and coin into the waiting carriage. The horse seemed irritated at having been harnessed for so long without going anywhere. It swatted the air with its tail and made sharp clapping sounds when it stomped on stone. "Thank you, Uncle Jarman," St. John said. "You have been kind to me." "I wish I could have done more," Jarman said, his eyes distant. "Your mother was a good woman." St. John nodded, still not knowing what to say when people said such things. Kendra gave him a firm nod, and St. John supposed it was a compliment. Hand held open the door of the carriage, and Kendra seemed to be waiting for him to get in first, which bothered him, but he didn't know why. Instead, he simply climbed into the carriage without another word, the uncomfortable silence lingering, and Kendra climbed in beside him. She wore a sad smile, and the light made her eyes sparkle. It was a rare moment, but it made his mouth go dry. When she grabbed his hand and squeezed it, he nearly leaned over and kissed her. The thought of her punching him in the face intervened. Then the chance was gone as the carriage rolled away from the keep and over a cobbled bridge. The stones made their teeth chatter, and St. John almost laughed. Hand rode alongside and motioned to two of the guards accompanying them to scout ahead, and those men made clicking noises with their tongues and kicked their heels. Soon they outpaced the carriage and 4 remaining guards who rode in front and behind the carriage. It was an odd feeling to be under guard. Certainly he'd been under his Uncle Chase's watchful eye his entire life, but this was different. St. John was very far from home. "Once you've retaken Dragonhold, things will be much better," Kendra said. St. John didn't respond at first, knowing the words on his tongue would only start an argument. They had an extensive ride ahead of them, and that could make for a very long argument. St. John was determined to stave that off for as long as possible. In this case, his silence seemed to have sufficed. Neither of them wanted to talk about the black armies that still roamed the countryside, albeit in far smaller numbers, and without any sense of organization. It didn't seem that the demons and ashmen wanted to fight any longer. Jarman had worried that there were no shipbuilders among them, so those left behind might be stuck here. It reminded St. John again just how weak he was. There was no guarantee he'd make it back to the Godfist. How could he expect to retake Dragonhold? He had no power. The people were not loyal to him. They had been loyal to his mother. He was just the boy who caused so much trouble in the hold. How could he expect any of those people to fight for him? The people were better off under Trinda's rule than fighting each other over whether she or St. John was their ruler, and all of them would face her power. St. John had to admit that with his parents and Thrakis gone, Trinda was the most powerful person on all Godsland. Durin had said that she ruled fairly and treated the people well, so there really was no reason for him to depose her. She was, after all, only continuing the work his mother had started, and probably more effectively than he ever could. "Hard roll?" Kendra asked, in her hand a long, slender piece of bread. St. John accepted the roll and tapped it on his tooth. It made a hollow, clicking sound. "You didn't get the rolls mixed up with a bag of rocks, did you?" "They're better with soup," Kendra said. "They keep forever, and if they're all you've got, you get used to them." That statement rattled St. John. He'd never gone hungry an hour in his young life, and even through the trials of the last year, he'd never experienced real hunger. It shamed him. Kendra seemed to sense it, and he could almost feel her anger building. "Is there anything in there to soften this up with?" he said, partly to break the silence and, he hoped, deflect her anger. "I've always pegged you as a ration-the-supplies kind of person, given your heritage," Kendra said, her voice level and even. "Now that you need something to soften your food, let's just have some of everything. Here's some apple preserves. Maybe you can soak it in it until it's soft enough for your tender little mouth." "Are you trying to start a fight?" St. John asked against his better judgment. To his surprise, she smiled. "We've got to pass the time somehow." The smell of the sea brought with it both anxiety and anticipation. Kendra had been his only link to his old life, save the thin connection through Jarman and his brief conversation with Durin. Now he would be reconnected with that life. How would he be welcomed? Would they blame him for his parents' deaths, just as he blamed himself? It was difficult to keep the tears from falling, but he knew how much it bothered Kendra to see him cry. The sight of it compelled her to great lengths to make it stop, which had included everything from yelling, nagging, punching, and tickling. The last hadn't been so bad, but it hardly made up for the rest. She sat next to him, calm but alert, and definitely not looking at him. He sniffed and wiped away the tears. He'd expected to have to wait for the dragon's wing to arrive, but the instant the water came into view, so too did the ship. Well-kept sails were furled, and the rich wood of the ship shone lustrous and golden, deeper browns shifting and moving depending on the angle. It was Benjen who saw them first, and he moved silently yet with great speed. Sooner than St. John would have guessed possible, the big man was down the gangplank and grabbing him in a mighty hug that lifted him from the ground. His eyes filled with tears when he saw Katrin's staff, but he smiled a sad smile. "Thank the gods you've been returned to us," he said, and he grabbed Kendra and gave her an equally robust hug. Blood rushed to her face, and she was momentarily speechless. "My mother," she began after some thought. "Did what she did," Benjen said, "and you did what you did. There's a difference. You understand?" She nodded, and this time tears gathered around her eyes. St. John thought about yelling, nagging, punching, or tickling, but his better sense prevailed. He was, after all, rather fond of having teeth. Hand stood before St. John and bowed. "It has been a pleasure to travel with you," the big man said. "I am very sorry once again for my original treatment of you." "I owe you my life," St. John said. "You did what you had to do when we first met, and you've done nothing but make up for it ever since. Thank you. And please, send my gratitude to my aunt and uncle." He wasn't at all certain how his message would be received by his aunt, but he sent it nonetheless. Fasha came to them next, and then Gwen and Jessup Tillerman, and a man St. John didn't recognize. Jealousy stirred in St. John when he saw the way Gwen looked at this man. His face flushed when he found that Kendra was staring as well. A jumble of feelings came together and made his stomach hurt. He and Gwen had been close their entire lives, and there had always been something between them, something St. John had never been able to figure out. He was reminded of that by the fire in Gwen's eyes when she saw St. John standing with Kendra. Though the girls had only barely met before Gwen had left the Godfist aboard the Dragon's Wing, their brief meeting had been enough to foster enmity between them, and St. John saw that rivalry rising fast. "I leave you alone for a couple of years, and look at what's become of you," Gwen said to St. John, ignoring Kendra. "You look a sight." After a brief hug, Gwen turned to the man. "I don't believe you've met," Gwen said. "St. John, this is Pelivore. I believe you know who he is." "Yes," St. John said. "You were friends with my mother." His use of the word "were" hung between them. "Come," Benjamin said. "We should be on our way. This is not the safest place for us to be. There are black ships patrolling this area." No more words were spoken as they made their way back to the Dragon's Wing. "Where's my grandfather?" "No time for questions now," Benjamin said. "Get everyone aboard and get ready to set sail. The devils aren't done with us yet." St. John and Kendra moved as quickly as they could to the galley, where they stood in the hatch and watched, feeling helpless. On the horizon were dark ships, and all were pointed toward the Dragon's Wing. "If they've abandoned the assault on the Greatland, why attack us?" St. John asked, despite the fact that everyone else was rushing around, trying to get the ship ready for departure. The crew moved with speed and grace, and in a short time, the ship was making a wide turn and heading back out to sea. Benjamin aimed straight for the ships. "They need more ships," Kendra said, "and it's far easier to steal a ship than it is to build one." Both fell silent as Gwen moved to the back of the ship where two large wooden tubes had been erected. St. John was still trying to figure out what they were, when fire and lightning leaped around Gwen's hands. "Get us out of here," Benjamin growled, and Pelivore raised his arms, his right fist clenched and leaking red light. St. John could almost feel the energy radiating from the man, and the air around him shimmered. Kendra grabbed onto St. John when Gwen laid her hands on the wooden tubes, and a deep moaning emerged, growing in pitch as the ship lurched forward. Kendra's grip grew tighter, hurting St. John's arm, but he could find no words as the ship left the water and turned sharply. Though he'd heard the tales, St. John had never thought to see a ship fly, especially not without his mother aboard. The cruel irony of that did not escape him. His mother had been persecuted, and in the end killed because of her power, and yet there were clearly others in the world with similar abilities. How was that fair? He'd learned not to ask why things weren't fair a long time before, but he couldn't help it. Only having Benjamin, Fasha, and Gwen back in his life kept his chin up. He couldn't help but smile when he heard Millie cursing from within the galley. "Why can't they tell me when they are going to do things like that?" she grumbled. St. John looked in the galley and saw Moreth trying to help Millie clean up the mess. The old soldier gave him a brief wave and a smile that softened his otherwise stone-hard face. "Is it safe for a person to try to feed the crew now?" Millie asked. Looking down, St. John saw the black ships fading into the distance. Any danger presented from those ships was past, for a time at least. St. John knew his world might never again truly be safe. How foolish they had been to have believed the world wouldn't change, that war would not someday come. With a bit of bitterness, he looked back to how his mother had been treated when she'd tried to tell them. And what of Nat Dersinger? Had he not also tried to warn them? Looking back, it was easy to place blame, but he also remembered how he'd felt about it, and it shamed him. He'd been so certain she was wrong, that there would never come a time so terrible that people would have to live underground. Yet that time had already come. The world had seemed so permanent as it was. Now nothing seemed quite as solid or indestructible. Life was fragile, St. John had learned, and so was everything else. All things were just one disaster away from ceasing to exist. "Come in and sit," Millie said. "Those fools should be done tossing us about now." "Do you know where my grandfather is?" St. John asked. Millie smiled. "He was his usual stubborn self the last I saw him," she answered. "But he and your great-uncle decided to stay in Enland, just in case Lord Kite's message was actually a trap. I can't argue that they could have been correct, but they just seemed to enjoy the idea of sneaking around the harbor too much. They were like a couple of children. Kenward and his crew also stayed behind, looking for mischief as well, I'd wager."
"They're good men who risked themselves to make sure St. John could be brought home safely,"
Morif said. "Home," St. John said. Despite having known of Trinda's conquest for some time, St. John had still not gotten over it. He tried to be her friend, and this was how she returned the favor? She took away the only home he'd ever known. Millie looked over at him and shook her head, but for once said nothing.
"You've suffered a great loss, lad, that's for certain,"
Morif said, his voice serious and low.
"I know how badly one can hurt, and I want you to know that it's all right. What's over your head isn't what matters. When you're among friends, you're home."
The words didn't make St. John feel much better, though he appreciated the sentiment. "We'll go back for your grandfather and great-uncle," Millie said. "Hopefully they won't be too difficult to find. The black ships are keeping a pretty close watch on all the ports and harbors. We'll need to get in and out as quickly as possible. This ship can do amazing things with those aboard, but she isn't indestructible, something I've been trying to make sure Benjen and Fasha remember. With Gwen and Pelivor aboard, they've gotten cocky, and because of that, they've gotten sloppy. It's going to catch up to all of us eventually." Morif rolled his eye. That was enough to make St. John smile. Some things would never change. "Who taught Pelivor and Gwen to fly the ship?" "Pelivor figured it out on his own, but just barely," Millie said. "Or so I've heard, over and over again." "Kenward?" St. John asked. Millie just snorted and nodded. "You guessed it. Always complains that Pelivor tried to drop them from the sky. The young man seems quite competent to me," she said, and she even blushed a little. Morif leaned back and laughed.
"He hasn't dropped us from the sky yet," he said. "And with Gwen, he can make time like nothing you've ever seen. We're just cruising at the moment. When she's got a mind to, that little girl can send this ship so fast, the wind tries to tear her apart."
"Here," Millie said to Morif, "put some of this in your mouth and be quiet. You're just going to scare these poor children needlessly." Despite the humor, Kendra didn't like being referred to as a child any more than St. John did. Both let it go since Millie brought more food for them, including thick broth and crusty bread that had little star-shaped seeds in it. "It would have had more substance if those fools had given me a little warning." No one said anything since they had food in their mouths. St. John considered this the appropriate response. Millie seemed to as well, and for a brief time was content to watch them all eat. While he picked at his food, his mind wandered, and he tried to understand all that had taken place. It was impossible. He didn't know the source of this evil that attacked the Godfist and the Greatland, and now was retreating, if slowly. "From where do these invaders come?" he asked, without meaning to, but no one answered. Chapter 3. Kindness is one thing of which we should never run out. Missa Banks, Healer. Bits of straw clung to Alette's face when she pushed herself up from the crude bench on which she had slept. Running a hand over her cheek, she could feel the indents left by the rough surface on the unsanded wood. Hoping she didn't have any splinters, she ran a hand over her aching head. When her vision finally focused, she drew a sharp breath. She wasn't alone. A hard-eyed and bearded old man sat across the room, looking at her in a way that made her very uncomfortable. Another man snored on a similar bench and smelled of whiskey. She was trapped in a cell with these men, and she nearly climbed the walls in fear. The reinforced door showed signs of previous escape attempts, its surface pocked and scarred, splinters of wood still hanging. The place had the smell of creosote, and she would bet the door was soaked in it, making the wood caustic to the touch.
"Think you can get out of here, boy?"
the hard-eyed man said, his calloused hands clenched, and the way he said "boy" gave Alette another start. Did he know she was a girl? The old man looked over at the other, who'd stopped snoring. Alette took the opportunity to check her hair. Some of it had come loose in her sleep, and it must have made her gender obvious to this man. Quickly, she tucked it back under her collar. The man turned back to her, aware that the other was still sleeping. He said nothing, and instead only grinned at her. When a loud clang sounded from the heavy cell door, Alette jumped. The door swung inward, and a broad, bald head peeked in. "You there! Come with me," he said, pointing to Alette. Then he turned his eyes to the bearded man. "You stay where you are." Standing slowly, and not turning her back on the bearded man, who watched her intently, Alette made her way to the door. The bearded man lunged at her then, and she squealed as she leaped away. The bald man at the door had sweat running down his face from just standing there, and he reacted slowly. Alette was already past him and into the dark hallway before he moved. From within she heard the bearded man cursing and the sound of the drunken man waking. The bald man pulled the door shut as quickly as he could and lowered the heavy bar back into place. Afterward he wiped the sweat from his face and regarded Alette. She hadn't moved. Once she had gained her freedom from the cell and was safely away from that lecherous man, she waited quietly. This man did not look dangerous to her. He was pale and soft, and he jiggled when he moved. "I am Sensi," he said. "I will represent you. Do you understand?" Despite being uncertain of exactly what he meant, Alette nodded, her tongue unwilling to speak. This man would know she was a girl, this man who would defend her. At least that was what she hoped he had meant. "Follow me. We must speak in private," Sensi said, before leading the way through narrow halls. Natural light did not reach this far into the hold. Not that Alette knew just how far in she'd been. The trip into the stone fortress had been a blur, and she remembered little of it. From the bruises she felt, she was almost glad she didn't remember it. Now, though, it seemed they were impossibly deep within the hold, and only the light of Sensi's lantern let them see. Deep, cold fear crept into Alette's psyche and shaded her every thought. Waves and storms and darkness at sea she could handle, but to be trapped within cold stone, bereft of light and wind, was too much for her, and she trembled. Looking over at her, Sensi gave a sad but kind smile. "It's not so bad," he said. "Throwing fruit at someone is not the most heinous crime, and dropping a bit of peel is forgivable the first time. And if I wasn't so fat, I'd probably run from Heinlein too. The man is a brute." Alette said nothing, not wanting to incriminate herself. That didn't seem to dampen Sensi's enthusiasm or optimism. "If you must know," Sensi said, despite the fact that Alette had not asked, "it is quite refreshing to work with a young person. So many of those who end up here know better. But you, well, I don't know." Silence was her only response. How could she trust this man? Trust, her father had always told her, must be earned. Still, Sensi had gotten her out of that terrible cell. That counted for something. "I just want to go home." Sensi stopped for a moment and looked at her. "So you do speak. I was beginning to wonder if you were mute. Come inside and we'll talk about home, all right?" It was only then that Alette saw the doorway. The door was neither plain nor elaborate. It was well made, but not pretentious. The rich grained wood bore no markings or decoration. Sensi opened it and beckoned her inside. At that moment Alette considered running. If only she'd known a way out. They were still deep enough within the mountain that she would need the lantern to light her way, and that would be more difficult than slipping away from the slow-moving man. There was a difference between being slow and being weak, and Alette wasn't certain she'd be able to wrest the lantern away from the man. If she failed, she would have alienated the one person who seemed willing to help her. Sensi watched her, seemingly aware of the battle that raged within Alette, and content to see what she decided. Finally, with a resigned sigh, Alette entered. The room was better appointed than Alette would have guessed. She'd seen poorer trappings in rooms reserved for honored guests aboard tall ships. The desk was carved of rich golden wood. Fruits and leaves adorned the legs, and the work surface was polished to a smooth sheen. A leather writing pad covered the center, and there rested quills, ink, and parchment. The clutter was organized, but still Alette couldn't help but wonder how the man kept all those papers straight. Just keeping a ship's log had seemed a daunting task to her. Behind the desk rested a wide chair that looked as if it had been on the wrong end of a pitched battle. The cushion might once have portrayed a scene at court, but now it was faded and stretched. Sensi flopped into the chair with such force that Alette half expected it to collapse, yet it held.
"Sit,"
Sensi said. Looking about, Alette saw a smaller chair in the corner. This chair was in far better condition. The scene on its cushion, however, portrayed a man being thrown from a cliff, which was not the most encouraging image. Still, Alette settled herself into the uncomfortable chair.
"Come closer," Sensi said. "We must talk, and I do not wish to shout."
Alette leaned forward.
"What's your name, boy?"
"Alette," she said, using her natural voice. Sensi looked up with surprise in his eyes.
"Have my eyes grown so old as that?"
"You saw what you expected to see," Alette said before she thought better of it.
"Perhaps I did,"
Sensi said, eyeing her anew.
"From where do you hail?"
"My home is aboard the Maker's Mark, and she rests at Maiden Harbor." A low whistle escaped Sensi's lips.
"I suspected you were of Midland birth, but I wasn't expecting it to be the farthest reaches, and aboard a ship at that. How am I to know if even the ship is still there? Ships have been known to sail, you know."
His words caused Alette to flush. The Maker's Mark would only sail if her father were aboard, or if there had been a mutiny. Her father would not leave the Heights without her, and his crew would never turn on him. The Maker's Mark was a ship of reputation, and she would remain where she was docked. Of that, Alette was certain. If her father were dead, though, then what? Gritting her teeth, Alette kept the tears from coming. Show no weakness, her father had taught her.
"Where's your mother?"
"Dead," Alette answered, her voice flat. Sensi looked apologetic and seemed to wish he'd framed his question differently.
"Is your father alive?"
"I don't know," Alette said, a catch in her voice despite her best effort to suppress it. She couldn't help it, though. The thought of her father's being gone was too much for her, and she wanted to cry, wanted to wrap her arms around him and have him sing to her as he'd always done.
"But you came here together?"
Sensi asked, his voice betraying annoyance at having to pull the information from her, but he also appeared to empathize with her, and that tempered the heat of his words. "Yes." Sensi just looked at her and raised an eyebrow. "There were men," Alette said. "They hit him. They made him get into a pull cart. I don't know what happened after that."
"That's terrible," Sensi cried. "No wonder you were lost and frightened."
There were more questions about her father and her past, and Alette did what she could to answer them. Sensi really did seem to have her best interests at heart, and a small glimmer of hope ignited within her. Sensi would help her find her father, and everything would go back to normal. She'd had hopes dashed before, and she knew better than to assume things would work out as she hoped. Would this time be different?
"You wait here, and I'll go talk to the Lord Chancellor. I'll get these charges settled, and then we can talk about how to get you home."
Left alone, Alette wondered again if she should run. Sensi came across as well-intentioned, but what of the rest? Sensi was, after all, not the Lord Chancellor. Just the sound of that name invoked visions of haughty disdain. Alette had seen no kindness from those with titles such as that. That was why she and her father preferred to be free people of the seas, with no lord but the winds. Her father had given all that up for this trip. Why? She asked herself again, but still she could make no sense of his decision. Now he was gone. When Sensi returned, Alette was searching the back of his chambers for another lamp. There was none to be found, but her guilt was difficult to hide when he entered. He was not alone. Behind him came a meaty guard, not so unlike the one she'd faced the day before. His eyes held no kindness, and Sensi looked somewhat downcast. Alette knew then that she should have run while she'd had the chance.
"Do not worry, child. Everything will be fine. There's just a matter of a small formality," Sensi said, and his words left Alette chilled. "The Lord Chancellor does not want to give the appearance of leniency toward Midlanders at a time when he needs the support of the Council more than ever. You understand, of course."
Alette did not understand, but she did not give her questions voice. She doubted her words would do anything to improve her circumstances.
"The Lord Chancellor and I have already agreed that you are innocent of the charges, and we will convey this to the thrower. There is really nothing for you to worry about."
The thrower. Alette shuddered. She'd heard the tales of the Heights justice, and how the thrower made the final determination between innocent and guilty. The guilty were thrown from the Heights, and the innocent allowed to stay. Visions of falling to her death filled Alette's mind and would not relent, making any other thought almost impossible.
"Don't worry,"
Sensi said as he put a hand on her shoulder and guided her back to the hall.
"No one has been thrown from the heights in decades. You're no Thundergar Reams, I'll tell you that. That fool left the thrower no other choice."
Again, Alette didn't fully understand what Sensi was talking about, but she understood enough. Still, the way the guard looked at her did anything but bring comfort. Rather than going upward, as Alette had expected, Sensi took them downward. No more was said as they walked, and even the men's gaits became more formal. The guard stood rigid, and his eyes remained straight ahead. At least he no longer glared at her, Alette thought. After one more turn, natural light shone ahead. Alette had never been so happy to see real sunlight. It felt to her as if she had been imprisoned in stone for weeks. She could not imagine spending the rest of her life in such a place. A small crowd was gathered on an elaborately carved dais. Beyond waited a spectacular view. Mists blanketed the forest below, giving them their name, the Cloud Forest. Alette had seen it on their flight in, but this view was like nothing she'd ever witnessed. Wind caressed her face, and she greeted it like an old friend. The sun sent beams of light through fluffy white clouds at much higher elevation. Alette half expected to see dragons in the air, but the skies were otherwise clear. It would have made no difference. Her fate was about to be sealed. Somehow the cheerful day made it seem as if nothing could go wrong, but Alette had seen that feeling proven false too many times. She could not let down her guard, or it might be the end of her. She wasn't ready for the great beyond. She'd barely figured out what she wanted to be in this life. The Lord Chancellor was easy to spot. He was the most finely dressed, and a crowd of lessers hovered around him, waiting on an opportunity to gain his attention. The thrower, too, was easy to pick out. He was perhaps the tallest man Alette had ever seen, and even garbed in heavy robes, the muscles of his shoulders and chest were easily seen. His face was hidden in shadow, and none claimed to know who the thrower really was. But Alette doubted such an enormous man could remain clandestine. It did not matter, neither his name nor his house. All that mattered was that Alette had to face him that day. The Lord Chancellor noticed their arrival, and a smile played across his face. Alette could not tell if it was a warm or self-satisfied smile. Her gut suggested the latter. The thrower looked threatening even when at ease, and Alette once again considered fleeing. The problem was that there were only two places to go, back into the darkness or over the ledge. The darkness terrified her, and if the fall from the ledge did not kill her, then the Cloud Forest certainly would. Prior to their trip, Alette had studied the heights, and the Cloud Forests were said to be just as deadly as the Jaga, only smaller. If even a few of the creatures she had read about really existed there, then they were truly frightening places indeed. There was no solution to this puzzle. The only way out would be for someone to pay for her dragon flight home, and that didn't seem at all likely. When the Lord Chancellor approached, he held his hands cupped before him. Sensi put a hand on her shoulder and guided her forward. Alette kept her eyes downcast and stopped when the Lord Chancellor stood before her. Sensi's hand remained on her shoulder until the Lord Chancellor cast him a glance that sent him scrambling backward. "Now then," said the Lord Chancellor, his face showing no signs of the warmth his tone implied. Alette looked to his eyes. That was where her father said a man held his intentions. There she saw curiosity. Something else lingered behind it, but she could not figure out what it was. "You, young lady, face the Lord Chancellor's wrath for having assaulted a member of my guard." Alette said nothing. "Come with me. Let us be apart. Let us enjoy the view." The Lord Chancellor drew Alette along and brought her to the very edge of the jutting rock on which they stood. It had been cut, carved, and polished, but rock it would always be. Something in that comforted Alette, and she didn't know why. That comfort did little to quell the unrest in Alette's belly. Her current vantage showed just how deadly the fall could be. A sheer rock face dropped away for a goodly distance, and below that, loose rock formed a slope that disappeared into the mists. It didn't look as if the fall meant certain death, but it did look as if it would guarantee injury. Wandering into the Cloud Forest when injured would mean certain death. If the Lord Chancellor were looking to soothe her fears, this was a poor place to do it. That reason convinced her his pleasant tone was a ruse. "There is no one to speak on your behalf, and no one for me to grant custody. You put me in a very difficult position, but I am not cold of heart. We will go through the exercise with the thrower as a matter of formality, but you have nothing to fear." Alette maintained her silence, almost certain there would be something more. "First, though, I have a small thing to ask of you." Alette looked up, knowing this was his true game, but having no idea what to expect. When he opened his cupped palms, her heart nearly stopped. "Grab hold of this, here, around the handle." In his hands was a small metal figurine, slender and seemingly frail. The figure was of a woman in a flowing robe, her hands at her sides, one holding what looked like a bolt of lightning, and the other holding something she did not recognize. The metal was cool to the touch, and felt good in her hands, even if fear nearly overwhelmed her. "Yes, just like that," the Lord Chancellor said, his cold blue eyes watching her intently. Alette almost dropped the figurine when it began to move. Something registered in the Lord Chancellor's visage, but it was gone in an instant. Alette was left to wonder what it meant when the figurine's arm, the one with the lightning bolt, rotated until the lightning bolt was held above its head. Alette hadn't even noticed the joint required for such movement, which had cleverly been concealed through remarkable craftsmanship. Taking the figurine back from her, the Lord Chancellor concealed it within his palms again before turning back to those who waited. "The thrower will decide her fate," he said when he turned around. "Long live the thrower!" "Long live the thrower!" echoed those assembled, though they did so with little enthusiasm, as if this were merely the formality Sensi had mentioned. When the Lord Chancellor turned to the thrower and gave him an almost imperceptible nod, Alette's stomach clenched. If she let that big man get his hands on her, there would be no escape. Still no other route presented itself, and she found herself standing before the thrower. His face deep in shadow, Alette could glean nothing from him. He might as well have been stone for all the emotion she sensed. Hands the size of melons descended on her, and meaty fingers gripped her shoulders. Alette was much shorter than this man, and he had to stoop down to grab a hold of her. Still no emotion came from within the dark hood. The thrower began turning them in a circle. Faster and faster they turned, the mountain and the open air flashing by in an alternating pattern that churned Alette's guts. Still the man's grip remained firm, and still he spun them faster. The force of the spinning motion felt as if it would send Alette soaring into the open air, even if the thrower did maintain his grip on her, which he did not. The release of his grip came suddenly. The darkness of black rock had just flashed by, which meant she would be flying toward the cliff. As soon as his fingers relaxed, Alette acted on instinct, knowing she was about to die. One did not grow up on a ship and not learn self-defense. Alette's subconscious seemed to know then that the thrower would kill her. Instead of fighting their momentum, Alette grabbed the thrower's robes and threw herself at the stone just before the edge. Her back hit stone as she continued to slide toward the ledge. Curling up beneath the thrower, who was already over-leveraged from leaning so far forward, Alette prepared herself for one massive thrust. Planting her feet on the big man's chest and continuing to pull him forward, Alette thrust her legs, despite the man's desperate last-second appeal. The word no was still pouring from him as the thrower sailed over the edge. A moment later, his cry ended abruptly. Alette turned to see all those behind her stunned. Her hands and legs trembling, she knew she had to think and act fast. She had just killed the thrower, and there would be no forgiveness for her now, if there had ever been any in the first place. The Lord Chancellor took a step toward her, released from his paralysis sooner than the others as one of the guards stepped toward her as well. Her time had run out. It was then that she looked at the place where the jutting balcony met with the sheer face, and she saw that the face sloped away and downward at a steep but more manageable angle than from where the thrower had gone. Without another thought, she bolted, using all the speed and agility she possessed, which was considerable. A stone railing surrounded most of the balcony, making it less likely that spectators would join the accused in going over the ledge. Alette planted one arm on the rail and vaulted over, not knowing exactly what awaited her below. The fall seemed impossibly long, and when her boots finally struck stone, Her knees buckled and sent her tumbling forward. Rotating, she came back to her feet on the steep, rocky slope. Her momentum carried her forward, and she danced over the loose stone. There was only so much her dexterity and reflexes could do, and Alette soon found herself tumbling down the slope, her body tucked into a ball in an attempt to minimize the damage. It was too much. She felt as if she would be dashed to bits. Squeezing her eyes shut, she dug deeply into the place from which her strength had always come, the place that had saved her after her mother's death. There she found quiet, peace, and strength. There she was separate from the pain. When at last she stopped, Alette lay sprawled on stones that dug into her skin. She should be dead, but she was not. The world spun. When finally it slowed enough for her eyes to focus, she saw the Lord Chancellor, Sensi, and the people of the heights looking down, and then they drew back and were gone. Alette was alone. Chapter 4. In the fields of heaven are sown the seeds of stars, and some go astray. Brother Milo, Cathuran monk. When Benjen and Fasha entered the galley, all eyes turned to them. This was their ship, and it went where they wished. It was something St. John tried not to forget. These people were all his friends, but they did not always want the same things that he did. Of course, at that moment, he wasn't certain what he wanted. Fingering Ko in his pocket, he let the cool smoothness of it soothe him. The staff lay across his lap, and his other hand stroked its lustrous finish. The items had brought him pain at times, but they also brought solace depending on his state of mind. "Thank you for feeding our newest crew members," Fasha said, and Benjen smiled, his eyes twinkling with mirth. "I can't wait to see this one swallow the dick," he said, pointing to Kendra. She just stuck her tongue out at him, though she quickly pulled it back in her mouth when Fasha raised an eyebrow. "We're a day or so from picking up your grandfather and great-uncle," Benjen said. "After that, it's but a matter of weeks to get back to the Godfist." Kendra shook her head as if trying to reconcile the speed and distances involved. "I know," Benjen said. "I still can't quite believe it myself, and my own daughter making it possible. What will this world bring me next?" "Bread and stew without most of the vegetables, I'm afraid," Millie said as she handed them steaming bowls and hearty chunks of bread. Both sat and ate. "What if Trinda is unwilling to let us return to the Godfist?" St. John asked while Benjen blew on his soup. "Since when do you need Trinda's permission to enter your own home?" Kendra asked, incensed. They'd had these words before. "I know I've the right to do so, but that doesn't make it the right thing to do." Benjen nodded and sipped his soup. "I think the Argast would accept us," St. John continued. Kendra snorted. "You must retake Dragonhold. It's the only way." "Trinda controls Dragonhold. I do not," St. John said. "Trinda has power. I do not. Power is not in the fist of the leader, but in the fists that rise to his command," Kendra said with conviction. "I don't disagree with the girl on that part," Benjen said, "though she'll have to concede that a leader must consider the lives that would be lost. If, on the other hand, Trinda would relinquish your grandfather's farm and the cold caves back to their rightful owner, then we would have all we needed." Kendra made a rude sound in her throat. "How will you ever sleep at night knowing that her assassins are out there, waiting to kill your family?" St. John had to think a moment before answering. When he drew a breath to speak, Kendra started speaking first. "You have strength," she said, gripping his shirt and pulling him just a little closer. "You have warriors and scoundrels, and you've got me. Did you even consider that?" St. John nodded. He had considered it. He'd lost enough already. He didn't want to lose any more. "You don't have to go back to the Godfist at all," Fasha said, and Benjen gave her a dark look. It would appear that they'd had these words before. "There are beautiful places we found. Perfect places to raise a family. Perfect places to disappear." Kendra didn't appear to have the courage to scoff at Fasha, but she looked like she wanted to. St. John took her scowl as a no. After what might have been considered a polite interval, Kendra spoke again. "It's not just the people on this ship who'll follow you," she said. "Most of the people within Dragonhold will rise to your call, but call them you must." The last was said as if there were no way anyone could argue her point. A note of sadness colored St. John's voice when he responded. "There are some who are loyal. Of that there can be no doubt. But I think the number is smaller than you might believe. My mother's ideas were rarely popular, but she had the power and image to make things happen anyway, or at least somewhat. But the average person cares about feeding their family, and war feeds no children." "Not war," Kendra said. "A coup." "I don't know," St. John said. Then he had to hold on as the ship slowed, gently at first, then abruptly, when the ship re-entered the water. Before everyone had themselves settled back into their spots, Pelivor walked into the galley, the smile fading from his face when he saw the looks from the others. "Could you please give us some warning before you do such things?" Millie said, even as she retrieved stew and bread for him. St. John just waited for it. "The stew is missing the vegetables because someone was inconsiderate and didn't let the cook know before turning the ship on its side." "Well, I didn't know," he began, but Millie cut him off with a look. "There were black ships coming, and I didn't turn the ship on its side so much as—" Again, she cut him off with an outraged look, glancing down at her vegetable-stained smock. "I'm sorry," Pelivor said. "I'll warn you next time before I do anything inconsiderate or stupid." "That's all I'm asking," Millie said, her arms waving in the air. Morif just shook his head. She rounded on him. "What are you laughing about?" Morif just waved his hands in front of him as if to ward off her attack, and he started laughing. "You big oaf," Millie said with a half-smile. "The next time I'll make you clean up all of it. I'd make you cut up more if we had it, but supplies are hard to keep on a ship. It's just wasteful, I tell you. Disgraceful is what it is." Morif stood and cleared the bowls, but he walked away shaking his head, and St. John thought he saw the big man's shoulders move as he chuckled. St. John envied Morif in that moment. His ability to remain happy no matter what others thought of him was something St. John could take a lesson from. Though he wasn't certain how he would do it, he vowed to get there someday. In the meantime, he hoped he hadn't made Kendra too angry. That was when it occurred to him that Gwen hadn't joined them. Since Kendra didn't seem to be enjoying his company, St. John took a clean bowl from Morif and filled it with stew. After pulling a sizable chunk of bread from the loaf, he walked toward the hatch, still getting his sea legs and using the staff for support. The flight had been mostly steady and smooth, and it was a sudden and disorienting change. Part of him wanted to get the ship back in the air, but bad weather was coming. Near the stern he found Gwen, standing with her hands still resting on the wooden tubes. He would have thought she'd want to be away from there, eating or resting, but she seemed content, her eyes closed and her breathing deep. For a moment, he considered leaving her alone since he did not want to interrupt. "Don't even think about walking away with that food," she said when he started to turn, her eyes still closed, but a small smile on her lips. "I never could sneak up on you," St. John said. "Still can't," she said. "But since you came bearing food and using the staff, I suppose you weren't trying all that hard." St. John handed her the food. He would ask no questions while she ate, as that would be rude, but he also sensed impatience from her. Still, he waited. Finally, she set the bowl aside and just looked at him. "Were you going to come into the galley and eat with us?" he asked. The look Gwen gave him in response made it clear he was walking a dangerous path. "I was waiting for her to leave." "Who?" St. John asked, immediately wishing he hadn't. By the time the word left his lips, he knew the answer. Now Gwen's face grew sharp and angular, and her eyes danced with fire. That was no twinkle, and St. John knew it. "Wait. I've had enough waiting," Gwen said, though St. John knew it hadn't been his fault that they'd been apart for so long. Always before their relationship had been something of a game between them, just like the enmity was. After a long silence, she said, "I see how she looks at you." St. John could have laughed, but he resisted the urge. There was nothing to be jealous of. He had no chance with Kendra or Gwen. Both were impossible relationships. He'd always known, deep down, that Gwen would end up with someone else. Some people lived life. Gwen rode it like a spring colt. Whatever she felt passionately, and St. John always managed to find himself on the wrong end of those passions. His relationship with Kendra was purely circumstantial. She'd been close to him because there had been absolutely no one else to be close to. Part of him knew there were some cracks in his theory, but he was trying very hard not to think about those. "It's really good to see you again," he finally said, not knowing what else to say. Then he added, "You look nice." Though she seemed to be trying not to appear swayed by the compliment, St. John couldn't help notice her toss her hair. The reason he couldn't help notice was that she'd always been able to do that to him. A toss of her hair, an innocent look, or a twinkle in her eye had always rendered him useless in an argument. If he ever did manage to win, she would cry and get what she wanted anyway. For all those reasons, St. John did his best to choose his words carefully, yet the words he spoke slipped out anyway. "I have no home." There was a catch in his voice when he said it, and he could almost see something inside Gwen change in that moment. There was no more feigned anger or resentment, no more coy interplay. For that moment, he saw his old friend. With tears welling in her eyes, Gwen hugged him, and they both cried. It was at that moment that Kendra emerged from the galley, clearly looking for St. John. When she saw him, her face reddened, and she turned away as quickly as she could. After a word with Morif, she disappeared into the deckhouse. That was a problem St. John would have to solve another time. As it was, Gwen had pulled back, an uncertain look in her eyes. "I'm sorry," she said. "Me too. Your parents were good people," she said, and St. John bit his quivering lip. "And you always have a home with us." Though he knew it to be true, St. John could not imagine himself as a sailor. He'd spent most of his life within walls of stone, and being surrounded by nothing other than air and water seemed unnatural. He would need to find somewhere to call home. It was from the Greatland that they fled, and St. John had no desire to ever go back. Dragonhold, the only place he did fit in, was now controlled by someone whom he had barely tolerated. Though he'd been kinder to Trinda than most had, he had hurt her feelings on numerous occasions. It shamed him that it was only after realizing he might actually need her for something that he felt bad for mistreating her. Perhaps he was not as charitable a soul as he'd always liked to think. Though she remained silent, St. John could feel Gwen's eyes on him, and he met her gaze. There was kindness there, and vulnerability. That perhaps frightened St. John more than anything else. "Is it hard?" he asked when he could find no other words. "Making the ship fly, that is. Is it difficult?" Gwen pressed her lips together for a moment, and St. John feared he'd upset her, but then she just nodded and smiled. "I don't actually make the ship fly," she said. "Pelivor does that. I just make it go faster. And yes, it's difficult and tiring, but we can do it for long periods of time nonetheless." "Have you tried to do what Pelivor does?" "I've tried a number of times," Gwen admitted. "I can affect the movements of the ship, but I've never been able to make her fly. Pelivor was the one who thought of using the thrust tubes, but still he cannot use them for very long. He is better suited to flying, and I am better suited to thrust. Sometimes we play off each other's energy, but the truth is that Pelivor can fly the ship without me as long as there is wind. Without him, I wouldn't be able to make much speed with the ship in the water, but I could keep her moving." "That's amazing," St. John said, trying not to reveal that he felt more than a little jealous. He was, after all, powerless. He possessed some of the most potent artifacts in all of Godsland, but he could do nothing with them. That was when he made up his mind and pulled Ko from his pocket. Gwen's eyes were immediately drawn to the carved cat with its aggressive stance. Of course, it was the only dragon or carving known to exist. "This does me no good, but I bet you could fly the ship using it. Here, take it." The look of awe on her face soon changed to fear, and she pulled away. "Too much," she said. St. John quickly put Ko back in his pocket. When he looked back to Gwen, there were tears in her eyes. "You have the most precious, beautiful, and dangerous thing in the world, and you want to give it to me?" St. John opened his mouth to speak, but Gwen didn't give him the chance. Instead, she grabbed the empty bowl and moved quickly past him and into the galley. Feeling like a fool, St. John tried to figure out where he'd gone wrong.
"They're all like that, you know,"
Benjen said. St. John hadn't realized the man had walked up behind him.
"They think so much differently from us that they all seem crazy, or you end up feeling like a complete fool. Am I right?" St. John just nodded, and Benjamin laughed. I should probably never give advice on women, but you need to start by accepting the fact that you'll never completely understand them. It's against the laws of nature. Haven't you ever wondered why tomcats fight or why stud horses kick trees? Women. That's why. Shaking his head, St. John smiled. Don't take me wrong now. I love women, and a few of them love me back, but I don't expect I'll ever understand them. Thanks, Benjamin. Don't you worry about it. The girls always thought highly of you. The conversation was going in a direction St. John wasn't certain he was comfortable with. Do you know where Kendra went? She's in a bunk. It's right next to yours. St. John was relieved and anxious all at once. Benjamin escorted him into the deckhouse and acquainted him with his bunk. It was small, but far better than his previous sailing experience had been. Those memories tormented him at times, but he did his best to let the past stay in the past. Benjamin left him to get some rest, but St. John knew he wouldn't sleep well if he thought Kendra was angry with him. After a light knock, she said, "Come in." St. John entered with his head bowed, partly to fit through the hatch and partly to avoid making immediate eye contact with Kendra. When he finally did meet her eyes, they looked puffy and red. Not a good sign. He tried to remember what Benjamin had just taught him, but in that moment he could find no way in which that information was helpful. It didn't tell him what to say or how to keep from making mistakes that ended with tears. All Benjamin's advice did was to tell him to expect defeat. Grudgingly, he acknowledged that the information wasn't completely useless. At least he could have realistic expectations. "I hope I didn't upset you," he said. "You're not the only thing in the world I might be upset about, you know," she said. "Has it occurred to you that I lost my mother just as much as you lost yours?" "I'm sorry," St. John said, feeling genuine regret for not having talked with her about that sooner. Of course she must be feeling the pain of having lost her mother, after having been betrayed by her. They didn't know if Kenna was alive or dead, but St. John could see why the woman would be lost to Kendra nonetheless. "I know it must sound like I think that everything is about me, but that's not it. It's just that I made Gwen cry, and then I came to see you, and I was feeling pretty thoughtless and stupid." "Wait," Kendra said, her voice firm and her anger now clearly directed at him. "You made Gwen cry?" If St. John could have thought of any excuse to leave, he would have, but he was trapped by his own words. How could he have been so foolish as to even mention Gwen's name in this conversation? Well, I thought that maybe she could get more use out of Ko than I could, so I was going to give him to her." The look in Kendra's eyes convinced him to stop talking. "You were just going to give one of the most powerful artifacts in all of Godsland to some girl?" "She's not just some girl," St. John said, knowing it was a mistake. "I've known her my whole life." "That's sweet," Kendra said. "They are decidedly less expensive ways to garner the affections of a girl like her. Buy her a good meal and a new dress, and I'll bet she's yours." St. John tried to think of what to say, and remembered Benjamin's words again. With that in mind, he bowed his head and retreated from Kendra's cabin. From the corner of his vision, he saw a figure move just as the first sheets of rain fell. Knowing Gwen had seen where he'd come from, St. John went to his bunk, feeling low. He hadn't expected to get much sleep, which was good since something in the cabin next to his kept banging on the wall until the early hours. Chapter 5. Mistakes are like enemies, easily made, but not easily unmade. Benjamin Hawk. As the shadows grew long, the mists beneath Alette grew bolder and stalked her. Not much longer, and they would claim her. Her doom seemed to wait there, and she whimpered. The pain alone brought tears to her eyes, but the fear made them impossible to hold back. After a few testing moments, she found her muscles sore, her skin bruised, and a number of scrapes, but no broken bones. A single glance up showed that no one was looking down on her. No one cared. Her father was the only person in this forsaken place that cared for her, and he was gone. Even if he lived, he was lost to her. She was on her own. The cloud forest and the Jaga stood between her and the Midlands. That thought chilled her.
She'd flown over the Jaga to get to the heights, and the memory of it made her skin crawl. What wasn't desolate and barren was verdant swamp, filled with things that crawled and slithered and flew. There were feral dragons there. Alette had not seen any on her flight, and for that she was grateful, but she knew they were there. Deep in the center of the swamps had been a place she'd looked at only once, and the memory still sickened her. Even from the air she had smelled the stench of it, and had been compelled by curiosity to look down. There she had seen a seething pit of wrongness, mottled gray and black, slick with ooze, and from that place crept and crawled unnatural things, things that shouldn't exist. The jungle surrounding it was surely impassable, and the thought of crossing through that festering swamp stole her breath. There must be another way home, she thought. She was the daughter of sailors, and sailors did not give up when things got hard. They toughened up and survived. Gritting her teeth, Alette pushed herself upright and stood. It took 3 hops before her right leg would bear her weight, but then the pain became less intense and she was able to stand. Though her bruises ached, the movement helped ease the pain of her stiff muscles, and sweat poured from her. The mists had closed in, and she was bathed in moisture, her clothes almost instantly soaked. Visibility was low, and the light from above illuminated the mists, making it even more difficult to see. Shadows moved within those mists, and there were grunts and whispers. Alette thought madness might have claimed her when she heard a voice call out her name. It was soft and in the distance. She couldn't be certain, and it troubled her. The mists, her father had said, were actually clouds and could be very dangerous. Down. That was the only way out. She had to go down. Slowly and deliberately, she began to move downward, deeper into the mists. It seemed like a journey into insanity. No one would choose to go into those roiling vapors. But Alette had no choice. If she stayed above the clouds, she would die. She would at least have a chance if she made it into the cloud forest itself. Certainly there were dangers there, but there was also food. The rumbling of her stomach reminded her that all she'd had to eat was some bitter citrus. At that moment, though, she was worried about becoming food for something else. Not for the first time. She saw shadows moving through the mists, whispering and gibbering as they went, and Alette did not want to know what made such noises. She didn't want to see these beings that seemed to be stalking her. The stones continued to slope away beneath her feet. Although most were stable, here and there a stone would turn or move, threatening to send her tumbling or twist an ankle. Her progress was fretfully slow, but progress it was, and that pushed her forward. Getting away from the madness and the mists and being able to see at least something of her surroundings was all Alette could think of. Each step brought her closer and was, in itself, a victory. Fear had conquered her in the past, and even she had almost refused to come on this trip to the heights because of her fear. Now, though, she knew just how right she'd been. She should never have come to this horrible place, and now it would be the death of her. Surely there was no way she'd ever find her way home. His lantern dim, Sensi walked the halls like a haunted man. The thrower and a mere child dead, or as good as dead. Even if the girl did survive for a time, the rains would come. There was nothing he could have done differently, he reminded himself. He had done only as his duty required. He hadn't thrown the thrower from the heights, and he hadn't cast the girl into the cloud forest, assuming she survived the initial fall. The memory of it played over and over in his head, his own personal nightmare. The Lord Chancellor had said only to prepare a funeral rite for the thrower, and men had already been dispatched to reclaim his body. And what of the child's body? What if they returned with the girl as well? What would he do then? The questions drove him to walk faster, as if he could run from the feeling of responsibility that would not be deterred. Tears filled his eyes, and he sobbed once before reaching his quarters. He wasn't certain what he would do when the men returned, but for that moment, all he could do was kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Beneath the clouds waited what looked like a magical place, and perhaps it was. Her father had always said that magic might be beautiful, but it'll bite you as quick as a snake. That was the way this place felt, as if it were just waiting to show her something beautiful right before eating her. Shivering, Alette stepped from rock onto mossy soil that sank a little beneath her weight. Again she heard whispering in the mists, but this time it had a much more human tone, and she could just make out the words, "Don't know why I come. No one cares. The fool has forgotten about me." Alette crouched down and moved back toward the concealment of the mists, seeing a distinct form moving through the foliage. The mists concealed her, but also blinded her, and she could hear little more than the occasional footfall and what sounded like an animal moving on 4 legs. Even those sounds faded, and Alette finally allowed herself to move back into the preternatural glow that enveloped the cloud forest. This was no place for her, she thought. She belonged on the deck of a ship, not in a jungle. All the things she knew were useless here. It was a realization that crushed her confidence. Before she'd thought herself capable, ready and able to take on any challenge. Coming to this place had proven her to be weak and ignorant. Here she was but a child, and there was no one to guide her. On instinct she looked for tracks in the rich soil. Her father had always said that a ship's tracks fade quickly, whereas a man's footfall might remain for years. It didn't take long for her to find something. Though not initially obvious, there was something of a trail leading into the jungle. It did not appear heavily used, but it was just clear enough to allow passage without having to battle the jungle. The plants frightened Alette as much as the wildlife that lurked within the trees and the mosses that covered almost everything else. Moisture clung to her clothing, which steamed, and she tried to remember what it felt like to be dry. Misty rain fell intermittently, and at other times it poured. When the rain stopped for more than a few breaths, Alette looked for more tracks in the soft moss, but the rains had erased most of the evidence. In truth, she wasn't certain she wanted to follow whomever it was who had been within the mists, but she had nowhere else to go, and at least this trail made it easier to move through the forest. It seemed more like a jungle to Alette. She'd always imagined forests as orderly places with long shadows and red leaves carpeting the forest floor. This place was another thing altogether. Glossy and slick in the constant rain, it was a riot of life, twisting and competing for light. Never before had she thought of plants as competitive, but here they were, the strong smothering the weak and taking the light for themselves. Perhaps plants were not so unlike people after all, she thought. It was then that the forest showed its teeth. Finger-length thorns, sharp as cat's claws, hid beneath supple, satiny leaves on a twisted, rope-like vine. It took only an instant for Alette to brush up against the plant and the pain to flare in her side. She took one more startled step, but stopped abruptly as the thorns dug deeper. Gasping, she stepped back, and the vine moved with her, causing searing pain as its angle in relation to her body changed. With a slow and deliberate movement, Alette pulled herself away from the vine, which she steadied with both hands. The deep wounds bled freely. Alette took an unsteady step, realizing that she may have reached her end. It was her father's will that pushed her forward at that moment. He would not give up. He would not just lie down and die. He would fight. He would live. But he had not, another voice in her head added. He was dead, and she was alone. The thoughts nearly took her to her knees, but she would not let that voice win. Every time she did, it seemed to take a piece of her, and she could not afford to lose any more of herself. This challenge she faced would require everything from her, even the blood that currently dripped past her fingers and onto the moss, leaving a crimson trail. Books had told her that a wounded animal would draw predators, and she tried to push that knowledge from her mind. Breathing heavily and moving unsteadily, Alette stepped between the gnarled branches of 2 huge trees, whose trunks, a few feet apart, were twisted together several feet up to form something of a grand entranceway. On the other side, things looked different than elsewhere in the forest, and it took her addled mind a moment to register what she saw. It was unlike anything she'd ever heard or dreamed of. This place was made out of plants and trees, but it had been shaped by human hands. Along the borders grew trees that had been woven together to form a massive natural fence. Underneath ran a bubbling stream, its bed covered with rounded rocks free of lichen and moss. Near the center of the glade stood a house of woven trees. A door made of branches and vines appeared to be the only entrance, and smoke rolled out of a stone chimney. How anyone could have created such a place was beyond her comprehension, and she stood gaping for some time, her mind moving ever slower as the lifeblood slipped from her body. When the attack came, she didn't even move. Only the sound of an animal running on all fours preceded the attack, and all Alette sensed were claws and teeth accompanied by a terrible howl. It felt as if she'd been hit in the chest with a hammer, and she fell backward onto the thick grasses and moss. Her vision faded as she fell, darkness enveloping her, and the last thing she felt before she succumbed was searing pain. A fine wax candle burned on an iron holder. Only the thinnest line of black smoke rose from it, proof of its quality. A pity the holder was so crude, Sensi had always thought. It seemed wrong to foul such fine candles with a crude and wretched holder. "The world is changing, Sensi," the Lord Chancellor said. "If we don't change with it, we'll be left behind." Sensi had heard these words before, but he wasn't so certain. Change seemed the most frightening thing of all to Sensi. He was comfortable and safe. He knew his role in life. He knew his job well. The Lord Chancellor seemed bent on changing that. It was most uncomfortable indeed. When the Lord Chancellor pulled the figurine from within his robes, Sensi got a cold feeling in his stomach. There was already blood on this figurine, in his opinion, and it could only lead to more. Only a few of these were ever made, and most were destroyed long ago. But the gods have blessed me with this, and I'll not let that gift go unused. If we'd had this 20 years ago, the Lord Chancellor continued, the figurine inert and lifeless in his hand, unlike when the girl had held it, we could have avoided all that unpleasantness with Thundergar Reams.
How would that have kept him from being thrown from the heights?
Sensi asked. It wouldn't. It would have gotten him thrown sooner, which would have avoided some of the unpleasantness that led up to his being thrown.
I still don't see how,
Sensi started to say, but a look silenced him. A moment later a knock came at the stout and bolted door. The Lord Chancellor used this room only for meetings he didn't necessarily want anyone else to know about. Sensi eyed the door with concern and didn't move. The Lord Chancellor just made a rude sound and opened the door himself, a task that Sensi knew was beneath him. He reminded himself that the Lord Chancellor could just as easily have him thrown from the heights. It was a thought he did not relish. Marini, chief among the Lord Chancellor's guard, entered the room with a bow to the Lord Chancellor and a nod to Sensi. He was a thick man, wrapped in black hair, and looked to Sensi to be as hard as the rock around them.
"My lord,"
Marini said, after the Lord Chancellor nodded to him,
"the protocol for seeking your Grace's counsel has been amended per your request. Once you've acknowledged each supplicant, they are to accept the figurine from your hands, turn it about in their hands while keeping eye contact with you, and then return it to you."
"Good," the Lord Chancellor said, a smile now coming to his face. "And the position of the thrower?"
"Has been filled, your Grace,"
Marini said. Sensi had no doubt the Lord Chancellor knew exactly who the new thrower would be, but he was not supposed to know, and the game must be played. Always the game. Sensi tired of it. Again the Lord Chancellor smiled. "I believe there is a backlog of petitioners waiting for an audience with me. Now I feel inclined to grant some of those audiences. Do I recall Furman Ran and Ector Dons having requests in for additional trading berths?" Marini nodded. "Summon them. I wish to hear their petitions personally." Sensi swallowed hard. Both men had campaigned against the Lord Chancellor, and he knew now that their fates rested with an ancient figurine. "And I've been thinking about the members of the Old Guard. I'd like to check in with each of them, especially Onin. This visit is mandatory. I insist." The Predator watched her. Alette remained as still as stone. She felt confined, trapped, and she wasn't certain she could stand. Green eyes regarded her with clear intent. Thick brown and black fur reminded Alette of a tabby cat, but this was no house cat. It was the size of a hound with a fluffy tail. Alette twitched involuntarily, and the cat reacted by crouching down, looking as if it were about to pounce on its prey. Alette. But it didn't pounce. Instead, it climbed down from the wood-framed hammock on which it had been resting, and lowered itself to the floor, which was where Alette now realized she was lying. There was a blanket beneath her, and another folded under her head. A low fire burned nearby. She could smell it and feel the heat. The cat walked toward her sideways, its back arched and hair raised. The look in its eyes promised death, and Alette moved her parched lips, her voice coming out harsh and rough. "Nice kitty, kitty." The words had the opposite of the desired effect. With 2 hops, the massive cat bounced sideways toward her. Then it was leaping for her face. Alette was so startled that she couldn't even scream. The lithe form slammed onto the floor at Alette's side, and claws whipped out at her, but they did not connect. Instead, they dug into the folded blanket beneath her aching head. After grabbing onto it, the cat wove its head back and forth, its eyes wide and focused. Twice, the cat's mighty back legs kicked the blanket, and Alette felt as if she'd been punched in the face. But then the door swung inward, and a large form filled the doorway. The cat leaped upright and arched its back again before bouncing once or twice on all 4 paws, its ears back and eyes wide.
"Quit being a bother, you crazy cat! Off with you!"
The man's voice was full of gravel and grit, but not malice. The cat let out a trill, then leaped back onto the hammock where it preened.
"You're awake, I see."
Alette nodded, unsure what to make of this man. His clothes were ragged and torn, his hair thinning and gray, but his hands looked as if they could crack walnuts.
"They didn't really throw you from the heights, did they? Was it yesterday?"
Alette just nodded twice, not trusting her voice or this man. He let out a low whistle.
"You're just a child. What have they come to that they are throwing babies from the heights?"
A flush rose to Alette's cheek. "I'm no child, and he didn't exactly throw me from the heights." The man sat back and reappraised her.
"Tell me. I must know how you came to be here."
"I don't even know who you are." Again the man looked her over.
"You don't have the look of the heights about you, but you don't look quite Midlander either. My name may mean nothing to you. I'm Thundergar."
Thundergar. The name tickled at Alette's muddled memory. She knew she'd heard that name before, and that was when she remembered what Sensi had said about the thrower. No one has been thrown from the heights in decades. You're no Thundergar Reams, I'll tell you that. That fool left the thrower no other choice. Though the old man watched her face, Alette tried not to let on that she knew who he was, though she knew precious little about him beyond the fact that he'd been thrown from the heights decades before. What crimes had this man committed? She asked herself.
"Please, tell me how you came to be here."
"I escaped the thrower," she said, fairly certain Thundergar would have similar feelings about the people who'd cast them out, but not willing to risk telling him the complete truth. "And then I climbed down."
"Climbed?"
"Fell." Silence, heavy with tension and doubt, hung between them after that exchange.
"Who died?"
Thundergar asked, and Alette felt her stomach churn. Slowly she tried to push herself up.
"Not yet. Stay down for now. You had a bad case of cloud rot, and you need food, water, and rest."
As if summoned by his words, a tickle irritated her throat, and she lay back down, coughing, her side aching. Thundergar brought water in a wooden cup that leaked terribly.
"I was a metalsmith,"
Thundergar said when handing her the cup.
"I haven't held a hammer in 20 years, and there's no metal here for me to work with, so I'm forced to work with wood. Do you know what it's like to lose your passion, your art?"
There was a faraway look in his eyes, and he no longer seemed to be talking to her. There was an awkward moment when he suddenly recalled she was there.
"I'm sorry. It's been a long time since I've had anyone to talk with except Rastus, and he listens like a rock."
The man's words and manner soothed Alette's fears, and she relaxed, the cool, clear water tasting wonderful.
"You should rest,"
he said, and he moved toward the door.
"Come on, Rastus, you crazy cat."
The feline yawned, stretched, and ignored him.
"You see what I mean?"
Thundergar asked, and opened the door without waiting for a response. "The thrower," Alette said before he closed the door behind himself. Thundergar froze. and Alette hoped she hadn't made another mistake. "It was the thrower who died."
"How?"
Thundergar asked, his emotions unreadable. Alette sighed. Her life was in this man's hands, and she could not afford for him to think her a murderer, but she no longer wanted to lie to him. "I threw him from the heights," she said before her courage faded. Thundergar remained silent for some time. "He was going to throw me from the heights. I just knew it," she said, suddenly feeling very vulnerable. This man could seek his own justice if he so chose. "I did the only thing I could think of. I fell on my back and kicked. I didn't know he would go over. I didn't kill him on purpose." Thundergar stood in the doorway, his body convulsing and twitching. Alette started to push herself up, ready to at least make a feeble attempt at defending herself. But then the sound of Thundergar's laughter reached her.
"You may think me cruel for laughing over the death of a man, but this was a very bad man, and you brought him the justice he for so long deserved. Do not chastise yourself. You didn't kill this man out of malice. You did what you had to do to survive. If I could have, I'd have done it 20 years ago. You succeeded where I failed. You're a treasure indeed. Now, though, you should rest."
"But I killed him," Alette said, suddenly overcome with emotion.
"Yes, you did,"
Thundergar said, his voice soft, his tone gentle.
"If it makes you feel any better, that man tried to kill me and others before me."
"But Sensi said no one had been thrown from the heights since you." Thundergar laughed a harsh, bitter laugh.
"Ha! I assume people learned not to speak out against the corruption and hypocrisy after I was thrown. The thrower was not a man of moral fortitude. He was known for taking bribes. I found this to be true on the day of my trial. I bribed him not to throw me, and he took the money, yet he tossed me from that cliff without a second thought. No, I've no sadness over his death, and neither should you."
"What did you do?" Alette asked, but Thundergar didn't answer. Instead, he just turned and closed the door. Chapter 6. In the dawning of a new age, civilization has the opportunity to reinvent itself and equal opportunity to destroy itself. Nat Derzinger, Prophet. Clear skies and a favorable wind gave them what must have been record speed. Though the journey had taken weeks, it was but a fraction of the time it would have taken a normal ship. Truly, what Pelivore and Gwen could accomplish was amazing. Under the direction of Fasha, who was as competent a sailor as St. John had ever seen, the ship operated smoothly. Benjen oversaw anything not currently under his wife's supervision, and between them they kept the largely inexperienced crew working safely. In truth, the ship had been constructed to allow just 2 people to sail her, though she could hold a much larger crew. St. John knew the stories about the ship. It had been carved by his father and Benjen when his mother was pregnant with him. He was grateful to have something he could lay his hands on that was connected to both of them. In many ways, this ship brought him solace. It gave him the connection to his past that he needed while he figured out what he wanted to accomplish with his future. And that was the crux of his problem. He'd not yet figured out exactly what it was he was trying to achieve. Part of him wanted to disappear, to go to one of the places Benjen talked about and live out his life in peace. It was not what his mother would have done. She would have taken on Trinda. He knew the stories, and he knew his mother had stood up for what she thought was right even before she knew she had power. That was, quite precisely, how she had come to know that she had power. St. John had always hoped that some event in his life would trigger power of his own, but he'd never told anyone how much he feared that very same thing. He'd seen the burden power put on those who possessed it, and the danger it created for everyone they loved. Gwen stood at the thrust tubes, Pelivore closer to the prow. Watching the man fly the ship was among the most unusual things St. John had ever seen. At times the lithe but well-muscled man stood with his arms spread out wide, and St. John could almost feel the energy cast out to his sides. Now, though, Pelivore had gone to one knee, his other leg shoved out behind him. His arms were still extended, only now they were rotated so his cupped palms faced up. His movements were graceful, and there was a certain beauty to each of the postures. When he rotated his shoulders, St. John heard snaps and pops as bones realigned.
"A man can only stand in the same position for so long,"
Pelivore said when he saw St. John watching him.
"I'm just amazed you can keep us in the air while doing whatever it was that you were doing." "It is an ancient art," Pelivore said. "It is part dance, part fitness and strength, and part fighting technique. You may follow along next time I stretch." "I don't think I could get myself into those poses," St. John said. "And that is why you need Kanita. It takes time and commitment, but by working at it every day, you will be able to do as I do. I had trouble at first, just as you." "Thanks," St. John said.
The two had not talked much during the trip. Pelivore spent most of his time flying the ship, and St. John had never felt comfortable interrupting him. It seemed a great deal safer to let the man concentrate. And when he wasn't flying, Pelivore was usually eating or sleeping. St. John knew it was for him that he and the crew did these things, and felt unworthy. Even now, as they were approaching the Godfist, he still had no idea what to do. The only thing he could think of was to send a messenger and ask to see Uncle Chase. He had no idea what the relationships were like now, which made things even more difficult. Perhaps it would be better to ask to see Durin. He was certainly a less threatening person than his uncle.
"There is something else I've wanted to talk with you about,"
Pelivore said, and St. John looked up in surprise. Pelivore held out his cupped palm, and inside St. John noticed for the first time it held a translucent sphere. At first he thought it was a herald globe, but there was something different about it. It did not glow, for one thing, but also there seemed to be something inside it. When Pelivore turned his hand to give St. John a different angle, he saw there was a black and red spider within the glass.
"What is that?" St. John asked.
"I'm not exactly certain," Pelivore said.
"Your mother gave it to me. She found it when fighting to save the Regent Queen. I do know that it can hold a great deal of energy, and that I can draw from this energy over a long period of time. It is one of the reasons I've been able to fly for as long as I have. But now that you are home, I want you to have it."
"No,
but no," St. John said again. "It would be useless to me, just as Ko and the staff are. I tried to give Ko to Gwen, but she wouldn't take him."
A look of surprise crossed Pelivore's face, but he said nothing.
"If I keep them, I only endanger myself, since those with power will surely want these items for themselves. It would be better if I charged those around me with power to look after these objects and do what good they can with them."
Clearly deep in thought, Pelivore remained silent for a time. St. John was continually amazed that the man kept the ship flying while they conversed.
"I will speak to the others about this," Pelivore said.
St. John was about to protest when the lookout, St. John's grandfather Wendell, shouted out,
"Debris!"
A moment later he shouted,
"It looks like a log, a big one. More debris, and there's a storm a-comin' fast."
Though objects in the water were no danger to them, the coming storm was, and Pelivore slowed the ship. St. John did something he rarely did. He looked down from the railing. The sensation of height gave him a cold, tingling feeling. Below he saw the log that his grandfather had spotted, but something about it troubled him. The ends were not rough, and there were no branches. Then waves rolled the log to reveal a hollowed-out underside.
"Man in the water!"
Wendell shouted. Pelivore wasted no time in bringing the ship lower, and Millie shouted curses from the galley. Belatedly, Pelivore said,
I'm taking us down."
The cursing from the galley was renewed and increasingly creative. St. John moved away from the rail and helped the crew prepare a boat to be lowered to the water. Pelivore did his best to bring them down gently, but he normally did so over a great distance. He did at least yell before they hit the water. The ship slowed abruptly, shifting anything and everything forward. No matter how well secured the cargo, such abrupt changes in speed shifted the load. The crew moved with extra caution. Pelivore rushed to the railing and was preparing to climb into the rescue boat, but Benjen held him back. St. John went over the railing before anyone could protest. Moref joined him, and they were lowered into the growing waves. St. John had spent very little of his time at sea in view of the water, and he was amazed by the power of it. In this tiny boat, he was surrounded by deep blue waves that dwarfed him. The dragon's wing moved up and down independently and occasionally disappeared behind the rolling waves. St. John's guts clenched, and he prayed the ship would reappear every time he lost sight of it. All this he felt, while at the same time rowing desperately toward where the man had been spotted in the water. Moments later, Moref cried out, "There!" Looking to where the old soldier pointed, St. John tried to find the man. All he could see was glistening water that lifted them high, then sent them falling into the next trough. As they raced down one wave, though, he saw a dark shape in the water. Rowing as hard as they could, St. John and Moref did everything they could to get closer, but the wind and waves worked against them.
"Now, row!"
Moref screamed as they crested a towering wave. Just as they pitched forward atop the crest, St. John saw the darkened sky, and lightning flashed across the richly woven canvas of thunderheads. Rowing as if all their lives depended on it, the two made progress. When they finally reached the no longer struggling form, St. John feared they were too late. Grabbing the man, St. John pulled him into the boat. Moref used his weight to counter St. John's every move, making certain they didn't capsize in the effort to save what appeared to be a dead man. Once St. John and Moref had gotten the man into the boat, he did as his father had taught him, and tried to clear the water from the man's lungs, and tried blowing air into his mouth while holding his nose. Just as the man coughed and came to, something struck the boat. It was the canoe. Or, as St. John found out a moment later, it was a canoe. Several now clogged the water around them. Clinging to one was another man who shouted. St. John had known instantly that the first man was Argast, and seeing another in the water along with at least 3 canoes was cause for greater concern.
"More people in the water!"
Moref shouted.
"Drop all the boats!"
St. John looked toward where Moref rowed while pulling as hard as he could on the oars. The waves were more than even the boats could handle. This was what bravery was, he thought, doing the right thing even if it meant risking your life. It terrified him, and he felt like a coward. Part of him wanted to go back to the ship and let those stronger than he rescue the Argast. Then he saw her, a young, vibrant woman struggling to keep her head above the raging waters. Without thinking, St. John dived into the deep blue, and the next moment he was with her, helping her swim back to the boat, which seemed farther away than it should have been. Moref rowed toward them with little effect, and his shouts were lost to the rushing wind. A moment later, a boat with Gwen and Kendra aboard crested the nearest wave and raced toward them. Kendra reached out to him while Gwen counterbalanced. St. John lifted the Argast woman to the boat, and Kendra pulled her in. Then St. John did his best to get into the boat without capsizing them. Kendra grabbed him by his breeches and yanked. It sent him into the bottom of the boat face first, and his legs hung awkwardly out of the boat, but he was no longer in immediate danger of drowning. The girls rowed with more strength than St. John would have given them credit for, and that gave him another good reason not to make either of them angry. They soon caught up with Moref, who was trying to teach his barely conscious passenger to row. A goodly distance still separated them from the dragon's wing, and St. John shouted over the wind, "Take me back to Moref. He needs help." "Try to remember that before you go in the water next time, you idiot," Kendra said, and for once Gwen agreed with her. St. John instinctively knew this was a very bad sign, but the situation would not allow him to think about it. As soon as Kendra laid her hands on Moref's boat, St. John was moving, trying desperately to switch boats, then realizing just how crazy of an idea that really was. The boats moved independently on the waves, and standing in one boat was bad enough, but once he had one foot in each boat, he was stuck trying to maintain his shifting footing. The Argast man he'd saved then returned the favor and pulled him in as he began to fall. Had the man not intervened, St. John would most likely have ended up back in the water. Grabbing an oar, St. John rowed with all his might, as did Moref. Rain pelted them and made it difficult to see, but the crew had lit every lantern aboard the ship, it seemed, and it glowed like a beacon of hope. Gwen and Kendra had already made their way back to the ship, and St. John saw the shadow of a woman lifted aboard. A smile crossed his face. Whatever else happened that day, he'd saved that woman's life. He supposed he and the Argast man in the boat with him were even. They had each saved the other. The poor man looked terrified by the raging waves around them. St. John shared his concern for their lives, but there was something in the man's face that said his mind was having trouble absorbing newly found truths. Kendra and Gwen said nothing as they rowed back toward where the others had been found, and St. John tried not to think about it. All he could do at that moment was row, and hope he could save as many people as possible. There had to be more. "How many of you are there?" St. John shouted while he rowed. The Argast man looked at him for a moment as if deep in thought, and he put his arms out wide and said, "Tribe." Cold realizations washed over St. John, adding to the chill of his soaked clothes. An entire tribe was in the water, and the storm was upon them. The instant they reached the loading net, St. John helped the tribesmen out of the boat and onto the net. Then he shouted up to the deck, "The entire tribe is in the water!" No words came back immediately, and he and Morif wasted no time in starting back the way they had come. It was difficult to gauge direction in the stormy waves, the dragon's wing the only reference point they had. The wind was in their faces, and they hadn't made it far before Benjamin cried out, "The storm's too much! You'll never make it back!" St. John met Morif's eye. Both nodded, and they accepted that possibility. Renewed by the acceptance and driven by sincere desire to save people, St. John found strength he hadn't known he possessed. As the wind shifted, there were moments they heard shouting in the distance, but those moments were brief and fleeting, making it nearly impossible to figure out where the sounds were coming from. Lightning illuminated the waters for a moment, and St. John thought he saw something in the distance, a patch of water that did not reflect the light. The shouts that came for an instant seemed to confirm that this was the place. Shouting and pointing, St. John made sure Moref saw it as well, and the man simply started rowing in that direction. The wind shifted again, now blowing from behind them, for once easing their passage and taking them closer to the place where the water did not reflect. The shouting and crying grew closer, and they were soon bombarded with floating debris, some small and mostly harmless, but rafts and canoes floated aimlessly around a tight cluster of canoes. The dragon's wing must have taken advantage of the shift in winds, since they suddenly illuminated the area from behind. Now cries could be heard from the ship, and the cries from the Argast grew in intensity. St. John hoped they knew that they were here to save them. That concern grew when Pelivor chose to provide them with light. Fingers of lightning branched out from the dragon's wing to the clouds, and danced there, reaching out like a spiderweb of plasma, not fleeting like natural lightning, but persistent. It danced and morphed, but the light it provided remained constant, making the Argast easily visible to all. At the center of the cluster of canoes and rafts was a larger raft, and at its center was a man St. John recognized, Halmsa of the Wind Clan. Halmsa was guarded by well-muscled men, and those in the boats surrounding him also seemed to be trying to save him. By virtue of Pelivor's lightning, St. John saw that Halmsa wore something bulky and heavy, but then his eyes were pulled away when they struck another canoe. A ring of debris stood between them and where the Argast now clustered together around Halmsa. St. John turned to Moref, but the man just shook his head. There was no way for them to safely row their way in. Benjen seemed to agree and brought the dragon's wing in closer. "All boats return to the ship!" With only a short distance to close, St. John and Moref made their way quickly back to the dragon's wing. Hooks were dropped, and they were back aboard the ship in the span of only a handful of breaths. It felt surreal, and St. John had to hang on as the ship pitched beneath them. Gwen and Kendra returned next, and they brought 2 tribesmen with them. St. John was grateful despite feeling inadequate. His gut and conscience churned. He'd obeyed the captain's orders, but he still wanted to help Halmsa and his people. If it hadn't already been apparent that the boats couldn't penetrate the debris field, he might have disobeyed. A third boat returned moments later to St. John's surprise. He hadn't realized another boat had actually been launched. This was a night filled with chaos. Once all crew members were back on deck, Benjen barked orders and people moved. St. John was comforted by the fact that the dragon's wing had been carved from a single great oak and had perhaps the strongest hull ever built as they unfurled the sails and cut directly into the heart of the Argast formation. The crew worked as hard as they could to deflect the debris, but it was overall unavoidable. Still, some of the more devastating impacts were averted. Boarding nets were dropped on both sides of the ship. Shouts rose from the Argast, alarmed at first, but then Halmsa's voice rose above the rest, and his people began moving toward the ship. Some climbed from canoe to canoe, others fell in the water and swam as best they could, their brethren doing what they could to help them from the water. Slowly but surely, the Argast began to reach the ship and climb the nets. The men surrounding Holmsa paddled the larger raft toward the ship. The people, no longer obeying Holmsa's orders for them to board the ship, now cleared the way so Holmsa's raft could come through safely. The roiling waters continued to claim lives, and no one was unaware of the cost of their actions. These people acted willingly for a leader they loved, and also for something else, St. John suspected, though he didn't yet know what that motivation might be. When the raft did meet up with the dragon's wing, they collided on the waves, sending most of the guards sprawling or into the white-capped water. Holmsa, too, went down, his burden obviously making it difficult for him to move. The remaining guards lifted Holmsa and helped him to the nets. They then climbed on either side of him before pushing him over the rail. A moment later, they followed and looked very uncomfortable with all the eyes upon them. The presence of other Argast on the ship was met with great joy, though, and tensions were eased. From that moment, the crew and the Argast worked together to get the rest of the people from the water. Holmsa stood near the deckhouse, still flanked by guards. St. John ran his eyes over the man, and nearly fell to the deck when he realized what it was that Holmsa carried. There could be no mistaking it. The burden Holmsa of the Wind Clan bore was a clutch of dragon eggs. Chapter 7. A persistent idiot can achieve more than a brilliant quitter. Wendell Volker, Horseman. Struggling to breathe, Alette came awake and nearly choked on a mouthful of tail fur. The weight on her chest was what made her breathing increasingly difficult, and it took her a moment to recover after the cat thrust downward and leaped at something that moved in Alette's periphery, driving all the air from her chest in the process.
"If that cat's just going to sleep on your chest, then maybe you should sleep in the bunk,"
Thundergar said. Alette grunted and pushed herself from the hard stone floor of Thundergar's home. Rastus had already made it clear that the other bunk belonged to him. The cat was a mystery to her. She'd never spent much time around cats, and the creature's behavior baffled her. Why, for instance, would the cat keep her away from the bunk, then sleep on her chest? For the moment, she gave up understanding Rastus, who was stalking a small lizard. Thundergar amazed her. The man claimed no skill in working with wood, but truly he had worked marvels. With very few exceptions, everything in Thundergar's home was alive. Somehow, the man had woven trees and plants into a living, breathing structure. Branches held the hammocks, which were supported by a matrix of vines. A similarly constructed chair jutted from one wall, and in front of it was among the only inanimate objects in the dwelling. A rough-edged slab of shale was supported by wooden legs that had obviously been cut, making them stand out in contrast to the living sculpture. On that slab, which looked heavier than anything Alette could have carried, rested a myriad of implements, tools, and containers, most made of wood. There were a few items, however, that were made of metal, and Alette wondered where Thundergar had gotten them. It didn't seem a very polite question to ask, so she kept it to herself. Beyond the table was the hearth, made of stone stacked atop one another with layers of what looked like moss and mud in between. It looked sturdy. Nearby rested a stout wooden keg, and atop it was an iron pan. Alette thought she might finally understand the whispering she'd heard in the mists on her first day in the Cloud Forest. Someone in the heights was helping Thundergar survive.
"You look like you could use something a little more substantial,"
Thundergar said, and he grabbed a rock that had a soft line of rope tied around it from a nearby shelf woven of wood. Alette had not even noticed that one before.
"I'll be back in a little while. Stay in here. I won't be long."
"I don't eat meat," Alette said. Thundergar raised an eyebrow, but just put his rock back.
"How about fowl?"
Alette shook her head. "Fish?" she asked sheepishly.
"I'll catch 'em, but you have to clean 'em and cook 'em."
"Deal," Alette said. From a darkened corner, Thundergar pulled a slender but flexible rod and a loop of fine fishing wire. There could be no doubt that Thundergar still had friends. A glimmer of hope bloomed in Alette's heart, and she let the momentary optimism pull her from the comfortable bedding. After what seemed like hours, and despite Thundergar's request, she pulled on her boots and shoved the heavy door aside. Bright sunlight hurt her eyes, but the warmth felt good on her skin. When her vision adjusted and she could see the world Thundagar had created for himself, she found herself awestruck by the beauty of it. Moss-covered stones lined the inside of the woven barrier of trees, creating a sturdy wall nearly as tall as Alet. At one point, there was a break in the bottom of the wall that allowed a small creek to enter the glade. Its base was lined with rounded stones, and the water that flowed was clean and clear. There were some very tiny fish that congregated where the water was deepest, but it would take a lot of those to make a meal. Growing up the rock wall and the trees above were thorny vines, like the one that had bitten into her abdomen. Alongside the mostly leaf-concealed thorns, bright red blossoms appeared at intervals along the vine. Flying insects and tiny birds created a steady traffic flow to and from those and other flowers. It seemed that Thundagar had found a way to make his security fence also serve as a garden. Fruits, berries, melons, and other presumably edible foliage abounded within the woven trees. For a brief time, Alet's world was free of stress, and she actually smiled when she found huckles growing alongside the thorny vine. Careful not to re-injure herself on the hidden thorns, Alet grabbed a handful of berries. It reminded her of a happier time in her life, a time when she and her father had explored uninhabited islands together, uncovering secrets no one had ever seen before. Walking back toward the stream, Alet finished her berries and went down to drink, a small smile on her face. That smile vanished when she saw a pair of amber eyes reflected in the water. Black fur, thick and coarse, surrounded those eyes, and when its long mouth opened, the wolf's white teeth stood out in contrast to black gums. Her breath caught in her chest. Alet could not move, though she did raise her head to look at the wolf directly. Larger by far than any of the dogs Alet had ever seen, though even those had been few, this beast was sprung straight from a nightmare, and Alet went cold. The wolf moved with the quiet confidence of an experienced killer. Alet would make an easy target, and she had absolutely nothing with which to defend herself. Cursing her own stupidity, she thought back to Thundagar's instruction for her to remain inside, and wished she'd obeyed. Never in the history of the Heights had so many people been thrown. It was unnatural, and only the shadow of fear kept the people from objecting. They knew that speaking out would mean their deaths, unless everyone else spoke out with them. Few, it seemed, were willing to take that risk. Instead, they watched as people they knew, people they cared about, were cast from the heights for their alleged crimes. Though Sensi knew the first thing the guilty often did was profess their innocence, the sudden and massive increase in accusations, allegations, and verdicts, with the highest penalty, stank of corruption. Sensi had held the figurine, and it had not moved, but he knew that his life was in even greater danger than most, because he knew what the Lord Chancellor was doing. In far too many tales, he'd heard what happened to those who knew everything. Part of what made the Lord Chancellor's purge of the Heights so difficult to ignore was the social standing of those charged with crimes. They were not peasants or simple merchants. The Lord Chancellor was culling his competition and rivals, and even some who Sensi had thought were his friends. A dirty business, this, and one that might be the end of their grand society. Sensi had known it all along. Things had been too easy, too comfortable. Such things never lasted, and he'd always known, deep down, that the harsh realities of life would visit themselves upon him and those around him. It was among the reasons he'd always suffered from nerves and a sensitive stomach. What he would do without his remedies shipped in from the Mids, he didn't know, and he shuddered at the thought. Looking down at his hands, he could almost see the blood. Though he carried but a list of names, he was a part of this, and part of the guilt was his to bear. Some of the people on that list were going to die, and he knew it, and now he supposed they would know it as well. The people were not fools. They knew what was happening no matter what guise the Lord Chancellor placed on it. The culling violated one of the key tenets of governing, which was not to turn those you govern against you by disregarding their best interest. How the Lord Chancellor could be ignorant to the damage he was doing, Sensi did not know, but he knew that he, too, would pay the price. The people would not take their anger out on the Lord Chancellor alone. History told Sensi that a particularly nasty fate awaited him should the people revolt. After wiping the sweat from his brow, Sensi looked up to see one of Marini's men.
Summon these people,
Sensi said, the wavering of his voice giving away his anxiety despite his greatest efforts. The man did not respond or show respect as he did for Marini or the Lord Chancellor, but he did, at least, do as he was asked. The walk back to the Lord Chancellor's audience chambers did little to ease Sensi's mind. Before he was even back in the great hall, he could hear Onin's voice.
"What is the meaning of this? I've served my people, and you have no dominion over me."
Clearly, this was not going to go well. The old guard had always been a problem. They had been loyal to the king, and though the man had dissolved his own monarchy, he had made certain that his guard would remain free men with a status higher than that of even the Lord Chancellor. It was something that Sensi knew chafed.
"Sir,"
Marini said, his voice level but laced with malice,
"if you'll just follow the protocol, we can all get on with our day. Surely you can't object to—" "Don't think to tell me what I can and can't object to,"
Onin said, looking like a relic from the past. He wore layers of pelts and skins, and he kept his long black hair, which was mostly gray, in thick braids with other smaller braids alongside. Large hands were buried in thick leather gloves, and his boots, also of leather and hide and crisscrossed with straps, came up to his knees.
"I'll show you what I think of your protocol."
Stepping into the hall, Sensi bowed to those within. Onin knew him and cast him a disappointed look. Sensi had always tried to protect the old guard, who had saved his parents, but things had changed, and Sensi could no longer offer protection to anyone. In the end, Marini nodded to his guards, and two strong young men stepped up to Onin, one on each side. The captain of the old guard did not attack or even communicate with these men. He kept his eyes trained on the Lord Chancellor. One young man grabbed Onin's right arm and forced Onin to extend it. Still the man stared at the Lord Chancellor. The young man placed the figurine in Onin's hand, but the big man closed his big fist around the object, not allowing the Lord Chancellor to see if the figurine moved or not, and even more startling, he seemed to be trying to crush the statuette. The young man now concentrated on trying to get the mysterious object out of Onin's hand, but the big man didn't seem inclined to oblige. After squeezing with all his considerable might, Onin released his grip and let the figurine fall to the polished floor. It fell with a clank, but otherwise appeared unharmed.
"I know not what evil this is,"
Onin said,
"but I won't let you soil the land of my father."
The Lord Chancellor just motioned for his guards to take Onin away. Teeth snapped a mere finger's width from Alette's face as a mass of black and brown fur collided with the wolf. Screeching and howling, Rastus climbed onto the wolf's back and raked its eyes. Biting into its neck, Rastus held on until well after the wolf was clear of the glade.
"I thought I told you to stay inside,"
Thundergar said by way of greeting. "I'm fine, thanks for asking," Alette said, but Thundergar just glared at her. "I know, I should have stayed inside." With a grunt, Thundergar dropped 4 fish in her lap. It seemed 20 years without human contact had stripped the man of whatever interpersonal skills he may have once possessed. At that moment, though, Alette didn't care. Rastus came bounding back into the glade, and Alette met him with open arms. To her surprise, the cat accepted the hug, then bounded off with one of the fish. One thing Alette wished she still had was a knife, and she wondered how she was going to clean the fish without one. "Do you have a knife?" she asked Thundergar when he came back out of the house. He walked to where she stood before he answered.
"It's sharp," he said. "The handle's a little loose, so be careful. If you only knew what I went through to get that knife."
Alette accepted it with a serious nod. "I understand. I'll be careful." Thundergar watched her make short work of cleaning the fish.
"So, you're a fisherman," he said.
"Of sorts," Alette said. "I'm a sailor, though sometimes there's little difference." The two walked back to the house, and Thundergar held the door. Already the pan rested above the fire, and Thundergar poured a very small amount of oil into it, which soon smoked and popped. A tiny bit of coarse salt and dried herbs and peppers waited on a wooden disc. Alette used these to season the fish under Thundergar's watchful eye.
"I thought there were 4 fish,"
he said after a moment. "There were," Alette said. "Rastus didn't want his cooked." Thundergar laughed.
He didn't want his first 3 cooked either.
Alette looked surprised at first, then cast an accusatory look at the cat, who was now preening in his hammock.
At least he caught the first one himself,
Thundergar added. Cooking without the utensils she was accustomed to took some adjustment, but Thundergar did what he could to help. Still, the fish stuck to the pan. Thundergar took 2 fillets and left the other 4 for Alette. She finished each one in only a few bites, burning the roof of her mouth in her haste. Once the pan cooled, she did what she could to get to the bits still stuck to the pan.
Wishing you hadn't let that rascal con you out of a fish.
It's all right, Alette said. He earned it. Timbers creaked as a still distant storm drove larger waves into Maiden Harbor, and time was running short. Becker Dan had few options, and all eyes rested on him.
The captain should have been back long before now, and I think we all know he ain't coming today.
A murmur ran through the crew like an ugly undercurrent, one that could pull him under and keep him there.
He ain't coming,
Becker repeated.
I want him to just as much as any of you. I'm just being a realist. The slip fees are overdue, we've no more food, and if we stay here, we'll lose the ship. That ain't gonna help the captain none. I ain't saying we take the ship for ourselves. I'm just saying we should take her offshore, do some fishing, and tie up where we ain't gotta pay.
Another murmur ran through the crew, this one more to Becker's liking, but nothing was certain yet. He'd been on this ship for more than 2 decades, and he knew this was what the captain would want. Even if his friend was dead, which he suspected, there was a chance his daughter lived, and Becker would do everything within his power to preserve her inheritance. The thoughts nearly brought tears to his eyes, but he would show no weakness before the crew. It was one thing to convince them to take the ship, but it was completely another thing to get them to follow him and continue to be faithful to the rightful captain. He was skating at the edge of mutiny, and he knew it.
This ship's got history, he continued, and family, and all of you are a part of that family. Even those who've not been on the ship all that long are part of that family.
There was little response to those words, and they sounded hollow even to Becker. Mate Phillips spoke from behind a crowd of men, only his familiar voice letting Becker know who it was.
So we just catch fish and tie off until the captain comes to find us?
Yes, Becker said, thankful for Phillips.
And we'll still get paid?
Came the voice of one of the newer crew members, who was also concealed behind shipmates. Phillips was a small man and could easily disappear into the crowd, but this man seemed to be hiding toward a purpose. Such cowardice was unbecoming a sailor, and Becker made a mental note to replace the young man, even if it was outside his purview. The circumstances dictated that he take on more power than his position would allow. He'd not declare himself captain of the ship, but he would do what he had to in order to keep her afloat.
If we fish, we can earn money and get paid. It's hard work, and we're not set up for large-scale fishing, but it could earn us some coin while we wait for the captain to return. So let's do what we're set up for, then,
Mord said, his deep voice carrying with it the confidence of authority. He'd been on the ship for nearly as long as Becker, though he held the captain in much lower regard. If there was a threat of mutiny, Mord would be at its heart.
With every operation, we risk losing the ship,
Becker said.
That's a risk the captain is willing to take, but not one that I'm comfortable taking on his behalf.
Mord said no more, but the looks he cast about were cause for concern, and the nods he got in return were even more disconcerting. Becker was amazed at how quickly they could go from a close-knit and functioning crew to the edge of mutiny. If ever there was a time that he'd appreciated the captain, now was the time, and he prayed the man would return no matter how unlikely he knew that to be. Under the orders of her first mate, the Maker's Mark set sail. Weaving in and out of the trees, Alette did her best to follow Rastus, but he was too quick. Only the fact that he had to stop for frequent breaks allowed her to catch up with the wily beast. Thundergar had sent them out after herbs, which grew in the wild, and Rastus seemed only to want to play. This was Alette's 3rd time away from the glade without Thundergar, and she did not want to disappoint him. Her strength had returned, and now she could be of real use to him. He'd taken care of her, and she felt compelled to repay that debt in one way or another. A myriad of thoughts bombarded her consciousness, and she walked without really seeing the world around her. She'd found a semblance of happiness here, but she would not be satisfied until she found her way back to the Maker's Mark. She also wanted to know what had happened to her father, but that seemed a far less likely outcome. The man who'd taken her father remained a mystery, but she did know where his cargo had ended up. Though she knew not the figurine's function, the fact that it seemed to have decided her fate gave her no reason to think its purpose noble. It had seemed such an innocent thing the first time she'd seen it, but now she knew that it was much more. One day, she vowed, she would hold that figurine again, no matter what it took. The people of the Heights had taken everything from her, and she would know why. A gnarled hand reached from the thick growth and wrapped around her wrist, the grip painful. Alette let out a cry and tried to pull away, but could not.
"Hold,"
Thundergar said, and Alette slowly relaxed.
"How many times have I told you to not think and walk? Just walk. If you think and walk, you don't heed what your eyes see. What do your eyes see?"
It took Alette a moment to see what he was talking about, but when she did, she was grateful the old man had been there for her. Nearly blending in with the vine around which it was curled, a good-sized wood viper watched her from about eye level. Alette might not have walked straight into it, but as Thundergar had told her before, the highly venomous snakes were always prickly and would strike on the slightest provocation. Rastus appeared on the trail ahead, looking annoyed that Alette had ruined their game. "How long have you been watching us?" Alette asked, embarrassed.
"The whole time,"
Thundergar said, and Alette flushed.
"You do remember what I sent you after, don't you?"
"Yes, sir," Alette said, and she turned to go, but then she stopped and spun to face him, unable to keep her curiosity under control. "Why do you stay here?" she asked before he could walk away.
"Where would I go?"
There was pain in his words, more pain than Alette had been prepared for, and she asked no more. Instead, she reached down and picked at a nearby cluster of leaves, eyes open and senses engaged. Rastus crouched beside a nearby tree, nearly blending in. Alette gave him a playful look, and he wiggled his rear end before leaping out to get her. When he reached her, the cat sprang into the air and kicked off of her thighs with his powerful hind legs. Thundergar shook his head.
"Crazy cat."
"What kind of a cat is he?"
"Cloud cat," he said. "This is the only place they live, and only high up where the clouds are closer. Down lower is the domain of the bigger predators."
"Like wolves?"
"Wolves, indeed, and bigger cats and snakes and a host of things you don't want to run into. That's just in the forest. Below, in the Jaga, there are more things that'll kill you than those that won't. Up here it's wet, but there is much less chance of being eaten while you sleep."
That thought made Alette shudder.
"That's why I grew the fence. I needed a sturdy, permanent barrier to keep the big predators out. Everything grows fast here, especially if you give it light. It took a lot of work, and I nearly killed myself a half-dozen times, but I managed."
"Where did you live while this place grew?" The silence hung for a while, and Thundergar looked as if he were reliving painful memories.
"Here and there," he finally said. "This is far more manageable, and most of the critters respect my boundaries. Rastus can handle small trespassers, and the two of us can handle most others. Sometimes, though, all you can do is hide."
The last part was said in almost a whisper, and it frightened Alette more than anything else.
"If the black dragons ever come, hide in the water,"
Thundergar blurted a moment later.
"Don't try to fight them, just run. The river is south of here or west. They don't come often, but I wanted to make sure you knew what to do."
"Yes, sir."
"Stop. Dig these two plants up by their roots. Don't break the roots."
Alette handed him the brimleaf, as he called it. The plants to which he pointed were unfriendly-looking, with long, pointy stalks that appeared to have a knife's edge. Wanting to avoid those edges, Alette wrapped her hands around the base.
"That's it," Thundergar said. "Squeeze them together and mind the edges. That's it. Now, work it side to side. Easy, easy."
It was difficult not to snap at the man while she struggled, but Alette kept her mouth shut and worked the dangerous stalks back and forth. There was a snap that she felt in her hands, and the stalks came free with a suddenness she hadn't been expecting. Thundergar jumped back, making certain to stay clear of the needle-like points. "Sorry," Alette said, but he said nothing. Setting the first aside, Alette wrapped her hands carefully around the second plant, again being extra careful around the stalks. Visions of the sharp plants severing her flesh kept running through her mind, and she took extra care. After wiggling it back and forth, she felt a similar snap, but this time she was prepared for it, and Thunderguard didn't have to take evasive action. Rastus watched from nearby, looking bored. "Watch," Thunderguard said. Using the flat of his palm, he pressed down on the stalks just above the root. He took out his knife and cut straight down just past his hand. "Up and down," he said. "Side to side is a good way to end up with bloody fingers. Understand?" Alette nodded, and he handed her the knife once he'd finished separating stalk from root. It was tougher cutting than it looked, and Alette grunted with the effort. Normally she would have drawn the knife backward as she cut, but Thunderguard's warning was fresh. Soon she had her own root cut free. "That was a lot of work for something that doesn't look very tasty." "Perhaps," Thunderguard said as he turned and moved back toward his home. His home, not her home. He'd taken her in, but this was not where she belonged. This would never be her home, she told herself. Someday she would make it back to her ship, and her father would be there, and everything would be as it should. It was a meager hope, but it took root and drove her forward. Rastus bolted past her as they approached the glade, and was the first there. He crouched down and moved into the glade as if there could be any manner of predator waiting, and Alette knew it to be true, which made it all the more frightening to watch. But then Rastus was back and bouncing sideways at them with his ears pinned. "Get in there, you crazy cat," Thunderguard said, but Alette knew the man would be lost without his companion. The two of them made an effective team, and she was just there to make things awkward. These two had a rhythm, a routine that worked for them, and she could only imagine how disrupting her presence must be. Not for the first time, she was grateful for Thunderguard and Rastus. "Thank you," she said, a catch in her voice. "For what?" "For everything," she said. "For taking care of me when I was sick, and feeding me and teaching me. Everything." Thunderguard just nodded and opened the door to the house. When Alette caught his eye and made it clear she expected an answer, he sighed. "I didn't do anything that any other wouldn't have done in my place." "You and I both know that's not true," Alette said. "There may be others who would act as you have, and those are good people. You, Thunderguard, are a good man." Thunderguard just nodded his head slowly. "Thank you." After washing the roots, Thunderguard put them in a shallow layer of water that boiled in his pan. "A pot would be better," he said, "but we'll eat good anyway. We'll just have to keep turning these. Slice us up some bulbroot and wickleaf." Alette did as he asked, trying to fall into a rhythm, to be a functioning part of this household, and not just a drag on their resources. If she were to stay here, she would need to find her place. Thunderguard knew this, of course, and that was why he'd sent her and Rastus out to forage. She wasn't ready yet, and that was why he had shadowed them. It burned her pride, but she was certainly glad she hadn't been bitten in the face by a wood viper. Thunderguard was better off keeping her from getting hurt than trying to nurse her wounds. She flushed deeply with those thoughts. "This place isn't meant for people," he said, as if reading her mind. "This place belongs to everything else. The heights and the midlands might be ruled by men, but the cloud forest and the Jaga are ruled by everything else. Those who venture in are as welcome as a roach in the Lord Chancellor's chambers. Do you understand?" "Yes," Alette said. "It's like the sea." Thunderguard gave her a confused look. "People aren't meant to be there, and it's a constant struggle to stay alive. One wrong move, and it's over." "I think you're starting to get it," Thunderguard said. "I built this fortress so that I might have a defensible position, so that I could defend myself from the ceaseless and unpredictable attacks. You saw for yourself. There can be no respite. There can be no rest here. I'm tired." Guilt rose anew to the fore of Alette's many complex feelings, and she knew she had made things worse for Thunderguard. He was stretched to his limit, and she was an even greater burden. "But with you," Thunderguard said, "with you, we have a chance. You and Rastus and I can accomplish more than Rastus and I alone." On his unspoken command, Alette added the ingredients she'd chopped to the pan, and Thundergar sliced the now much softer roots and sprinkled on some seasoning. Then he pulled the pan from the flames and placed it on the slate table.
"Here,"
he said, handing her a pointed wood implement with a slight hook at the sharpened tip. He grabbed another like it and skewered a slice of root that was browned around the edges. Alette looked for a piece that was cooked about as much. The pan was thick and cooled slowly, and the roots continued to cook even as they ate. Grinning like fools, they devoured the buttery roots, and Alette had to admit that they were well worth the effort, and perhaps even the risk of bloodshed. With a full belly, Alette moved toward her sleeping spot on the stone floor.
"Sleep in the hammock,"
Thundergar said.
"Rastus won't mind. He sleeps with you anyway, and you're going to need your rest."
"Why is that?" Alette asked with a yawn, wondering what task he would have for her, and looking forward to the challenge.
"Because tomorrow we leave for the Midlands."
Chapter 8. Like rain from a clear blue sky, power can come unexpected. Pelivore, Flightmaster. The shining sun belied the struggles of the night before, making them seem as if they were but a dream. The Argast, gathered on the sandy southern shoreline of the Godfist, gave evidence enough. St. John and the others were saddened by the loss of life, but they took great pride in the Wind Clan members they had rescued. The dragon's wing had never borne such a load, but it was a mostly gratifying haul. Halmsa of the Wind Clan mourned the losses heavily, blaming himself. That much was clear from his posture and expression. The news of the death of St. John's parents weighed on the man even further.
"You have a very good boat," Halmsa said to Fasha. "Thank you. Our boats were not as good."
An understatement, perhaps.
"Where were you going?"
Benjen asked.
"To the land of our fathers," Halmsa said. "To the place of dragons."
St. John still couldn't believe it. Halmsa had dragon eggs. They were not as large as St. John would have guessed, and he couldn't count how many there were, but it was more than a handful. Dragon eggs. Feral dragon eggs? They had to be, St. John realized. The Regent Queen was dead.
"Where did you get those eggs?"
St. John asked, and everyone turned to look at him. He'd been silent for much of the journey, and had participated little in the discussions on what to do next. He'd been listening and thinking.
"They came to me in a vision," Halmsa said.
"You dreamed, and when you awoke you had dragon eggs?" St. John asked, incredulous.
"No," Halmsa said. "They came to me in a vision, on the top of a big rock. So when I awake, I climbed the big rock, and I waited. They tested my patience, and I nearly left. But she came to me in the night of my despair, all black and cold, and something else. She gave me the eggs, just as the vision promised. Now we must go to the place of dragons, but our boats are not good like yours."
"You got these eggs from a feral dragon?" St. John asked.
"Yes," Halmsa said.
Benjen and Fasha both took a step backward.
"No fear," Halmsa said. "These are not feral dragons. These are our children. If I do not fail them, they will rule the skies. It has been foretold. I must not fail our children."
Despite his words, St. John and the others eyed the dragon eggs with a great deal more anxiety than they had initially. "What did this dragon look like?" St. John asked.
"Big,"
Halmsa said, and he thought about it for a moment.
"Biggest feral I ever saw. Old, too. Looked like she'd been in a lot of fights. Wings were ragged and torn. And smart. Looked like she knew things I didn't. Many things."
A strange feeling stirred in St. John's gut. Suspicion, fear, and even a little hope followed. Still, he was far from certain. Feral dragons often looked alike, and they were known for their fighting, even among themselves. Any number of feral dragons could fit Halmsa's description, and St. John realized that he was pulling hope from little solid proof, but still part of him thought it could be the feral queen that had crashed into the inland sea along with Kyrian and his mother. If the feral queen had survived, then there was a chance that Kyrian survived, and perhaps if Kyrian was alive, he would have found a way to save St. John's mother. Perhaps. Either way, Halmsa seemed determined to take his people to the Firstland. At least St. John assumed it was the Firstland that the Argast referred to. Again, he lacked sufficient evidence to be certain. He'd always been taught to act only on known facts, and not on hearsay and assumptions, but at the moment, he had little besides assumptions. Since truth wasn't likely to present itself to him of its own volition, he would need to seek it out. "Could you show them how to build and sail a proper ship?" he asked Benjen. Benjen looked doubtful and cast a questioning gaze at Wendell. "I could teach them, given time," St. John's grandfather said. "Are your people willing to work and learn?" "The Dragon Clan will do anything to get our children to the place of dragons." "I thought you were the leader of the Wind Clan," St. John said. The assembled Arghast issued a low murmur, and it looked as if some of them were praying. Then Hamsa spoke. "Do not speak of them, for they are gone. We are the Dragon Clan." Feeling foolish for asking, St. John flushed. "I'm sorry," he said. "No sorry," Hamsa said. "The Dragon Clan owes you everything. We will repay you. We will. I give my word as clan chief." St. John's grandfather walked to his side. "This is more about your life than mine, my boy. I'm an old man, and I've lived a full life. You've everything ahead of you. What is it that you want?" "Peace," St. John said. A long silence followed, and finally St. John coughed and gave a different answer. "I'd love to go home, but I don't want to make things worse." "Perhaps we should send a message to Trinda," Wendell said. "Do you have any concessions you want to request?" It didn't take long for St. John to decide. "Only this," he said. "I want the people to know that I've come back, and anyone who wants to join me should be allowed to do so. If this concession is granted, then I'll not contest Trinda's right to Dragonhold. I'll take my people and go." Perhaps all those boring lessons his parents had forced on him had done some good after all, he thought, though the bigger part of him wondered what in the world he was doing. He had nowhere to go, nothing to offer anyone except the opportunity to leave the safety of Dragonhold. Still, he knew Durin would come, and Uncle Chase. That alone would make his world a better place, and he knew he could count on Uncle Chase to give him good advice. And to have his friend at his side would make everything else easier to bear. "So it's settled," Benjen said. "Wendell, Jensen, Jessup, and I will disembark with the Arghast near the foothills, where we can get to good wood. Fasha will sail the rest of you to the harbor. Are you sure you don't want to stay with us, St. John? It may be safer." "I don't think Trinda is going to try to kill me," St. John said. "And I want to be there when Durin and Uncle Chase come." "I know they'll come if they're able," Benjen said, and St. John's grandfather nodded his head in agreement. "Don't get yourself set on this working out a certain way," Wendell said. "Chase loves you, and Durin has been your faithful companion. If they don't come, know that there's a reason." "Yes, sir," St. John said. Tacking into a steady wind, the dragon's wings sailed along the coast of the Godfist. Benjen and Fasha were unwilling to risk the lives of so many with flight. Pelivor assured him that he and Gwen could fly the ship with the Arghast aboard, at least for a short distance, but Benjen still objected. "I know how the Arghast are when it comes to flying," Benjen said. "I don't want any of them jumping overboard while we were in the air just to see if they can fly." Fasha nodded in agreement. "All this flying has ruined me, I must admit," Benjen said after a time. "Is it me, or does traditional sailing now seem dreadfully slow?" Fasha gave him a hard look. "Flying this ship is cheating in almost every way. Sailing is still a superior mode of travel. Or perhaps you think you could swim faster?" Bowing to his wife, Benjen accepted defeat. Harborton was a strange mixture of destruction and construction. Blackened and charred buildings stood beside the new, bright and stark. This was what healing looked like, St. John admitted, and knowing that Trinda was behind it came as something of a shock. He'd heard that her rule was fair and just, yet he had wondered at her motives. Perhaps she was just lulling everyone until she was ready to reveal her true plans. For the moment, there was nothing for St. John to do but wait. He'd watched Pelivor go with a mixture of anxiety and jealousy. Still, it made sense to use him, since almost no one on the Godfist knew him, and thus he had no grudges against him, and he had power aplenty to take care of himself. St. John appreciated Pelivor's volunteering to go, but that didn't change the fact that he wished he could have gone himself. He was home, yet he would not even get to see the place where he grew up, the place that meant everything to him, his mother, his family. His mother had brought life back to Dragonhold. Trinda was little more than an opportunist, and he was nothing more than a coward. A braver man would have gone himself. Another thing that bothered St. John was the act that Trinda had put on during all the time she'd spent within Dragonhold. Always she had played the slow-witted dolt. Always she had used her child's form to make everyone think she was harmless. Now they knew the truth. She was anything but, and she had known all along. Of that assumption St. John was almost certain. How could she not have known? And even if she hadn't, how could she plan her takeover of Dragonhold so quickly? The thoughts nagged at St. John, and he began to pace. He said nothing to those aboard, and people stepped out of his way when he passed, the look on his face making it clear that he didn't want to talk. The problem of the Argast came to the fore of his thoughts. He shook his head and mumbled something under his breath. Nothing seemed certain in his world, and he wondered if helping them get to the Firstland, if that was where they were truly destined, was the right thing to do. So much hinged on things his mother had started, things which were now left for him to finish. How a weak and ignorant soul like himself was supposed to carry on the work of the most powerful person in the world was beyond St. John's understanding. In that moment he realized Trinda might have done him a tremendous favor. In her absence, would he have been called upon to lead? He was, after all, the next in the line of succession, if one were to view his as a noble bloodline. But it had never been that way here on the Godfist. Noble bloodlines were the way of the Greatland, and he doubted the people of the Godfist would see it that way. Perhaps having Trinda rule on the Godfist was for the best. From all appearances she was doing a fine job of it. Seeing his people working together, rebuilding after what had seemed like complete destruction, lightened St. John's soul, and he almost smiled. Still, there was a great deal more to be done. Part of him wanted to stay and help his people, to be an instrument of his nation's rebirth, but not at the cost of peace. Always that thought kept him from acting. One friend or countryman dead was too high a price, but that gave him no real option except to leave. Accompanying the Argast to the Firstland seemed the logical course, but the thought terrified St. John. The tales he'd heard of the Firstland involved horrible battles and monsters, and it didn't seem like the kind of place that anyone would go. If he had understood Holmsa correctly, it was the place of dragons that he sought, and that alone gave St. John pause. That was the place where the regent dragons had been defeated, where his mother had chosen to go instead of staying and defending Dragonhold. St. John still couldn't say exactly how he felt about that. Not looking where he was going, since people had been moving out of his way almost automatically, it came as something of a shock when he slammed into an unmoving body. The surprise wore off quickly when he saw Kendra. She made no move to get out of his way, and there was no apology in her eyes. "You look like a worried hen," she said. "I'm just thinking," St. John said. "Well, stop doing it with that pitiful look on your face. All your pacing is making everyone nervous, including me, so stop it." "Maybe there's good reason to worry," St. John said. "Has it occurred to you that we've no place to go? The dragons may not be attacking now, but what about when they've nursed their wounds and decide to come back even stronger? What then?" "Then we fight." Those words defied response, and St. John went back to pacing. "That's not much of an improvement," Kendra said. "Your mood is catching, you know. Now just about everyone on board is on edge." "I'm sure they have enough sense to be worried on their own," St. John said. "They don't need me to tell them their lives are in danger." It seemed those words also defied response. Kendra huffed and left him standing there, her scowl chasing away just as many as St. John's pacing. Still, he made sure to look up more often so as not to run into anyone else. On one of those occasions, he saw Gwen watching him. She said nothing when he met her eyes. Instead, all she did was cross her arms over her chest and raise one eyebrow. St. John wasn't certain what it meant, but he knew it wasn't good. Usually, when Gwen crossed her arms like that, he was only a mistake or two away from getting decked. When one of the largest carriages on the Godfist appeared on its way to the harbor, 4 horses pulling it, St. John knew Pelivor was returning, and surely he was not alone in a carriage that size. Behind the carriage came a wagon not much smaller, also pulled by a team of 4. St. John knew that the luxurious ride had been only a part of the journey, since much of the way to Dragonhold was not fit for horse or wagon. Still, it made a statement. These people were being treated well. Palivor was the first to emerge, an insuppressible smile on his face. Durin came next and ran toward the dragon's wing. He'd been aboard before, and he wasted no time in getting to Sinjin. With tears in his eyes, Sinjin's friend lifted him from the deck with his embrace, and did not put him back down for a long moment.
"You're really here. I can't believe you're really here. I thought it was a trick,"
Durin said, his voice cracking.
"I'm here,"
Sinjin said. Then he saw his uncle board the ship.
"Uncle Chase!"
Again, Sinjin's feet left the deck. Chase trembled and shook when he hugged Sinjin, and he didn't know exactly what emotion Uncle Chase was feeling, but it appeared to be all of them at once. Brother Vaughn came a moment later, and Sinjin stuck an arm out to him, though Uncle Chase still held the rest of him tightly. Brother Vaughn joined the embrace, and Uncle Chase shook again. Then he did as Sinjin had always known him to do. He took a deep, if shuddering, breath, and steeled himself.
"It's good to see you, boy."
Those words were enough for Sinjin. He knew the pain his uncle felt, and he had no need to make the man relive it. Uncle Chase had always been there for him, and had saved his life more than once. Just having him near was a comfort. It went along with the solace he felt in the presence of his grandfather, Benjen, and others. His world was more complete, and he took a moment to be grateful for that. And so it was that he was standing with his eyes closed, tears staining his cheeks, when Kendra stormed up to him. She glared at him for a moment, then she burst into tears and hugged him. Stunned, Sinjin just stood there, not even returning the hug. A moment later it was over, and she was gone, disappearing into the deckhouse and slamming her cabin door. Shaking his head, Sinjin looked up and found Gwen watching him. This time she raised both eyebrows before she turned and strutted away. He watched with anxiety and a bit of amusement. Why did she feel the need to strut like that? Women were either easier to figure out than he'd been led to believe, or they were completely unfathomable. Sinjin suspected the latter, but sometimes he wondered. Thinking about it gave him a headache, so he turned his thoughts to other problems, of which there were certainly plenty. In the end, he focused on the thing that bothered him the most, which was not having a home. Sailors made their homes on ships, but Sinjin didn't feel comfortable at sea. This was not the life he would choose, no matter how much Gwen wished it were so. That thought stung more than a little, since it meant they were incompatible. Gwen loved the sea, and Sinjin loved the land. Impossible. Despite intentionally trying not to think about her, or perhaps because of that, Sinjin's thoughts moved to Kendra. Also impossible. Most of the time she hated him. Well, maybe hate was not the correct word. She was frequently annoyed by him, and he spent a lot of his time hoping she wasn't angry. Then there were moments such as today when she hugged him. It had felt so right, until she had stormed off. What was he supposed to do with that? Shaking his head, he tried again to think about what to do next. He could leave the decisions to others, but this was his life, and his grandfather had already said he would honor whatever Sinjin chose. To receive that honor, Sinjin knew he needed to make a choice. The new passengers were getting themselves settled, and Sinjin noticed men unloading the wagon. Bundle after bundle came, and Sinjin couldn't imagine what they might contain.
"Trinda sent a message,"
Brother Vaughn said when he returned to the deck.
"She says she is no thief. Your belongings and those of your mother and father have been delivered."
Sinjin swallowed. Something about other people packing his life into neat little bundles and tossing them out cut more deeply than he would have guessed.
"I'm sorry, my boy,"
Brother Vaughn said.
"There's a bit more. She says you're not welcome on the Godfist, since she cannot guarantee your safety. She says she does not want the responsibility, though she's allowed those loyal to you to leave, and sent with them provisions to make your journey a pleasant one. Be well and live long. That is her message."
Sinjin's eye twitched. His mind could not reconcile his memory of Trinda and the one they said now ruled within Dragonhold. If she was as powerful and controlled as Durin had told him, then everything he knew about her was a lie. It seemed impossible that she would fabricate an entire life of misery just as a ruse. No, most of what he knew of her had to be true. That left him to wonder how and why the changes had come about.
"I'm very sorry,"
Brother Vaughn spoke into the silence.
"About everything. Your parents were dear to me, as are you. I'll do everything within my power to help you in whatever you decide to do.
What are you going to do?
Durin asked.
I have no idea,
Sinjin said. Chapter 9. If you believe you cannot do something, then you are almost certainly correct. Nora Trell, Captain of the Trader's Wind. After a long night with little real sleep, Alette watched Thundergar prepare to abandon his home. It seemed surreal, and she felt responsible. It was clear he would not have left this place if not for her. He'd spent 2 decades building his home, and it was among the most marvelous places she'd ever seen. Still, the Cloud Forest was an unfriendly place, and he himself had said it was no place for people. Twice already, she tried to talk him out of leaving, but he would hear no argument.
"We shouldn't need large stores of food or water,"
he said while rummaging through his implements.
"If nothing else, your timing is remarkable. You've hit the seasons just right."
"What about this place? What about your home?"
"The forest will reclaim it within a year,"
he said, not looking up.
"This was never my home, just as the heights were never my home. There are things I love about this place, but there are things I'd sooner never see again."
"But what about Rastus?"
"That craze of cattle do just fine. He can run and fight and swim with the best of them. He doesn't like water, but he lives in the Cloud Forest for Vestra's sake, and he won't drown. And if there's one thing I know for certain about him, it's that he won't be left behind."
As if on cue, Rastus charged back into the house and leaped up onto his hammock to watch. Alette wondered how much the cat understood. His life and Thundergar's were now in even greater peril than they had been, which made her feel terribly guilty. "I don't see how we can hope to cross the Jaga without flying," she continued, hoping her words would eventually sink in. "Perhaps we should be thinking of how to get on a dragon flight. Having flown over that place, I can't imagine making it on foot."
"We won't have to cross the entire Jaga,"
Thundergar said.
"Only a piece of it. We can catch a ship from Messianto Bay. The place is nearly as dangerous as the Jaga, but I have some things that are prized by the Midlanders, and I should be able to get us passage by ship."
For the first time, Alette felt some real enthusiasm for Thundergar's idea. The longing for the sea was deep in her bones, and her excitement was dampened by only her memories of the Jaga. The Cloud Forest had seemed quaint and welcoming by comparison, and the thought of it let the fear take hold. "As much as I want to return to the seas, we may never make it across the desert, let alone the swamps and forest. How far is Messianto Bay?"
"It's far,"
Thundergar said.
"but we'll only be walking part of the way. Trust me."
Alette tried to do as he said, but the ease and relative safety of dragonflight was nearly irresistible. "Where did you get your frying pan?" Thundergar turned and regarded her with a stern eye.
"Even if I'll never return to the heights, there are some things that should not be discussed. That's among them."
"I'm sorry," Alette said. "It's just that there are some things here that I doubt you brought with you, and you said yourself that you had no metal or metalworking tools. So it made sense to me that you must still have friends, and perhaps those friends could find a way to get us on a dragon flight. Imagine how much faster and safer that would be."
"Impossible,"
Thundergar said, his visage like a thunderhead.
"You are just going to have to believe me. Neither of us is going back to the heights. What we need are weapons, sharp and sturdy, while light and flexible. Fortunately, I foresaw the need years ago, and I began making these."
Tucked into the woven trees and vines were shafts of polished wood. Thundergar pulled them free and handed them to Alette, who piled them to one side. The pile steadily grew. "Why so many?" Alette asked. "Are you expecting an army?"
"To be honest, I never knew what to expect. Making these kept my hands busy and nimble during the long nights. For most of my life I had spent my days making things, and that was taken from me. I had to do something with myself."
"They're beautiful," Alette said when she looked at them more closely.
"Find one that suits you and 2 more. These'll pay part of our passage."
It took Thundergar no time at all to select his staff and a handful more to carry. Most of those he selected were too tall for Alette, but bore elaborate carvings that would surely increase the value. Alette wasn't certain how effective they would be as weapons, but they seemed perfectly suitable walking sticks, and the people of the Midlands love things that were practical, yet beautiful. Running her hands over the smooth and twisted wood, Alette wondered how Thundergar had created such beautiful staves. The first staff she tried supported her weight well, and was light enough that it would not be a burden to carry. It still felt a bit long for her, though, and she set it aside. A shorter staff was partially hidden by the longer ones, but Alette pulled it free. With one feint, she knew this was her staff.
"Take it outside and test it a bit,"
Thundergar said, while he did what he could to pack herbs and spices, though his selection of containers was woefully insufficient. Wooden bowls and cups had served well enough here in his home, but they would do little to keep the precious leaves, roots, and powders safe and dry. The fact that Thundergar had managed to keep anything dry within the cloud forest was a testament to his ingenuity. Once outside, Alette grabbed the staff at its center and twirled it hand over hand. Thundergar watched from the doorway with a smile.
"You've handled a staff before," he said.
"I've had weapons training," Alette said. Rastus watched her from the tree line, his tail twitching. "The staff was never my first choice of weapon, but this one feels good in my hands. It has a balance and is light enough to keep my movements nimble." Stepping from the shadows, Thundergar came with his own staff and stood in front of Alette. He said nothing, just lunged forward and swung downward at her thigh. Though clearly this was not his full strength, the blow would have given Alette a nasty bruise had she not stepped aside.
"Good," he said. "I'm not as fast as I used to be, but perhaps some sparring will loosen these old joints. Just try not to beat me senseless. My body hurts enough on a good day."
Alette smiled and lowered her staff, all thoughts of retaliation fading with his words. Thundergar then went back into the house and returned with two of the staffs that neither of them had selected.
"I won't ask you to use your new staff as a shovel," he said, "but we need to dig a hole."
How big?
"Big enough," he said. "Just start digging, and I'll let you know when to stop."
Alette wondered what it was the man had against giving her a straight answer, but that just seemed to be the way he was. She accepted him in spite of it, but it infuriated her at times. He seemed to like surprising her with things, and she hated surprises. When he started carrying items out of the house and placing them next to her far too small hole, she realized she had a lot of digging to do, so her question was answered. After only 2 more trips, though, Thundergar stopped making the pile bigger and started digging opposite where Alette worked. She'd never minded hard work. It was something she'd always done, but no one liked to work alone, and having Thundergar digging as well made the task go much more quickly. Once the hole was big enough, Thundergar wrapped some of his most precious belongings in a coarse blanket and placed the bundle in the hole. The two of them carried the slate tabletop from the house and put it on top of the bundle before covering it once again with dark, rich soil. His frying pan wrapped in his bedroll and a pair of staves wrapped to his back, he was ready to leave within minutes. For some reason, Alette was having a harder time letting go of the place than Thundergar was.
"Come on, you crazy cat," Thundergar said. "Let's go somewhere dry."
Rastus ran up to his side, head-butted his thigh, and rubbed up against him. "So I guess that's it?"
"That's it,"
Thundergar said, and the 3 of them moved into the cloud forest with a strange mixture of excitement and foreboding. If they survived this journey, Alette would be returned to her home, but the very real fact that they might not haunted her. The thought of losing Thundergar or Rastus nearly brought her to tears. Thinking of her father was more than she could hold back, and the emotions flowed. She missed him dearly, but lived every day with the pride of all he taught her. She was heading back to her world, the place where she knew what she was about, and didn't need someone to take care of her. As thankful as she was for Thundergar, she couldn't wait to get back to a place where she was experienced and competent. For at least a little while longer, though, she'd have to rely heavily on her companions. With resolute will, she committed herself to being as valuable to them as they were to her. When the staves strapped to her back almost immediately got caught in the web of vines and branches that lined what could barely be called a trail, she was humbled once again.
"It'll take some getting used to, I know,"
Thundergar said.
"But the lower we go, the less dense the forest will be, and when we reach the desert, we'll have an entirely new set of problems to deal with. Getting tangled in the growth won't be one of them."
Alette kept her mouth shut and concentrated on finding a clear path. Thundergar led the way and did his best to clear obstructions and dangers using his staff, but the growth got thicker and more tangled the farther they ventured from the glade. They were moving into land that he'd less often traveled, and with no one to maintain the trails, the jungle encroached.
"These paths were clear just a few months ago. It'll get worse before it gets better."
She'd been hoping the jungle would start to thin soon. Instead, it became nearly impassable. Rastus expressed his displeasure when the rains came and there was no place dry for him to lie. While Alette and Thundergar hacked their way through the lush vegetation, he lay under broad fronds, looking miserable as water poured over his soft coat, in spite of the large leaves. Frustration set in early for Alette, who had trouble believing just how tough the native plants, branches, and vines were. Knowing many of these plants harbored wildlife, and just as many bore natural defenses ready to shred skin, slowed progress even further. "Maybe we should go back," Alette said. "Maybe all this is just a bad idea."
"No,"
Thundergar said.
"I've waited too long already. I'd given up on living because all the other options were just too hard. I gave up on everything. But you remind me what it is to be alive, and now my hands itch for a hammer and my arms for a woman. No, there will be no going back."
It was then Alette realized that Thundergar was doing more than just leaving his home. Thanks to her, he once again wanted to live his life. Feeling much better about herself, Alette took to the vegetation with renewed vigor, and before long they were moving again, albeit slowly. Rastus dragged himself from beneath the fronds and followed, his fur drooping and matted. When he reached her side, the cat shook and sent musky-smelling water in every direction. "Crazy cat," Alette said, and Thundergar smiled.
"Fishing is a lousy way to run a ship,"
Mord said. Becker Dan steeled himself. He'd known his time was running short. There had been no word from the captain or Alette. Just thinking the name hurt. Plenty of correspondence had been received from those the captain owed money, amounts far larger than Becker would ever have guessed. He couldn't imagine how the captain could have borrowed so much. What could he have possibly spent such a kingly sum on?
"We either pay the slip fees we owe,"
Mord continued,
"or they're going to stop letting us sell fish in Maiden Harbor."
If we keep selling fish in Maiden Harbor, the rest of the creditors are likely to try to seize the ship.
As much as Becker didn't want to admit it, Mord was right.
Where do you suggest we go?
A broad smile crossed Mord's face.
"Do you remember when that storm pushed us out into the endless sea a few years back?"
I do,
Becker said. It had been a harrowing experience. He knew what was coming next.
"You remember those islands we found?"
Mord asked, clearly knowing that Becker remembered. All of them had wanted to explore the islands, which had looked like green jewels amid otherwise deep seas.
"Maybe it would be good if the Maker's Mark disappeared into the endless sea, never to be seen or heard from again."
And what would you name her?
Becker asked, having known Mord's endgame for some time.
"Don't care. This ain't personal, Becker. It's business. The way I see it, the captain's dead and so's his git. Dead or locked up. Either way, they ain't coming back. We gotta start over, my friend. Would you rather start anew with all the captain's debts or start fresh? A new masthead and some paint and all those debts disappear. Besides, you can't tell me you don't want to know what else is on those islands."
Becker knew he wasn't Mord's friend. The man tolerated him only because of the power he wielded, power not gained by tenure or rank, but by friendship and camaraderie with his shipmates, at least most of them. This was the most difficult kind of power to overthrow, and Mord had little choice but to convince Becker to go along with him. Without him, he'd lose well more than half the crew's support. Still, Becker knew he needed to watch his back as well as look out for those he held so dear. After all, it was all of their futures at stake. Becker had done the best he could to preserve Alette's inheritance, but the time had come to bow to practicality. The Maker's Mark would be no more. The one thing that Mord was right about was Becker's desire to explore those islands. It had seemed the perfect kind of place to hide things, and he'd wondered ever since the day they had discovered them if someone else had found them long ago, and what might still be hidden there. It answered all of the desires that had driven him to be a sailor in the first place, to move without boundaries, and to explore and find new places and things. It was with great sorrow that he gave the orders, and many a prayer was said among the crew. These people knew what was happening, and the significance wasn't lost on them. None of them were stupid. The stupid did not survive at sea. The waves were quick to claim those not smart enough to respect her. Becker knew that trying to find those islands in the endless sea was risky. After all, it was not named the endless sea without reason. With a prayer of his own, he cast a gold ring into the waves, a rich offering from a man who knew he would need the god's luck to survive. The dragon's wing moved through calm waters by the power of wind and sail alone. Within her deckhouse, most of those aboard gathered. Only a couple crewmen were left on deck.
"We can take it back," Chase said. "I know who's loyal to our cause. We could depose Trinda without much bloodshed." "Her blood being the exception," St. John said. "I'm sorry, St. John," Chase said. "If we're to retake the keep, then she cannot be allowed to live. What she did when she took the keep from your mother was an act of war, as is what she's done to Edling, though he deserves everything he gets. That doesn't change the fact that Trinda is a usurper." "No," St. John said. "No one was killed when Trinda took Dragonhold. My mother was gone, and Trinda knew she wasn't coming back." St. John had to take a moment to breathe after saying those words. "I don't think she's a usurper, in that instance. She's an opportunist. I'll grant you the point regarding Master Edling, but as you said, he deserved it. If we leave Trinda in power, then we cannot stay, at least not without being in rebellion," Chase said. "We do have the Argast on our side." "No bloodshed," St. John said. "I agree with the boy," Brother Vaughn said. "Though I detest what Trinda has done, I don't wish her or anyone on the Godfist dead. Despite her short rule, she's been fair and not without compassion. Some people would rally to her, and Katrin is gone." Realizing what he had just said, Brother Vaughn fell silent. "All right," Chase said, rubbing the dark, stubbly growth on his cheeks. "Where else can we go?" After a long silence, Benjen finally spoke. "There is a place that we might go. When I was there last, we were ill prepared, but—" "No," Basha said. "The shallows are no place for people." "It wasn't that bad," Benjen said, "and we would be better prepared this time." "That's where I almost lost you," Basha said quietly, and no one argued the point. "The Falcon Isles at least have some civilized places," she continued. "You call that civilized?" Brother Vaughn asked. "That place is crawling with thieves, pirates, and outcasts. And once you leave civilization, you're at the mercy of Nat Derzinger, whose loyalties are as questionable as his sanity." Basha raised an eyebrow. "No offense intended," Brother Vaughn said. "Not all pirates are created equal." Basha said nothing, but she no longer looked as if she might loosen his teeth. St. John cradled his face in his hands, and no one said anything for a time. All this was simply too much. His mind could not comprehend the enormity of the situation. He had no home. That thought alone made St. John want to cry, but that was not what was needed of him, and he knew it. Not to mention that Kendra and Gwen were present, and he didn't want them to see him cry. "The Argast expect my mother to help them," St. John said, and Chase made an annoyed sound. "Homsa has dragon eggs." "Homsa's lost his senses," Chase said. "That man is so convinced in the prophecy that he risks everything just to make it come true. That much has already been proven by that suicidal voyage. I thought Kenward was reckless, but Homsa makes him look staid." "About Homsa," Brother Vaughn said, and the gazes that turned to him were not entirely friendly, perhaps rightly so. "I would not tread on this topic if not for its relevance to this decision." The expressions in the room remained unchanged, and Brother Vaughn coughed before continuing. "What has been described as an attack on Kyrian by the Feral Queen does not sound like an attack to me." St. John tried not to react. Had Brother Vaughn come to the same unlikely conclusion that he had? "The behavior strikes me as being a great deal more like a mating ritual," Brother Vaughn continued. St. John listened in silence, unwilling to let himself hope. Even if he was right, it didn't explain why his mother and Kyrian had not come back to him. It was that thought which led him to believe that it could still be correct, that is, if Kyrian and his mother had simply perished in the process.
Such things were not unheard of in the natural world, and this case was certainly outside the norm.
"You think those eggs are part Regent and part feral?" Benjen asked, looking uncomfortable.
"I know it's a stretch," Brother Vaughn said, "but I still think it's possible. I've no reference for the size of feral eggs, but I know from the description Prios gave me, Regent eggs are considerably larger."
"If that's the case," Benjen said, "they might not even hatch."
"Absent a dragon queen, they may not hatch even if they are viable," Brother Vaughn said.
"And if these truly are feral eggs, then what?" Benjen asked.
"We'd have to kill them," St. John said, and everyone turned to look at him. "The Rakkus was lost to a juvenile feral. What would stop the dragons from turning the Argast against us?"
Kendra's expression changed as she watched him. Was that grudging respect he saw there?
"Part of me wants to think that the eggs are Chirion's offspring, but I'm not even certain that changes anything. How can we know that part feral is not worse than full-blooded feral?" "I don't know for certain," Brother Vaughn said, somehow able to maintain his optimism no matter how slim the chances. "But my gut tells me that those eggs might be our best hope." "I wish I shared your confidence," St. John said, "but either way, I feel that we owe it to my mother and father to see that these dragon eggs don't threaten the world." "Just remember that not all dragons are evil," Brother Vaughn said,
and St. John nodded, knowing there was no sense arguing the point. Either way, he knew he needed to be there if these dragons hatched. Somehow he knew it would be up to him whether these beasts lived or died, and that knowing put a terrible weight on his heart. He cursed himself for feeling the weight of an imagined burden, but it changed nothing. It was almost the same feeling he'd had when he'd woken from a dream where he and Durin had fought, and even though the fight had never taken place, St. John had still been angry with Durin. Reason would tell him these feelings made no sense, but his emotions made it clear that they didn't always follow reason. When he looked up and saw Gwen watching him, he suspected she was feeling much the same.
"I'll go with the Argast,"
St. John said. His statement was greeted with anxious silence.
"Trinda did not say that none of you could remain on the Godfist, and for many of you this is home. I don't wish to take you away from that, especially not for a life of such uncertainty. I can't even say for sure where the Argast are going. I just know that I have to go with them." "You're not running off without me again,"
Durin shouted, and to make his point, he moved to St. John's side and would not let go of his shirt. Kendra smiled until St. John met her eyes. Then she frowned. He would never understand her. Of that he was certain.
"All those here are here by choice, are they not?" Brother Vaughn asked.
St. John had expected at least a couple of people to call themselves from his ranks, but all those aboard seemed set on remaining in his company, and he couldn't help but feel blessed, even if he didn't deserve it. These people had been loyal to his mother, and somehow that loyalty had transferred to him. It was a strange thing, and he came to see how dynasties might form. Perhaps not all monarchies were built on foundations of blood spilled, but instead from blood inherited. Regardless, he felt responsible for the futures of all these people, and came to know some of how his mother must have once felt. She'd been responsible for the future of the entire world. For St. John, his responsibilities did not reach so far, yet they felt no less onerous. With this responsibility came an increased sense of urgency.
"Pelivor, Gwen,"
St. John said, and he saw the glint in Kendra's glare.
"Would you take us back to the Argast with all haste?"
"Is there a problem?" Pelivor asked, his concern clear.
"No,"
St. John said.
"It's probably silly of me, but now that our course is decided, I find myself ready to get on with the task at hand."
With a nod, Pelivor headed for the prow. Gwen gave him her most winning smile, and drops of liquid fire dripped from her fingers before fizzling out on the floor. Seemingly unaware, Gwen strutted from the room, ignoring the bits of flame, and most definitely ignoring Kendra. St. John prepared himself to pay the price for his choices. When he looked up to Kendra, her arms were crossed over her chest. St. John sighed. Only the fact Durin was by his side kept him from melancholy.
"Come on,"
Durin said.
"Let's go somewhere where you can talk, alone. They don't need us to sail this ship, and you're not going to believe some of what I have to tell you."
Though Durin whispered, others heard his words. though no one tried to dissuade them from leaving the galley. Part of St. John wanted to revert into his childhood self and run off with Durin to play, but he'd changed, and now he had responsibilities. In the end, he decided to do as Durin asked, but his reasons were different than they would have once been. For that, he was sorry. Durin might have sensed the change, but it was clear he didn't care.
"I know you probably think I'm being foolish,"
Durin said, almost as soon as they stepped on deck.
"But there are things you need to know, and I'm not so sure I trust everyone else on this ship. Don't look at me like that. Kendra's own mother betrayed you."
St. John wished he could argue with Durin, but he could not, and his friend knew it.
"Trinda's up to something. She's got her eyes on more than just the Godfist." "What makes you say that?"
St. John asked.
"She's building a fleet of ships. Big ships." "The Godfist has always had a large fishing fleet," St. John said. "I'm not surprised to hear it's being rebuilt." "She's building fishing ships too," Durin said. "And those she's having built in the dry dock in Harborton, unlike the other ships. The warships." "And where's she building these warships?" "In the mountains," Durin said, and St. John turned to meet his eyes. "At the top of the mountains."
"How does she plan to get them into the water?" St. John asked, even as Pelivor and Gwen coaxed the dragon's wing into the air. A cold, sick feeling overcame him. Durin didn't answer, and didn't look as if he felt any better about the implications or the sensation of the ship leaving the water.
"Is there anything else?" "By the gods," Durin said. "They're not going to drop us, are they? Are you sure this is safe?" "You get used to it," St. John said.
Durin shook his head, and he looked as if he were doing his best to appear brave.
"Trinda has figured out how Dragonhold works." "What do you mean?" "The water, the lifts, the stone forest, all of it. Somehow she knows how all this stuff works. I don't get it. She always seemed like such a dolt. Now she's figured out the secrets of your mother's ancient underground fortress." "Will it help the people of the Godfist survive?" "Yes," Durin said. "I think she's figured out how to have the hold be self-sufficient, though she never says anything about it." "Good," St. John said. "Then it's better that she retain Dragonhold. I've no idea how the hold works, and I lived there my entire life. If she can bring the hold back to its true potential and keep our people safe, then I say we let her do just that." "It's not all good," Durin said. "She's collecting every herald globe your mother ever made, and she knows how to use them as weapons. And there are other things she knows about in Dragonhold, things she won't talk about to anyone. I bet she wouldn't even admit to knowing about them if she was asked, but I know they exist, and I know she knows. That's one of the reasons I had to come. I wanted to come anyway, but the fact that she was probably going to have me killed was an extra motivation." "You really think she would have had you killed?" "She told me so herself." St. John's jaw dropped open. "She didn't use those exact words, but she told me I was free to join you, and that it might be a good idea since she couldn't guarantee my safety. If that wasn't a threat, then I'm an Edling." His head spinning, St. John tried to adjust his perception of reality based on all this new information that conflicted with what he had always believed. St. John hesitated. Dragonhold had always seemed like a sleeping giant, but to know that it now lived as it once had, breathing fire and water, St. John couldn't help wishing his mother had lived to see it. She had worked for so long to understand the place her father and Benjen had discovered all those years ago, and now that her dreams were coming to fruition, only he remained to witness it. It stung that he didn't get to see it for himself. All his life the people around him had struggled to make a life in that hold, and now someone else had discovered its secrets. Reminded of those who now accompanied him, St. John did his best not to feel sorry for himself. Chapter 10. Each of us has the capacity for greatness. What varies most is the extent of our belief. Master Jarvis, Teacher. When at last they reached the lower cloud forest, Alette, Thundergar, and Rastus all looked as if they had lost a number of battles, and Alette supposed they had. The cloud forest was a worthy adversary, but they had finally won their way free of the thick jungle. What grew at the lower elevations was a great deal sparser in comparison. Here grew majestic hardwoods that cast deep shade beneath a tall canopy.
Vines and other creeping vegetation dwindled until the forest was little more than hardwoods, moss, and leaves. She took one more startled step, but stopped abruptly as the thorns dug deeper. No more did Alette's staves get caught with every other step, and Rastus was having a wonderful time playing in the leaves. When Alette passed between a pair of towering oaks, Rastus jumped out and startled her, then rolled onto his back so she could rub his belly. Soft, light brown curly hair covered his large but lithe abdomen. Reaching down, she gave him a good rub, but staying bent over was difficult given her burdens, and she grunted as she straightened. Before she was all the way upright, she froze. Moving between the trees as silently as shadows were wolves. "We have a problem," Alette said. Rastus was on his paws before the words left her lips. Thundergar crouched down. "Be ready to drop your pack and climb if need be," he said. A low growl came from Rastus, and Alette had never seen the cat look quite so menacing, even when they had first met. This was a real threat, and the cat seemed ready for a fight to the death. Alette knew wolves could not climb trees, and she knew it would be no problem for her or Rastus to do so, but Thundergar was another matter. He was strong, no doubt, but she'd been with him for weeks, and she'd observed his movements. He had pain he'd never admit, and she thought that perhaps the constant humidity in the upper cloud forest had been partially to blame. If they lived long enough for them to get truly warm and dry, she might get a chance to find out. Even with the wolves approaching, the thought of being truly dry was alluring. "I'll climb when you climb," Alette finally said, and Thundergar made no response. "How far are we from the desert?"
"A mile,"
Thundergar said.
"Perhaps 2.
A nearby yip was answered by another even closer, and Alette knew that time had run out. When the first wolf showed itself, it stepped out from behind a cluster of trees and faced Alette. She'd seen this wolf before, and by the way it looked at her, it remembered her as well. Her staff held before her, Alette prepared to fight, though she took a step backward.
"Stop!"
Thundergar commanded, and Alette froze. The wolf charged.
"Behind you! Blue-faced spider! Attacks anything that touches its web! Duck!"
She barely heard him, yet somehow his words registered. Instead of taking another step back, as her instincts demanded in the face of the bounding mass of muscle and fur that rushed her, she fell onto her back and kicked. It was not so different from when she had thrown the thrower from the heights, except it felt like the wolf barely touched her, not seeing the web until it was too late. Alette scrambled to her feet and prepared to face more wolves. She heard Thundergar cry out, and she heard Rastus make a sound that she hoped to never hear again. The wolf that had leaped past her, though, was turning and coming back, a look of furious determination on its face, which was partly covered in webbing. Just as Alette squared off and held her staff at ready, she saw a flash of blue moving across the wolf's face and toward its eyes. In the next instant the wolf issued a high-pitched and strangled cry, whipping its head side to side. The beast charged past Alette and was gone. Another joined it, missing half an ear and leaving a trail of blood behind it. When Alette turned, she saw Rastus standing over Thundergar, who'd gone down. 2 more wolves circled them, nipping and biting at Thundergar, alternating so Rastus could not defend against both of them. With a cry, Alette charged through the trees and launched herself at the closest wolf. It turned in time to see her boots closing on its face. They collided, and the wolf went down before twisting out from under Alette and charging back into the trees. Rastus was taking parting swipes at the last one, which followed its brethren back into the forest. Running to Thundergar's side, Alette trembled at the sight of blood.
"I gave as good as I got,"
Thundergar said.
"It's not as bad as it probably looks. Help me up."
Doing as he asked, Alette pulled him from the ground. Rastus stalked in a circle around them, his hair standing on end, and that menacing growl rumbling in his chest. After he wiped the blood away, a long slash across Thundergar's forehead bled freely. "Come here," she said, tearing off strips of blanket from her bedroll and securing them around his head. Blood seeped into the cloth, but it kept it out of his eyes, and she hoped it would clot soon. She had no medical kit to stitch with, so it would have to do. Standing at the bow, St. John watched the shoreline, where the very beginnings of a half-dozen ships were beginning to emerge. It was a false sign of progress, St. John knew. It would take months for the ships to be ready and seaworthy. There were trees not terribly far from the construction sites, but the trees desirable for building ships grew farther inland. If the Argast were planning a lengthy sea voyage, they would need sturdy ships capable of surviving storms and high seas. It was no small task to build such ships without the proper tools and skilled workers. St. John had his doubts about the Argast reaching the Place of Dragons, as Hamsa had called it.
This isn't going to be any fun, is it?
Durin asked. St. John smiled. It was good to have his friend back. No matter all the other circumstances that weighed on him, having Durin back made it more bearable.
No, I don't suppose it is.
We might end up wishing we were back carrying water buckets for Miss Maris,
Durin said, and his face contorted with irritation.
And can you believe that all that time we could have just turned the water back on for the entire keep?
No matter how much he'd grown as the result of all that had happened to him, St. John couldn't help but agree with Durin. Knowing all that work had been for nothing made him feel sick inside.
And do you think anyone will ever thank me for figuring out how to make the keep move? Of course not.
You did make the discovery by way of laziness, St. John said, and Durin punched him just hard enough to make St. John shift his weight. When he did, he felt the bulge of Ko, and he pulled the dragon ore carving from his cloak.
That thing always gives me the crawls,
Durin said when looking at Ko.
I tried to give it to Gwen,
St. John said. Durin said nothing. He just raised both eyebrows and waited.
I thought maybe it would help her when flying the ship.
How'd that work out for you?
Not very good,
St. John said.
I didn't think so. You're a smart kid, my friend, but you don't know anything about women.
Considering how things had gone with Kendra afterward, St. John couldn't argue Durin's logic, but he said nothing about it, not wanting to admit the changes in his relationship with Kendra. Durin didn't trust her because of what her mother had done, but St. John knew her better now. They had been through a lot together, and most of her actions seemed to be in his best interest. Durin would never understand. Their conversation was cut short when Pelibor lowered the ship back into the water. Shouts and calls came from shore, and St. John braced himself as the ship slowed. Durin mumbled something about fair warning while belatedly trying to brace himself. Millie shouted something to the same effect from the galley. St. John, though, took in all the details of what he saw, a knot forming in his gut. There were hundreds of Argast, which was a blessing and a curse. The larger labor force would make constructing the ships easier, but such numbers also required more ships, which meant a lot more wood. The Argast, though, had previously gathered enough wood to make their canoes, and a steady stream of fresh-cut timber was traversing the sands. The Argast horses once again displayed their might as they hauled what looked like locust trees. Knowing how hard locust wood was, St. John considered going back to Harberton to request tools from Trinda. Surely Strom could make them the tools they needed. First, though, he would talk with his grandfather. Not long after the ship settled into the shallows offshore, boats were lowered, and Durin climbed into the same boat as St. John, seemingly unwilling to let him out of his sight. He couldn't blame his friend. The world had become a very uncertain place, and he never knew what might come next.
6 months,
Wendell said when they approached. Despite his age, the man remained strong and vital, his skin slick with sweat and browned by the sun.
And that's pushing it. There should be an extra month or 2 of sea trials before such a voyage. But something tells me there will be no sea trials. For that reason, I insist the greatest care be taken during construction. Fortunately, the Argast seem to be listening to good sense. I guess nearly drowning the entire clan has instilled a sense of the risk involved.
Durin gave Wendell a hug, and St. John did the same.
Now you 2 rascals behave yourselves,
Wendell said.
I know how the 2 of you get when you're together. Now's not the time for any foolishness.
St. John flushed, feeling partly angry that his grandfather would scold him so, but mostly because he knew they both deserved it. Old guilt remained, and he realized then that he would need to leave that guilt behind some day. It hung from him like an anchor, impeding any progress he might make, but still he could not absolve himself of the responsibility for the things he'd done. He felt as if he had not yet suffered enough for his missteps, large and small. Brother Vaughn came to St. John's side, fondling some trinket in his palm, and Kenward joined them. Before Wendell spoke again, Kenward looked down at the item that Brother Vaughn was turning over and over in his hand. It appeared to be a small cube of inlaid wood, with intricate patterns made up of many colors.
"Where did you get that?"
Kenward asked.
It came from a ship,
Brother Vaughn said, his interest clearly piqued.
a very old ship that lies at the bottom of the God's Eye. Do you know what it is? Is it some kind of treasure?
"I know exactly what it is,"
Kenward said.
"though I've never actually seen one before. I've read a number of descriptions. What you have is treasure of sorts. It's a key."
A key,
Brother Vaughn said in a near whisper, while looking at it intently as he rolled it in his palm. The light danced over the surface.
What kind of key is it?
"It's a very special key,"
Kenward said.
"the kind only the captain of a ship would have. It is a key to the second hold."
"What's a second hold?" St. John asked.
The hold is one everyone knows about,
Brother Vaughn said, and Kenward nodded.
The second hold is the one that no one else is supposed to know exists.
Kenward looked as if he wanted to say more, and Brother Vaughn appeared ready to immediately launch an expedition to the God's Eye, but Wendell cleared his throat.
Homsa and the remainder of our timber crew should be back in the next few hours, he said. We should probably figure out exactly what we plan to do before he returns. The man is passionate and strong-willed. We need to be decided in our course, of a single mind, and firm in our stance. Do you understand me?
St. John and the others nodded. Benjen and Fasha had joined them and heard enough to express their agreement. The Argast were a passionate people, and they could easily overpower those not of an accord. In truth, St. John felt deeply for these people. Because of their beliefs, they were leaving everything behind, even their prized horses. St. John knew the bond between the Argast and their horses was sacred, and leaving their companions behind must have been heartbreaking. The fact that the horses had returned across the desert after a series of drumbeats and whistles was a testament to their loyalty. These noble beasts, who'd been abandoned by those they loved, came anyway, and they worked as if it were an honor to do so. It was simply astounding. "I want to help them, Grandfather," St. John said, and no one spoke in opposition. "Without our help, they'll never make it."
"I believe you're correct,"
Benjen said, and Wendell nodded.
"If we're to remain here for an extended period,"
Morif said,
"then our position should be more defensible. Trinda has made it clear that we're not welcome here, and I'm not certain the fact that we're building ships will buy us enough time to do what needs doing. The girl could easily perceive the ships as a threat and send her forces here to deal with us."
That was exactly the outcome St. John needed to avoid. Though Wendell had wanted them to be of a single mind by the time Holmes returned, it was not to be. All conversation ceased when a single horse raced along the returning timber route. The burden the rider carried made it clear it was Holmesa who approached. He refused to go anywhere without the eggs, and all those who witnessed his breakneck approach knew something must be terribly wrong, or he would never risk the eggs so. All work stopped, and a hush overtook the encampment, save the sound of hammering from a single workman unaware of what approached. St. John was still trying to understand what was going on when Holmesa reined in his horse before the assembled group, dust churning under the hooves of his faithful mount.
"Must go to place of dragons,"
Holmesa said without dismounting. These words were nothing new to anyone there, and silence held sway as they waited for Holmesa to elaborate, but he was short of breath.
"Dragons must not hatch here, or all will perish. It has been foretold."
Still St. John failed to see what had changed. Perhaps Holmesa had experienced another vision, he thought, and he was about to say something to soothe Holmesa's anxiety, but the man did something unexpected. He unwrapped the bundle that sat atop his saddle. All those close enough to see watched with a mixture of anticipation and fear. Holmesa said nothing, and though he still found the dragon eggs fascinating to look upon, St. John failed to see what good Holmesa hoped to gain from showing them the eggs again. In the next instant, everything changed as one of the eggs moved. Martik Tillerman should feel like a fool. He knew he should, yet he didn't. When given the option to go with St. John, he had stayed. This place had become his home, and part of him still believed it would go back to being as it was under Katrin's rule. Another bit of foolishness. Then had come the orders to build ships designed to carry armies great distances, which was enough cause for alarm.
"Build them on plateaus near the peaks," she had said, "or build footings on the upper slopes. You should still be able to build the ships more quickly than if you had to haul the timber to the dry docks."
Having pointed out that it would be impossible to move the ships to the sea once they were constructed, Martik abandoned any argument. The look she'd given him made it clear that she had thought this through. This was cause for even greater concern, since it meant she must either believe a mighty flood was coming, or she knew of a way to teach hundreds of people to fly ships as Katrin had done. Neither seemed at all likely. Yet there he was, placing the finishing touches on massive ships that would never see water in his reasoning. Martik was not a man guided by academics alone, and this was one of those times when his gut, his instinct, his feelings outweighed what his senses and logic otherwise told him. This belief was made easier by the fact that there was no real lasting harm if he was wrong. At worst, he would have taught a great many people the skill of shipbuilding. No matter how justified the continued work, he was still unnerved by the otherwise obvious futility. Did he really need to inspect the sealant again? Would it really matter if those timbers were never beneath the waterline? It was tempting to take shortcuts, to be lazy and careless, but those things were not in Martik's nature, and he made sure that even if this was only an instructional exercise, that it be one that taught the people how to do the job correctly. For Martik, there was never a time when that wasn't important. He'd seen people wounded and others killed by carelessness in engineering or execution, and he wanted no more added to the already too high number of casualties. After another inspection, Martik walked along the footing and examined the braces and stonework. A completed ship would do no one any good if it slid down the mountainside. The foundation had been constructed with care, and to support a far greater load than even the massive ship, and there were no signs of stress. Martik nodded his head in satisfaction. Then he stopped and looked north to where the mainmast of the newest ship was being raised into place. That ship would be the last ship, unless Trinder requested more, and it had gone together in record time. Was it a job well done, or was it a job that had never needed doing in the first place? The question was made more poignant by the knowledge that Wendell Volker was building a fleet on the other side of the Godfist. Had Pelivor told Trinda about the fleet, then she might have never let anyone go. But Martik wished he had been told. Now he knew that he'd been building unusable ships in the mountains, while those he cared about built ships in the desert, ships that would sail for somewhere. Where, he didn't know. It made it all the more difficult to take his work seriously. He could still go and help them. His job was nearly finished here, and they would only be getting started if he had his guess. It was then that he heard a line snap, followed by frantic shouting. Knowing he would be too late to have much effect on the outcome of the accident, he ran as fast as he could. Chapter 11. Those who seek great power are generally the least suited to have it. The Pauper King. Alette's shoulders ached, and her hands cramped. Descending the mountain with Thundegar had been difficult, but traveling with him through the desert was pure torture. Rastus moved with a determined stride, but Alette could see that it was taking a toll on the animal. Perhaps the only respite provided was the shadow Alette's burden cast. Over their heads they carried a canoe, a heavy and clumsy canoe. "I still don't understand why we're carrying this thing across the desert," Alette said.
"Have you ever tried to make a boat out of sand?"
Thundegar asked. Alette didn't respond at first.
"I flew over this place, and I don't see how this canoe could possibly be of use. This is craziness."
"You flew over the Jaga once, and you know all its secrets? Be happy for the shade,"
Thundegar said, again refusing to explain the canoe. It infuriated Alette, but she could get no more from him, and she saved her air. Sweat stung her eyes, and she cursed under her breath. What irritated her most was the fact that they had somehow found the strength to do it, proving her wrong. It had seemed impossible, but Thundegar had insisted they could do it, so they had. Most of the sandy desert was behind them, and ahead lay a dry, cracked landscape. Behind, as if teasing them, the sound of thunder echoed. The rains had come to the heights days ago, yet none of that precious moisture fell on this parched landscape that so desperately needed it. This added to her frustration as much as anything. After a bad step, the rough-hewn oar strapped across her shoulders along with her 2 staves smacked her in the back of the head, and she thought she might scream. Why couldn't it rain here? And why were they still carrying this useless canoe across the desert? Again the land threatened to turn her ankle, and Alette saw that they had reached the ends of the massive expanse of broken land that looked like Cracklicher. Their progress was slowed further, and now Alette's neck ached from trying to watch her footing. Looking at Thundergar's back, she asked herself why she was following this crazy old man, asked herself why she didn't just go back and try to sneak her way onto a dragonflight. She'd seen the worst the forest and desert had to offer, and she could go wherever it was she chose. The power of the land spoke to her, and she could sense its awareness of her arrival. Here, where the land was but a husk, she could feel little, but there was nonetheless something there. Anticipation. Even with all her complaints, the sight of Thundergar, walking before her in the shade of the canoe, yet still wearing that ridiculous hat, made her smile. He'd asked if she wanted one, and even offered to show her how to make one for herself, but that had been after he showed her how to cut the canoe out of a downed tree, and she'd been in no mood for any of his suggestions. Why did one need a hat if they were carrying a canoe?
"This'll do just fine,"
Thundergar said unexpectedly. Groaning as they did, they lowered the canoe to the sun-tortured land. Rastus quickly lay beside it, trying to stay within whatever shade it provided.
"Come on, you crazy cat, get in the boat,"
Thundergar said, and he stretched a blanket over a section of the canoe to provide a meager amount of shade. Rastus did as he was told, which showed Alette just how unhappy the cat really was. The desert was quite obviously a bad place for a cat. All of this contributed to the sour feeling in Alette's gut. What were they doing out here? Adding to her worry, Thundergar unstrapped his oar and staves from his back and climbed into the canoe. With his oar over his knees, he pulled his hat down over his face.
"You might as well get some sleep," he said. "You'll need all the energy you can get for later."
Alette grunted. Of course she'd need her energy. She would, after all, have to carry their useless canoe. And how was she to sleep with the sun in her eyes? At that moment, she questioned the wisdom of ignoring Thundergar's lesson in hat-making. Now that she had the desire for a hat, she had no raw materials. Glumly, she acknowledged that she couldn't make a hat out of sand either. The admission did little to improve her mood. In the end, she settled into the bottom of the boat and squeezed her head under the blanket where Rastus lay. He gave her a dubious look when she first pushed her way into the space he already occupied, but he gave a resigned huff and shifted himself to make room for her. The heat was still unbearable, but at least the sun was out of her eyes, and not causing the skin on her face to burn any further. Never would she have guessed just how powerful the sun could be in the desert. It was as if Vestra shone more brightly there and would scald any who chose to defy him. Thoughts of the gods were not something Alette had ever been comfortable with. Her father had always cast offerings to them into the sea, but that had seemed more ritual than observance. Now she felt the light of the sun god as if it were fire, and she reconsidered. What if the gods were real after all? What if the comets were more than just beautiful? She'd always loved to watch them in the skies, and they rewarded her by coming in larger and larger numbers. It was hard to look into the night sky without seeing a comet these days, and Alette pondered the legends of the goddess while trying at the same time to find sleep. Rest was impossible to find, though. She was hot and sweaty and cramped, and even if she'd been comfortable, the flurry of thoughts and emotions that filled her would not be denied. In the quiet of her mind, the thoughts pounded against her resolve, and she nearly cried. The sun went down of its own accord and mostly unnoticed. Alette had entered a world of half-sleep and half-worry, and though she was not entirely conscious, she was somehow still aware of her surroundings. Around her came the sound of something that her soul recognized instinctively. Like an old friend, it called to her, softly at first, then more loudly. When Alette came awake, she found herself lying supine in the bottom of the canoe, Rastus's rear end pressed against her face, and one of his paws rested on her nose. Above her, the skies were alive with a slight moon, stars, and dozens of comets, casting plenty of light to see by, and plenty of light to be reflected by the unexpected miracle around them. Alette watched in awe as water bubbled up from the ground as if by magic. She shifted her eyes over to Thundergar, who still slept. The sound of his snoring was perhaps the only thing that convinced her he was not casting some spell. She'd heard of such things before, but she had never thought to see such a thing for herself. Water sprang from the land, a true treasure indeed. It took only a few more minutes until the water began to gather around them, and sooner than Alette would have imagined, the canoe began to drift. Even more amazing and terrifying were the other things that now moved in the water. It seemed unfathomable that anything could have been living in that dried-out place, but just as the water had sprung from nowhere, so did the life. Thundergar finally came awake when something large slammed into them.
"Oh, well, it's begun then, has it?" he asked.
Yeah,"
Alette said.
"Keep your hands in the boat. Don't touch the water if you don't absolutely have to. These things haven't eaten in months."
That thought struck Alette with terror. She'd always dealt with the fear of drowning at sea. It was what kept her alive for most of her life. The thought of hungry monsters surrounding her was perhaps the most frightening thing she'd ever experienced. In that instant, she was so grateful for their canoe that she could find no words. Never would she have guessed such a thing was possible. Had they come without a canoe, then they would have already traveled farther, but this lake would have suddenly sprung up around them, filled with danger.
"Once it's deeper, it'll be less dangerous, but only by a small margin,"
Thundergar said.
"If you end up in the water, try not to panic. Be sure not to tip the canoe over in your effort to get back in. You understand me?"
"Yes, sir."
"The cat needs to stay in the canoe. You hear that, cat? Stay in the boat."
Rastus gave the man a look that said he was no fool. Alette wasn't certain what talking to the cat would accomplish, but he seemed to have no interest in going into the water on his own, and that was enough for her. The growing lake grew deeper by the hour, and Thundergar guided them around areas where the surface churned. This became increasingly difficult as the night wore on, and when the moon reached its zenith, Alette dipped her paddle in the water, uncertain it would come back out. A riot of activity filled the still, only waist-deep expanse. "How did you know?" Alette asked, now in awe of this man who had saved them from near certain death.
"About the water?"
he asked, turning to grin at her. "Yes," she said softly, afraid to let the fish and whatever else was in that muddy slurry know she was there. Long, sleek bodies erupted sporadically from churning water, and she'd no desire to know what those things were. Thundergar just shrugged.
"Happens every year."
Alette flushed. She was a fool. In this place she knew nothing. Here she was but a child, and that shamed her. Always before she'd been strong. Even when she'd had failed with strength. "I'm sorry I didn't trust you."
Thundergar laughed. "So you've considered what it would be like to be swimming right now?"
"I have."
"I won't belabor the point, then,"
he said, and she silently thanked him for it. She was embarrassed enough.
"You see that big comet there? The one with the streaks of red and green in its tail?"
"Yes."
"Just behind its tail there's a star. It used to be brighter, but you can still see it,"
Thundergar said.
"That's what we're aiming for."
"Yes, sir."
"Things are going to change a great deal around here in a hurry. The water is just the beginning."
Alette didn't like the sound of that. She also didn't like knowing just how wrong she had been. It shook her confidence and made her wonder if she could trust her own instincts in the middle of all this land. The water here was a mixed blessing. It gave them an easier route in what Alette now knew was the perfect mode of transportation in this new lake. The nighttime air cooled, and the water seemed to draw the heat out of everything. Alette went from feeling as if she'd been in an oven all day to shivering from the sudden damp cold. Rastus curled up between her legs and shared his warmth with her, which helped. Sudden changes in weather were something Alette clearly understood, and she just did her best to take advantage of the cool. She put her oar back in the water and rowed with renewed vigor.
"Good,"
Thundergar said.
"You're correct to want to cross as swiftly as possible. Things will become more difficult as we go."
The man failed to elaborate on his warnings, which annoyed Alette to a certain extent. There had been no reason to be secretive about the water, and there was no cause to hold back details on how things might become so much more difficult for them in the future. Would it not be better if she were prepared for whatever threat awaited? Part of her wanted to admit that he had taught her a powerful lesson in his secrecy, and that perhaps she hadn't yet earned his confidence. Perhaps she was not yet worthy of knowing whatever it was he so obviously held back. When Vestra announced his coming in the false dawn, Alette saw something she hadn't expected, at least not so soon. Yet there it was, a tangled mass of white and green. Floating in gathering clumps were colonies of sprouting greenery. At the first blush of light, the plant seemed to reach for the sun, yearning for the only god that had graced the skies of Godsland for thousands of years. This god they all knew. This god was predictable and reliable. Istra was a fickle goddess, and her light brought with it great uncertainty. Perhaps she had never given the gods true consideration, she thought, and it occurred to her that she would now learn of them whether she wanted to or not. Choice was no longer hers, ignorance no longer an option. While Thundergar slept, Alette rode, aiming for a spot in the sky she hoped was where the star had been. She was aided in that by the same thing that concerned her so much now. The bloom had continued to gain momentum as the sun fed the ravenous blanket of greenery. The floating masses grew larger and denser, and the way ahead looked as if it were entirely blocked, and only when she pushed them farther into the growing tangle of new growth was she able to find a way that was clear. Behind her was a trail left in the carpet of green that was straight and narrow, though farther back, nearly out of her vision. She thought she could see the vegetation closing back in. Still she paddled in a dreamlike state, not quite certain all she was seeing was real. Flowers bloomed and insects danced amid the eruption of life. It assaulted Alette's senses, and she continued to paddle even after Thundergar awoke and could have taken over. Together they made better time, and Alette rode in a trance. Eventually she felt hands around her wrists. Her arms had stopped moving, perhaps some time ago, she didn't know. Thundergar pried the oar from her hands and laid it in the bottom of the boat. Darkness had come again, and Thundergar bade her to sleep. She was unable to argue. Standing at the prow of the Maker's Mark, Becker Dan wondered at the course his life had taken and how quickly he might find the end of his days. With no coin and no real plan, the faith his crewmen had in him was waning, and it was only a matter of time before Mord made them a better offer. Honor can stand up to greed for only so long, and he had to admit that wanting to get paid for your labors was hardly greed. Still, it felt like a betrayal. The captain must be turning in his grave if he was truly dead. Becker could find no other explanation that made any sense. From all the evidence he could find, it appeared the captain had gambled in a big way and lost. This was a big part of Becker's problem. The man they had all looked up to had let them down. At the least, Captain Kilgore had betrayed their trust, and this made it increasingly difficult to muster loyalty. Becker would forever be seen as second to the man who had betrayed them. Most knew Mord was a greedy scoundrel, unworthy of complete trust, yet all knew him to be ruthlessly efficient. A man such as Mord could fill your coin purse if you didn't mind his methods. Becker knew he would need to go along with Mord for a time. Eventually he would find a way off the ship. The next time they came even close to civilization, he would leave the Maker's Mark behind. The ship had been his home and his life, but if he didn't escape, she would also be the death of him. If the crew decided to follow Mord, then Becker would quickly find himself on the long end of a short plank. At that moment, though, there was little to do but sail. The familiar rhythm calmed the men and gave Becker a chance to think. Plans formed in his mind, and he contemplated their weaknesses and what he must do to prepare. Of all the seas he'd sailed in his life, these were perhaps the most treacherous. As if to prove his point, he saw the lookout scrambling down the mast from the crow's nest. They had been sailing under an order of silence, and the man was breathing hard by the time he reached where Becker stood. At least the men still came to him, Becker thought. Mord moved to his side, and the lookout addressed him when he spoke. Becker frowned. "Ship in the distance, due west," he said. "Black as night, and limping under partial sail." Making a ship look wounded was an old trick used to draw pirates, and Becker immediately suspected a trick. "It could be very well a trap," he said before Mord could speak. The other man cast him a baleful glare. "There's always risk," Mord said. "That is why most cowards don't become sailors." The hook had been baited, but Becker wasn't biting. Fighting with the man would only force the crew to finally decide where their loyalties rested, and Becker wasn't certain how he'd fare. "Let's see if she can outrun us," Becker said, before he lost control completely. "Full sail." Given a task and the prospect of financial gain, the crew moved with alacrity. Mord muttered something under his breath, and Becker didn't ask him to repeat himself. All he had to do was survive long enough to make his escape. He could no longer trust anyone, and he could tell no one, which pained his noble heart, but those loyal to him would have to forgive him. His departure would send a clear message, and those with good sense would follow. If they were lucky, they might even cross paths again. It was a great big world, though, and Becker thought it might be best for him to get lost in it. A single trip to Maiden Bay, and he'd have enough coin to live a comfortable life. He'd known this day would come eventually. He just hadn't known it would come so soon.
"We're making time on them, sir,"
the lookout called down, freed from the command of silence, and the crew responded with a cheer. Becker looked at the ship more closely, the details becoming clearer as they gained on the ship. The lookout had been right when he'd said the ship was black as night. The shapes that moved on deck were nearly as dark, and some didn't look human. Becker's blood went cold. Perhaps his chance to escape with his life was already past. The wind shifted, and a foul smell reached his nose, making him gag.
"I don't think this is a ship we want to overtake,"
Becker said, and Mord glared at him. Perhaps the man was blind and unable to smell.
"The only thing we'll find on that ship is death."
Mord spit on the deck.
"Coward,"
he said. The moment had come. The will of the crew would be tested, and Becker knew when it began how it would end.
"Do you want to run away from this wounded ship?"
Moore asked his crewmates.
"Or do you want to see what's in their hold?"
The crew raised a cry after the latter, and Becker was about to open his mouth to speak when Mord gave the order.
"Bring us up alongside her."
In truth, he need not have given the order, since their current course would do just that, but the fact that no one questioned his order was of the most significance. The balance of power had shifted aboard the Maker's Mark, and Becker Dan's days were numbered. He swallowed hard after acknowledging that the number was far too small. With agonizing steadiness, the Maker's Mark closed the gap on the damaged ship. The smell grew stronger, and Becker started to hear complaints from the crew. At least not everyone aboard was a fool.
"Monsters!"
the lookout cried.
"Death,"
Becker said.
"Land!"
the lookout called next. From out of the mists materialized the towering green islands, rounded and worn and covered in vegetation. The other ship was headed straight for the closely packed islands. It looked as if there were winding inlets and sheltered coves all along the vertical shores. Nowhere did he see beaches or gentle slopes. Most of what he saw was sheer cliffs. Seabirds crashed into the waters around them, and some swooped across the deck, usually with silvery fish in their beaks. The image of it was burned into Becker's memory.
"Let's burn the foulness from that ship,"
Moore shouted. Becker would have objected, but the crew moved to obey his order without question. Pitch, torches, and a small catapult were brought from the hold. Even the small catapult required 4 men to carry it, and just as many to wind and fire it. The black ship made for all the speed they could muster, now throwing anything they didn't need overboard. It lightened their load and left debris in their wake, but the crew retained their resolve. Then, though, the monsters on deck shed their crude armor and slipped over the side of the ship.
"Get us out of here!"
Becker shouted before anyone else could react. The crew had seen the same thing he had, and they complied. Those at the catapult had loaded a vessel with flaming pitch, and even as the ship began its turn, the catapult fired with a loud thrum. The vessel soared through the air, spitting flame and gouts of black smoke. It struck the black mainsail at midsail, and liquid fire poured down the cloth. Though the sails appeared to have been fire-proofed with tar, the pitch clung to it and ate its way slowly through. The tar then began itself to burn, slowly and steadily, the growing wind feeding the flames. A cheer rose up from the crew and ended abruptly as the hull of the Maker's Mark thrummed once, twice, then over and over. Cries came from those near the rails, and black claws appeared on the rails not far from Becker.
"Repel boarders!"
he shouted, and the crew responded with an ordered drill, practiced and skillfully executed. Frightening as the monsters may be, they were not enough to threaten the crew of the Maker's Mark. For a moment, Becker dared to hope. Then he saw a dark-robed figure move to the stern of the black ship and level his arms directly at Becker. At least that was how it felt. He'd feared men before, but never like this man. Here was power to corrupt the world. He could feel it. He could smell it. The air was polluted with it, and it smelled like rain. Red lightning leaped from the figure's outstretched robes and struck the mast. The lookout fell screaming to the water. Becker felt as if he'd struck a tree at full run. Like many around him, he was swept from his feet by the force of the attack.
"Get us out of here!"
Mord shrieked. There was still a chance, Becker knew. The fire had slowed the black ship. If only they could turn aside and distance themselves, then the danger would be greatly reduced. When he was once again able to get his feet underneath him, he stumbled to the wheelhouse and took the wheel himself.
"You're going to have to tack into the wind,"
Mord yelled. Becker was trying to do just that when he looked beyond the black ship. The angle at which they viewed the islands had changed, and Becker was able to see within the folds of the landscape a natural harbor sheltered by towering peaks. He saw the scars on the landscape first, places where the forests had been cleared away, leaving little more than stumps as evidence. Below that and along the waterline rested ships, dozens of them, many in various states of repair, and perhaps just as many under construction. Turning to look back out to sea, a warning on his lips, he saw another fleet approaching. These ships were larger and of different design, but the threat they posed tipped the scales out of the Maker's Mark's favor.
"I had one heck of a good run,"
Becker said to himself.
"Make speed, man!"
Mord called, and Becker just held his course, knowing their fate was already decided. With an open palm thrust backward, Thundergar commanded Alette to silence, and for once she obeyed. He'd been on edge all morning, ever since they had found an existing path to follow. It meandered and did not always take them exactly the way that Thundergar wanted, but it was far easier than fighting through the now thick vegetation. Still, Alette could tell by his posture that he was worried. Then came a loud snorting sound and a spray of water, followed by deep bellows of rage. Thundergar paddled backward as fast and as hard as he could, and Alette did the same without knowing what it was they faced. She knew only that they needed to move, and fast. A wall of water helped to carry them away from the thick bushes they had been about to paddle through. Pushing that wall of water was a massive body that looked black and slick in the water. When a bulbous head suddenly broke the surface, its nostrils as big around as melons, and tusk-like teeth aiming straight for them, Alette thought they might be done for. An instant before the beast would ram them, the head disappeared back beneath the water, and for a moment the canoe was lifted out of the water by the bulk of this wild beast trying to squeeze beneath them. But then they were sinking back down into turbulent wash. "What was that?" Alette asked, despite Thundergar's request for silence. She was simply unable to keep the words inside of her.
"Swamp pigs," Thundergar said. "One of them can be your best friend out here, but two of them are always trouble."
Before Alette could ask why this beast was their best friend, Thundergar pushed them back into the channel left by the first swamp pig. The massive swine moved through the vegetation with relative ease and cut a channel through the ever-changing landscape. The carpet had now grown so dense that the roots had found fertile soil, and pushing through the growing mass became almost impossible with the canoe. Therefore they were somewhat at the mercy of the swamp pigs.
"This one is going mostly in the right direction," Thundergar said. "We'll just see how long we can follow behind and make good progress. Keep your eyes open for other swamp pigs. We need to avoid being between them if they decide to charge each other."
Alette did not argue. She remembered the fear of seeing that massive creature headed straight for her. If it hadn't gone under them, then surely they would have been sunk. Looking down, Alette saw Rastus about as unhappy and uncomfortable as she'd ever seen him, and she reached down and gave him a pat on the head. He pushed up into the caress, but did not insist on more. He seemed satisfied for her to work toward getting him away from this place as quickly as possible. "Where did those things come from?" Alette asked. Certain such massive creatures could not have been lurking under dried mud.
"Deeper in the Jaga, where there is always food," Thundergar said. "These are some of the first to return to the swamps, but there'll be more. All that come will graze well. Soon there will be channels crisscrossing the marsh. As long as we keep going the correct general direction, we'll eventually find what we're looking for."
Alette would have liked to have known exactly what that was, but she was hesitant to question his judgment again. That was a lesson she was supposed to have learned. Chapter 12. There is magic in art, and art in magic. The two cannot be separated. Gemino, sorcerer and artist. The first egg that moved could have been a trick of the light, but the rush of so many people breathing in sharply at once told Sinjin that it wasn't so. Still, Hamsa did not seem satisfied, and he held forth his precious charge so all those assembled could see. When two eggs moved independently, Sinjin felt something stir within him. It was not terror, it was not anticipation, and though he could not describe it, he trembled from the powerful mixture of emotions.
"Dragons must not hatch here," Hamsa said again. "No time for big boats. Must make more small boats. Must go now."
"Where is the place of dragons?" Sinjin asked. Those around him waited in silence. Hamsa closed his eyes and appeared to be listening intently. Then, with his right hand, he pointed.
"East and a little south," Kenward said. "The only places in that direction are the Keys of Tirhilion and the first land beyond that."
"The first land was the home of the Regent Dragons," Sinjin said, "so that makes sense."
"I must get to this place," Hamsa insisted,
a look of pure terror on his face.
"Must leave now."
"You'll never make it in time,"
Brother Vaughn said.
"It's a voyage of many seasons."
What color that remained in Holmes's face drained away. "How long do you think we have?" Sinjin asked. Holmes shrugged. Sinjin turned his questioning gaze to Brother Vaughn.
"Weeks,"
he said.
"At the most."
"There's only one way, then," Sinjin said, and Benjin nodded as if he'd already reached the same conclusion. "Only the Dragon's Wing can get you there in that short a time."
"Even that is a stretch,"
Benjin said.
"Bellavor and Gwen would have to fly us nearly the entire way non-stop. I'm not certain even they can get us there in time, but you'll have a far better chance. And perhaps the deck of my ship isn't the worst place for them to hatch. It's not here, after all."
"Must reach place of dragons,"
Hamsa insisted.
"Then you must leave your tribe behind and travel to the first,
Benjin stumbled on the words.
"The place of dragons aboard the Dragon's Wing. My wife and I will do our best to get you there in time."
"No,"
Hamsa said. "We'll not leave tribe."
"We have only the one ship," Sinjin said, hoping Hamsa understood. The man was smarter than anyone else gave him credit for, but still Sinjin knew some of his beliefs were unyielding.
"Dragons must choose," Hamsa said,
his words filled with conviction and steadfast belief.
"Tribe must be there."
"How many can we fit on the ship?" Sinjin asked. Benjin frowned.
"Any more than 50 people aboard and we'll be hard-pressed, and those 50 will not have a comfortable trip. I'm not certain Pellavor and Gwen can fly us with that much weight on board, and the gods only know what it'll be like when we hit the water again with so much force."
"How many on a skeleton crew?"
Brother Vaughn asked.
10,
Benjin said.
2 can sail her, but it takes 10 to fly her. 10 that know what they're doing, that is. With a full ship, I ought to estimate more just to feed so many, but surely some of the Argas can cook."
By the look on Holmes's face, he didn't like Benjin's tone.
40,
he said.
35, Benjin said. "There are some besides my crew who I can't leave behind."
35,
Holmes nodded, his voice heavy with emotion, and for a moment he hung his head. But then one of the dragon eggs moved.
35,
he said again, saying it as if it were a curse. Turning from them, Holmesa gathered his people. When he spoke, Sinjin could not follow his words, but he knew the intent. He could feel the energy. It burned and crawled over his skin. Such anxiety rose from those gathered that Sinjin thought they might suddenly erupt in flames. Sinjin understood when Holmesa said 35, and the land trembled beneath his feet as the dragon clan reacted. Shouts of disbelief and dismay rose from the crowd like the raucous calls of flocking birds. There seemed no words, only anger and worry. Then the shouts took on a different tone. As the dragon clan seemed to accept the number, thus realizing they instead of the dragons must do the choosing, chaos erupted. When the dragon clan fought amongst themselves, it was not like war, where the goal was to kill your opponent. It seemed as if the goal were only to subdue those you fought. Surprisingly, those who had been pinned, knocked down, or otherwise dominated did not rejoin the fray after recovering. Instead, they moved to one side and watched, heads hung. At first, Sinjin had feared the angry mob would turn on them, but it was as if they did not exist. The Argast were concerned only about other Argast. A particularly heated contest approached where St. John, his grandfather, and the others stood. In an instant, one of the fighters was thrust between St. John and the others. The man turned to face St. John with a wild look in his eyes. Drawing back his fist, he looked as if he would knock the head clear from St. John's shoulders. Then the man's face registered recognition, and he bowed to St. John. One of the men he'd been fighting had also been swinging, and when the first man bowed, the second man's punch passed through the empty air and landed squarely on St. John's jaw. Hearing only a ringing sound, St. John drifted into darkness. Rowing through the growing swamp was becoming increasingly difficult, and Alette wanted nothing more than to get back on solid land. It was an odd yearning for her, but this swamp was nothing like the seas. Given her choice, she'd be back on a ship, but she knew there was a long way left to go before that would happen. Walking would be preferable to blisters on her palms and rear end. Thinking back to the beginning of the journey, she wasn't certain that was entirely true, but at least seemed better than her current level of discomfort. Thundergar didn't look much better, and Rastus spent most of his time panting. When the canoe stopped once again with an abrupt thump, Thundergar turned to Alette.
"That's about as far as we can row," he said. "We're not far from the jungle, which puts us back on foot."
"Will we cross the entire jungle?" Alette asked, not really wanting an answer.
"Not if we can help it," he said,
looking as if he would say no more, as seemed to be his way. Now that it came time to part with the canoe, Alette was loath to do so. She thought of securing it to a tree so they could use it again if they came back, but they weren't supposed to be coming back. Doubt crowded her thoughts, and she could not convince herself that they would succeed in this journey. She, an old man, and a cat. What chance did they have in the jungle at the heart of the Jaga? Even as a sailor, she knew well the barrier the Jaga presented between the Midlands and the Heights. In a constant state of chaos, ruled by dragons and beasts and savage men, it was an impregnable quagmire. If not for the combined might and capabilities of the Midlands and the Heights, then the feral dragons might rule all the land. The ferals had been quiet in recent years, though. Alette remembered from her dragon flight that there had been little worry of attack. Stepping out of the canoe, she left her oar behind. Happy to have her staff for support and to probe for snakes in the brush, Alette had to acknowledge the fact that she was woefully unprepared for travel through the jungle.
"Hopefully we won't have to travel far through this, but be very alert until we are out of here. This place will kill you as quick as you can blink. Be especially aware of where you put your feet and what is just above eye level. If I tell you to stop, you stop and don't move. You hear me? I don't want any argument out of you."
Alette just nodded. The land she stepped onto was soft and spongy, but it held her weight. Rastus followed, looking very uncertain about this decision. In places where they had to wade through the water farther across than Rastus could jump, Thundergar carried the cat, who complained loudly. Alette began to wonder if Rastus would be able to complete the journey. She wasn't certain she and Thundergar would survive, and it seemed no more likely that the cat would. With a lump in her throat, Alette walked behind the cat, who was currently picking his way around a series of small pools. Before them, the land once again became dominant, and the water was left behind, save for rivers and streams, which meandered through the thick vegetation, black and glossy against the verdant landscape. Along the shores waited reptilian creatures as long as their canoe had been, and snakes nearly as long sunned nearby. Turtles, crabs, and other life skittered about, providing food for the larger predators. That was no place Alette would have wanted to row, and she was grateful to be on land. She hoped to stay as far from that river as possible. The lush forest surrounding it seemed a far safer place. There was life within those trees, but it was less evident and less immediately threatening. Thundergar must have agreed, since he started moving away from the river. Rastus stayed low to the ground, and a deep growl occasionally escaped him. Alette agreed with his sentiment, and hoped for something to save her from this journey. It was a silly hope, but she needed something to hang on to at that moment. Knowing her death could wait behind the next rock or tree frayed her nerves, and her heart beat fast. Thundergar pushed the large, floppy leaves and thorny vines out of the way with his staff, and most times there was nothing there, but other times were different and frightening. Thundergar stopped suddenly, his staff held out at as much length as he could muster and still keep control. Again, the cause was a snake. This one was particularly incensed at their intrusion, and the mostly camouflaged snake struck Thundergar's staff 3 times before springing from the branch and onto the ground. With a cry, Thundergar leaped backward and slammed his staff downward. Again the snake struck, and Alette tried her best not to imagine what it would feel like to have those venomous fangs sink into her flesh. Once Thundergar was absolutely certain the snake was gone, Alette stepped forward, Rastus at her side, still growling. Whenever he looked at her, his eyes seemed to say that he thought all of this was a very bad idea. She couldn't disagree. They should have stayed. They should turn back. The thoughts were relentless despite how far they had come. The trees were older, taller, and more widely spaced as they moved inland. The foliage was mostly at the canopy, which was high above them, and much of the forest floor was hidden in shadow. And underneath it all was a scent that pulled at Alette, drew her forward like wind in sails. Rastus seemed to feel much more at home, and was as happy as she had seen him in days. While Alette avoided the shadows, not knowing what might lurk in the darkness, Rastus had no fear and charged through them as he played. It was good to see the cat running and playing, and it brought a smile to Alette's face. "Crazy cat," she said softly with a chuckle. A moment later, she was glad she hadn't been louder. A not-too-distant shout split the air.
"Black ships on the horizon, sir!"
More shouts echoed through the trees, and the wind shifted, now bringing the scent of the sea strongly to her nostrils. It was then she saw a mast through the trees, and her heart beat faster. Thundergar held out his finger for silence, and Alette rolled her eyes. Crouching down, Thundergar moved toward the shouts, and soon the trees thinned and gave way to a red clay shoreline. Making her way out to sea was a mid-sized merchant vessel flying no colors. They don't want to be found, she thought. The ship was tacking hard into the wind, trying desperately to get clear of the small harbor. That was when she saw the black ships. Like a growing stain on the horizon, a massive naval force approached, and it looked as if it were being propelled by some dark god. Thunderheads loomed over and behind the massive armada, and chain lightning danced between the ships. It made Alette's skin itch, and her breath caught in her throat. They should go back. They should go back now. Turning to Thundergar, the plea on her lips, she saw that he looked equally thunderstruck. It was obvious that the fleeing ship would be consumed by the approaching darkness, and Alette regretfully let go of the hope she might escape this place by ship. Thundergar had done his best. Somehow he'd managed to get them to this harbor, and he could not have known that the dark ships would converge on that very place. She'd known of such ships. She'd even seen 1 or 2 from a distance. Anyone with good sense wanted nothing to do with those aboard the black ships. Shivering at the memory, Alette knew the evil that approached, and she knew their only choice was to flee.
"We must get back inland now,"
Thundergar barked, and Alette retreated without answering. Rastus slunk along beside her, his belly nearly rubbing the ground. The 3 moved with speed born of terror, and only when a massive shadow passed over them did they stop. Twice more the shadow raced over the foliage, and Alette felt like a mouse hiding from a circling hawk. A feral dragon was up there, watching her, just biding its time before plucking her from where she hid. The urge to run was nearly undeniable. Every part of her wanted to run, to get out of the gaze of this predator, but somehow she maintained the will to resist. Only when Thundergar stood from his huddled crouch did Alette even breathe. Never before had she felt such raw terror. Truly the magic of the dragons was all that she had heard, and she hoped never to see one again. She hoped it again for good measure. Then they were off, trying to get as far out in front of the approaching armies as possible. Alette guessed they had only a few hours before many of those ships landed, and she knew her guess was a pretty good one. Rastus breathed hard beside her, and he often stopped, only to catch up through a burst of speed a moment later. Alette, on the other hand, tried to find her stride, strong and consistent. Thundergar matched her pace, but his breathing was labored, and she worried for him. Sweat poured from both of them, and the landscape took on an otherworldly hue. Alette knew that a normal person would have already succumbed, but somehow she persisted. Even more, the old man nearly matched her pace. They were beyond what Alette would have thought the limits of her own endurance, and it made her feel good. Inside of her that knowledge built, and she moved faster. Purpose fueled the fire, and soon she was outpacing Thundergar, and even Rastus was having trouble keeping up. What was that she saw in the old man's eyes, she wondered? Doubt? Slowing, Alette initiated a break. This was something Thundergar had always done, but he said nothing at first.
"You're strong,"
he said after catching his breath. Alette wasn't sure how he could have taken so long to come to that conclusion. She had, after all, carried that canoe across the desert. But then she considered the fact that he meant something entirely different. That thought frightened her, and she turned away, not wanting to continue that line of conversation. Thundergaard took the hint and saved his energy. They were going to need it. Feeling like something heavy was sitting on his head, St. John reached up slowly and touched the puffy skin around his jaw. He sucked air between his teeth in response to the pain, and hoped it would go away quickly. Looking around, he saw that he was in his cabin aboard the Dragon's Wing. Next, he realized he wasn't alone. Durin was curled up on the floor, fast asleep. The ship didn't creak and groan as Thrax's ships had. She barely made a sound, which made Durin's snores stand out even more than they otherwise would have. Unable to get back to sleep, St. John was driven by curiosity. The last thing he remembered was someone ducking under a punch. That must have been it, he realized through the pain in his head. It must have been a spectacular punch. Climbing down from his bunk, St. John did what he could to keep from waking Durin, but it was impossible. The cabins were small to begin with, and there were simply not enough places for St. John to put his feet.
"What are you doing?"
Durin finally asked, his voice sounding grumpy and tired.
"I wanted to know what happened, so I was trying to get past you without waking you."
"Nice job you did of it,"
Durin said.
"The Arghast beat each other up until only 35 remained, and then we left. You got punched in the face, so you got to avoid all the work of loading supplies and preparing the ship. Happy? Can I go back to sleep now? I worked all day. I'm going to take a walk out on deck." "I wouldn't if I were you," Durin said. "There's too many people on this ship, and everyone aboard is in a mood. If I were you, I'd stay right where you are. Trust me."
St. John should have taken his friend's word for it, but still he knew he would not be able to get back to sleep until he understood more of the details of their current situation. Losing the precious hours he'd been unconscious made him feel as if he were no longer in control, not that he felt as if he were in control most of the time. Still, this was worse than usual, and he found himself disoriented. It was as if he'd been knocked from one world and had woken up in another.
"How's your face?"
Benjen asked when he saw St. John emerge onto the overcrowded deck.
"It aches,"
St. John said,
"but it'll be all right. How big was the guy who hit me?"
"As tall as a barn and nearly as wide,"
Benjen said with a grin.
"That sounds about right,"
St. John said.
"The Arghast who were left behind?"
"A dispirited group for certain, but we left behind plenty of help to get the ships constructed, trialed, and sailed. The rest will be along when they can. We've more Arghast on board than our dragon eggs, so Holmesa seems satisfied. Sometimes I wonder about that man's sanity, yet he keeps being proven correct. It's uncanny."
St. John couldn't argue that point. Perhaps the things his mother had taught him about prophecies had been wrong. Perhaps Istra's power granted that gift to some, just as it had given his mother great power. And though she hadn't believed them at the time, hadn't even his mother's visions come to fruition? Still, it railed against most of what he'd been taught, and he couldn't convince himself it was true. In the end, he would help Holmesa whether the visions were real or not, and for that reason, he let it go. Walking to the stern involved pushing his way through a throng of amazed and terrified Arghast. All of them had spent their lives being told that someday some of them would fly, and here they were, soaring above the waves. In truth, St. John noted, they were more or less skimming along just above the water. The speed was still impressive, but St. John knew the strain on Gwen and Pelivor must be great. He'd caught a glimpse of the man. The silks had been pressed tightly to his skin and clung to him, moist with sweat. The air itself smelled of rain, and whitecaps appeared on the waves below. Gwen sat, as she always did, between the mighty wooden tubes. People were kept clear of the openings to the tubes, but St. John knew he could approach Gwen by staying between them. When he drew near, she looked up with a tired smile.
"How are you faring?"
St. John asked.
"Not as well as I would like,"
she admitted. It was a rare moment, and St. John recognized it.
"It looks like the same holds true for you. Does your jaw hurt?"
"Yeah,"
St. John said.
"Is it the weight of all the people on board that's giving you trouble?"
"Yes,"
Gwen said.
"Pelivor is having trouble maintaining altitude. He could get us higher than we are, but he's afraid he'll drop us, so it's better to be closer to the waves. And for you—"
It's more difficult than when we only have 15 or 20 people aboard. The harder I push, the harder it feels like the world is pushing back. I can keep us moving faster, but I'm not sure for how long. From what Brother Vaughn was saying, I don't think we're going to make it. Don't look at me like that. I'm not being pessimistic without good reason. We haven't been in the air all that long, and already I feel as if we've been flying for days. I know you said you didn't want to accept Ko as a gift, St. John said, fingering the carving in his pocket, careful to avoid the sharp teeth, which had surprised him before by drawing blood. No, I still won't accept it, Gwen said, defiant anger flaring in her eyes. I don't want to give it to you, St. John said, taking a step back in the face of her seemingly unjustified rage. It was even clearer to him then that he would never understand the opposite sex. I just want to lend it to you, not for your sake, but for Hamsa. Look at him. He knows we won't make it at this rate, and I'm completely useless, except perhaps for the fact that I have two of the most powerful objects on all of Godsland. I can't do a blessed thing with either of them, mind you, save maybe keep the dust off of them. Gwen was smiling now, though the look she gave him said that he'd already made his point and he was pushing his luck. I'll want this back when we reach the place of dragons, St. John said, handing Ko to Gwen, keeping the cat's teeth facing his palm. He didn't want to scare her off. The carving could be far more intimidating than its size would imply. It was with a sense of reverence and awe that Gwen accepted the dragon ore carving from him. It felt strange, seeing it in her hands. Other than himself, his parents had been the only ones he'd ever seen touch the crystalline cat. After gazing at the cat with a sense of quiet disbelief and a hint of fear, Gwen didn't appear to have accessed the power within, but then she closed her eyes and leaned back her head. A glint of light flashed over the surface of the carving, and Gwen's eyes opened wide. She sucked in a deep breath that came back out as a shudder. When her eyes seemed to once again focus, St. John watched the concentration take over her face, and the whine of the tubes changed tone. The ship sailed higher from the additional force, and Pelivor whistled. "What's going on back there?" Pelivor called out. "Just giving Gwen a little assistance," St. John shouted. By the look on Gwen's face, the speed still required a great deal of effort and concentration. St. John moved back toward his cabin, a smile on his face. He'd actually done something right. He knew it. And now he needed to do something else. The additional thrust would put even greater strain on Pelivor, and though he had St. John's mother's spider stone, Gwen had already said that he was having trouble. Waking Durin was inevitable, and his friend gave him a very unfriendly look.
"If you weren't my best friend in the whole world, I'd punch you in the shin,"
Durin said from the floor of the cabin.
"Take the bunk,"
St. John said. "I won't be back for a while. I have some things I need to do."
"Don't rush back,"
Durin said as he crawled into the bunk, looking as if he'd be back to sleep as soon as his head hit the soft goose-feather pillow. Grabbing his mother's staff, St. John stepped out of the cabin and closed the hatch. Holding the staff gave him a chill, just as touching Ko did, but for different reasons. Ko was entirely of Kyrian's and his mother's making. Kyrian had converted the Noonstone into dragon ore, through what process St. John had no idea, and his mother had used her power to carve the otherwise immutable stone. The staff was another thing entirely. This was something that was thousands of years old, and had been protected and cherished for generations. Yet it was attached to his mother in ways no one could deny. The grooves in the wood were evidence of her hand digging into the flesh of the staff when defeating a statue of Terhillion. Then there were the almost indiscernible dimples in the surface of the wood, where branches had sprouted and borne seeds that replanted the grove of the elders. Even with such strong ties, St. John felt like a thief when he held the staff. It reminded him that his mother was gone, and that he was grossly insufficient to carry on her legacy. Still, he did his best and made his way to the steerage, where Pelivor stood. St. John could see the beads of sweat on the man's brow, and knew that the strain was great. "I'll not ask you to take this from me," St. John said, when Pelivor's eyes landed on the staff. There was awe and fear there as well. That made St. John feel even more awkward and unworthy of such things. "All I ask is that you use the power this staff holds to get all of us to the place of dragons before Holmes's eggs start hatching. If not for him, then for me. I don't know what'll happen when those eggs hatch, but I'd rather not be in the air or at sea when we find out." Pelivor looked as if he would balk, and St. John drew a breath to speak before Pelivor could refuse. Before St. John could find the words, though, tears ran down Pelivor's face. The man flushed, and St. John could not fathom the gamut of emotions he was feeling. After a deep breath, Pelivor met St. John's eyes with his own, which were puffy and red. "I loved your mother," Pelivor said suddenly, and the ship dipped. Everyone aboard gasped at the sudden drop, but Pelivor soon regained control.
"As did I, and most of those aboard."
"No," Pelivor said. "It's not just that. I was in love with your mother." Now, understanding what Pelivor meant, St. John tried to sort out how he felt. Was he flattered on behalf of his mother, or jealous on behalf of his father? He found that he was neither.
"She was easy to love,"
St. John said. Pelivor looked heartbroken, but then he smiled. "Yes, you are correct. She was indeed easy to love. Then you do not think me a cad?" "No," St. John said. "You were a good and loyal friend to her and my father. To be near my mother was to be affected by her. I could never blame anyone for being attracted to her light." "She shone brightly," Pelivor said. "As do you," St. John replied. "And these people need you. I can't say exactly why the dragons must be born on the Firstland, but I think that you and Gwen are the only people who can get us there in time. It's too much to ask, and I know it. This can help you, and it cannot help me otherwise. Please." Tears again filled Pelivor's eyes, but they did not fall, kept back by the force of his will. He smiled as if remembering Katrin, and he accepted the staff with silent reverence. Again, St. John watched to see how Pelivor would react to the power. Since he already had the Spider Stone, St. John guessed it would come as less of a shock. Wrapping his fingers around the staff, Pelivor was purposeful in avoidance of the handprint Katrin had left on it. "You ready, kid?" Pelivor shouted. "Yeah, I'm ready," Gwen shouted in response. "Prepare for speed," Pelivor shouted. "It's about time," Millie called from the galley. The Arghast assembled on deck looked rightfully terrified, and even Benjen and Fasha looked more than a little uncertain as they battened down everything they could. What experienced crew was on board did what they could to supplement the effort, and Pelivor gave them time to complete their tasks. In the meantime, St. John noticed that their flight was a great deal more stable. Pelivor didn't seem to have drawn from the staff yet, but perhaps just having it within his grasp increased his confidence. After a nod from Fasha, Pelivor closed his eyes and breathed deeply. With the Spider Stone in one hand and the staff in the other, Pelivor exhaled. With his breath rushed the air, and light flared around St. John, causing him to shield his eyes. Lightning crawled over Pelivor's hands and over the staff, dancing and casting fluid shadows. The dragon ore stones mounted in the metal heel flared, and blue plasma pulsed in the shape of a serpent head, the stones serving as the creature's blazing eyes. Blue-white lines extended out from the mighty serpent on the staff and reached into the skies alongside them. Ropes of light reached forward to latch onto the masthead, which had been carved into a likeness of Kyrian. Suddenly, Pelivor's wing structures, something previously only he and Gwen had been able to see, were now laced with fire, and those aboard murmured in fear, especially as the head and neck of the dragon filled in. St. John looked back and saw a glittering tail of energy that flowed around and over where Gwen sat. He worried briefly that she would be engulfed by the flow of power, but the energy was translucent, and St. John could see the wide smile on her face. She was enjoying this. "By the gods," Pelivor said, "I felt the power of this staff through contact with your mother, but to hold it in my own hands, I could never have imagined such might. When we reach the Firstland, you must take it from me. Promise me." "I promise," St. John said, knowing it was a pledge he could only keep if Pelivor truly wanted him to. As if to drive home that point, Pelivor applied his will, and the rigging sung with speed. With the wind in his face, St. John wondered at how much his life had changed, and steeled himself for whatever might come next. The dragon's wing had never looked more like her namesake, and she left a glittering trail in her wake, as if a cloud of fireflies followed her. Chapter 13. Imagination is not frivolous whimsy. It is the force that drives us to be better than we are. Enlil Mandone, Bard. Weeks aboard a cramped ship, no matter how fast it traveled, wore on passengers and crew alike. When a dark mass formed on the horizon, there was anticipation and anxiety in equal measure. All knew this was not their final destination, yet it was a glimpse at a foreign land, a land once occupied by their ancestors. Evidence of this was visible some time before the ship approached the quays of Terhillion. There stood the inspiration for the statues of Terhillion, the Terhillion lovers. Despite knowing you could not blame the creators of this massive artwork for inspiring devious weapons, the two were now synonymous. The statue of a god and goddess embracing, carved into massive bluffs, also served a practical purpose. It pointed to the Firstland, the place it was believed where mankind had first taken root. The figures did not match the traditional forms of Istra and Vestra, but it was clear these were god and goddess. St. John could not figure out why, not knowing if the figures were meant to represent Istra and Vestra bothered him so much, but it did. Watching the massive carvings approach, they seemed to look down on him and find him wanting. Feeling small and powerless, St. John was also humbled by the construction of these figures. How powerful had these people been to leave such a massive message for the ages to come? He'd never seen such efforts, save what Thrakus had done, and he hoped the ancients had employed much different methods and thinking. He recognized the fact that Thrakus may have truly had good intentions when he began his work, and perhaps it had only been the presence of the feral dragons that had been his downfall. It seemed peculiar that the dragons used Thrakus as a proxy, when they were clearly powerful enough to control the people themselves. But then he realized how much easier it must have been to simply dominate the man to whom most people owed their lives. It was brilliant when he thought about it, and that frightened him even more. Ferals were clever and powerful, and there were feral eggs on this ship. Worry washed over St. John. Some of it was his own, but most of it was radiated by those around him. As the statues looked down on them, none seemed immune to the effects. Homsa was perhaps also responsible. He paced the deck, forcing everyone else to clear out of his way when he reached them. Always he carried the dragon eggs, but no more did he hold out the eggs to those around him. No more did he show the movements of the eggs. This alone gave St. John cause for worry, and perhaps even for relief. Part of his problem was that he wasn't certain what he wanted to happen, which made it even more difficult to make decisions. Part of him hoped the eggs would never hatch, so he would not have to decide whether the dragons lived or died. It also didn't escape him that he might not be able to kill even a single one, if that was the decision he made. How could he ever convince the Arghast that the dragons were evil, and how could he be certain they would be? Another part of him dared for an instant to hope that these dragons would be more like Kyrian. It was a silly hope, and he banished it to the place where all childish things go, not gone, but put aside for the reality of adulthood. When Homsa passed by where St. John stood, Durin came in his wake, moving easily through the crowd.
"Nice trick,"
St. John said.
"I wouldn't stand in that guy's way either,"
Durin said, then looked up.
"Vestra's beard. That's just creepy."
It wouldn't be long before the statues would be left behind, but it would not be soon enough for St. John. Being in their shadow gave him the crawls, which did nothing to improve his optimism. This did, at least, indicate that they were on the last leg of their journey. In a rare moment, Homsa stopped pacing and faced Benjen.
"I owe apology."
Benjen did not look as if any apology were required, though there was considerable strain on his face. Sailing with this many aboard his ship was plainly stressful.
"I did not believe you when you said Place of Dragons was too far for small boats, but you were right. We would be dead. We owe you debt."
"It is our honor to bear the Dragon Clan to your new home," Benjen said, and Fasha stood behind him, nodding in agreement.
"We won't forget,"
Homsa said. It was a simple statement, but there was such weight behind it that St. John had no doubt that the Dragon Clan would truly never forget, provided they survived. St. John was an optimist by nature, but when he thought about all the things his mother had worked so hard to provide within Dragonhold, he wondered how the Arghast would manage to survive in what could only be called an unforgiving land. People may have once lived on the Firstland, but that had been thousands of years ago, and the wisdom of the ancients had perished with them. Who knew what dangers they would face?
"You worry too much,"
Durin said. As he did, though, Pelibor and Gwen took them higher and faster now that they were clear of the keys of Tirhilion. Both gripped the railing, and everyone on board did what they could to secure themselves in the fierce wind. Once the speed and altitude leveled off, it was mostly the wind with which they had to contend. Durin looked a little green, and he paled even further.
"Good luck,"
he said, and walked swiftly away. From the opposite direction came Kendra, and the crowd separated before her just as it did before Hamsa, though perhaps for different reasons. The look on the girl's face made it clear she was ready for a fight. Doing his best to look unconcerned, St. John waited. There had been times in his life when he would have yielded to Kendra to avoid confrontation with her, but those days were past. He respected her, and in some ways he owed her, but he would not bow before her. At least, that was what he was thinking when she approached. With her arms crossed over her chest and fire in her eyes, Kendra stopped. She'd been avoiding St. John since they left the Godfist. Now, though, she seemed unlikely to grant him the same privilege. She said nothing. She just looked at him with an expression difficult to describe. Somehow she conveyed the sense that she was utterly shocked and deeply hurt by something he'd done. Sadly, he'd seen that look before. It didn't take long for St. John to figure out what it was she was so angry about. "I'm not sorry." Pain and hurt seemed to shift towards smoldering fury. "The extra load is too much for Gwen and Pelibor to handle unaided. I did the only thing I could to change that. I loaned Ko to Gwen and the Staff of Life to Pelibor until this voyage is over." Kendra did not seem to hear him. "You give to everyone," she said quietly. "Why is it that you never have anything from me?" The last was said with a catch in her voice, which clearly enraged her further. Stunned, St. John stood gaping like an idiot, and Kendra looked as if she would storm away. That, he knew, would be the worst thing he could let happen. He had to keep her there for a moment longer, and in that instant he let go of his fears. He'd lost his home and most of his family, and it felt for a moment as if he had very little left to lose. Kendra started to turn away from him, but he reached out and grabbed her by the shoulder, turning her back to face him. She seemed surprised by his forcefulness and looked a little confused. The moment would not last, St. John knew. Stepping closer, he continued to pull her toward him, and she looked as if she might protest. Then he kissed her. It was unlike anything he'd ever experienced. She was soft and warm, and for a moment she kissed him back. Then, though, she pulled away. No one on deck spoke, and all eyes were on them, including Gwen's. Somehow the crowd had parted just enough to allow her an unobstructed view. Kendra looked around, and the shock on her face turned back to fury. St. John had just been contemplating trying for another kiss when her right uppercut caught him in the chin. Hitting the deck hard, St. John would forever associate pain in his head and jaw with a taste of Kendra's kiss on his lips. When Alette saw fear in Thundergar's eyes, her own courage fled. Rastus moved alongside her, the hair on his spine standing on end. He pressed up against her leg as if to ask her to protect him. This frightened her almost as much as anything else. Waves of primal fear rained from the skies, along with the compulsion to give up. It was as if the Ferals radiated hopelessness, and Alette prayed they would go away. Had she been on a ship, she would have cast an offering to the sea, despite the fact that she'd never believed in such things. As her father had once said, what harm could it do? With his words echoing in her mind, reminding her that he was gone, Alette willed the tears away and pulled several strands of her hair from her head and tossed them into the clear waters on the stream where they had stopped. Thundergar filled his water flask and motioned for her to do the same. It seemed like an exercise in futility, since they would probably not live long enough to drink it, but she did her best to shake off the melancholy. Some of the feelings were her own, and were more than warranted, but part of her knew it was the influence of the dragons that clouded her thoughts with fear. Moving, taking action, even filling her water flask made her feel the smallest bit better. She would not let the dragons subjugate her will. She would not surrender. Her father had taught her to fight, and that was exactly what she would do. Thundergar, too, seemed to be gathering his strength and will.
We'll never make it across with the Ferals as active as they are, and it would appear they've an army coming ashore as well. Thundergar said in a low voice, barely audible over the bubbling stream. Alette nodded, not trusting her tongue to speak. If we wait for nightfall, we might be able to backtrack without being seen. With any luck, we can walk most of the way back. The grasses will continue to thicken, and though it will take a great deal longer than it took us to get here, I think we'll be able to make it back to the cloud forest. Though the frustration of having to turn back gnawed at her, Alette knew this might be their only hope of survival. No matter what, she did not want to fall into the hands of anyone who'd willingly fight for the Ferals. Truly, these must be black-hearted men. No matter how many times she reminded herself of that fact, though, Alette could not help but think about the fact that they could just have stayed in the cloud forest. This entire trip, all their struggles and trials, had been for naught. It had been a huge waste of effort, which might now be the end of them. A low growl from Rastus pulled Alette from her inner torment, and she went cold, her body responding so strongly to the danger that her skin itched. Thundergar reached out a hand to soothe the cat, clearly not wanting anyone or anything to know they were there. Alette moved a step backward into the shadows and tried to make herself as small as possible. Rastus, now silent but still clearly agitated, followed her in the shadows and hid beside her, proving his wisdom. Branches moved nearby, and flashes of movement could be seen through the trees. Thundergar seemed torn between the desire to run and the desire to hide. After a quick glance at Alette and Rastus, he found a shadowy spot alongside a gnarled tree. Bushes grew nearby, and Thundergar brushed up against one, despite his efforts to keep quiet. The sounds of movement stopped, and Alette held her breath. Whatever lurked amid the trees now knew they were there. Almost instinctively, Alette ran her hand over Rastus's coat, trying to soothe him, and hoping he wouldn't give away their position. An instant later, Alette froze. From between a pair of trees, not a handful of paces away, two dark forms emerged from the forest. At first they looked completely black, but as Alette studied them, her body trembling with fear, she saw a spotted pattern of dark orange and black. Liquid green eyes scanned the area, and whiskers twitched with uncertainty. Even these mighty felines seemed unnerved by the presence of the Ferals. At almost any other place in the world, these would be alpha predators with no natural enemies save man. But here they were in as much danger as anyone else foolish enough to get caught in feral territory. Every instinct told Alette that she should run, and it was all she could do to refrain. Reason disagreed with her instincts, and this time she sided with reason. Her father had often said that instincts should rarely be ignored, but Alette was certain she'd be unable to outrun these massive cats. Rastus pressed against her, no less assured. Even though these cats might be distant relatives of his, it was clear that he expected no quarter. Given some of the cats' fights Alette had witnessed, Rastus was perhaps in greater danger than Alette and Thundergar. Reaching down, Alette once again smoothed the cat's coat. She wasn't certain how much better it made the cat feel, but it made her feel a great deal better. Stepping to the edge of the stream, the cats drank one at a time, leaving the other to keep watch. In this place, even a drink of water could bring a quick death. Ripples appeared in the deeper, darker water downstream, and both cats moved away from the stream. Not wanting to know what was causing those ripples, Alette trembled. When one of the cats looked directly at the shadows where they hid, Alette held her breath once again. The muscle-bound cat remained intent and met Alette's eyes, leaving no doubt that it had seen her. Rastus growled, despite her soothing, and now both cats were looking directly at her. Visions of a slow death drove away what remained of Alette's courage, and she prepared to run, her instincts quickly overpowering reason. Before she could move, though, the waters exploded with activity. A reptilian creature with massive jaws moved through the water faster than Alette would have thought possible, and it lunged at the big cats. One cat sprang into the air, showing agility that belied its size. The other crouched low and swatted at the reptilian eyes. Snapping the air with its mighty jaws, the creature tried to grab the cat's legs, but the other cat landed gracefully and attacked from the other side. Convinced this meal wasn't worth the effort or risk, the mighty reptile slid back into the water and disappeared. The fact that so little depth could conceal such a large predator made Alette want to get as far away from the stream as she could. Only moments ago,
She and Thundergar had been filling their flasks from that stream, and she doubted the outcome would have been the same if the reptile had attacked them rather than the big cats. The cats, too, seemed to have decided this place was too dangerous to stay, but one of them looked back and met Alette's eyes one last time before slipping silently back into the trees. She would have breathed a sigh of relief, if not for the massive shadow now circling them. Seeing the Firstland made a great many things real to St. John. His mother had been there twice, and both times she'd nearly been killed. Now he led a group of people completely unprepared to make a new life there. These people had been desert nomads for the gods knew how long, and St. John didn't feel all that much more ready than they.
"The city of Rye is the place where the Region Dragons lived,"
Benjen said.
"It's also the only place I've any idea of how to get to. I'd suggest starting there."
"Will you come?"
St. John asked. Benjen nodded. Basha glared at him.
"What of the dragon's wing?"
St. John asked.
"Basha can take the wing and see where there are good fishing grounds. The first thing we'll need is a steady supply of food. She won't be able to sail past the Eternal Guardians, so we'll need to clear a supply route. There may be fish in the river as well, so it may be that we don't even need to go to sea."
Her glare intensifying, Fasha said nothing, but her look made it clear that she saw right through Benjen's words. He wanted to keep her safe, and she knew it. It clearly did not please her. Fasha was no delicate flower.
"Even that mission will be fraught with peril," Benjen continued. "When Katrin first came here, she was attacked by Golgi in the wild. If I recall, the creatures nearly sunk the slippery eel."
Basha rolled her eyes, obviously unconvinced. Clear blue skies harbored only wisps of clouds, and a warm breeze blew. The black beaches looked peaceful and quiet. Even when they reached the towering stone spires that jutted out into the ocean and sheltered a massive bay, within all seemed tranquil. Here had once rested a Jean warship, placed there by a mighty wave thought to have originated from a volcanic eruption in the shallows. The distances seemed inconceivable to St. John, having just covered the distance from the Godfist to the Firstland, and he knew the shallows to be nearly as far. The harbor entrance loomed before them, and Pelivor slowly eased them back toward the placid waters below. Each time he had done so with so many aboard had been a frightening experience, and passengers and crew prepared themselves for the sudden slowing of the ship. Gwen had eased off the thrust, but Pelivor had to maintain enough speed to keep them from simply falling from the sky. It was a fine balance.
"Brace yourselves!"
Pelivor cried, the strain clearly audible in his voice, even with his augmented power. The dragon's wing issued a loud groan when she re-entered the water, and the weight of her load shifted forward. The abrupt deceleration and return of the ship's natural motions was sudden and disorienting. St. John gripped the rail, waiting for his body and brain to adjust to the ship's movements. The gap in the spires was more than large enough to admit the dragon's wing into the harbor. He'd heard the story about how his mother and the slippery eel had entered the harbor airborne, and he couldn't imagine it. Just sailing through it was unnerving. In that moment, St. John was glad Kenward had stayed behind. This place held a lot of bad memories for him, and St. John didn't want to see any more added to the list. Fasha was there, though, and it was clear she was reliving memories of her own. She and Benjen had rescued Kenward and his crew from this very place, not to mention the fact that both of them had nearly died the first time Katrin had sailed to the Firstland. Truly, the air around St. John was a riot of emotion. Homsa looked as if he might burst. The eggs had been still for weeks, and he looked as if his will and hope were spent. His people supported him, and that seemed to give him strength, but the man looked older already. Truly, this burden weighed on him. St. John continued to have mixed feelings. Most of the time, he hoped the eggs would not hatch, but he felt guilty for thinking that. That was not what his mother would have wished. It was not what Homsa and his people wished, but it was what St. John wished. The thought shamed him.
"It won't be much longer,"
Benjen said to St. John.
"Once we enter the mouth of the river there, it's not all that far to the Eternal Guardians. Millie is working with Morph to get supplies ready for unloading. We'll just send up prepared food on the first trip. We should be able to get the rest on a second trip, though we'll want to leave a few people behind to keep the wildlife out of our stores."
The reality of what was happening pressed down on St. John's shoulders. The Dragon Clan was settling here, and since he had nowhere else to go, he supposed he and those loyal to him were as well. Hard days were ahead, and he somehow knew he was grossly unprepared. Even with all of that, there was a sense of excitement, a new beginning, a chance to make things the way he thought they should be. It was then that he saw a massive black shark thrust itself from the water to grab a barking seal. The rest of the seals, which had previously been nearly invisible, now barked, hollered, and backed away from the water. St. John's enthusiasm was dampened by the reminder that this was a deadly place, a place of untamed wilderness. The creatures who ruled here were not human. No more sharks showed themselves, and perhaps that was what made it even more terrifying. St. John knew he wasn't alone in moving away from the railing and watching the seas as if the shark might come for him at any moment. The Arghast pressed themselves closer to the deckhouse, and the valley walls seemed to encroach on them. As the sun sank lower in the sky, the shadow grew, and the carvings of massive men stood out in exaggerated relief. Such baleful glares the ancients had left to greet them. It did not bode well, and few words were spoken. No matter how much enthusiasm there had been to end the journey, it was impossible not to be daunted in the face of such imposing architecture. Benjen had been trying to warn the Arghast, via Homsa, of some of what they would see, but nothing could have prepared them for the sight of the eternal guardians. As soon as the ship rounded the last twist in the narrow river valley before the mighty statues, the deck of the Dragon's Wing exploded with activity. A great clamor rose and echoed from the valley walls. St. John didn't think there was anyone living on the Firstland, but it seemed to him that a stealthy approach might have been better. As it was, he saw ripples in the water ahead, great V-shaped formations with the tips pointing toward deep water. St. John couldn't be certain what kind of creatures these were, but he knew they were big and fast.
"Watch the waterline," Benjen called out. "There may be unfriendly wildlife. If anything attacks the ship, kill it."
No attacks came, but the air was rank with anxiety. Fasha did not take the ship any closer to the Eternal Guardians than she had to, and anchor was dropped.
"Lower half of the boats,"
she ordered. It took a moment for the experienced crew to show the Arghast what must be done. The tribesmen, as always, impressed St. John. Given the language barrier, it could be easy to dismiss the nomads as unintelligent, but they had proven themselves to be anything but. They were clever, resourceful, and unbelievably self-reliant. Not a single time during the voyage had one of them asked St. John for help or even an explanation of such unfamiliar surroundings. Gwen stood near the stern, decidedly not looking at St. John. He considered asking Durin to talk to Gwen, to give her the chance to return Ko to him without them actually having to talk, but he realized it was a childish thing to do. Still, it was clear she was furious with him. She'd done nothing but glare at him ever since she'd seen him kiss Kendra. What had he been thinking? Now all he'd done was make things worse. Kendra was also avoiding him, though with her the situation was a bit different. Instead of glaring at him, she wouldn't meet his eyes. It was behavior he'd never seen from her before, and he had no idea how to respond.
"You'll never figure her out standing here,"
Benjen said. Looking up, St. John flushed. Benjen wore a knowing smile. With a nod, St. John accepted his fate and stepped toward Gwen. He tried to ignore it when he heard Benjen say,
"Of course you'll never understand her that way either, my boy, but better to clean the wound than to let it fester."
Gwen looked up as he approached and watched him with an unreadable expression. His steps nearly faltered. His heart raced and his skin felt as if it were on fire. Why did she make him feel this way? And why did he feel so drawn to her when she made him feel such anxiety? His hands reached out involuntarily, wanting to touch her, but she shrank away. Only then did St. John realize what he'd done. It wasn't a good start.
"You did it,"
St. John said finally.
"You got us here in time. Hooray for me,"
Gwen said, looking at her boots.
"If not for you, we wouldn't have made it. You are amazing."
Gwen harumphed.
"I just wanted to say thank you."
"No, you didn't," Gwen interrupted suddenly.
"You didn't just want to say thank you, did you? You wanted the cat back."
The words stung St. John, mostly because they were true. He lowered his eyes. Making a rude noise in her throat, Gwen reached into her pocket, pulled out Ko, and thrust the carving at St. John. Caught off his guard, he awkwardly accepted it.
"I wouldn't have asked for it back if you hadn't freaked out when I tried to give it to you,"
St. John said, and immediately wished he could take the words back. Gwen huffed and walked away, disappearing down a hatch and into the hold. St. John tried to accept the fact that he just never knew what to say to Gwen, and whenever he did open his mouth, he'd say something that even he knew was horrible. Benjen shook his head, but said nothing, for which St. John was grateful. Walking back to the prow, he searched out Pelivor. This would be a great deal easier, he hoped. Pelivor saw him coming and moved to meet him halfway. The deck was bustling with activity, and it took a concerted effort to get to one another. Bearing the staff, Pelivor looked even more regal than usual, and St. John was loath to ask for it back, especially since it seemed to serve Pelivor so well. St. John started to get angry over the situation with Gwen again, but then he forced those feelings back down. Pelivor had certainly done nothing to raise his ire. "It's been an honor to have use of the staff for this short time," Pelivor said. The gaze he cast over the fine wood and the intricate metal heel, complete with dragon ore in the eyes of the subtle serpent, was covetous. Again, St. John wanted to give the staff to Pelivor, to relieve himself of the burden of caring for it and protecting it. Didn't everyone know he was powerless? How was he to protect such precious artifacts when he had no skill with which to wield them? His questions did not seem to matter, as Pelivor thrust the staff back into his hands. Once again, he possessed the greatest power in the world, and could do nothing with it. Chapter 14. Power in the hands of the meek is no power at all. Master Edling. The journey to Rye was something St. John thought might never end. Durin had already made it abundantly clear that he felt the same. In truth, St. John felt guilty for grumbling. The Dragon Clan issued no such complaints. They saw their future here, and it was worth working hard for. It reminded St. John of something his grandfather always said. With that in mind, he shifted the load on his back and used trees along the rain-slicked trail to pull himself up the rise. Always up, St. John thought for an instant, then shook it off. Beside him, Durin slipped and fell. St. John reached down and grasped Durin's hand to help him up. It was then that he saw the movement through the thick trees. Along with the movement came the snap of a branch, and Durin turned with wide eyes.
"Did you hear that?"
"I heard it, and I saw it,"
St. John whispered. Some members of the Dragon Clan also whispered and spoke of something in the woods, which struck St. John as more of a jungle than forest. The vegetation was thick, and it was truly the Arghast at the front of the line who bore the greatest burden. Though they carried no packs, the ring of their blades split the air whenever they encountered growth too thick to traverse. It was at those times that St. John was glad to carry a sack of onions, even if it was a rather large and cumbersome sack. After that incident, the mood of the group changed, and they climbed with an increased sense of urgency. If they were to face the Golgi or some other foe, it would be best to do it from high ground. St. John knew of one such defensible position, though he also knew what else rested there. The very reason Benjen had not wanted Fasha to come. It was not much longer before the procession came to an abrupt halt. St. John thought he saw more movements through the trees, but he could hear little above the murmur that ran through those at the fore. Straining to see, St. John cursed. His view was blocked and would remain so for several minutes. Finally St. John heard the words, "The Vale of the Herald," and not long after he heard, "The Place of Dragons." It was vindicating to have the Dragon Clan confirm that this was indeed the Place of Dragons, though the entire course of events felt surreal to him. Anxiety returned full force when he saw multiple shapes moving through the trees. The shadowy forms did not attack, but it was clear they were monitoring the progress of his party, and it gave him the crawls. Before he could say anything to Durin, the group started moving again, albeit slowly. Each new person who passed the entrance to his mother's vale drew a sharp breath or exclaimed, but all were moved to some reaction. In some ways, St. John didn't want to look, since it was a window into a dark time for his mother. This land had almost killed her twice, and this place had been among her only salvations. Here, her people had been safe, and here alone. It did not escape St. John that this place was very defensible, with high and steep rock walls surrounding the grassy vale. Beyond, he knew, was a massive drop overlooking the hollowed-out mountains. He'd heard about all these things, but seeing them was another experience entirely. So many things that had always seemed distant, ethereal, and perhaps even make-believe were now in front of him. When he laid eyes on the slippery eel, the story struck him over and over, and he found himself gasping for breath. The once beautiful ship told a tale of a nightmare voyage, one that had left her broken, scorched, and bearing massive claw marks. The ship lay on her side, and her masts and rigging were mostly gone. She looked as if she'd been there for ages, yet St. John knew better. St. John was glad that Fasha did not have to see this, her brother's ship, in such a state of destruction. Yet she wasn't destroyed. She'd continued to provide shelter for her crew even after being rendered unseaworthy. It was clear to St. John why his mother had chosen to summon Benjen and Fasha to collect the crew of the slippery eel. Even if the ship could have been fixed, getting her back to the water would have been nearly impossible. Given some of the things he'd seen his parents, Pelivor and Gwen do, he accepted the fact that there might have been some ways it could happen, but even those seemed perilous. The people behind him also wanted their chance to see the veil, and St. John moved beyond the entrance. Like those before him, he was enthralled by the sight of the veil, but had absolutely no intention of setting foot on those hallowed grasses. St. John had considered it since it might make him feel closer to his mother, but the slippery eel demanded his respect, and he chose not to disturb her grave. Behind him, he heard reactions not unlike his own, and he moved forward with grim determination. This was a challenge indeed, on more levels than he had initially realized. Beyond lay a nightmarish landscape, the remnants of his mother's and Kyrion's attempt to save the Regent dragons. Huge circles of earth looked to have been turned inside out, and a forest appeared to have been yanked from the ground and cast across the expansive valley floor. Rising and disappearing into the mists were mighty peaks like none St. John had ever seen. Looking almost like layers of honeycomb stacked on top of one another, the hollow mountains seemed impossible. It looked as if they would collapse under their own weight. Brother Vaughn had once explained to him how miners would leave shafts of the hardest rock in place as supports and take out the softer rock instead. These mountains looked as if that was also the case here, and the structures formed by that hard rock were amazingly intricate and beautiful. As they drew closer, the structures were revealed to be even larger than St. John had imagined. The scale of it was difficult to conceive even when standing at the foot of such a mountain. There was another, less hollowed-out mountain, where there were stairs and much smaller holes cut into the rock face. This, St. John knew, was where his mother had faced Archmaster Belegra, and one entranceway in particular stood out from the rest, the rock surrounding it blackened and scorched. Though that mountain seemed a more sensible place to settle, he decided not to offer any argument when Hamza pointed to this mountain and said, "The place of dragons." Scaling the rock structures proved easier than St. John would have guessed, which was a good thing considering the weight of the packs. He'd considered letting a scouting party go up first, but Hamza had simply started climbing, and the rest of his tribe followed. What had looked completely smooth from a distance proved to be a scored and pocked surface that clearly had been shaped and formed by massive teeth.
"What do you think is up there?"
Durin asked, sounding concerned.
"I don't know,"
St. John said.
"but I don't think there will be any dragons there except the ones we brought with us. At least I sure hope not." "Haven't seen any signs of them, but that doesn't mean they're not here. We should make sure we have an escape route. Maybe we should plan to meet back at, your Mom's Vale if things go wrong. That place always kept everyone safe, right?"
St. John wasn't so certain it had been the veil that had kept everyone safe. It had been the dragons guarding the veil, and those dragons were now gone. Despite his worry, he kept climbing. The structure he'd been scaling brought him to a flat and level plain. More structures extended upward, some allowing access to higher levels, and others branching into a solid stone surface that was presumably the floor of the next level. It amazed St. John that such a place could have been constructed, or rather carved, out of a mountain. The floors were worn smooth in places, and it was clear that there had been many dragons here, and for a very long time. Most of the space was open, and in the distance, the stone ended and open air began. Hamza did not slow. He moved with a glazed-over look in his eyes, and he quickly found another formation that he could climb even with his delicate and cumbersome burden. It had amazed Sinjin that the man had made the entire climb carrying all the dragon eggs, but the Arghast had been unwilling to let anyone else carry them, saying that if anything happened to any of the eggs he had protected for so long, he would likely kill whoever was responsible. For that reason, he said, it was his burden alone to bear, for he would not risk any of those he held so dear. It was difficult logic to argue, and Sinjin had given Homsa an even wider berth to make sure he did not accidentally endanger the eggs. A cold feeling grew in his stomach, knowing he would face Homsa if he decided the dragons could not be allowed to live. It was suicide, he knew, but he also knew that what had happened to Thrakis could not be allowed to happen again. The dragon clan was made up of strong, intelligent, and capable people, and he did not want to imagine them under the control of the Ferals. Level after level was rejected by Homsa, and his people followed without complaint. Durin, on the other hand, was another matter entirely. Though mostly under his breath, Durin continually asked Sinjin why Homsa insisted on climbing the entire mountain. Surely one of the previous levels would have sufficed, Durin insisted, but he did keep moving, for which Sinjin was grateful. He did not want to have to choose between supporting his friend and doing what he felt bound by duty and responsibility to do. He'd come all this way to make sure the eggs Homsa bore would not endanger the world, and he intended to do just that, even knowing he was inadequate for the task. If he died trying, then he would have died in a way that would have made his mother proud. That was the only thought that brought him any solace, that, and perhaps the sight of Kendra. His relationship with her was one he still could not explain, but something had changed. Now when he looked at her, she would blush and turn away. This confused him more than when she had cast him dirty looks and called him names. This somehow felt better, but made it no easier to figure out exactly what it was he was supposed to do. His jaw still ached from where she had slugged him, but if he closed his eyes, he could still taste her kiss.
"You're thinking about it again, aren't you?"
Durin asked, and Sinjin flushed.
"I knew it. I don't get you. That girl has been torturing you for years, and then you up and kiss her, and now here you are daydreaming about her again. What are you, some kind of idiot? Why would you want to be with a girl who kisses you, then punches you in the lip?"
"I embarrassed her," Sinjin said. "I shouldn't have kissed her like that in front of everyone, and that's why she punched me."
"Unbelievable," Durin said. "I think all the punches you've been taking must have wiggled something in your head loose. You're not thinking straight at all. Gwen was always nice to you, and now she storms away at the mere mention of your name. You screwed up, my friend. Bad. I don't know what to do about either of them, and I don't know what I want." "That's pretty obvious."
Sinjin would have said something sarcastic, but then they reached the 7th level of the Hollow Mountain. Here were the signs of a massive battle. Little was left besides weapons and bones, but the scale of it was daunting. This was the largest of the open expanses. Here the ceiling was high, and the spires supporting it megalithic. The supports were also farther apart, leaving large expanses of open space. This was where the Regent Queen had lived. Chunks of stone and rubble also littered the otherwise smooth stone floor, much of which was blackened. The air smelled of sulfur and the sea, and at last Homsa signaled his people to lay down their burdens. Sinjin and Durin did so as well, and Sinjin stretched while Durin complained.
"I'm not sure I agree with Holmes's tastes," he said.
Sinjin wasn't certain he understood either, but was willing to give the man a chance. It was his instincts that had drawn them this far. It seemed a silly time to change that. Homsa wandered, still bearing his burden and looking confused. He'd come all this way, and now he seemed lost. It was a cruel fate. Sinjin watched the man intently, leaving Durin behind and following wherever Homsa wandered. He seemed to have no set destination or even direction, and Sinjin could not understand what guided him, if anything at all. He had a strange feeling then, like nothing he'd ever felt before. It was as if someone were tugging on his belt knife and the buckle on his pants. Even stranger, Homsa moved in the same direction Sinjin now felt pulled. Soon he could almost predict Homsa's movement, and the pulling grew stronger until Sinjin thought his knife might leap from its sheath. Moving his hand to the hilt, he looked around and saw the other Arghast following Homsa and watching him. Sinjin could see swords tugging on sheaths, and he realized the danger. "Wait," he said. Holmes stopped and looked at him without humor. "It's magnetic. Keep swords and knives and other metal objects away from here. Check your swords." It seemed the Arghast had already been aware of the tugging, and they moved quickly to lay down their weapons in an orderly fashion, well away from the tugging pool. St. John had never felt such massive magnetic force before. He'd seen lodestones at festivals, but those could not compare to this, what must be an enormous lodestone at the heart of this mountain. Could this be what Holmes felt he needed? Was this what the dragons had dug into the mountain looking for? He doubted he would have any answers any time soon, save perhaps one. Holmes stopped moving, and looked as if his burden were being pulled straight down. There he sat, and there he laid out the eggs. It was the first time that St. John was able to count them, 24 in all. 35 Dragon Clan members had made the journey. 11 of them would be disappointed. Still, St. John felt a sense of accomplishment for what they had done. If not for their intervention, surely Holmesa and the Dragon Clan would have perished trying to get there. It might be more than a year before the rest of the clan arrived, and St. John could not imagine what would happen between now and then. The events surrounding him were tenuous and uncertain, and he couldn't even say what the next day would bring. Certainty seemed a thing of the past, and even then it had been an illusion. The eggs surrounding Holmesa moved slowly, not like the jerking motions they had displayed weeks ago, but more of a steady, measured movement that left all of them oriented in the same direction. It was a startling and unsettling thing to watch, and Holmesa seemed as surprised as everyone else, but no one spoke. Even Durin, who had come to see what was happening, kept his mouth shut. For many long moments, they stood there, waiting for something to happen, but nothing did. The eggs moved no more, and St. John began to doubt they ever would again. It shamed him that he felt relief, but he did. That was the only eventuality that would absolve him of the choice, and he prayed for continued silence. It was not to be. One of the metallic-looking eggs moved, and the emotion in the room would not be contained. Collectively, the Dragon Clan let out a triumphant roar, but a single wordless look from Holmesa silenced them. This was a time for reverence. This was a time that would be remembered for the rest of eternity. This was the birth of a new age, and Holmesa knew it. St. John could feel the conviction that radiated from the man like sunlight from a clear blue sky. Another long silence held, but this one was less tense. When a different egg moved, those assembled issued a hushed murmur, and Holmesa remained silent, his eyes closed. St. John couldn't understand how the man maintained such calm, or, for that matter, how the man had done any of the things he'd done. He had acted without fear, driven by belief, and he had survived. It defied logic. Yet here he was, sitting in the place of dragons, surrounded by eggs given to him by the Feral Queen. Surely he had claimed his destiny as none before him. St. John was honored to witness such events. Crack! That single sound brought every person within the place of dragons, high in the hollow mountain, overlooking the land of their ancestors, to full attention. The covenant would be renewed, and the Dragon Clan would become the people their legends said they would be. The thought made St. John smile, while those around him pointed to which one of the eggs they thought had made the sound. Crack! Crack! With that, it became obvious which egg was hatching. It rested very close to Holmesa, and he watched it with wide eyes. Even his calm had evaporated. Tense excitement filled the air. Weeks of relentless travel, leaving their homeland, their horses, their lives behind, all of it would have a purpose. The hatching of a single dragon seemed as if it would be enough for them, enough to make all the sacrifice worthwhile. St. John wondered how long that sentiment would last. A sick feeling was growing in his gut, and try as he might, he could not banish it. Through the cracks in the shell, coppery scales moved on something that looked too thin to be a dragon. It was skinny, even in snake terms. Then the tip of it emerged. Perhaps that was the tail, St. John thought, and everyone around him leaned closer, trying to see every detail, to memorize this most momentous event. St. John backed away, the fear in his gut growing. Slipping back even farther, he reached the place where the weapons had been stashed, and there he retrieved his knife. It was sharp and comfortable in his hand, and it should be enough. Staying toward the back of the group, St. John tried to see what was happening. There had been more cracking sounds and excitement building in the crowd, and as people moved, St. John was able to see. The top of the shell was nearly gone, and there did not appear to be any space left within the shell. Slowly, a black wing unfolded itself, coppery fingers tipped with gleaming black claws giving it structure. A bright green eye regarded the assemblage as the head dislodged itself. A thin, metallic neck supported the narrow, angular head. Next came a body nearly as thin. 2 legs followed, tipped with glistening black points that looked ready to rend flesh. Once the second wing was unfolded, the dragon extended itself and let out a shrill cry. It seemed impossible that a creature now as long as St. John's arm, and with a wingspan as wide, could have fit within the egg, and the dragon seemed to grow with every breath, as if unfolding itself. Homsa watched the dragon that was right in front of him, nearly making contact with him. His hands were extended, and he could almost touch the dragon, almost wrap his hands around it. Perhaps he should have waited, or perhaps he should have made some sound, for when the dragon finally realized Homsa was there, the Arghast did not in any way get the reaction he'd been hoping for. Shrieking and springing away from Homsa, the baby dragon reacted as if Homsa were a predator. Other Arghast reached out to it, and it did not exactly fly, but it did jump and flap its wings and managed to avoid capture. St. John watched the whole thing with tense anticipation. He did not raise his hands or reach for the dragon. One hand gripped the hilt of his belt knife, and the other was clenched into a fist, while St. John wrestled with this most difficult decision. How could he know if this dragon was evil or just afraid? As he watched it flit away from all those who reached for it, he suspected the latter, and began to feel sorry for the poor creature. Surely it was hungry. No sooner had the thought entered his mind than the dragon suddenly changed direction and flew directly toward St. John's unprotected face. His reactions were not quick enough, and black claws flashed toward his eyes. Dark, vein-covered wings buffeted him, and even as he reached up, he felt a tail wrap around his throat. What had been a fascinating spectacle had just turned deadly. The scales made a sound like rustling leaves as the tiny dragon used its surprising strength to constrict. St. John choked, and claws dug into his shoulders. He would have cried out if he could. Reaching up, he tried to pry the tail loose, and the dragon struck like a snake, biting his finger. Perhaps it wasn't so unlike the pharaohs after all, St. John thought, and the dragon pecked him on the head as if to scold him. His vision swimming, St. John could see the dragon clan watching him in undisguised horror. All their lives they had dreamed of this moment, and he was ruining it for them. It seemed likely at that point that he would die doing it. Already he could feel his consciousness fading. Doing his best to think calming thoughts, St. John thought he felt the dragon's tail loosening just a little. That made it easier for him to breathe and become truly tranquil, and the tail loosened just a little more. St. John closed his eyes and let his body go limp. The knife dropped from his hand and slid toward where Homsa sat.
"It's killing him!"
Durin shouted, and before St. John could wave him off, his friend was trying to pry the dragon loose from St. John's neck. Durin cried out as the dragon struck him over and over, but still his friend fought to save him, not knowing he was making the situation far worse. Terrified, the dragon constricted further. The world grew dark, and St. John's ears pounded in the moments before he struck the unforgiving stone. Chapter 15. Energy and matter are one. We are beings of energy, stardust, and lightning, and we are eternal. Brother Milo, Cathuran monk. The Maker's Mark had never run lighter, and Becker knew they had lightened the ship too much. She now sat high in the water, and they had lost vital stores. It would have been better to get rid of some of the ballast bags, which were filled with sand, but people had panicked and had tossed aside anything not nailed down. No matter how much he griped, they had made speed. With the wind at their backs, they had outraced the ships that continued to pursue them. These ships were slower than the Maker's Mark, but Becker couldn't help but feel they could go faster. There seemed no sense of urgency from these ships, and that worried him more than anything. When the Jaga finally came into view, they were too far east for his liking. There was only one serviceable port this far out, and it was not the kind of place Becker wanted to visit. A man was as likely to have his throat cut as to get passage somewhere.
"We've outrun 'em this far,"
Mord said.
Let's run 'em up the coast and let them deal with the defenses at Maiden Bay.
It didn't sound like a terrible idea until you really thought about it, which Becker did. They had no supplies, and would need to stop for fresh water if nothing else. The Jaga west of their current location was far more dense and dangerous. Becker had no desire to seek fresh water in that jungle, and he also didn't want it to be his escape of last resort. The thought of dying there drove him to reckless action. Mord be boiled.
Make for the harbor.
"What?"
Mord shouted, waving his arms, his face turning red.
"That's suicide."
It's our only chance,
Becker said.
I know it.
He had nothing to go on but his gut reaction, which, as usual, disagreed with Mord's. This time Becker was ready to fight about it, and Mord must have seen it in his eyes. He hesitated.
They'll catch us if we go west,
Becker said.
and we'll have nowhere to run but the deep jungle. That place'll eat us up in a day, if it takes that long. You've seen it, and you've seen what lives in there. You might as well be thrown to the sharks.
Mord glared, but said nothing.
East of here, the bloom is underway. It won't be a pleasant trip by any measure, but then there's at least the chance we could make it to the heights.
"Through the Jaga and the cloud forest?"
Mord asked, his voice dripping with derision.
Given the choice of traveling through the heart of the Jaga, or the option to simply skirt the Jaga and climb through a forest, I'll take the latter.
Becker could see that the more experienced members of the crew knew he was right. There were still plenty who would question his judgment and who would follow Mord, whether for preference, politics, or simple disagreement with Becker's logic, he didn't know. A moment later, it no longer mattered. From within the Jaga flew a feral dragon. All aboard the Maker's Mark looked silently to Becker. Whether it was out of fear or for tactical purpose, he wasn't entirely certain, but he was grateful for it nonetheless. The dragon, it seemed, had something else on its mind. It circled over the shoreline not far away, and Becker pointed to the east with emphasis. His order was obeyed without question. At least he knew that when it came time to act, the crew would still obey. The dragon dived, then reached out for something. The trees shook and leaves rained, but the dragon came away with empty claws. After 2 lazy turns, the feral struck again, and this time its prey was flushed onto the open expanse of sand along the shoreline. Now there would be no place to hide. This was made all the more horrifying by Becker's recognition of the dragon's prey. He didn't know who the man was, but he recognized Alette even from a distance. Others aboard did as well, and there could be no doubt. The implications hit Becker hard. The captain had been a good man, but by his reckoning, this could only mean he was dead. By the looks of it, his daughter would be next if they didn't do something. With a quick look around, Becker gauged the mood of his crew. Time was running out, and he had only an instant, but he would not send these men to their deaths against their will. What he saw there convinced him, and he shouted, "To Alette! To Alette!" The crew roared in echo, even Mord, and for the first time in a long time, they worked together as a single cohesive unit. Across the water came a stunned and anguished response. She'd seen them as well, and had heard their call. May she take heart from it, Becker prayed, knowing all of them would need a miracle to survive, especially her, the old man, and the cat. Seeing the Maker's Mark was almost more than Alette could take. The dragon attack had come suddenly, and with little warning, and she'd barely had enough time for her brain to register what exactly was happening when she heard her own name being shouted across the water. That was when she had seen the ship she would know anywhere, the ship that had been her home for most of her life. Her heart throbbed with pain, knowing the danger the Maker's Mark was in, and that the crew seemed intent on trying to save her from the feral. It was suicide. An anguished cry escaped her lips, and beside her Rastus growled, low and deep. Thundegar leaned heavily on his staff, having not fared well during their flight from the trees. He didn't look as if he had much left in him, and with the dragon circling above, escape was as likely as being able to put up a good fight. They were doomed. Looking down at her, the feral made eye contact with her as it turned in a lazy circle. The crew of the Maker's Mark made as much noise as they could, trying to distract the terrifying beast, but it was intent. Looking into her eyes, it seemed to read her soul and find it distasteful. Alette didn't care. She just wanted to keep the dragon's attention long enough for the Maker's Mark to flee. She wanted nothing more than for the ship and crew to escape. Her life was not worth risking theirs, and she knew, deep down, that it was likely they would all die. With all the courage she could muster, Alette cast her defiance at the Feral, and the feeling was almost palpable, as if her anger and determination had made the very air inhospitable. The Feral looked down at her with unimaginable fury, and issued a roar that rattled Alette's bones.
"Run!"
Thundergar urged, but Alette stood her ground a moment longer, not wanting the dragon to attack the Maker's Mark. As if reading her mind, the dragon turned on a wingtip, and Alette could almost feel it laughing at her. The cries from the Maker's Mark changed then. Gone was the blustery bravado, and in its place were the cries of people who saw their deaths approaching fast. The dragon circled the ship 3 times before it struck. Showing just how intelligent the creatures were, the Feral aimed for the base of the mainmast and snapped it off as if it were but a sapling. Alette watched in horror as a man jumped from the crow's nest right before the dragon hurled the mast and rigging away.
"Go!"
Thundergar screamed, but Alette couldn't move. One more time the dragon circled, and it struck again. The crew lashed out with every weapon they could muster, but the Feral just ignored them. Swooping in low and with speed, the dragon reached out with its claws and clamped onto the ship, digging into the wood, which groaned and snapped under the intense pressure. Tipping backward, the ship protested loudly as the flying dragon held on and tried to gain altitude. Unable to gain the skies, the Feral issued a frustrated cry and gave one final thrust that sent the Maker's Mark tumbling forward and capsizing the ship. 3 more times the dragon struck the now exposed hull of the ship and made certain she would never sail again. Alette's home was gone, her family dead. Everything she'd ever cared about was gone. Rastus leaned against her in sympathy, and she was thankful that Thundergar and the cat remained. At least she had them. Pain. Thought came later along with questions. What happened? Memory was slower to return, and when it did, St. John drew a deep breath. His airway was clear. His hand reached instinctively to his throat, and though a little tender, it didn't seem bruised or crushed. Either the dragon had lacked the strength to kill him, or it had chosen not to. With that thought, his vision began to focus, and he saw Durin sleeping on the cold stone nearby, only his cloak for a pillow. More senses returned, and St. John smelled fish, raw fish, quite strongly. It offended his already delicate stomach, and got him moving, and that's when he felt the weight on his left arm. Looking down, he saw coppery scales coiled there. Sudden fear raised his heart rate, and he must have made some sound, for Durin came awake with a start.
"It's all right,"
he said, even while rubbing the sleep from his eyes.
"The dragon actually likes you. Now that he's fed, he doesn't bite as much, and he hasn't tried to choke you in a while. He's got some pretty sharp teeth, that one."
It was then St. John remembered Durin trying to save him. Looking more closely, he saw bandages on Durin's arms and hands.
"How badly are you hurt?"
he asked.
"It's not that bad. Millie had a fit, though, and had to clean all the cuts and put hummus root on them."
"Did she make you drink it too?"
"You know she did,"
Durin said.
"That stuff tastes like dirty feet."
St. John would have laughed, but he was still worried about waking the dragon. Durin had said it liked him, but he still wasn't so sure.
"He likes fish,"
Durin said.
"Well, they all do, I guess."
"All?"
"The rest of the eggs hatched,"
Durin said.
"Benjen convinced the Arghast to follow your lead."
"But I didn't do anything,"
St. John said.
"Exactly,"
Durin replied.
"They were all chasing your dragon around, and you just sat there. The dragon came to you because you were calm."
"And did that work for the Arghast?"
"It did,"
Durin said.
"though the fish didn't hurt either. Benjen also suggested they have fish ready for the hungry hatchlings. They started out with smoked fish, but now some fresh fish is starting to make its way up. For desert people, the Arghast have taken to fishing remarkably well."
St. John's dragon shifted and adjusted itself to get more comfortable, then gave a great sigh. Hooded eyes twitched, and the dragon seemed content.
"You won't believe how much those things can eat,"
Durin said.
"It's only sleeping now because it gorged itself. 2 whole fish he ate. I had to cut it up, and I couldn't cut fast enough. I had to let him gnaw on one while I cut the other."
St. John noted that Durin assumed the dragon was male, though he had the same sense. There was no outward sign to easily indicate sex, yet St. John felt confident that this was a male dragon. If there were a female hatchling, would she be the queen? Could there be more than one? Questions filled St. John's mind, and he thought so much uncertainty might relieve him of his sanity.
"Do you think they are like the pharaohs?"
St. John asked, knowing there was no way Durin could tell any more than he could. Neither had any point of reference. Perhaps this was exactly how Thrakus had succumbed to the dragons. It may have started innocently at first, and grown over time once the bond was formed. This bond was not something of conjecture for St. John. Already he could feel it. He and this dragon were bonding. Already he felt the need to protect this frail creature that nuzzled his side. Already he knew that he could not kill this dragon. If this were the creature of darkness, then he was lost. Not wanting Durin to know his thoughts, St. John said nothing of these feelings.
"The Arghast who weren't chosen have been more gracious than you might guess,"
Durin said, not noticing what must have shown in St. John's eyes.
"They vowed to provide for the Draken, which is what they call those with dragons."
Draken. The word raised the hair on St. John's neck, and he looked to Durin, who now seemed uncertain.
"They have a name for you now,"
Durin said after a long pause. St. John watched his friend with a strange sense of anticipation. It should not matter what anyone called him, since that would in no way change who he was. But still St. John felt as if this moment would change things.
"They call you Aldraken."
The title felt heavy.
"It means first dragon,"
Durin said.
"Hamsa said it is the highest honor."
St. John let that statement sink in. What had he gotten himself into? He'd come here to help the Arghast and to make sure the dragons did not threaten the world. And now he'd bonded with a dragon and had become something entirely different to these people. He'd become a part of them. In some ways it helped him to feel as if he had purpose and that he belonged. But mostly it made him feel strange and frightened. So much had changed. Once he'd thought he knew what his future held, but now he couldn't imagine what would come next.
"It looks like you're feeling a good bit better," Benjen said from one side, "and you look far better pink than blue."
"I was just telling Aldraken about what happened after he swooned,"
Durin said with a wicked grin.
"I didn't swoon, and don't call me Aldraken,"
St. John said, and Durin barked a laugh.
"You better get used to it,"
Benjen said.
"The Arghast now refer to you exclusively as Aldraken, and they say it with a wild look in their eyes."
"But,"
St. John said, and his dragon stirred. All three watched the magnificent little creature as its hooded eyes opened, revealing eyes like sparkling jewels, liquid and looking deep. For the first time, the dragon looked at St. John with calm, knowing eyes. Truly, he was lost. If killing the dragon was the right thing to do, he no longer possessed the ability to do what was right. That was the thing that worried him most. Still, in the gaze of this wonderful creature, he felt at peace. He felt as if everything would be as it should, even though things in the world were clearly not as they should be.
"What's his name?"
Benjen asked quietly, seemingly afraid to frighten the dragon.
"I don't,"
St. John started to say, but then he knew. The knowing was absolute and left no room for doubt or conjecture. His parents had taught him the power of names, and he knew this was no small thing.
"Valterius,"
St. John said, and the name felt good as it left his lips. Valterius closed his eyes slowly and gave a subtle nod. Then he pressed his forehead against St. John's side and nuzzled him.
"Valterius,"
Benjen said, and the dragon eyed him with a look full of suspicion and doubt.
"A powerful name indeed."
At those words, Valterius gave Benjen an even less pronounced nod before hiding his head in St. John's armpit.
"I'm glad to see you're doing well. I suggest you rest a day or two and regain your strength. Millie has some broth heating, and I'm going to go down with the fishing crew and see if I can help them catch more fish. Something tells me that we're going to need a steady supply."
Valterius cooed at those words and continued to nuzzle St. John. Durin shook his head.
"I have to admit," he said, "I didn't see this coming."
"Me either," St. John said. Chapter 16. Few things are as dangerous as belief. Master Edling. War was coming. Sensi was a fool. He should have seen this coming. He should have known. Sensi walked faster than he would under any other circumstances. They had been complacent, and now they would all pay the price. Sweat gathered at his brow, and he wiped it away. Entering the Hall of the Forebearers, he ignored the carved representations of the First Council. He'd seen them many times before. Only some of those there to represent the Midlands had seen them before, and the others were still a bit wide-eyed. The stonework and the way the natural colors within the rock had been highlighted to make them look so real were enough to baffle even the most experienced among them. At the center of the room was an ancient table made from the cross-section of some giant tree, one larger than any known to the lands. This, too, was enough to intimidate and amaze. At one side of the table waited the council and the Lord Chancellor. They looked as if they were trying to appear nonchalant. They were failing. Sensi knew he was as well. Opposite them sat Lord Bercheron of the Midlands and his sycophants. Between the groups, and clearly not with either group, sat Onin. He took up as much space as two other men, and those from the Midlands avoided eye contact with him, which was not so different from those from the Heights. Onin had not officially been invited to this meeting, but he couldn't be kept away. It was within his rights as a member of the Old Guard. He and his dragon were granted the same rights and access as the current guard, save to the Lord Chancellor's quarters. Most of the Old Guard no longer involved themselves with the business of the realm, but, then again, most of the Old Guard didn't have dragons, and didn't still actively fly in defense of the trade routes. Onin was an enigma, as was Jerregard. Neither of them fit in or seemed to want to fit in. They simply were as they were, and no amount of pressure from others was going to change them. Sensi poured wine for those gathered, and drank some from each cup before wiping the rim and handing it to his desired recipient. He started with those from the Mids, and they waited to drink. Next he served the Lord Chancellor and the Council. They, too, refrained from drinking. Before pouring himself a cup, Sensi poured for Onin, and walked around the table to serve him. Before Sensi had even walked away, the big man sniffed the contents of the cup, grunted, and downed it in a single gulp. After slamming the cup down on the table, he dragged his arm across his mouth to wipe away the excess. The others avoided looking at him even more intensely.
"Would it be so that we met under less dire circumstances?" the Lord Chancellor said. "Your journey's been long. May this wine quench your thirst and wash away the weariness of your travels."
The formal greeting finished, all but Onin drank.
"It's going to take more than that,"
Onin said, holding his cup out to Sensi and wiggling it just a little. Sensi had every right to be insulted, but he would leave that to the rest in the room. The air sang with tension, and Sensi had to admit that Onin did serve a purpose at this meeting. He gave the Lord Chancellor and Lord Bercheron a common adversary, both in the room and in the Jaga. Sensi filled Onin's cup, and the brute downed another cup and grabbed Sensi's arms, guiding him to fill it one more time before he left.
"Would anyone else like more wine?"
Sensi asked. The fact that no one else had done more than sip the wine only highlighted Onin's behavior.
"The Ferals have been fooling us for some time,"
the Lord Chancellor continued, ignoring Onin.
"We don't know how long, but it appears to have been enough time to amass significant strength."
"How has this activity gone undetected?"
Lord Bercheron asked.
"You've been flying over the Jaga all this time.
How could you have been unaware of this?" "The state of the Black Swamp has remained largely the same for years," the Lord Chancellor said. "We'd see abominations within the swamp, and Ferals flying low, but we never saw any outside the blackness. We knew the men that lived within the Black Swamp had a ship or two, but we never saw more than one of them at a time."
"Then where?"
Lord Bercheron asked.
"Uninhabited islands," the Lord Chancellor said, "in the Endless Sea."
Lord Bercheron didn't say anything for a long while, clearly disturbed by the implications.
"How many ships, and how many troops?" "We don't know," the Lord Chancellor said. "We believe we've only seen a part of their overall strength." "Why don't you send your dragons to investigate?" Lord Bercheron asked. "The same reason that no one in their right mind sails the Endless Sea. It's too dangerous.
Ships and dragons alike tend to disappear within that great expanse. We can't afford to lose dragons. Even flying the trade routes is treacherous. Pharaohs have been seen flying high, and will need all our strength to keep trade open. What do you propose? A coordinated strike, the Lord Chancellor said. A single, pre-planned, and fortified attack with all the supplies and rations needed in place well before the attack starts. Using overwhelming force, we can close the Black Swamp in a vice. Lord Bergeron looked as if he liked that plan not at all. You haven't the slightest chance of taking that swamp on the ground, Onin said, and Sensi winced. On that we agree, Lord Bergeron said. The Lord Chancellor looked as if he might burst into flame. I believe if we come from the air and the ground, we'll have the best chance of solving this problem once and for all. We can set the Black Swamp ablaze and drive them out. All the ground forces have to do is deal with the filth that crawls out. It should be no more difficult than an afternoon hunt. Sensi knew the Lord Chancellor was playing on the Midland's love of hunting, and he doubted it would be enough. There will be a high price, Lord Bergeron said. A lord's ransom in blood. It will be so either way, Onin said. They have the strength to defeat us, or they would still be hiding. What would you have us do? The Lord Chancellor asked Onin, his patience gone. Lie down and die? I would have you think, and then I would have you fight. But you won't fight. You'll sit up here and sip wine while the people of the Heights and the Midlands die. I would ask you to open your eyes and think, but you won't do it. You're blind. Sensi wasn't certain Onin was wrong, but he also wasn't certain his input was all that helpful. The others in the room clearly agreed with him on that point. Ask yourself why the first time we see more than one of their ships, they're damaged, clearly from battle. Must you not then ask yourself who they fought? You're not going to quote prophecy, are you? The Lord Chancellor asked, his voice pained. The signs have come, Onin said. The herald of Istra will come. And even if you think I'm crazy for heeding the warnings of our forefathers, he looked around at the lifelike statues of those very people, then consider the fact that you need to know who they've been fighting, where, and what their strength is. You'll get none of this quickly enough without a dragon. If all you were looking for was permission to take your dragon and go in search of fairy tales, then you should have just said so, the Lord Chancellor snapped. Sensi then saw how clever Onin had been. The Lord Chancellor did not have the authority to tell Onin where to go, but he did have the right to ground any dragon he felt was unfit for flight. It had happened before when an older dragon's frailties endangered the lives of all those around them, including other dragons. Already there weren't enough dragons to keep up with the trade needs, and too few were the hatchlings. The unspoken fear for all those in the Heights came from the knowledge that the dragons' numbers were dwindling. Along with them went the reasons people chose to live in the Heights. They were a dying civilization, even if they didn't want to admit it. Onin's dragon had enough abnormalities that he could have been considered unsafe for flight at hatching, but everyone knew the story of how Onin had saved Jerregard. Go, the Lord Chancellor said. Take your dragon and go. It'll be a pity if you don't make it back. Onin walked from the room, smiling. Standing in what was being called the wind channel, St. John held on to Valterius, his hands wrapped firmly around the dragon's legs. Never would he have believed how quickly the dragons would grow, or eat for that matter. Those responsible for catching enough fish to feed all the hungry dragons were hard-pressed, but those with dragons were in no position to help. It had become apparent that young dragons required constant care, attention, and feeding. To neglect any of these needs was to be pecked, nudged, nipped, or scolded. The ever-growing creature somehow knew its strength, and managed to keep from seriously injuring St. John, but that didn't mean he didn't have bruises to show for his missteps. Benjen had warned that they might not be able to provide sufficient fish for the dragons as the majestic creatures grew. St. John worried more about this than anything else, even as Valterius spread his wings and nearly lifted them both from the ground. The steady and predictable wind here made the place ideal for practicing flying, and Valterius seemed to love lifting St. John enough to scare him.
Part of him wanted to let Valterius go and hope he would come back, but he came from a family of horse trainers, and he'd been warned that he might never see the dragon again if he let him go. It wouldn't be long before he would have no choice but to let the dragon do as it wished. At their current rate of growth, they'd be the size of horses within a week. Valterius continued to fill out, his body no longer thin, yet he flew with ease and confidence. Again Valterius cried out and lifted St. John from the stone. This time he didn't immediately put St. John back down, and there was a sick feeling in St. John's gut as they soared across the hollow mountain toward open air. Never before had Valterius shown so much strength. St. John had underestimated him. Faster they flew, and the time left to make a decision was rapidly running out.
"St. John!"
Doran's voice called from behind them. Time ran out. Trusting his gut and Valterius, St. John let go. Hitting the stone, he rolled and skidded to a stop, a scant distance from the edge. Valterius moved upward sharply when St. John let go, but he quickly corrected and let out a final call before bursting into the skies beyond. Nursing new bruises, St. John watched his dragon disappear into the clouds. It was with great personal pride and purpose that Onan guided Jerregard away from the heights, leaving all the land bound behind him. They didn't understand him, and they never would. The Lord Chancellor thought him daft, and had only allowed him to leave in the hopes that he'd never return. Onan had counted on this, and he didn't care how he'd won that victory, only that he got what he needed, which was permission to fly outside the established trade routes. Onan had pushed the limits for as long as the restriction had been put into effect, but he'd never been at much risk of repercussions. The rules were meant to protect the valuable dragons, and Jerregard did not fit that definition for most. For what was to come, though, he would need the support of the council, and this had given him their approval no matter what their motivations. Though his destination was the Endless Sea, and Onan was more than anxious to begin his search, he couldn't help but do a sweep over the eastern coast of the Jaga. It was beautiful this time of year, at least from above, and he was grateful once again for Jerregard. The two of them had been through more than anyone would ever know. Certainly they had suffered more for the heights than the Lord Chancellor ever had, yet most thought him daft or mad. No one spoke of Jerregard within his hearing, at least no one who wanted to remain alive, but he knew the things people said. They'd never know the selfless service his dragon had provided for longer than most of them had been alive, and that was the rub. He was old, outdated, obsolete. There was no more king, and the old guard were little more than decoration. They no longer served any purpose. Onan had refused to share that fate. He and Jerregard continued to fly flanking maneuvers for the trade flights. Having no official role in the missions left him the latitude to explore along the outer edges of the trade routes. He had seen things there that others would claim were illusions or tricks of the eye, but he'd seen them, and no one had flown as low and close over the black swamp as he and Jerregard. It was not a memory he relished, but at least he understood what they were facing, which was more than he could say for any of those within the heights. The fools thought their problem was confined to the Jaga, and they were about to find out just how large Godsland really was. Riding the thermals, Jerregard took them higher, and Onan wrapped his face in furs. The land looked surreal from such height, and he was once again amazed by the majesty of flight. Slapping Jerregard on the neck, Onan knew his mighty friend barely felt it, but it was easier than swinging a hammer at the dragon's rock-like hide. Looking down, Onan saw a disturbing sight. Dozens of feral dragons swarming over the marshes and jungle. It was like looking down on sharks in the water from above, except these dangerous beasts were in the air. Despite the cold, a bead of sweat formed on Onan's brow. He and Jerregard could handle 1 or 2 ferals, which was the most that had been seen at one time in years. But now there were dozens. They would tear them apart. Guiding his dragon out to sea, Onan cursed when he saw the mass of black ships approaching. This was something he'd hoped to be wrong about, but he wasn't. War was coming, and the enemy had the upper hand. It was his fault. He should have been more diligent. He should have convinced the rest of the old guard to join him in his quest, but even they thought him mad. For too long they had lived under the mantle of symbolic power, and now they were soft and weak and lazy. No help to Onan at all. Still, he should have tried harder. When he saw the dark currents, a chill knifed through him. Moving like a single organism, Clouds of something dark moved with the currents, riding along with the moving water like a ship sailing downriver. At first he thought it might be schools of fish, possibly a migration, but Jerregard took them lower, and it soon became clear that these were large creatures, and definitely not fish. Even from high above, something about these beasts seemed wrong. Onan grimaced. It was even worse than he'd thought. He should go back and warn them, he thought, but then his better sense reminded him that they wouldn't listen. They never listened. Not until it was too late would they act. Even knowing this, Onan cared deeply about the heights, the people and the dragons. In the end, he did as he'd known he'd do all along. Scraped and bruised, St. John stepped up to Valterius with mock bravery. Benjen had told him not to flinch, but he couldn't help it. He already felt Valterius's displeasure. It was clear now that Valterius and his 23 brethren were not feral dragons, nor were they regent dragons. They were also not verdant dragons, which were described as four-legged behemoths. It was generally agreed that these dragons were the offspring of Kyrian and the feral queen, a mixture of feral and regent. Benjen had been the one to suggest that they be called regal dragons, and the name had stuck. Now, though, Valterius didn't seem as much regal as he did dangerous. Perhaps it was his feral blood shining through. All St. John wanted to do was lay a piece of soft cloth over the dragon's back, but you would think he was trying to kill him. The two were bonded, and it was clear that St. John intended him no harm, and still the dragon refused. When Valterius had returned with his own fish, and had come to St. John once his belly was full, St. John had thought his dragon trained. The next few weeks had proven him wrong. Most of the Draken had already acclimated their dragons to saddle pads, and some had even managed something akin to a bridle, though no one had attempted to get a dragon to accept a bit. They had all followed his lead thus far. Though having Valterius returned from fishing on his own had been a major victory for St. John, he still knew he was losing what respect he'd had with regard to training his dragon. The Draken trained in the same area, and there were no secrets. Successes were celebrated together, and failures were seen by all, especially St. John's failures. The last few had been rather spectacular, and he wasn't certain if people were rooting him on or hoping to see how he would fail next. St. John just prayed Valterius didn't kill him. Valterius looked down at St. John in a way that dared him to take another step. He was large enough to overwhelm St. John and fly away, but that did not appear to be his desire. At the same time, he clearly did not want St. John to saddle him. No matter what St. John tried to put on Valterius, the dragon would have none of it. This time would be different, he told himself, though he squinted and tensed when he approached. He'd already tried letting Valterius smell the cloth, which had resulted in a sound rebuke, one that had left St. John's ears ringing and his ribs hurting. Tucking his wings and twitching his tail, Valterius lowered his head, looking ready to strike. "Easy," St. John said. "Easy there. You know I won't hurt you." Apparently that matter was still in question, since Valterius struck him, closed-mouthed, with a force that made it feel like a hammer blow. Falling backward, St. John tried to catch himself, but still he hit the stone hard, driving the wind from his lungs. "The best ones are always the toughest to break," Benjen said. "If they weren't, you wouldn't appreciate it as much." St. John had heard that before, and it hadn't helped the first time either. "You're gonna have to blindfold him," Benjen said. "I don't think that's gonna happen," St. John said, and Benjen held his tongue. "I need to try something different." Valterius watched him approach, clearly dubious. St. John held nothing in his hands and nothing behind his back. Valterius was far too clever for that. Though clever, he could not speak in St. John's mind as Kyrian had with his mother and a few other rather unwilling communicants. In some ways that comforted St. John, since that made it less likely that regal dragons could control the minds of men, but it also presented St. John with his current problem. He was failing to clearly communicate his intentions. It was something his grandfather had taught him and that Benjen echoed, but that didn't make it any easier to accomplish. Steadily he approached, his hands outstretched. His well-muscled side heaving, Valterius watched, his flicking tail indicating his agitation. St. John just remained calm and laid his hands on the dragon's side. Almost instantly Valterius calmed. Unmoving, St. John used the physical bond to communicate with the dragon, as his mother had once done with horses. He didn't know if he was doing it correctly, but the fact that Valterius hadn't stepped on him or smacked him with his tail was an encouraging sign. Reaching up, he put his hands higher, and Valterius leaned into him. For a moment, St. John worried the dragon might bowl him over, but it remained only a gentle push. Again, he moved his hands higher until his fingers crossed over the ridge of the dragon's back, the scales smooth and cool under his touch. Hooking his fingers over that ridge, in front of the wing structures, St. John pulled gently, applying only slight pressure. Then he pulled again, using greater force. Gradually he built up the amount of force he was using until he was doing pull-ups. With a suddenness that startled all who watched, St. John pulled himself up and swung his leg over the dragon's shoulder. Straddling the dragon was surprisingly comfortable, and St. John fit well against the dragon. He felt secure and could wrap his hands around Valterius's neck. Pleased with the progress, St. John pushed down and raised his right leg to dismount. Valterius had seemed mostly at ease up until that moment, but to this move he objected. Dropping down and rising back up sharply, Valterius helped St. John reseat himself. Then, without warning, he spun and started running. St. John wrapped his arms around the dragon's neck and held on as best he could, his perch no longer feeling safe or sturdy. Other dragons reacted to Valterius's calls, and soon all the Draken had agitated dragons on their hands. Many turned to St. John and Valterius with looks of exasperation and irritation, but most just did their best to get out of the way. St. John could hear the shouts, but could discern nothing. Once more he considered leaping from Valterius's back, but the dragon's speed was remarkable, and they were nearing the edge. Looking back to when Valterius had first flown on his own, St. John once again decided to trust his dragon and abandon his fear. An instant later, when Valterius leaped into the open air, he reconsidered that decision. Valterius did not soar on outstretched wings as St. John had imagined. He trimmed his wings, and they dropped like a stone. Feeling his guts pressing against his chin, St. John did what he could to hold on and not faint. The view was incredibly beautiful, and yet more terrifying than anything he'd ever seen. Valterius issued a shrill cry that this time sounded jubilant. He was sharing his favorite thing with St. John, and he was doing it his way. The message was clear, and St. John wondered at the fact that he understood. It was not what his mother and Kyrian had shared, but it was something, and he latched onto it as hard as he clung to Valterius's neck. He was surprised he wasn't restricting the dragon's breathing with his death grip. It was an awkward moment when he realized that he probably was, and he eased his grip. He received a vague sense of relief in return. It was not a mental image or anything like that. It was more from Valterius's posture and movements. Still they fell, and the wind threatened to tear St. John from where he sat. At that moment he would have liked nothing more than a smaller version of his mother's saddle. Forested foothills raced toward them like a giant hammer ready to smite them. Even in his terror, St. John couldn't help but notice the stark contrast between the natural beauty of this place and the vast swaths of land that had been devastated by armies, a monstrous battle, and the death of far too many dragons. Nature would win out in time and reclaim that which marred the landscape, but the history would remain. The place of dragons was not without a painful past. It was a strange thing to think in the moments before certain death, but it kept him from fainting. At what seemed the last possible moment, Valterius spread his wings, opening them slowly. St. John was pressed down hard into the dragon, and the trees whisked beneath them at unbelievable speed. Keeping his head and body low to his dragon's neck, he ducked his head. Tears ran from his eyes from the speed. For a moment there was a flash of bright white, then dark blue. They were over the sea. St. John tightened his grip, probably a little too much, and prayed Valterius didn't drop him in the sea. He'd seen the monsters that lurked in those waters, and he wanted nothing to do with swimming in such dangerous seas. All of which assumed he would survive the fall at such speed, which was unlikely. St. John had never considered himself a brave person, but he did his best to overcome his fear. Valterius shifted his course and turned toward where St. John could see a dark shape in the water. Whatever it was big. Fear continued to build, making him want to squeeze tighter, but he fought the urge, not wanting Valterius to black out. That would be the end of them both, especially with large creatures in the waters around them. Even if they survived the fall, they would likely be eaten, a thought that was almost too much for St. John, but he kept his grip loose enough to allow the dragon to breathe. About when he thought he might be able to identify the type of monster to which Valterius wanted to feed him, the shadowy thing broke apart. It took a moment to register, and St. John chided himself for not realizing sooner. When Valterius hit the water, most of the school had dispersed, but one gleaming green, blue, and silver fish lay right in the path of the dragon's claws. The impact jarred St. John forward, and he nearly lost his grip. After that, Valterius pumped his wings vigorously to gain altitude, despite the heavy load. The fish was huge, and St. John wasn't certain all three of them would gain the air. The seas grew more distant, though, a testament to the dragon's mighty effort, and they were soon sailing on thermals that rose along the strip of sand. Every part of St. John tingled, and his arms felt weak. He hoped Valterius wouldn't make any more sudden moves, since he wasn't certain he'd be able to hold on. The dragon seemed a bit smug, and St. John sensed something of a rebuke as they returned to the hollow mountain. He hadn't trusted Valterius. He'd expected Valterius to trust him to put a saddle on him, yet he hadn't returned that trust. "I'm sorry," he said as they glided back into the hold, where a crowd stood watching and waiting. St. John could sense the anticipation even from the air. This was a moment that had been foretold. Aldraken had flown his dragon. St. John hoped this would redeem him in the eyes of the others. A moment later, the crowd parted, and Valterius landed gracefully. The fish he transferred to his jaws, and he walked to the area designated for him and St. John, just as he always did when he returned with a fish. St. John remained where he was until Valterius stopped. The dragon then turned, and looked at him as if to indicate that he was holding up the meal. The dragon had gathered round, and St. John felt as if he should say something, but the dragon's glare convinced him to dismount first. Pushing down with his hands, St. John attempted to swing his right leg over the dragon's back, but he didn't get it clear of the ridge, and he lost his balance. As a result, instead of a graceful dismount, he turned and slid, upside down, to the cold stone. Looking at the inverted faces watching him, St. John had to accept the fact that in his role as Aldraken, he might be something of a disappointment. Chapter 17. Extreme thoughts yield extreme actions. Emetery, slave. Standing before Valterius, St. John questioned the sanity of trying, once again, to saddle the dragon. Still, he knew they needed the ability to fly together. Though he had never aspired to riding dragons, he knew it was what he must do now. Part of it was the weight of responsibility left behind by his mother, and part of it was to feel closer to her. No matter how much time went by, he missed his parents terribly, feeling the gaping hole inside of him. Working with Valterius eased that weight, and gave him the satisfaction that he was, at least, doing something positive, something his parents would have been proud to see him do. Durin and Benjen stood nearby, ready to help, as always. Kendra also watched from not much farther away, but didn't want St. John to know she was watching. She had taken on the role of huntress, and was revered for her ability to provide skins, meat, and leather. A tannery had sprung into existence on a lower level, and those dragon clan who were not Draken worked to provide the materials necessary to construct saddles. It was a more difficult process than St. John had initially imagined. He'd always taken for granted the materials available on the Godfist, and those skillful hands that turned raw materials into thread, needles, thimbles, candles, and the like. Here on the Firstland, they had access to only the raw materials, with the exception of what they had brought with them. Already he was considering asking Benjen to sail back to the Godfist for supplies, and to check on the progress of the ships. All of these things ran through his mind, while he stood with a leather strap in his hands, one that he needed to put over Valterius's now mighty neck. The dragon continued to fill out, and he ate more than any creature St. John had ever seen, but he'd stopped growing longer or his wings wider. Still, he looked at the strap with distaste. Knowing he would need to do something different this time, St. John tried to remember all the things Benjen and his grandfather had taught him about horses, but he found nothing in his memory to aid him. It occurred to him then that his mother had taught him some things about animals as well, though seemingly not in as intentional a fashion as the men had taught him about horses. She had told him stories of the things she'd experienced, such as her adventure with Curly, the cross-eyed bull, but it was another story that gave him inspiration in the end. Taking one more step forward, St. John saw Valterius adopt a defensive posture, a sure sign that he wanted nothing to do with the strap. Then St. John sat on the stone before Valterius, closed his eyes, and held the length of leather. Nothing happened for a long time, and St. John was certain that he was, once again, making a complete fool of himself, but he could think of nothing else to do. Around him the hold was silent, save the rush of the wind. Feeling silly, and more than a little in jeopardy of being stepped on, St. John was about to open his eyes when a puff of warm air hit his hands and the top of his head. Through sheer strength of will, he kept his eyes closed and waited. In his mind, he pictured himself on Valterius's back, a leather saddle beneath him, and straps securing him so he didn't have to choke Valterius to stay in place. There was another long silence, but then there came a muted snuffling sound as Valterius sniffed the strap. The dragon snorted, and St. John heard the mighty beast recoil. For a moment, he thought he'd failed again, but he remained silent, his eyes closed. He held the strap in the air. In his mind he pictured them flying together. All he wanted to do was share the skies with his magnificent companion. It came as a shock when Valterius snorted again, and the strap was yanked from St. John's hands. Slowly he opened his eyes, hoping he wasn't about to be rebuked. Before him Valterius stood tall and proud, the leather strap now draped over his withers. Never before had he so resembled the regal name, and he looked as if he wore the strap with great pride, something St. John had trouble understanding. He tried dozens of times to put something over the dragon's withers, and always he'd been rebuked, but now the dragon beamed with pride. There had been only one difference. Valterius, not St. John, had decided, and apparently that made all the difference in the world to the dragon. In a behavior that St. John hadn't seen before, Valterius strutted before the other dragons, many of which already bore trappings of saddles in progress. St. John wasn't certain how the other dragons and Draken would react, but all of them showed Valterius great respect and deference. For the first time, he heard the name Aldrak whispered, then chanted as Valterius stood before the open air, silhouetted before bright blue skies. The dragon spread his wings and gave a triumphant call that was returned by all the dragons. St. John knew then that, as Aldraken, he did not command reverence and respect, but as Aldrak, his dragon did. It was a humbling moment, but it taught him something. He and Valterius complemented each other, each strong where the other was weak. Valterius then resumed a more humble posture and walked back toward St. John. He'd once imagined that dragons would walk awkwardly, like many birds, but Valterius moved with fluid grace and economy of movement. When he returned, he bowed his head to St. John, who had no idea what to do. Everyone was watching them, yet he did what his heart wanted him to do. He wrapped his arms around the dragon's neck and gave him a hug and a couple of pats on his neck. It was something he'd seen horsemen do with their favorite steeds, and it seemed appropriate. Valterius sheltered St. John within his wing and arched his neck, his head hovering over St. John, daring anyone to threaten him. When he released his dragon and turned around, St. John saw the Draken approaching. Many of them had made a great deal more progress in making their saddles than St. John had, and each of them approached with parts of the saddles they had created for themselves. These items they presented to Valterius by sitting cross-legged and holding their contributions above their heads. They had been watching. The dragon gave each gift equal consideration and inspection, his great waffling sniffs causing some to giggle. To each he gave a gentle nudge of thanks with his forehead. For some the gesture was too much, and they had to be helped away by their brethren. The Draken paid respect to St. John as well, but it was Valterius who commanded that respect. Soon all the components St. John needed for his saddle lay before Valterius. By their Argast heritage, the Draken were practical people, and once the needed saddle components had been given, people gave other items they thought would be needed for flying. One woman gave a leather water flask with straps to easily bind it in place. Another gave a coat made of deer hide, and two men presented supple but warm boots they had crafted together. It was as strange a feeling as St. John had ever felt, as he stood by his dragon's side and watched the draken show him their respect. The gifts were generous beyond anything St. John had ever received, even if indirectly, given the scarcity. These objects were the things that the draken had poured all their resources into creating. These were the hopes and the dreams of the dragon clan, and perhaps the Arghast collectively. St. John couldn't claim to understand the Arghast legends and beliefs, yet he was now deeply entrenched in them. He came to know then how his mother must have once felt. He was part of something over which he had no control and very little understanding, yet his actions would write history. The pressure of it made him tremble. After the gifts had been given, the draken came to St. John. He stood before them, humbled and a little shocked. They had all just effectively ignored him in the moments before, but now he realized that they saw things differently. The respect they showed him now made it clear the insult was only perceived. St. John reminded himself to be careful of that. He was among a community whose rules he did not know, and whose traditions were a mystery to him. If only someone could tell him exactly what it was he was supposed to do. The world was falling apart, and he knew so few of the things needed to make any difference whatsoever. Yet here were these people standing before him.
"May we help you assemble your saddle?"
Michaela asked, Arakan at her side. The two had continued to grow in power and influence, and they wore it well. St. John was proud of his mother's choices. Though he missed her dearly, she had, in many ways, made this easier for him. Even if he did still face insurmountable challenges, she'd done what she could. No one could have predicted what the future held, even those who seemed to have some uncanny ability to catch glimpses of the future. Her struggle was over, it seemed, and his had only just begun. Numb, Alette followed Thundergar and Rastus in a haze. Only the light of comets and the moon shining through the patchwork of clouds lighting their way. Thundergar looked over his shoulder, looking near worn out but still determined. What looked like annoyance crossed his face for an instant, but it was replaced by concern and empathy.
"I'm sorry."
Alette said nothing. There were no words. She did meet his eyes, and there was an apology in them.
"Do your best to keep up,"
he said. It was pointless, Alette knew, but Thundergar would not give up. He would persist until they died horrible deaths in the swamps and marshes. There was no cover between the jungle and the cloud forest, only open expanses of marsh, swamp, and desert, and there would be no place to hide. With ferals in the skies, those were the last places they should go, but still she could find no words. Something inside of her was broken, and she wasn't certain it could ever be mended. The pain was unbearable, and only the need to survive, driven by primal instinct, kept her going. Already the trees were thinning, and the marshes could be seen through the gaps. Despite her thoughts, she continued to follow, unwilling to let Thundergar and Rastus go, yet unable to make them stay. Not long after the trees were left behind, they found their canoe, which had been mostly claimed by the grasses. Even if there had been large enough channels to row through, getting it out intact looked like an impossibility. Thundergar gave her a wistful look and shook his head before moving on. Again, she wanted to speak out, to plead with him to stay in the jungle where they at least had some chance, however slim, but still she could not. Tears of frustration flowed freely.
"Are you all right?"
Thundergar asked when he next looked back. Alette shook her head.
"Can you tell me what's wrong?"
Again, she shook her head. Thundergar was about to ask another question, but he went silent when the light around them shifted. He cast his gaze to the skies, and Alette did as well, feeling like a squirrel looking for the hawk. When she saw a dark shape block the light as it moved across the skies, she couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Waves of fear washed over her, and her strength fled. Thundergar had said that ferals didn't fly at night, and that he, Alette, and Rastus could hide themselves within the grasses during the day. She'd been skeptical of his plan from the beginning, knowing the sands waited beyond, and the thought of being buried in the sand along with the snakes and scorpions frightened her almost as much as the black swamp did. Now knowing the dragons could and did fly at night, the plan seemed hopeless. They'd be lucky to make it back to the trees. She knew they were scant protection, but they were preferable to the wide openness of the marsh.
Silently he pointed back the way they had come, and they moved with all the speed they could muster over the unpredictable and spongy landscape. Thundergar took a bad step and slid up to his knee in mud. Twice he tried to pull himself free, but the quagmire held him fast. Grunting, he tried again, and Rastus huddled nearby, crouched low, his ears folded back. When Alette heard the first growl, she thought it was Rastus, but the cat sat trembling before her and was incapable of issuing a growl as deep as the next one she heard. This one sounded like drums being played in a cave, and she could feel it as well as hear it. Thundergar's movements became more frantic, and Alette reached out to him, trying to help him pull free. There was a long sucking sound, and they both fell backward, Thundergar's bare foot suddenly free of the mud and his boot. Before either of them could move or react, the big cat struck. Rastus let out a high-pitched howl, and one of the much larger cats squared off with him. More cats came, and Thundergar pushed himself backward with his hands and feet. Alette could not move quickly enough, and a massive paw struck her in the face, the claws only a hair's width from raking her eyes. Sent tumbling backward, Alette was separated from Thundergar and Rastus. She could see their forms struggling in the comet light. Dividing them was the shape of the cat that stalked her. Thundergar screamed, and Alette yearned to be by his side, defending him. A moment later, Rastus issued a terrifying sound, and Thundergar's cry suddenly rose in pitch and intensity. The menacing darkness moved closer, crouched low and silent, its muscles bunched and ready to release. Faced with the most difficult and painful decision she'd ever known, Alette shamed herself and the memory of her father and the memory of the Maker's mark. Thundergar was lost, and so was Rastus. She could not save them, and she chose instead to save herself. "To be a coward," part of her screamed. Again the darkness flying through the skies blotted out the comets, and Alette ran. Behind her she could hear the grasses parting as the land-bound Black Death descended upon her. Just before she expected to feel the bite of tooth and claw, Alette turned and fell, looking back at the rapidly approaching cat. For some reason unknown to Alette, the beast slowed and regarded her. There was no friendliness or charity there, only a bit of curiosity. Quivering, Alette stared into the eyes of death, and she pleaded. "Not me," she said with her eyes. "Not me. You don't want to kill me. Not me." Another of Thundergar's cries split the air. "Not me." The cat blinked, then slowly turned, and walked back toward the others. Alette ran. Creating a comfortable space within the hollow mountain, where there was naught but rock and more rock, was a challenging thing indeed. The few items they had brought with them were strewn about with nothing that resembled real order. A small fire circle surrounded by melon-sized rocks was the most organized thing in their camp. It seemed odd to camp within a mountain, but they were far from settled. It would take years to establish the services and materials needed to replicate things they had taken for granted on the Godfist. Here there were no mines, no forges, no mills, no farms, nothing but unfriendly wilderness. Only the discovery of what people were calling stockweed gave Durin any hope for establishing some order in the short term. Stockweed grew in large quantities and was relatively easy to harvest. When mature, the stuff was as big around as Durin's forearm and twice his height. Each stalk was hollow and segmented, forming natural chambers as long as Durin's arm. Beyond the obvious utility for creating containers and vessels, he saw unlimited potential using the stalks as building materials. After dragging an armload of stalks from the forest to their camp, Durin wiped the sweat from his brow and took a few deep breaths. His back ached, but the hard work felt good, and he knew the effort would be worthwhile in the long run. He smiled, remembering how he had gone to such lengths to avoid the work Miss Maris had assigned him. Now he knew how good it could feel to have worked your hardest and to have something to show at the end of your labors. St. John and the other Draken had their hands full with the dragons, which put even greater burden on everyone else on the Firstland. Those without dragons had little choice but to support themselves and the Draken at a time when just keeping themselves fed was difficult enough. For once in his life, Durin applied himself to finding solutions to the problems his people faced. It was strange to him that the Arghast had existed on the Godfist all along, albeit separately, and now he lived among them in a different land, and was coming to know them as he never had before. These were good, kind, hard-working people, and they deserved the very best from him. Miss Maris had deserved the very best as well. It had just taken time for him to realize it.
With so many thoughts and ideas competing for his attention, Durin found he didn't even remember much of the climb back down to the forest. Once there, he didn't simply harvest the stockweed as others were doing. He explored other parts of the forest where the stockweed didn't grow. Stockweed tended to grow in isolated clumps where nothing else grew. Durin had enough stalk to work with and needed something to bind it. Rope was in precious short supply, so he looked for a substitute. Already he'd seen others using thick vines to tie bundles, but those vines were brittle and had seemed more trouble than they were worth. Watchful of his surroundings, he wandered into the forest. Small creatures moved within the underbrush, and not being able to see what they were nearly made him flee. Only the fact that whatever it was fled from him kept him moving forward. St. John and the others had urged people to forage in pairs, but he'd been paired with Kendra, and she wasn't much for foraging. She'd also made it quite clear that he was not well suited to hunting. In the end, it was easier to just go alone and stay fairly close. Still, he found himself farther from the base of the mountain than he'd intended, and he froze at the sound of a nearby branch snapping. Pressing himself against a towering oak, he looked around nervously. A shadow detached itself from a nearby tree. Durin was about to run, but the form was familiar. "You're gonna get yourself killed coming out this far alone," Kendra said.
"I heard you coming, didn't I?"
"Only because I let you know I was here," she said. "Did you know you have a habit of talking to yourself? It's very informative." Durin flushed at the comment, trying to remember what he might have said. Odds were that he'd said something uncomplimentary toward Kendra. Her looks certainly implied that was the case.
"I thought you didn't like foraging."
"I don't," Kendra said. "I'm not foraging. You are. Sneaking up on you is far more fun."
"And so much more useful,"
Durin said. Kendra just raised an eyebrow.
"Why did you even come here? It sure doesn't seem like you want to be here. You could have stayed on the Godfist. In fact, you could have stayed in the Greatland. So why come here? I wonder—"
"Shut up," Kendra said. Durin was in no mood for her abuse.
"No, you mope and complain and whine, and I'm sick of it."
He'd half expected to get punched for his words, but all he got was silence in return. When he looked back, she was turning away. Was that a tear he saw on her cheek? She didn't give him the chance to find out as she disappeared into the forest.
"Women,"
Durin said. Watching the Draken work together to assemble St. John's saddle and everything he could possibly need to fly, St. John felt unworthy. He'd done nothing to earn such devotion, yet he tried to receive it gracefully. When Michaela insisted on adding a stirrup cup and strap to secure the Staff of Life, and another set of straps near the pommel to hold Ko, St. John didn't object, despite his misgivings. The additions wouldn't hurt anything, and no one else needed to know how he felt about the staff and Ko. Both items seemed to require things from him that he did not possess, especially power. Always they reminded him of what he was not. There was one thing that he did have now that changed the equation and caused his thoughts to diverge from their familiar tracks. Now he had Valterius, and a saddle made with such care it brought tears to his eyes. He had the power of his mind, and that would have to be enough. At long last, there was nothing more that could be done to prepare. All that was left was for Valterius to don the saddle. Even though the dragon had accepted the gifts, St. John still worried he would refuse. This was far more than a simple leather strap. The dragon's stance was neutral as St. John approached, carrying the saddle and dressed in overwarm leathers. St. John would have held the saddle over his head and let Valterius try to put it on himself, but it was simply too unwieldy, and there were far too many straps and other bits that needed to be just so. St. John was amazed at how much the Argast had picked up on the construction of dragon saddles in such a short time with access to Kyrian and his mother's saddle. The skills they possessed for making horse saddles largely translated, and the craftsmanship was without rival. These were remarkable people indeed. Valterius sniffed the saddle and gave a satisfied woof. St. John thought again of him and Valterius flying together, comfortably. The dragon then presented his withers. It was as clear a message as St. John was likely to get, and he wasted no time. Michaela and Arakan approached Valterius, and he pulled his wings back, presenting his breast to them. It was a sign of implicit trust. The two bowed in deference and helped St. John secure the girths and breast collar, which would help keep the saddle from sliding backward.
The bridle worried St. John the most, but it had no bit, and he hoped Valterius would not take offense. Standing before him, bridle in hand, St. John presented it to his dragon. Valterius eyed the item with suspicion, as if it had changed in nature since he'd accepted the gift. Sniffing tentatively, he gave a snort, and St. John wasn't certain he approved. Still, he held out the bridle and moved closer to Valterius's head. To his surprise, the dragon slid its mighty jaws into the leather loop. St. John pulled the crown piece over horned ridges and cinched it snug. Braided reins he pulled back to the saddle, and Valterius lowered himself to allow St. John to easily mount. Durin came with the staff and co, and St. John secured them out of respect for Michaela. Durin whispered,
"It scares people that you leave these things laying around. Do me a favor and just keep them with you. Besides, the staff makes you look more leaderly, if that's even a word."
Once he was strapped in and secure, St. John tested his mobility and smiled. The saddle kept him completely secured and still allowed for a limited amount of movement. Perhaps not as much as his mother had enjoyed in her much larger saddle, but she'd also had a much larger dragon. What St. John had fit him and Valterius perfectly, and he'd never felt such excitement. He knew what a rush it was to fly, but now he would get to experience it without the constant fear of death. Maybe it was his imagination, but he could almost swear Valterius was laughing at him. In the next moment, though, the dragon reared up to his full height, not touching the roof of the chamber, but close. With his wings extended, he flapped just enough to send swirls of sand and dust into the air. St. John felt as if he would fall over backward at first, but the straps held him firmly, and he relaxed. All those within the hollow mountain gathered to watch as Valterius walked toward the opening. The dragon took his time and seemed to enjoy the sense of drama he created. St. John chuckled that his mighty dragon was also a bit of a show-off. Perhaps Valterius sensed St. John's mirth, for he suddenly leaped from the stone and flapped his mighty wings before they had actually reached the edge of the chamber. Rough-hewn stone that looked almost smooth from below proved to be jagged and pocked when seen from up close, far too close for St. John's liking. Pressing himself down low to the dragon's neck, he could almost hear Valterius laughing. St. John reminded himself to be careful of his thoughts around Valterius. The dragon could sense perhaps more of St. John's thoughts than he could the dragon's. All thoughts vanished when the stone surrounding them disappeared, and once again St. John knew the exhilaration of flight. This time, Valterius did not head toward the sea. Instead, he skimmed the trees and hugged the valleys, allowing St. John to get a much better view of the lands surrounding the hollow mountain. At first, there was the devastation left by the battles, but then they moved into lands untouched by battle or human hands for thousands of years, and still there were traces of that ancient past. Carvings adorned mountainsides, and parts of the forest bore symmetrical shapes that resembled the remains of cities and towns. Here and there a mighty statue remained, but few were recognizable beyond vague shapes, the details lost to the ravages of time. Movement within the trees caught St. John's attention, and he spotted Golgi on the hunt, working as a pack to drive their prey, in this case a young buck deer, into a narrow ravine. Valterius swooped in low and gave St. John a better look. Though there was resemblance between the Golgi and the demons, the Golgi appeared much more natural. The demons were like Golgi that had been fouled in some way, and the thought made St. John's stomach spasm. Soon, though, the Golgi were left behind, and rugged coastline came into view. Valterius executed a long, sweeping turn that gave St. John a view of caves dotting the coast, some partially submerged in water, others higher on the cliff face. Seabirds flocked to those cliffs, and St. John ducked as some flew too close. Out to sea, St. John spotted the dragon's wing returning from another fishing foray. He noted that it was far too pretty a ship to be relegated to life as a fishing boat. He was glad the role was only temporary. Eventually the ships from the Godfist would arrive, and those could be converted into fishing vessels, but St. John thought they might need to build a ship or two in the meantime toward that purpose. A storm loomed in the east, and white caps dotted the seas. Valterius took them higher, allowing St. John to see all of the first land at one time. It seemed smaller than he would have thought, but he had no other reference point. He'd never seen any other land from the skies. Still, it gave him the sense that it was half the size of the Godfist, more than large enough for their needs, and though there were Golgi and other natural predators, the place appeared safe enough. The people aboard the dragon's wing shouted and waved as Voltarius flew low over the bow. St. John could see the shocked faces below, and he waved. The look on Gwen's face was something he would never forget. She'd been avoiding him, and she did not appear prepared to believe him a true dragon rider. It was something even St. John did not believe of himself, yet there he was. It would appear he did not need to believe he was something to be that very thing. It was a discomforting realization. What else was he that he believed otherwise? Now that Voltarius seemed to have accomplished his goals for this flight, he soared around the firstland with no apparent destination. St. John decided this would be a good time to test the reins. Gently he pulled the dragon's head to one side, and Voltarius dipped the respective wingtip, executing a gentle, sweeping turn. Then he pulled back to the other side, and Voltarius once again cooperated. Pulling back, he sent the dragon higher, and when he leaned forward, leaving the reins slack, Voltarius gently arched into a dive. Trimming his wings, the dragon sent them plummeting toward the cliffs. The longer they dropped, the more concerned St. John became, and he started to pull back on the reins. Nothing happened. Still they dropped, still St. John pulled back, and still nothing happened. St. John began to wonder if something was wrong with Voltarius, and as the forested lands atop the cliffs rushed toward them, he closed his eyes and prepared himself for impact. At what seemed the last possible instant, Voltarius pulled up, the force pressing down heavily on St. John, the tops of trees trembling in the wash of air they left in their wake. The dragon looked back to St. John, then as if to say, "I am in control. You may express your desire with the reins, but the final decision is mine." It was something St. John had no choice but to accept. He and Voltarius were equals, and if he wanted the dragon to do something, he would just have to find a way to convince him. Dozens of reasons that could be problematic jumped to St. John's mind, but what other choice did he have? Even his mother's relationship with Kyrian had been similar. These beasts were not creatures of burden to be used as tools. They were sentient, thinking creatures with the right to decide their own destinies. St. John had learned much during this flight, and he returned to the hollow mountain with a renewed sense of purpose. Chapter 18. You can't make something from nothing, because never are you nothing. Barabbas the Druid. The time had come, St. John knew. Either he would lead or he would not, and now was the time he must decide which it would be. Fears and self-doubt told him that he could never lead anyone, let alone the Draken. There was another part of him, though, the part that had been prepared his entire life to lead. It was the only thing he knew how to do, yet he'd never done it. He'd seen it done well, and perhaps not so well, but he'd never believed he would lead, that he would be the one judged by the outcomes of his decisions. When Voltarius alighted once again on the stone of the hollow mountain, those within stopped what they were doing and watched. If he wanted their attention, he had it. A lump formed in his throat, and he had that cold feeling, like right before you did something that could end up being extremely embarrassing. The Draken, for the most part, were working on replacing the saddle parts they had given to Voltarius and St. John, and few had more than half a saddle completed. Each person had to learn all the skills required to produce the saddles, and it slowed the process, making it more painful than it needed to be. This was exacerbated by the care they needed to provide for their dragons, not all of whom waited patiently. The Draken had their hands full, and the sense of urgency that had been haunting St. John grew at a greater rate. This felt wrong. He could put no other words or logic to it. "Hear me, Dragon Clan," he spoke loudly, and near-complete silence fell over the hold. "Your generosity has allowed me to receive the greatest gift, for I have flown with Voltarius without fear." In a way, it was an admission of weakness, but he hoped those assembled would see it for what it was, a victory for them all. "Aldraken," someone called. St. John could not identify who it had been. Another man began chanting the title, and people joined in. St. John held his hands high, asking for silence, and the chant slowly waned. "I feel the need for saddles will be great, and sooner than we may like. We need to make the saddles faster. We don't have time for each of us to learn all the skills required. We need to let people do what they do best." Stepping forward, Michaela addressed him. "Each of us has wanted to become part of the saddle, to be one with the dragon and the saddle. But you speak of need. We can be faster if you need us, Aldraken." She made it that simple for him. "I need you," he said to Michaela and Holmesa, who had walked to her side to show his support. "I need all of you," he said in a louder voice to all those assembled. That was all it took. Michaela immediately began coordinating the saddle creation effort. Holmesa spoke with her briefly. Then he and Arakan began working their way through other parts of the hold. Leaning back in his saddle, St. John took a rare moment to enjoy his victory. It was short-lived. Kendra approached, and she didn't look happy. St. John's victorious feeling evaporated immediately, and he was suddenly back to being an anxious teen, about to be embarrassed by a pretty girl. He chided himself for the weakness, and did his best to look confident. It wasn't all that hard when sitting atop a dragon. Valterius was growing listless, though, and St. John thought it might be time to get the saddle off of him. Unstrapping himself, he swung his leg over Valterius and jumped down, this time clearing the dragon's spinal ridge. He landed harder than anticipated and stumbled toward Kendra. The expression on her face hadn't changed. Benjen led Valterius back to his stall and began removing his saddle, giving St. John a chance to do what he must. He drew a breath. "Before you say anything," Kendra said, "let me speak." Words were poised on St. John's tongue, but he held them back. "Your speech was very pretty," she said. "The Dragon Clan will follow you. After all, you are Aldraken. What you didn't say was that you needed me. Wait, don't speak yet. Hear me out first." It was everything St. John could do not to at least defend himself. He certainly hadn't meant to exclude anyone. "I am neither Draken nor Dragon Clan, and I don't belong here. I'm not sure exactly where it is that I do belong, but I know it isn't here. I wish you well, St. John Volker, but I must go." "Go?" St. John asked. He knew he should have said something more thoughtful and eloquent, but the word escaped his lips. "You've found a new future, and I'm happy for you. You have Valterius now. You are Aldraken. You can go wherever you choose. I am, again, happy for you. But my future does not involve me staying behind and defending your keep while dutifully waiting for your return." St. John didn't remember asking her to do any such thing, but she had obviously thought this scenario through much more thoroughly than he had, and he really could think of nothing to say in response. "Will you come back?" he asked, when nothing else came to mind. "No," Kendra said, a hint of pain in her eyes. "Goodbye, St. John Volker." "Wait," St. John said, his brain finally starting to catch up with what was happening. "Where will you go, and how will you get there?" "There are supplies you need, and you no longer need a fishing vessel, so Benjen is planning to go back to the Godfist for supplies and to check on the others. I'm going with them, and I'm not coming back. There are questions I need answered, and I'm not going to find those answers here." "Questions about your mother?" St. John asked quietly. Kendra just nodded, the pain still very evident in her eyes. He didn't want her to go. She was one of the few things in this world that was familiar, and there was more, even if he didn't want to admit it. "You'll always be welcome here," St. John said. "If you ever need me, all you need to do is get word to me." "That should be simple enough," she said. "You only live in the most remote place I've ever seen." St. John laughed a small and sad laugh. "Goodbye, Kendra." He embraced her and gave her a good squeeze. As he did, he smelled her hair. He wanted to hold her longer, and he would have had she not extricated herself from his arms. He would have said more, but she turned and walked quickly away. St. John looked to Valterius, and despite everything, he laughed when he saw Durin using an awl to scratch right behind where the saddle had rested. Valterius stretched out his neck and had a faraway look in his eyes. St. John saw Benjen approaching from off to his right. He walked slowly toward the older man, meeting him halfway. "She told you of our plans?" "Yes," St. John said, and he failed to keep the disappointment from his voice. "It's the sensible thing to do," Benjen said, "and we'll be back." "Some of you will, at least," St. John said, unable to shake the sudden melancholy. "Don't look at me for advice on women," Benjen said. "That's not my area of expertise." For some odd reason, that statement made St. John feel a great deal better. "When do you leave?" "Now," Benjen said. "Fasha has the Dragon's Wing ready to sail, her hold filled with cured fish, as well as fruits and herbs found along the shoreline. If you don't go too far into the jungle,
This really isn't all that bad a place.
His friends were leaving him, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. The truth was that he knew they were right. They did need supplies, tools, materials, and so many other things he'd once taken for granted. And what could he expect from Kendra? He couldn't ask her to stay behind and guard the keep, and now that he thought more on it, what else could he do? There were no more dragons. He'd given one to her if he could, but he couldn't. He hadn't even planned on having a dragon. Valterius had chosen him, and it bothered him that he felt guilty about it.
"I'll walk down with you,"
St. John said, and Benjen nodded. With his staff in hand and Ko in his pocket, St. John walked in a daze, his thoughts moving too fast to make sense of them all.
"I'll keep an eye on things here,"
Durin said when they walked by Valterius's stall.
"See you when you get back."
Knowing that Durin, at least, was staying with him, made St. John feel a little better. Still, worries crowded his mind. He and Benjen descended in near silence. Climbing back down was trickier in places than it had been going up, but he had the benefit of the staff, and he offered it to Benjen after clearing a particularly difficult part of the climb. Benjen accepted it slowly, and there were tears in his eyes when he handed it back. No words were said, but St. John did what he could to assist Benjen in other ways after that point. At the base of the mountain, they rested and drank from a flask Benjen carried.
"I never thought it would turn out like this,"
St. John said.
"Don't feel bad, my boy,"
Benjen said.
"Most of what I ever thought would happen in this life was wrong. You get used to it."
Though the statement didn't inspire confidence, it did make St. John smile, and that was enough to get them moving again. The sun was already starting to sink lower toward the sea, and St. John would bet that Fasha was already cursing Benjen for taking so long. When that woman decided it was time to leave, she meant it. The dragon's wings sparkled in the light against the backdrop of orange and purple sky. It was a breathtaking sight. She was anchored not far offshore, and a single boat waited on the beach. Beside it stood Pelivor. A bit of pain in his chest forced St. John to admit that he'd been hoping to see Gwen there, hoping to say something, though he didn't know exactly what. It was not to be. He saw no sign of Kendra, who must have hurried dangerously to get to the shore and onto the ship before St. John and Benjen made it to the sea.
"It has been a pleasure to sail with you, and I look forward to our return,"
Pelivor said.
"We'll be back as quickly as the winds allow."
Benjen said no more, and the three of them pushed the boat back into the water.
"It doesn't get any easier,"
Benjen said after climbing into the boat.
"Just keep your chin up and do your best. That's really all you can do."
"Would you please tell Gwen that I said goodbye?"
St. John asked, not wanting to look at Benjen. The girl's father just nodded and said nothing more. With that, they set off for the dragon's wing. St. John remained where he was until after the ship gained the skies and disappeared into the horizon. Broken. Alette moved through the jungle like the wounded creature she was. On the outside she was scraped and scratched and bruised, but on the inside she felt the real damage, the wounds that would never heal. Still she moved deeper into the Jaga, knowing it wasn't safe to stop anywhere. She persisted on edible plants that Thundagar had described to her, and others she was already familiar with. Seeing huckles growing in a jungle came as something of a shock, but a welcome one. Alette had always known them from growing along the fence lines at her uncle's farm. Though he died years before, Alette felt a pang when she remembered the time she'd spent there. Her father and her uncle had been complete opposites, one taking to the land and the other to the sea. Her father had always joked that it could only be expected when a sailor marries a land-bound woman. Her grandmother had always laughed the loudest at the joke. As she moved through older and more established forest, dark shapes shadowed her. Feeling like a squirrel surrounded by cats, Alette kept moving, her legs fueled by fear. She existed in two different places then. Part of her witnessed the horror around her, smelled the coming foulness, and still found a way to move closer to the Midlands, the only place even remotely like home. The other part of her existed in the memories of her childhood and imaginations of the things to come. The simple vision of sitting before a fire and frying a fresh-caught fish in oil with spices and a cup of mulled wine kept her alive. It kept her moving despite the stark reality of her current situation. The Maker's Mark was gone, she knew, but that did not mean she couldn't sail. No one could take from her the seas, and she would once again be free. The thought of being back on a ship, back in control of her destiny, was even more alluring. For so long now, ever since she'd lost her father, she'd felt like a lost child. It was a feeling she liked not at all, and she vowed to take control of her destiny. No one and nothing would stand before her. She had lost all that was dear to her and had betrayed those she loved at the cost of their lives. Guilt and anguish rolled over her in equal measure, and she fought the effects. It was those thoughts that were the most dangerous. It was those thoughts that would be the end of her. It wasn't her fault. She'd asked for none of this. All she'd done was try to survive. What had she done to deserve such wickedness? Then came the anger, and it burned within her like a blazing inferno. A growl escaped her throat as she continued at a measured pace. She was strong. Thundergar had said so. Her anger turned on him. He hadn't protected her. None of them had. There was no one left in the world who cared for her, and the part of her that cared for others seemed to die in that moment. Looking around her, Alette was drawn back into the real world, and what she saw terrified her. She had moved in a trance for so long that she hadn't realized how far into the Jaga she had traveled. Around her shambled looming, upright shapes, moving within a black and slime-covered landscape. Even that which lived seemed to be dying. Alette wasn't certain how such a place could exist or sustain itself, yet here she was. Beams of sunlight pierced the foliage but were frequently interrupted. Though she wanted to believe it was simply an effect of the wind moving leaves and branches, there was no wind to speak of, and she knew what it really was. The thought of all those feral dragons in the air made her shiver. Even a single one was more than she'd ever want to encounter. They were such savage creatures, and though she didn't want to, she could almost relate to them. They existed for only themselves, and anything else that came near them was something to be attacked. What had once seemed evil now seemed like simple survival. New cuts and gashes crossed her flesh, and she took the time to coat her wounds in mud, anything to hide the smell of blood. Most of her was already covered in the ubiquitous black slime, which helped her blend in with the surroundings. What would have once seemed revolting was now something that might keep her alive. Her perspective had been forever changed, and she would never see things the same, no matter what happened. Movement. Alette went rigid beside a twisted vine that almost resembled a tree and remained motionless. Sucking sounds and soft thuds marked the movements around her, and Alette felt she was surrounded. She hadn't rested in hours, and her legs trembled. A soft splash sounded on the other side of the vine where she hid, and Alette sprang away like a rabbit fleeing a fox. The foul creatures might not have been looking for her, but they reacted immediately to her presence. Howls and barks filled the air, and Alette could see the shapes closing in on her. The twisted, bizarre landscape slipped past in a tangled blur, accompanied by pain and panic. They were getting closer. No longer fully obeying her deepest desires, Alette's legs began to give out. She'd run as far and as fast as her body could handle, and both legs felt like old rope. No matter how hard she tried to keep them straight, they simply collapsed under her weight. Without warning, Alette half ran and half fell into a clearing. The ground beneath her feet changed from slippery muck to moss-covered stone, and the exhausted girl lost her balance. White light flashed around her as she fell. When it cleared, she lay on her back, staring up at blue skies filled with dragons. The dark shapes that had hounded her now gathered around the clearing, but none would step onto the mossy stone. Not even saplings grew within the near-perfect circle, and no branches encroached overhead. Through breaks in the moss, patches of black stone were visible. It formed a dome-like structure with a slightly higher point at the center and a gentle slope outward. Alette pushed herself to her feet and back toward the center of the clearing. When she reached the spot, she nearly turned an ankle. At the very center of the grove was a perfectly round shaft that looked to have been bored deep. Alette couldn't see the bottom and had no idea how deep it might go. Curiosity was banished and overwhelmed by fear. The creatures at the edge of the clearing were wrong, distorted, twisted. Each looked very different from the other. The exaggerations of their forms varied and unique, but mostly grotesque. There was no kindness in their eyes, and Alette knew they would have killed her already if not for this place. Something about it kept them back, and she could only hope the spell would last. It didn't. Stone and jungle alike shook when a full-grown feral dragon dropped into the clearing and cast a baleful glare at Alette. She glared back. Most of her fear had been burned from her, and she no longer had anything to lose. If this was the moment she would die, then she would face death with defiance, no matter how futile the fight. The sound the feral dragon made in its throat was like a roaring river accompanied by a massive rock slide. The power of it made Alette cover her ears in spite of her defiance. Still, she stood her ground, and the dragon seemed to find this amusing. Lowering its head closer, it looked at her the way a cat might look at a wounded bird. "Go away," she said. The dragon snorted, and the buffeting air forced Alette to take an involuntary step backward. The feral seemed pleased with itself, but also showed signs of losing patience. "I said, go away!" Her voice rang unnaturally loud, and seemed to pain the dragon, whose tail twitched now, and fury blazed in its eyes. Rearing back, the dragon inhaled deeply, the rush of air forcing Alette forward a step. When the dragon had first growled at her, it was nothing compared to the roar that emerged from it now. So terrible was this call that all the other dragons circled closer, converging on that spot, apparently all wanting to know what could so completely enrage one of their brethren from so deep within their territory. Now, instead of one dragon to face, Alette faced all of the dragons. She could not hide. She could not run away. She stood tall, resolute, emboldened by the acceptance of her fate, and feeling free for the first time in a long time. This was what she had sought. Freedom. Pity it would be so short. That thought almost brought a twisted smile to her lips. The wry look further enraged the feral looming over her, and it no longer seemed to care about intimidating her into submission. Now it just wanted her dead. The beast stared at her, its reptilian pupils narrowing, and as it drew a deep breath, it also swept its tail through the clearing. Alette never saw it coming, and was tossed once again onto her back. Now the dragon stood directly over her, raised up to its full height, its wings partly extended, and its claws tearing into the moss-covered stone. The world trembled beneath the power of this beast, and Alette could feel the thrum of it. One more breath, and it would be done. The last fear within her evaporated like smoke on the wind, just as the rest of the dragons arrived to see her die. She was, as of yet, unaware that she would disappoint them. "Obey!" she shouted desperately as the dragon's head snapped downward, her arm reaching toward the sky, toward the comet, toward the goddess she'd always ignored. The words shook the foundations of the Godsland. Power that had lain hidden, buried beneath a mountain of fear and building until the pressure was too much, overwhelmed all resistance. Even as the word left her lips, she felt the power of it, tasted the tang of its might, and smelled the fear of all who witnessed her power. Light burst forth from her hand like a gushing fountain. Blasted away by the force of her will, Alette's wounds evaporated and she was remade. The dragon above her was in mid-strike, its massive head descending upon her, eyes wide, the whites around them showing. Even if this creature wanted to obey her command, it was too late. There was no way for it to stop mid-strike. It was committed, and gravity alone would propel the now unstoppable attack. At least it had appeared unstoppable. When the dragon's mighty bottom jaw struck the fountain of light and what looked like baby stars issuing from Alette's upraised hand, it was tossed backward as if struck by a giant uppercut. The dragon's limp body followed its head and tumbled backward into the black swamp. Above Alette, her energy reached to the sky, now unobstructed. The dragons avoided the column, and it seemed as if she reached out to the comets themselves. Latching onto a large, colorful, and beautiful comet, she drew deeply, and the skies were afire. Bits of colored light leaped away from the towering column of energy and danced through the air. Lightning cleaved the sky, and thunder rumbled a long, ominous note. Light played over the scales of the gathered ferals, and all eyes rested on Alette. Each and every one of them fell to her, overwhelmed by her might. She looked into their minds, and was amazed by the sheer capacity which was now hers to command. These dragons were not brilliant on an individual basis, but they had the ability to share information, and together they were potent. Within them, Alette found their fears and desires. She knew their enemies and took them as her own. Their memories were long, and they recalled well that this world had once belonged to them. Alette soared the skies with them in those days as the experiences flowed over her. She merged with the ferals, and in this way, Alette Kilgore subtly bonded every feral dragon within the Janga. By the time the creatures realized what was happening, It was too late. She exerted her control. Beneath her power struggled the wills of the feral dragons, and with a single push, she crushed them. Might was hers. They were hers. The world was hers. Utter disbelief washed through the black dragons, but resistance was gone, obliterated by her will. Through her domination of the ferals, Alette gained control of the men already loyal to the dragons, as well as the abominations that had resulted from the ferals' twisted desire for power and revenge against those who'd vanquished them so long ago. Such hatred and vileness had gone into the perversion of these creatures that Alette wanted to simply rid the world of them. She felt a connection to them, though, through the dragons. What she also knew was that their enemies were massing forces on both sides of the Jaga and preparing for an assault. There was fear, deep and sharp, and not Alette's fear. The ferals had expected to defeat a faraway enemy and use the might of those nations to come back and destroy the people of the Heights and Midlands who had for so long oppressed them. Violent memories of these battles blasted her psyche, and Alette thrashed side to side from the force of it. Calm. Alette simply exuded the command. There was no need to communicate. The dragons already knew. The flock responded to her command with a simple appellation: Queen. Chapter 19. If you change your perception of reality, you change reality. Barabbas the Druid. None of the tales about dragons that St. John had ever heard mentioned just how much work it took to feed and care for the majestic, if frustrating creatures. His grandfather had always said that training horses was hours of work and frustration that paid off in just a couple of minutes of exhilaration. St. John had never really understood, but working with Voltarius enlightened him. The dragon shifted beneath him, and St. John cinched one of the straps, which was a little loose. He'd been getting taller, and wider for that matter, and Voltarius seemed acutely aware of the extra weight. Whenever St. John ate, the dragon watched him as if every pound he gained were an affront. St. John had come to understand a bit of his dragon's sense of humor, most of which was at his expense. It was far more frustrating than it was endearing by St. John's estimation. A dark cloud in the water below caught Voltarius's eye, and St. John saw it shift to bright silver as the fish changed direction. Even knowing it was coming, it was difficult to keep from screaming when Voltarius trimmed his wings and sent them racing toward the water below. The wind clawed at his eyes, and he wished he had a pair of goggles like his mother had made. There wasn't much time for him to think about it. Pulling back on the reins, as ineffectual as it may have been, St. John tried to convince his dragon to pull up before they struck the water. Voltarius knew his business, though, and struck the water a glancing blow while reaching down and grabbing not one, but two gleaming fish from the water. Show off, St. John thought. Voltarius reeked of mirth. After a few turns on the thermals, they glided back to Windhold. St. John thought it a fitting name, and it was a memorial to what had once been the Wind Clan. The Arghast had reacted strangely when he first suggested the name, as if he offered them a gift too great, and at the same time as if he asked too much of them. It was something he doubted he'd ever understand. In true Voltarius fashion, they entered the hold at high speed. One or two unlucky enough to have been crossing his path rushed to get out of the way. One draken had to dive under his dragon as they passed. "Sorry," St. John yelled over his shoulder. Voltarius released the fish as they approached the area where the other fish that had been caught that day were stacked. Most of the dragons dropped their fish at the ledge and never entered the keep itself. Voltarius, on the other hand, treated it like a game. His aim, this time, was perfect, St. John had to admit. The fish bounced once when they hit the stone, then slid across the slick area around the fish, until meeting up with the rest of the mound, pressed tightly against the pile, one after the other. Had he released them both at the exact same instant, it wouldn't have worked, but the slight delay in between was just enough to keep the two from colliding with each other. Those cleaning fish knew what to expect, and they ducked down as Voltarius passed. As St. John had asked them not to, the people cheered Voltarius's aim, and the dragon wove his head back and forth, gloating as he burst out the back side of the mountain. Beyond was a sheer face, and again the knowledge it was coming wasn't enough to prepare St. John for the force of the sudden change in direction. Voltarius reveled in his acrobatics, and St. John did his best to hold on. Their chores were done. They had transported water, game, fruits, nuts, and of course fish. Valterius had done most of the work, but getting the goods prepped for transport wasn't always easy. Those who had spent their time gathering the food didn't take it kindly when what they found was dashed on the rocks. Together they made an efficient and effective team. Valterius seemed not to like the idea of chores any more than St. John did, but as long as he was allowed to make games of them, he did not balk at the work. When they were done working for the day, St. John liked to give Valterius the freedom to go where he would. The truth was that St. John had little choice in the matter. Valterius had made it very clear that where they went, how fast they went, and the angle of their approach was of his deciding. St. John was allowed to make suggestions, but the dragon had the right of refusal. It was another thing that St. John would never have imagined. His mother's relationship with Kyrian had been so much different. Kyrian had the ability to speak in people's minds. His mother had known her dragon's thoughts. In comparison, St. John was blind. After a couple of sharp turns, Valterius righted them, and St. John was able to think clearly once again. A few turns on the thermals, and they left the world far below. St. John had been surprised to find he did his best thinking here. The silence was nearly absolute, and Valterius knew what he was about. Looking out over the sea, St. John let the storm of his thoughts settle until he could think about one thing for a time. It was something his mother had taught him. Lost in thought, he barely noticed Valterius cock his head, his interest piqued by something St. John also hadn't noticed. He'd been busy wondering if Gwen was still angry with him. Water rushed beneath them, and St. John realized that they were much farther out than they would ordinarily go. In that moment, he recalled the lectures he'd received in the past about going off on adventures and not telling anyone where he was going or when he would return. With that in mind, he used his knees and the lines to guide Valterius back the way they had come. At least that was what he tried to do. Valterius ignored his inputs and continued on his chosen course, east. These waters were unknown to him, or probably anyone else for that matter, and a knot formed in his gut.
"We should go back,"
St. John said, hoping he could reason with the dragon and feeling silly for doing so. Still, his grandfather said that all horse trainers talked to their horses. Even if the dragon didn't understand everything he said, most creatures understand tone and body language.
"Think of how everyone will worry if they don't know the fate of Aldrak."
Valterius just grunted in response and continued on, using tricks to gain speed. The wind made it even more difficult for St. John to express himself. At that moment, he felt very alone. This dragon could take him anywhere he wanted, and he would be returned to Windhold only if Valterius so chose. It was unnerving. Valterius seemed to find it amusing. Fluffy white clouds filled the skies ahead, and a trumpeting cry came from within. St. John jumped in his saddle as much as the straps allowed, urgently trying to get Valterius to turn around while the dragon took them into the clouds, heading directly for where he thought the sound had come from. Within the cloud, pervasive moisture soaked into everything, and St. John was grateful when the air began to clear.
"I knew you would come,"
said a voice from beside St. John, and he nearly leaped from his skin. Beside him, and just below them, flew a man on top of a wooden and leather structure not unlike a carriage. Beneath that carriage was a patchwork of gray and black squares that looked like stone. Valterius pulled up a little, allowing St. John to see what flew beneath them, and what he saw left him speechless. Bigger than even the feral queen, and with a head the size of a house, the dragon below had 4 legs, and its rider was nearly as bizarre as it was. Long gray and white hair formed braids that fell alongside his also braided beard. Thick furs covered a body as wide as it was tall. He looked as if life had taken things from him, many things. St. John wasn't certain how he knew it, but he did.
"Are you able to speak?"
The accent was thick, but St. John understood.
"I'm sorry, you startled me,"
he managed. The big man barked a laugh.
"I suppose finding me next to you would do such a thing."
The wind made it difficult to hear his words and understand the accent. The strange man waved for St. John to follow, and he and Valterius did so whether St. John wanted to or not. It would seem this was what had gotten his dragon's attention, and St. John could only imagine where this man and his dragon had come from. It was a verdant dragon, St. John knew. It could be nothing else, though it didn't exactly match the descriptions, which usually said the skin was a dark green color. The only green St. John saw on this dragon was moss that was growing between some of the armor plates. Below, a length of sandbar came into view, and the verdant dragon circled slowly, taking far longer to land than Voltarius or any of the other regal dragons would require. The big dragon did eventually land, gingerly and with seeming reluctance. Voltarius showed that diplomacy was beyond him, and he made short work of plopping them down on the narrow sandbar. He kept his wings partially extended, and wove his head back and forth as if taunting the much larger dragon, who responded with a roar that threatened to deafen him. The mighty beast was impressive, though St. John couldn't help but notice that it wasn't entirely symmetrical, and when he looked at the dragon's eyes, he got another shock. One eye was amber, and looked similar to Voltarius's eyes. The other was ice blue, and missing its pupil. The entire eye was streaked with white, looking like a star exploding within a prison of blue stone.
"Well met,"
the big man said as he walked down his dragon's extended leg and onto the sand. Voltarius fidgeted, making it difficult for St. John to get himself unstrapped. His dragon expressed impatience by turning back to him and snapping his jaws. "Just a moment," St. John said, but his voice was strained from the effort. Finally, the strap came free, and Voltarius celebrated by standing to his full height and dumping St. John unceremoniously in the sand. "Sorry," St. John said, embarrassed, as he used his staff to push himself back upright.
"Well met,"
the man said, a twinkle in his eye.
"It took me years to get the dismount right."
"Who are you?" St. John asked. "Where did you come from?"
"I am Onin,"
the man said.
"and I would ask the same of you."
"My name is St. John, and this is Voltarius."
At the sound of his name, Voltarius bowed his head in greeting to Onin and his dragon. It was far more formal than St. John would have expected from his companion.
"And this is Jerregard."
The verdant dragon seemed to move almost in slow motion compared to Voltarius, but there was warmth in his reaction, even if the woof he issued sent St. John back a step.
"We come from the heights,"
Onin said.
"The pharaohs have returned, and it looked like someone dealt them a mighty blow. Do you know of this?"
The pharaohs. St. John swallowed. They had always known that the pharaohs had come from somewhere, but Onin's words chilled his soul.
"It was my mother and the people of the Godfist and the people of the Greatland."
Tears sprung to Onin's eyes.
"The gods have given me hope."
"My mother—"
St. John's words were cut short when an unbelievably massive lump rattled his bones. It felt as if the world had been struck by a comet. Looking over Onin's shoulder, he saw Jerregard silhouetted against the backdrop of roiling light. Reaching into the sky was a column of energy greater than anything the world had ever seen.
"And then they take it away,"
Onin said after turning to see what had caused St. John to gape like a fool.
"I must return. I must tell them of you and your mother. If they strike before your forces arrive, we could be doomed. Meet me back here in 2 days' time. If I do not come, then bring your forces this way."
Using the heel of his boot, Onin quickly drew a deep and distinct arrow in the sand, north and east.
"Wait,"
St. John said, but Onin was already mounting Jerregard. The mighty dragon spread his wings before Onin was in any way secure, and the persistent wind lifted the Leviathan slowly. They hovered there for the span of a breath, and a sudden gust sent them upward. Flapping his wings, Jerregard took them higher, winging their way south and east. Cursing, St. John ran to Voltarius, who did not in any way make it easier for him to mount as Jerregard had. They would have to work on that, St. John thought, and Voltarius harumphed. It was becoming increasingly clear that St. John would have to be more careful of his thoughts around Voltarius. He didn't think his dragon could read his mind, but the wily creature seemed very adept at reading St. John's posture and body language. Voltarius, in showing that he had, indeed, learned some things from Jerregard, spread his wings and let the wind do the work. St. John hadn't even begun to get himself strapped in before Voltarius left the sands below. The gusty wind tossed them from side to side, and St. John was afraid he would be sent tumbling. Finally, he got one strap secured, and was working on another, while Voltarius climbed. As St. John was securing the final strap, Voltarius put them into a steep dive that gave them tremendous speed. The wind tearing at St. John's face, He kept his eyes closed until they leveled out and slowed to a more reasonable speed. He would have been grateful for the speed, knowing he needed to get back to Windhold and talk with the clan, except for the fact that Valterius was going the wrong way. Just ahead of them flew Onin and Jerregard, and Valterius was gaining on them. The verdant dragon let out a bellowing roar, and the big men turned to see Sinjin and Valterius overtaking them.
"What are you doing?"
the big man shouted. Sinjin could barely hear the words, and he raised his hands in frustration. After pulling hard on the reins to no effect, he just looked up to Onin with an apology in his eyes. It was a long and lonely flight. Onin refused to even look at him, seemingly disgusted by his lack of control over Valterius. Sinjin also got little feedback from his dragon, who was content to fly in near stillness. Jerregard spoke to him through grunts and woofs, turning his head often to gaze at Sinjin, his right eye sparkling like the most precious gem. This seemed to annoy Onin greatly, but Jerregard ignored him, which made Sinjin feel at least a little better. Gripping the Staff of Life in one hand and Ko in the other, Sinjin wanted for a moment to feel closer to his mother. She would have known what to do. She would have been able to communicate with Valterius. She could do all the things he could not, and he couldn't help but be frustrated by it at that moment. Feeling trapped in the flow of events with no sense of control over his destiny, Sinjin still couldn't help but stare in amazement when the peaks came into view, jutting through low-lying clouds like icebergs in a sea of white. Not so unlike Windhold, these mountains had been carved and hollowed. Only the scale of it dwarfed anything on the Firstland. Also different was the fact that along with large open spaces common to Windhold and these towering peaks, there were much smaller openings with ornate facades and winding walkways. This was a place where man and dragon truly coexisted. Was this what the future of Windhold would look like? Sinjin asked himself, still in awe of what he beheld. Never would he have dreamed such a place existed, and that there were other dragon riders and verdant dragons. It was almost more than he could absorb. His inner child wanted nothing more than to tell Durin what he had found so they could go exploring. Despite being a childish impulse, it was powerful nonetheless. Sinjin's annoyance with Valterius faded a small amount as he took in the wondrous sights. Dropping through the first layer of clouds revealed a thriving society. Horses pulled wagons along cobbled paths, and vendors crowded into a colorful market. Soon, much larger sections of the mostly hollow mountains became visible. The size of the place made Windhold seem tiny in comparison, and Sinjin wondered, once again, what he'd gotten himself into. A cry rose up from below him, followed by another. People below stopped what they were doing and pointed at Valterius and Sinjin. Soon many of the openings in the rock faces were filled to capacity with people wanting to see what the fuss was about. More cries echoed through the winding valleys, and Sinjin looked to Onin, who refused to acknowledge him. Jerregard navigated the valleys with ease, despite how close his wingtips came to the stone at times. Twice, Sinjin thought the massive beast's wings would clip valley walls, but each time the dragon trimmed his wings just enough to avoid contact. Directly ahead of them was a massive opening that looked as if it could swallow all of Windhold. A man stood at the center of the opening, holding a bright red cloth which danced and billowed in the wind. Jerregard soared higher, giving himself the room to turn a lazy circle. Valterius, on the other hand, continued toward the opening. The man with the red cloth pointed and shouted.
"You're not cleared to land,"
Onin shouted from above and behind them. Sinjin threw his hands in the air to indicate that he was not the one in control. Jerregard issued a deep growl of warning, but Valterius ignored the other dragon as well. The man with the cloth was now waving his hands and shouting. Sinjin couldn't hear the words, but he could see fear in the man's eyes. As they drew closer, Sinjin saw more of what lay within the waiting darkness. The stone ahead was clear where the sun struck it, but in the shadows beyond waited a shape so massive that Sinjin couldn't comprehend it, especially when it moved. This dragon made even Jerregard look small. On its back was something that looked like a warship, with no masts, and with a notched hull that rested on the dragon's spinal ridge, which looked more like a granite outcropping than part of a living creature. Ladders rested against the sides of the dragon. Men and women scrambled to unload cargo. It was too much for St. John's mind to absorb, and all he could do was pull back in futility on the reins. Another roar issued from the dragon within as the people started scrambling to get out of the way. St. John could feel the vibrations of that deep, thudding call. Voltarius ignored even that, and soared over the man with the red cloth. Not taking any chances, the man dived to the stone floor, and they flew over harmlessly. As if in reproach of all the excitement and concern that he would crash into something, Voltarius landed lightly within the hold, though still on the well-lit section of stone, and far from coming into contact with any of those who'd panicked. His posture was a clear rebuke, and the massive hall went silent. That was until the mighty verdant dragon lowered its mountain-like head. Its amber eyes were taller than St. John, and its head was nearly as wide as Voltarius's wingspan. Nostrils large enough to lose a horse in sniffed Voltarius, then gave a single snort before issuing a deafening roar that echoed far too loudly. St. John thought his teeth might fall out. Voltarius turned and looked at St. John, his gaze intense and his silent command clear. "Get off." St. John didn't appreciate the tone of the command, but he unbuckled himself anyway. He was going to have some explaining to do, and it would probably be better done when not a dragonback. Voltarius did not help him dismount, but at least he didn't actively throw St. John to the ground. It was an improvement. People moved silently around him, trying to soothe the big dragon and casting him frightened looks. Once he reached the stone, St. John saw a contingent of armed men rushing toward him. Behind them came a group of robed men who walked with unmistakable authority. One man was much heavier than the others and lagged behind, seemingly out of breath. Doing his best to assume a neutral stance, St. John laid his staff before him and put his hands out to his sides to indicate that he was unarmed. Fanning out, the guards drew closer and did not look in any way convinced that St. John wasn't dangerous. Voltarius helped a bit with that. With a final defiant cry, he puffed out his chest and fanned his wings at the giant verdant dragon. The mighty beast looked offended to the core, but Voltarius didn't give him a chance to respond. Instead, he spun and leaped into the air. Those who had been behind Voltarius jumped out of his way, but St. John was not quick enough to avoid his dragon's whipping tail, which caught him in the back of the knees and sent him sprawling to the floor. Chapter 20. A true hero knows the cost of their actions. Katrin Volker, Herald of Istra. St. John had never felt more self-conscious. All eyes in the room rested on him, and none of the looks he received were friendly. Even Onin glared at him. It hadn't taken St. John long to realize that his association with Onin gained him no favor, and by the looks the man cast him, that association was tenuous at best.
"Why did you come here?"
he had asked St. John in one of the few moments they had been alone.
"Voltarius goes where he will," St. John had said. "I cannot force him to do anything or go where he doesn't want to go. Even when we first encountered you, it was of his doing."
This had left the man without words, and he looked at St. John as if he were a simpleton. It wasn't St. John's fault. He couldn't communicate with Voltarius as his mother had with Kyrian, and even she had not fully controlled her dragon. He too had done what he wanted when he wanted. St. John had done his very best, and anyone who didn't like it would just have to deal with it. With a belly full of anger and defiance, St. John felt warm all over. Perhaps his face was flushed, but he would not cower before these people.
"And who might you be?"
a man in thick, long white robes asked without preamble. He was trailed by a rotund fellow who eyed St. John up and down.
"My name is St. John Volker, and who might you be?"
The fat man drew a sharp breath at St. John's words, and the guards shifted nervously. The man in the white robe seemed nonplussed.
"You may call me Lord Chancellor. I believe you already know Onin, and my distinguished colleague is Sensi."
He motioned to the fat man.
"Now that introductions are complete, tell me how you've come to be here, and how you plan to help us. Onin has been telling tales of your mother defeating a host of ferals. What say you to this?"
Even to St. John's ear, the claim sounded like too much to believe.
My mother battled the feral dragons after the Black Armies kidnapped me.
The looks that passed between Sensi and the Lord Chancellor gave St. John pause, and he wondered how much he should tell these people, but he had no idea what information might save him and what might send him to his death. He was walking dangerous ground.
How did she do this? The Lord Chancellor asked.
My mother had great power,
St. John said, knowing this was the most dangerous ground of all. He had no idea what these people believed, but there was so much similarity in the language they spoke that they might very well have convictions similar to those of the Jean. Those in the room with him seemed to be digesting the word had.
Did your mother lose her power?
Sensi asked, earning a glare from the Lord Chancellor, though the man looked to St. John for his answer.
No,
St. John said.
She died fighting the Feral Queen.
That statement took the air out of the room.
I have no power, and now I have no dragon either. What can you possibly offer to assist us with our fight against the Ferals?
Absolutely nothing, St. John said, unwilling to reveal more. The Lord Chancellor nodded and cast Onin a scathing glance. He didn't need to say anything, and he just walked toward the doorway. Before he was out of the room, though, Sensi spoke up, and the Lord Chancellor stopped.
Where did you get that staff?
It belonged to my mother, St. John said. It has no power of its own, but it makes me feel closer to her. It's the only thing of hers that I have left. St. John wasn't certain they believed him. The look on the Lord Chancellor's face spoke loudly of doubt.
We are at war,
Sensi said.
There is no more time for discussion. You have 1 day to remove yourself from the heights. If you fail to do so, you will face the thrower. Do you understand?
No, St. John said.
Pity,
Sensi said, as he walked from the room. Convincing Onin to take him home was among the most difficult things St. John had ever accomplished, and he still wasn't certain he'd managed to persuade the man. At the very least, Onin had allowed him to fly with him. Sitting inside the carriage-like structure atop Jerregard's back was surreal. It provided a very different experience from flying with Valterius. A single strap secured him to the bench where he sat, and St. John was amazed at how smoothly Jerregard flew. Valterius frequently tossed St. John about in the saddle, seemingly trying to see just how much his body could take, whereas Jerregard floated on the air. Indeed, when they had taken off, all Jerregard had done was spread his wings, and through subtle movements of his wings had guided them out into the open air without a single flap. Much like the wind channel that was part of what gave Windhold its name, a strong and consistent wind passed through the massive chambers within the heights. Once clear of the peaks, Onin used long, flat leather straps he called lines to guide Jerregard out over the cloud-covered forest and onto the barren foothills, which gave way to desert. The massive dragon did exactly as Onin asked without any hesitation. Onin cast St. John a look he really didn't appreciate. It wasn't his fault Valterius didn't listen to him. Though he had said almost nothing since he'd agreed to take St. John home, he knew that Jerregard would use the hot air over the desert to gain altitude. He also knew from things he'd overheard that dragons were being used to bring soldiers from the Midlands and mass them along the border of the desert, which acted as a formidable barrier between the jungle and the foothills leading up to the heights. Deep inside, St. John knew it would become a battlefield. They circled higher, somehow avoiding the larger dragons who were also riding the thermals. St. John couldn't imagine how they all kept track of each other and avoided collisions. Inland, across the desert, columns of black smoke rose from the swamps, the fires of war. St. John knew all too well that the world could be a cold, hard place, and he steeled himself for what was to come. Onin had never said how soon he would take St. John home, and he guided Jerregard out over the desert. Taking them lower, he gained speed, and the marshes soon rushed beneath them. They crawled with life. Soldiers bathed in ash, and demons marched toward the desert in disarray. There was no order or regimentation, only a seething mass of pain and wrongness headed toward the heights. Feral dragons flew low over the Jaga, carrying what looked like giant crates made from the twisted vines that populated the black swamp. The dragons brought the crates low over the marshes and dropped them. Without landing, flapping hard, the pharaohs returned to the skies. St. John saw the crates fly open, and outpoured more troops. The pharaohs were amassing their forces, and they were doing it far more quickly than anyone would have ever imagined.
"I cannot leave," Onan said. "There is no time."
"It's all right," St. John said. "I want to help."
"Good,"
Onan said, and he took them back toward the front lines. More verdant dragons delivered Midland's troops, but it was clear it wouldn't be enough. They would be overrun within a day. Slowing, Jerregard brought them in over the sands where other dragons were unloading.
"Get out,"
Onan said. "What?"
"Get out,"
Onan repeated.
"You want to help? Then get out and fight."
Jerregard skimmed just above the sands, only having a short distance left before he would have to take them higher to avoid a huge verdant unloading ahead.
"Go!"
Onan bellowed. St. John undid the strap securing himself and opened the hatch. He looked out over Jerregard's wing, and the speed of the sand slipping beneath him was daunting. St. John was seriously considering just clinging on to Jerregard or climbing back onto the bench, when a large boot found itself on his bottom. In the next instant, he tumbled across Jerregard's wing and into the open air. His scream lasted only a second, and ended with a resounding thump. Orange light surrounded St. John when he came awake with a start. He was in a rectangular tent reeking of herbs and backlit by the waning sun. He lay on even ground, covered by only a blanket. In his pocket he could feel Ko pressing against him. It was probably not a coincidence that the contact was accompanied by sharp pain. Slowly he reached out, searching for the staff. "It's here," a soft voice said, and St. John turned to see a young woman sitting cross-legged and watching him. The staff rested on the blankets next to her. "Does your head hurt?" she asked. "Not much," St. John said. "Is your vision blurry?" "A little," he admitted. "You need rest," she said with a sad smile. "You're very lucky, and so is your cat." She pointed at the pocket that held the carving. "No one will take anything from you," she said in response to his expression. "I'm sorry," was all St. John's muddled mind could think to say. He smiled that sad smile again, and moved to the tent flap. "Rest," she said. "I'll bring you some water in a few minutes." St. John leaned back, but his head never hit the rolled blanket beneath it. A sudden clamor erupted outside and through the entire encampment. Unable to remain where he was, St. John crawled to the tent flap and looked outside. At first he could find no reason for the sudden alarm. Soldiers milled in confusion, but many were arming themselves, and St. John knew the fight must have arrived, and apparently sooner than expected. Another uproar suddenly split the air, and this one had a note of amazement and confusion. Pushing himself slowly upright, St. John waited for the dizziness to pass. A moment later, he nearly fell over backward. The dragon's wing raced across the desert, leaving a swirling cloud of dust in its wake. Directly above the ship flew Valterius, and behind him came the rest of the flock. The crew of the dragon's wing and the Draken had come to save him. He'd never felt so grateful and so terrified all at the same time. They should not be there. War was upon them, and now everything St. John cared about was in its path, and it was all his fault. The weight of responsibility was his as a leader, but this wasn't the same. If he'd only done something differently, then they wouldn't have risked everything to come here looking for him. Doing his best to wave and jump up and down without falling over, St. John somehow managed to get the attention of those aboard the dragon's wing. "There!" Brother Vaughn's voice carried across the tension-filled air. Valterius saw him then, and swooped in front of the dragon's wing. Soldiers from the Midlands lined up with long spears, ready to hold off a charge. "They're on our side!" St. John cried out desperately. "Don't attack!" His words were heard, but the men held their ground, and St. John ran screaming toward the lines, ready to tear the spears from the men's hands. "Those are my people!" The shrill note in St. John's voice cut through the din, and someone cried out,
"Hold your formation, lower your weapons, allow them to approach. If they make an aggressive move, leave none alive."
St. John's heart was on the verge of breaking, as the dragon's wing gradually lowered and slowed until she skimmed the sands. Then she slowed abruptly and jerked to a stop. Valterius flew ahead and landed in front of St. John, using his wings to shield St. John, daring anyone to threaten him. Where had this sentiment been when the dragon had left him there? St. John wondered. At least his mount had returned for him, and with help. The Draken landed behind Voltarius and assumed defensive postures.
"Please remain calm," St. John said. "These are my people, and they mean you no harm. They have simply come to get me because my dragon left me here."
He cast a reproachful look at Voltarius, who didn't even have the decency to look apologetic. St. John turned to the Draken.
"These people have treated me fairly, and they've battled the Ferals for years. We share a common foe. We share a common cause, and I will stand with them."
He knew he gave those from the Heights more credit than they deserved, but it would serve none of them to fight among themselves with the Ferals preparing their attack. Looking out to the desert, St. John saw black dragons there, bringing troops ever closer. These troops were far ahead of the others, but they were safe. Even if an attack were launched against them, they would have sufficient time to fall back to the main force. If no attack came, then the Ferals had established a forward presence. It was a brilliant tactic, and one St. John could think of no defense against, and those facts frightened him terribly. Feeling tingly all over, St. John strapped himself into the saddle and looked around. It could not truly be real. He could not really be on some previously unknown continent about to fight Ferals a dragonback. Around him could not truly be the Draken, and surely the dragon's wing did not rest on her side in the middle of the desert. The air grew chilly, and the skies were clear, allowing the full moon and the comets to cast the world in a mystical hue. Nothing seemed real to St. John's eye. He had to be dreaming. Gwen watched him from nearby, her right leg fidgeting, as it always did when she was nervous, and flames dripped from her fingers. She hadn't said anything to him, but she did surprise him with a quick hug. Too quick, before he mounted. Complicated thoughts ran through St. John's mind, but he had to push them aside. The dragon riders from the Heights were about to mount the first assault, and the Draken would fly in support, though he knew there wasn't a great deal they could do. Each had been armed with a sword and a lance, even though they all knew engaging Ferals in midair would mean a quick death. Pelivore stood not far from Gwen, talking with Brother Vaughn, who was doing his best to coordinate with the men from the Heights and from the Midlands. It was chaotic, but both groups knew they needed allies. They were still outmatched, but at least the outsider had brought some power to the fight. St. John wasn't yet convinced how much help the Draken would be. They had never flown in battle. Most only had a few hours in the saddle, and St. John cursed himself for not preparing them better. There simply hadn't been enough time. The events of the world raged around him, and he seemed to have precious little control over the course of events. Lights moved through the sky as the verdant dragons approached, bearing fire and pitch, a dangerous combination. In each claw, the dragons held huge cisterns filled with burning pitch, and the wooden structures on their backs, the things they called tiare, were lit up from within. Voltarius sprang into the air, which caused a minor uproar among the troops. Regal dragons were nimble and quick in comparison to their formidable cousins. The Draken followed closely. St. John found the front of the formation to be just about the loneliest place in the world. With Voltarius beneath him, he could never be alone, and even if the dragon tested his patience with alarming regularity, he could no longer imagine his life without him. They were a unit, even if a dysfunctional one. Voltarius took them higher. Ferals flew low over their soldiers, while others continued to bring more men and demons. From above, they looked like swarming insects, and St. John knew those bore a far more potent sting. The first of the verdants swooped in without a sound, save the roar of the wind over its wings and the fanned flames. St. John could only imagine how hot those flaming cisterns must be, but the verdants showed their strength. Time seemed to slow as the first verdant released its grip on a cistern, which slowly tumbled away before striking the sands and erupting into flame. Screams rose from the flames, and those who were not on fire were illuminated brightly. The verdant released the second cistern, and it struck a feral on its way down, raining fire across a wide expanse. Black smoke now clogged the air over the sands. The instant the verdant released the second cistern, the ferals below attacked as one. That was when St. John saw the feral queen. Though not as large as a verdant, or even the smaller verdant Jerigard, the feral queen radiated fear. Flying at the fullest of her abilities, the queen came. Atop her back sat a wisp of a girl, with dark hair streaming behind her. She didn't even look to be strapped in. With a flick of her hand she cast red lightning and fire at the lead verdant. Those within the tiare hurled flaming clay pots at the pharaohs, and one struck the pharaoh queen at about the same time the girl's fire struck the tiare. A thunderous boom sounded, and droplets of fire were cast high and far, like one of Brother Milo's fireworks. More verdants released their cisterns, illuminating the clouds of smoke from below and casting huge shadows that danced and writhed. The black army advanced, and screams rose up from behind St. John as the pharaohs attacked from the rear, using the night skies to their advantage, and sneaking in low over the cloud forest. More pharaohs attacked the verdants from above. The verdants did what they could to defend themselves, but the girl riding the pharaoh queen used her power to turn their own weapons against them, sending dragons crashing into the sands in flames. Regal dragons were not immune to the danger, and St. John felt the pain as if it were his own when he saw Draken struck down. The world was in chaos, and all St. John could do at that moment was hold on. Valterius made a series of sudden and violent maneuvers, and St. John would have protested if he could have spoken, but then he saw the pharaoh bearing down on them, eyes locked on Valterius's neck. St. John used the staff and the stirrups to help him endure the forces applied by such sudden changes in direction. Something crashed into them, and St. John saw Homsa thrusting his lance into the breast of a feral dragon. Such strength! The lance was torn from the man's hand as the pharaoh flashed by, but the sound of the dragon striking sand that followed was unmistakable. The jolt had shifted his grip on the staff, and he loosened his hold on it enough to slide his hand back up. In that same instant, Valterius veered sideways. St. John's grip closed around the staff at the same moment he saw the reason for the evasive action. The pharaoh queen was bearing down on them, and the girl drew back her balled fist, which leaked fire. St. John's fingers landed in the impressions left by his mother's grip. A cold, tingling feeling made the hair on his arm stand, and his own muscles tightened. His fingers clenched of their own volition, and no matter how hard his mind tried to release the staff, his hand would not obey. He could feel his mother then, as if she were there with him, as if she had prepared this moment just for him. It was an odd feeling to have, but that was how he felt. Power surged through him, and he felt as if part of him were being washed away, like a dead shell being blasted away. Suddenly he could smell more acutely, and his vision focused on things he shouldn't be able to see. Even his thoughts raced so quickly that the world moved slowly. The girl mouthed some words as she approached, and St. John could feel the compulsion to let down his guard, to accept his coming death, to make it quick and painless. It would be a gift. That was when he felt his mother's presence more strongly than ever before, more strongly even than when she had been alive. He channeled her energy, her love, her care, and he focused it into single-minded intent. To his utter amazement, a blast of crystalline light shimmered and raced from his outstretched hand. With blinding brightness, it illuminated the shock on the girl's face, and it struck before she could release her own attack. With such force that St. John thought he might have killed her, the girl was blasted from the back of the dragon and disappeared into a column of smoke. The pharaoh queen continued forward, and the impact jarred St. John so hard he thought he might have broken his jaw. Valterius spun 3 times before righting himself, and St. John could feel and taste the blood on his cheek. Looking down, he tried to find the girl, and it didn't take long to locate her. He'd expected to see her broken form lying still, but instead she was rimmed with fire and leading a far more organized charge against those from the Midlands. Verdants continued to rain fire on the black armies, but those weapons were too dangerous to use anywhere close to the fighting. It would do no good for those from the heights to kill those from the Midlands. The two had been aligned for hundreds of years, even if St. John had heard hints of ongoing tension between the two. It would appear, at least, that they could work together when threatened by a common foe. Valterius took them higher and did his best to disengage from the conflict. It was apparent to St. John that his mount was shaken. Below them the battle played out, and St. John was horrified by what he saw. From his vantage, it was clear they had no chance. Casualties were already starting to mount, and they had no reserves, no reinforcements, no second chances. No matter how much he wanted it, there was no way to go back, no way for his loved ones to escape. A deep grunt of exertion was the only warning St. John received before the pharaoh queen swept into his vision from his periphery. Still gripping the staff, St. John waited until he could see the queen's pupils, then he exerted his will. The power still flowed through him, but even so he'd had doubts. but the staff rewarded him by issuing another blast of crystallized light that sent rainbows in all directions. This one struck the feral queen on the bridge of her long snout. Lightning crawled over the dragon's face, eyes, and nostrils. Her head smoking, the feral queen dropped away. St. John would have urged Voltarius to go after the queen, but he could feel the irregularity of their flight. Voltarius was hurt. St. John let the lines go slack, and Voltarius circled lower, landing behind the dragon's wing, where Pelivore and Gwen were rallying the crew. Pelivore unleashed devastating attacks, and St. John thought of Ko. Reaching his hand into his pocket, he pulled the carved cat free, and he could feel the vast store of energy trapped within, just waiting for his will to release it. The rush of it made St. John's body vibrate, and he began to go numb from it. In the span of the next breath, he had to react or die. The feral queen came in low and quiet, her claws extended towards St. John and Voltarius. He didn't have time to think, and energy simply leaped from the staff toward the approaching dragon. Ko thrummed in St. John's hand, and the staff focused the combined energy. Lightning struck the feral queen again in the face, and as soon as it connected, the line of liquid plasma pulsed and grew brighter as more and more energy flowed between them. The massive dragon's skull lit up from within, and St. John could see the underlying bone structure. It lasted only a moment, but the outline of it was burned into St. John's vision and would not go away. The feral queen could withstand no more, and crashed into the trees in the distance. The sound of snapping timber was horrific. It was a hollow victory, St. John knew. The feral queen had not been in charge of this army. It was the wisp of a girl. St. John thought of Trinda, and knew better than to underestimate the childlike. When his dragon responded to his input and came in for a very awkward landing, St. John's concern grew. Running his hands over Voltarius, his fingers found a jagged rib and another that caused the dragon to flinch. The saddle was making it worse, by the looks of it, and St. John didn't hesitate. He put Ko back in his pocket, drew his belt knife, and cut the saddle free. Unrestricted, Voltarius gave him a trembling woof of thanks, and took back to the air. St. John could only hope he found safety there. Chapter 21. Rare moments exist where the actions of one forever change the world. Emeteri, slave. Bright light on the horizon caused a momentary distraction, and St. John gulped in as much air as he could. The end was near, and this might be what finished them. He knew not what horror approached, but he could do nothing to stop it. No matter how much power the staff contained, his body could take only so much. A vast well of power remained available to him, yet he felt that he would simply burn into a wisp of smoke if he let any more of that power flow through him. His hands trembled, and his knees felt weak. Only the sight of his friends fighting for their lives kept him upright. Benjen was under pressure from 3 demons, and Gwen was cut off from him, unable to protect her father's back as she had been. Pelivore was at his own end from the effort of keeping the ferals at a distance. St. John had no idea how the man was still standing after releasing far more power than St. John had. The light drew closer, and he could see that there were clusters of light, many of them, and that light cast shadows over hulking wooden forms. Ships. At the bow of one ship stood a diminutive form in a deep red dress, her blonde hair flowing behind her, and, as always, a dour expression on her face. Much of the blinding light coursed from her outstretched fingers, and formed a web between the flying ships. St. John heard the dark armies could do such things, but never would he have guessed that Trinda could as well. She landed her flat-bottomed ship within a few feet of the dragon's wing. From the deck of another ship came a different hue. Standing at the prow were Jarman Kite and Lady Lissa. He had never seen the lady before, but he knew her instantly. The resemblance to his mother was painful to witness. St. John's grip tightened on the staff, even knowing he couldn't use it. The greenish tint came from the flames that danced around Jarman, who used strategic attacks of green and orange fire to clear a perimeter around the ships, while Trinda plucked ferals from the skies with incredible accuracy. The tide of the battle had changed already, and when the sides of the ships dropped open, a flood of people from the Godfist and the Greatland alike charged out in precise order, rank and file. The first group that emerged carried shields, save a few among them with long pikes. They established themselves along the perimeter Jarman had created. Half went to their knees, and the other half stood behind them, forming a dense matrix of shields. Already the attacks from Trinda and Jarman were slowing, but the line was established and more soldiers charged out. Each of these carried a bow over a shoulder and ran with cupped hands, hands that leaked blinding light. Kneeling down behind those with shields, the first rank uncapped their hands and set glowing orbs into the sand. After cocking the odd-looking crossbows they carried, they loaded what St. John now recognized as herald globes. His mother had created them as a way to provide light within Dragonhold and as a way to grow food, and now they were poised to act as tools of war. St. John couldn't help but hope they were potent weapons in spite of his mother's original intentions. Looking down on him, Trinda gave him a wry smile. "I told you that you'd need something from me someday, and even though you weren't always nice to me, I won't make you ask." She raised her voice to her troops. "Fire!" On her command, the first volley was released, and dozens of bright lights flashed overhead, further illuminating the battlefield. The ferals, demons, and soldiers had been driven back, and the dark-haired girl was at the heart of the seething mass. Each herald globe struck with concussive force that made the ground tremble. Sand and whatever else within close proximity was thrown into the air, and it rained down for long moments after each attack. Those under Trinda's command were calm and efficient, and rather than a hurried and haphazard process of reloading or rotating, the shields parted and a wave of runners sprinted onto the battlefield, looking for the globes. Despite being made mostly of glass, they all rested, unharmed, at the center of circles of destruction. Every globe was retrieved in the lull after the attack. The runners did nothing else. With speed and efficiency, they were back within the shelter of the shields before the remaining demons and soldiers regained their senses. From the ships charged a new volley, and that alone might be enough to secure an unlikely victory. St. John had no time to react to the fact that he recognized Kendra within the ranks of the runners. How she had come to be there was a mystery, but he had no time for conjecture. By the time the crossbows were loaded, the dark-haired girl had regained her feet and stood at the center of the destruction. Her armies were in tatters, and already many of her dragons were dead. She was defeated, yet she didn't look the part. Defiant, she strutted forward, her arm raised and her fist extended. A fierce wind blew back the smoke and cleared the air, making the girl easy to see. She was plainly dressed in what looked more like boys' clothes, and it was clear that she'd been through a great deal. St. John wondered what could have led her to such a place, but she would accept no empathy from him. That was clear. Within her eyes raged a maddened fire that spoke of unyielding conviction, and few things were as dangerous as unyielding conviction. "I will not let you beat me!" the girl shouted through her tears. St. John wanted to console this girl, wanted her to understand that they were not enemies. He could see in her face and posture that her heart was broken, and despite his greatest desire, there was nothing he could do to fix it. Then she did the most terrible thing imaginable. She reached into the land and turned it into a weapon. It was not the soil she called upon, but everything that lived within. And yet she did not ask these creatures for their service. She yanked them from where they hid and hurled them over the row of shields. Snakes, lizards, scorpions, stinging insects, spiders, mites, and a host of others lashed out at whatever was nearby. Screams erupted from within the ranks. This girl was subverting nature itself. St. John realized how great the extent when he saw wolves loping from the trees. They would be beset from both sides. Trinda also saw the attacks coming, and St. John could see the word forming on her lips. He wanted to shout, to tell her no, but he was too late. "Fire!" she shouted. The second volley raced toward where the girl stood tall. St. John watched the fiery globes race toward her before slowing. They were doomed. The girl would use their own potent attack against them. Something happened then that defied explanation. A dark shape burst from the tree line, driven by the wolves and other animals sent to attack the combined forces gathered there. Low and sleek, this shape continued, avoiding man and wolf and heading straight for the girl. She still held the globes in the air over her head, and she looked as if she would lob them back at any moment, until she saw the shape approaching. For an instant, St. John thought the girl would blast the poor creature out of existence, but something changed in her expression. Was that recognition? The shape slowed then, and approached the girl with its trembling body hugging the ground. What St. saw was a sizable but terrified cat. The girl stood motionless, caught between two worlds, caught between two selves. St. could see the struggle on her face. The herald globe slowly drifted down and gently came to rest in the sand around her, illuminating her and the cat for all to see. Tears fell to the sand. After closing the last distance between them, the cat tentatively headbutted her leg. A mournful wail formed on the girl's lips, and it cast a spell of silence on the rest of the world. Regret, remorse, pain, and longing all mixed together and brought tears to all who heard it. The cat stood on its hind legs and pressed its head into her hand, and she scratched behind its ears as if by reflex. Movement in St. periphery caught his attention. An old man limped out of the trees. The wolves and other creatures were already dispersing, and paid him no mind, nor he they. He limped slowly, but with single-minded purpose, onto the battlefield, and toward the girl and the cat.
"What kind of trouble have you gotten yourself into?"
he asked. The girl turned upon hearing the words, and sobbed when she saw him. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." The man looked as if he would say something more, but the girl didn't give him a chance. Instead, she reached down and picked up the cat before turning and running back into the desert, back toward the jungle, and St. could not believe his eyes. The old man turned to him and shook his head.
"I do believe that girl just stole my cat."
Epilogue. Beneath the Terhillian lovers met the Council of the Known Lands, a newly formed body meant to foster peace in the world. St. looked at those around the huge table, which had been flown in for the occasion, and he could imagine no more unlikely allies.
"The girl's a good kid,"
Thundergar Reem said during his testimony.
"She lost everything she had, and I think she just snapped. That cat gave her something to hold on to, something to believe in. Before anyone goes in there after her, I'd ask you to think about that."
The conviction in his words spoke as strongly as the tears rimming his eyes. "I make a motion to declare peace with Alette Kilbore," Draman Kite said, "until such a time as she initiates hostile action." "I second the motion," Trinda Hollis, the Child Queen, said. Afterward, she cast St. a look that said, "I, too, deserve forgiveness." She had a point. St. gave her a smile and a nod. "All in favor say aye," the Lord Chancellor said. The provisions had been mostly agreed upon months prior to the meeting, but it was a relief to have them formalized. "Within my power as Lord Chancellor of the Heights," he continued, "I do commit all resources, including our dragons and their riders, to the defense and support of the Council of the Known Lands, which shall meet here biannually to reconfirm this commitment." St. tried to imagine what the world would look like now that they were all connected and could communicate with each other. Already trade relationships were forming, and there was talk of a common message delivery system. Change was a certainty. "As Lord of Wolfhold, I, Jarman Kite, do commit all my resources and power to the cause of the Council of the Known Lands." St. smiled. His uncle wasn't one to overburden a subject. "I, Trinda Hollis, Guardian of Dragonhold, do commit all my resources toward the defense and support of the Council, but I must retain the sovereignty of my hold, for that is my charge. I welcome trade, but I must reserve the right to refuse entrance in the absence of sufficient cause." St. tried to forgive her, but she had certainly duped him, and he couldn't help the sting. And now she would risk the treaty by denying him access to her hold.
"We've all heard the argument,"
Nat Dersinger said, not sounding much happier than when he'd committed his resources to the cause.
"I personally object, but I'll not stand in the way of a vote."
"I make the motion to grant the lady the right to sovereignty unless this body deems necessary,"
St. said, surprising even himself. Trinda cast him a hurt look. "I second the motion," Lissa Kite said. St. tried not to stare at her. They still hadn't officially met, which was no accident. The Midlands and Madra of Far Massing committed themselves without qualification, and St. knew this was the beginning of a new age. Kendra sat beside him, but he tried not to look at her either. One wrong move could get him decked, and that wasn't the image he wanted to project to the council. She was a fiery woman, of that there could be no doubt. Her appearance on the battlefield had been a complete shock, and though St. John was sorry to hear of her mother's demise, he was grateful it had allowed her to come back to him. Never would he have guessed that she would bond with the second clutch. This was in ways even more of an honor than being in the first clutch. What Kendra and her clutchmates had were proof that regal dragons were a viable species and could reproduce on their own. There had been much worry that regal eggs would be sterile, but Gerhunda, Kendra's dragon, had proven them all wrong when she hatched. St. John smiled at the memory of telling her how he had bonded Valterius, and the look on her face when the same thing worked for her. Seeing Kendra with her dragon never ceased to put a smile on St. John's face. Passion and life had returned to her eyes.
In the massive power granted to me as someone cast into the cloud forest to die, I, Thundergar Reams, do commit my considerable resources to the Council of the Known Lands. Oh, and if you do happen to run across the girl, tell her I'd appreciate having my cat back. I rather liked that cat.
Life at Windhold suited St. John, and he began to feel more at peace. There were questions that might never be answered, but he accepted some of the mystery. Rebuilding their lives, fortifying Windhold, and maintaining their newly established responsibilities were challenges that kept him busy and kept his mind from darker thoughts. Still, some things nagged at him. He could go all day and not think about the past, but as he laid himself down for sleep at night, those fears and memories visited themselves upon him. On this day he needed to deliver a message to Nat Derzinger, a distasteful task, perhaps, but the time alone with Valterius was worth it. Flying had become more and more natural to St. John, and he found that he no longer minded the sudden movements. Just like his grandfather had told him about horses, you could usually see the next move coming if you watched the body language. It had just taken a while for St. John to learn the language. Now he could lean into turns and work with his dragon, instead of responding after the fact. Valterius had been unusually placid for this entire day, and St. John wondered if perhaps his dragon was simply happy to be with him as well. It seemed less likely when Valterius flew over the Falcon Isles, and never slowed. Ignoring St. John's request to land and do what they had come there for, at least what he had come there for, his dragon, it seemed, had other ideas. Knowing how much work awaited him at Windhold, St. John couldn't hide his annoyance. Valterius ignored him. The longer they flew, the more concerned St. John became. Surely he could trust Valterius by now, but Kendra would worry if he didn't return when he'd said he would, and that was a sure way to get decked. Still Valterius flew, and St. John let his anxieties go. Somehow, no matter what, everything would be all right. That feeling lasted until St. John saw a spire of black stone rising from deep water. There was nothing else for leagues in any direction, and he knew this must be where Valterius wanted to go. The place looked ancient, and he could see no doorways, windows, or other openings. Valterius circled over the ominous spire, and there appeared to be no way to get in from the top either. Crying out, Valterius continued to circle. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the seas around the spire started to roil. Some force sent water flying away from the stone tower, and a gap opened in the waves. Deeper the gap grew as more and more water was cast aside, revealing a gaping hole in the side of the Black Keep. St. John wanted nothing to do with that quick route to death, but Valterius was making the decisions, and he trimmed his wings, sending them into a steep dive, as he seemed to do any time St. John opened his mouth to object. The waves continued to yield to the unknown force, and Valterius swooped into the darkness. Once within, he immediately changed direction and shot straight up. Not terribly far above, he alighted on a stone roost that seemed to have been custom-made for just such a purpose. Water rushed back in to fill the keep below them, and St. John knew the keep was sealed along with his fate. There would be no escape, unless whatever it was that had let him in decided to also let him go. Valterius turned his head and looked at St. John as if to say, "Get off." St. John had seen that look before. After unbuckling himself, St. John slid down to the stone and took a moment to stretch his sore legs and back. He often told Voltarius that dragons made lousy furniture. The regal dragon looked at him as if he were daft, then pushed him toward the massive stair leading from the chamber. Realizing there was no sense in delaying the inevitable, St. John climbed the wide stair, feeling insignificant amid the scale of the architecture. He couldn't help but wonder how and why anyone would have constructed such a place, and who or what might live there. After crossing what seemed a too large landing, St. John saw something very unexpected. Plush carpets lined the wide halls, and row after row of shelves held books of all description. An oversized fire filled a gaping hearth, and elaborately carved sofas and chairs awaited nearby, where the air was just the right temperature. Trees grew amid the carpeted halls, and freshly fallen fruit lay uneaten. Light filtered down from above, and St. John wondered what could be the source. He'd seen no openings in the roof of the place, yet it felt like the light of the sun on his face. Another staircase spiraled up from that room, and St. John was shocked to see a mighty stag standing on the masterfully cut stairs. Part of him wanted to see where the stairs led, but something pulled him forward. Perhaps it was the sound of running water. Regardless, he found himself moving in that direction. Around a bend he found the source of the sound. Within a chamber whose ceiling was lined with moss-covered stone was what looked like a wading pool, like some place one might expect to see a fountain. There was no fountain, but there was a figure sitting there with its back to St. John. He approached slowly, despite knowing that he had been allowed to enter by whomever this was. Then the figure stood and turned, and pulled back the hood of her robes. Clear, translucent hair fell alongside a beautiful face, one that St. John could never forget. "I'm sorry," Katrin said. St. John was dumbfounded, and stood in mute shock. "I'm sorry you grieved for me. It was the only way I believed I could save you. Only by making the Pharaohs believe I was dead could I give you a chance at life. And look at what you've done for yourself." St. John tried for a moment to understand how she could know what he had or hadn't done. "Please, sit with me." Doing as his mother asked, St. John tried to figure out if he was livid, grateful, happy, or all those feelings at once. "I've done what I can to help you and to nudge events in the right direction." Even that justification fell flat. "Kyrian knew of this place," his mother continued. "It was among the only places where the Pharaohs wouldn't be able to find me. Fortunately, it's a well-kept secret." "Getting in and out is no treat," St. John grumbled, and Katrin laughed. Hearing that laugh lightened his soul, and he couldn't stay angry with her for long. Doing what he should have done the instant he saw her, St. John wrapped her in an embrace and refused to let go. "Don't ever do that to me again," he said, giving her an extra squeeze. He noticed when she sat that she favored her right leg. "It only hurts when it's wet outside," she said in response to his look, and he couldn't help but laugh. After sitting back down beside the pool, St. John noticed for the first time the tree that grew closest to the pool. It was little more than a sapling, but it bore 2 deep green leaves encased in crystals. "A gift," his mother said. It was then that St. John really looked at the pool. What had looked like a simple fish pond changed as he gazed within. He began to think of Dragonhold, and within the fountain the Godfist came into view. It was unmistakable from above. A glance at his mother revealed her grin. "It's one of the 7 great magics of the last age," she said. "7 magics?" "This is the Well of Sight," his mother said, and just hearing her voice restored him. "The Staff of Life is another, and the statues of Terhillion are considered one. The keystones you've seen as well. They allow communication over great distances." "That's only 4, St. John said, and his mother nodded. "Some mysteries, my son, still remain."
Book 7. The Fifth Magic.
Chapter 1. Honor feeds no children. Sebelon the Thief. Lies. Like the patina of 1,000 years, deceptions, half-truths, and full-on lies coated everything in St. John Volker's life.
He had things he'd never have dreamed of. A beautiful wife, a dragon, and the dragon clan at his command, but all of it was tainted. As he gazed out along the horizon, across the endless sea, a gust of wind resonated within Windhold, casting St. John's long hair back. Kendra said she was responsible for cutting his hair, but he was afraid to ask, partly because he wasn't sure he trusted her with a knife near his neck at the moment, and partly because she'd made it clear to him and others she hated the way he looked with long hair. To ask for a haircut would mean admitting defeat. Though he knew it was childish, he refused to give her the victory. He justified it by telling himself he needed the Dragon Clan and the Draken to respect him. Giving in to Kendra was unlikely to better their opinion of him. Using a strip of leather, he pulled his hair back and tied it up, which kept most of it out of his mouth and eyes. The air smelled of a coming storm. Wind gusts grew more frequent and powerful. Windhold was aptly named, and riding out storms in the hold was unpleasant at best. Better to saddle the dragons and fly. The Dragon Clan could retreat to the lower hold and stay warm and dry. He turned back to those in the hold to give the command, but no one was looking at him. Even Durin was already saddling Voltarius, and St. John's dragon watched his friend with a mildly suspicious eye. Durin had saddled Voltarius many times, but Aldrak liked to keep everyone sharp. His status among the dragons was unchallenged. St. John tried not to be upset no one had looked to him for command or even guidance. It was a sign of his poor leadership skills, and it stung. Voltarius moved suddenly to one side, and all St. John could do was watch. The words of warning were barely forming on his tongue when the dragon's tail flicked and caught Durin in the back of his knees, sending him flying. The rest of the dragon pretended not to see, though a few smirked, knowing Voltarius had a sense of humor. When St. John arrived, Durin moved slowly to pull himself up.
Your dragon.
Yeah, I know, St. John said. Looking up at Voltarius, who managed to look innocent, St. John couldn't help but laugh.
Thanks,
Durin said.
You never seem to find it funny when he does it to you.
Not for a while, at least, St. John said, and he helped Durin finish saddling Voltarius. The dragon was happier with two of them working on him. As long as he was the center of attention, he was well behaved. St. John had been working with him on obedience. Convincing the dragon St. John was the leader, and that his commands were to be followed, was proving to be something of a challenge. Still, there was something new in their relationship. Perhaps a bit of grudging respect, St. John thought, but the fact that he flinched when the dragon twitched his tail made him reconsider. He mounted without incident, but Voltarius stared at him, and he could rarely venture a guess at what the creature was thinking. "Let's make for the shallows," he said after strapping himself in. Using the reins, he guided Voltarius into the main wind hall. Rather than walk toward the opening as they normally would, Voltarius chose to show off his skill. Spreading his wings, he hovered in place for a short time, and with nothing more than minute, barely perceptible muscle movements, he moved with the wind and soared out of the hold without ever flapping his wings. The draken followed. Like leaves from a mighty tree, shaken and thrown into the wind, they glided away. Gusts more violent than St. John was comfortable flying in were inescapable. The storm rushed in and surrounded them faster than thought. Voltarius and the draken were strong flyers, though, and not so easily overcome. Pushing along the outer edge of the storm, Voltarius used the winds to their advantage and sent them racing to the south and west, toward the shallows. For once, he'd chosen to allow St. John to set their course with nothing but his knees. A squeeze to one side or the other was all it took to express his intentions. Kendra flew Garanda close. Voltarius didn't seem to mind. "We should just fly straight to the Terillian Keys for the council," she shouted. "We could sweep the area and make sure there are no surprises. This is a council designed to keep the peace. We cannot show up with our entire strength. That would be an act of aggression." "I see nothing wrong with a little aggression," Kendra said. "From what I've been hearing, Trinda and the Dark Queen have some of their own." "We've no proof of that," St. John said. "Have you any proof otherwise?" she asked. He didn't answer. "Then how can we discount either possibility? We cannot. Voltarius and I are going, and you may ride with me if you wish, but we will not bring a show of strength to the Council of the Known Lands."
The air between Voltarius and Garanda grew turbulent, and some distance soon separated them. Voltarius continued to fly toward the shallows, and St. John realized he might have finally won an argument. He'd always wondered what that might feel like. The Serpent was a ship like no other, despite the fact that the masthead had been meant to imitate the legendary dragon's wing. The Serpent, too, bore a likeness of Kyrian, but it was much more hastily created and was best seen from a distance. Both ships could fly, but in entirely different manners. Where the dragon's wing flew by the power of a flight master and thrust master, the Serpent flew under her own power and the wind in her sails, as her captain said a proper ship should.
Perhaps the best way to keep a ship from sinking is to never put it in the water,
Kenward Trell reminded Brother Vaughn as they moved through the mostly clear skies with almost graceful ease. The smell of burning wood and coal, along with the black smoke pouring from the chim stack and a constant low-pitched whistle, proved brute force was required to keep them aloft. Looking up, Brother Vaughn asked himself once again what he'd been thinking when boarding this ship. Kenward was world-renowned for his recklessness, and the Serpent appeared to have been built under the premise it might soon be scattered across a mountainside. The lure of knowledge held by those within the heights had been enough to blind Brother Vaughn, but he'd regretted it ever since they departed the Firstland. The chance to see verdant dragons under peaceful circumstances also drew him on, but it seemed less and less likely they would get there alive.
Airships once ruled the winds, Kenward said, and so they will again. The Serpent proves any man can sail the skies, whether they are touched by the gods or not.
Brother Vaughn caught himself about to run his hands along the railing, but he'd already gotten 2 splinters that way, and a third one would be his own fault. In truth, much of what looked shoddy about the Serpent was a result of the materials from which she'd been built. Though rare and difficult to find, flakewood was by far the lightest building material strong enough to support a ship of this size. The archives revealed much, and Kenward had proven determined to use the ancients' knowledge to his advantage. Aside from being light, the flakewood splintered easily, possessing none of the malleability of great oak. Gaps between the planks made Brother Vaughn shiver, knowing the ship was in no way watertight.
"You could have at least made the planks fit together,"
Brother Vaughn said.
No point in making her seaworthy if you're never going to put her in the water,
Kenward said.
Besides, flakewood floats better than lightwood, so the Serpent should still float.
"Should?"
Kenward shrugged. Brother Vaughn had already heard his argument.
We've only tested the Serpent in the air. If she ever ends up in the sea, we'll find out if she floats.
Even Kenward had shown his concern a number of times during their flight over what was called the Endless Sea. But they'd stayed aloft, and Brother Vaughn had long since tired of seeing water beneath them through the cracks in the deck and the holds below.
Never have I worried so much over weight, Vaughn, Kenward said. Maybe you could catch a ride to the council with Onan. Based on my calculations, I'll have plenty of room in the hold, but too much weight aboard to fill it. A partially filled hold offends my sensibilities.
"If Onan will have me,"
Brother Vaughn said. He'd have said more, but he didn't want to give Kenward any more reason to toss him overboard.
7,
Kenward shouted, and a short, skinny man with thin, straggly hair answered the call.
Go tell Farsi to redo our estimates, assuming all passengers find their own ways home.
The man nodded and did not meet Brother Vaughn's eyes when he turned. Brother Vaughn kept his hands in the pockets of his robes to keep them warm, and he fondled the ornately carved cube he always kept with him. Kenward had been the one to reveal its true purpose, and it had kept him up at night ever since. A key. It was an elaborate and ancient key meant to open a ship's second hold, the place where a captain might hide his or her greatest treasure. Brother Vaughn knew the location of the ship this key went to. It taunted him, making him wonder, over and over, what might be within the second hold of a ship resting at the bottom of the God's Eye for thousands of years. But the God's Eye was denied to him, as was all of Dragonhold, making it a puzzle with no solution. This trip, in a way, had been about escaping knowledge he could not pursue. The cube was a reminder he sometimes wished he'd left behind, but he could entrust it to no one else, and there was no place he considered safe enough to leave it. Thus, its constant presence continued to make him wonder.
Land below!
Came a shout from the crow's nest.
and Brother Vaughn gripped the rail tightly while looking down. It took a moment for the clouds below them to clear, but when they did, Brother Vaughn was treated to a magnificent view. Beneath them was an emerald marsh, teeming with life. Rising from a still distant plain, waited the heights. There, Brother Vaughn knew, wrapped in low-lying clouds, was the forest in which Thundergar and Alette had lived. Seeing this place so alive gave him greater context for the tale reshaping his world. Knowledge spread quickly following the first council of the known lands. Even the design of this ship would have been unknown to them, if not for that communication. Revelations from the scrolls Katrin had found within Omahold, and other discoveries within Dragonhold, were having profound impacts on those within the Heights, the Mids, and across all of Godsland. Most agreed a new age was upon them. Brother Vaughn hoped it was an age of enlightenment and not an age of conflict. Thus far, the Council of the Known Lands succeeded in maintaining peace, but there were rumors and tension, and nothing was certain. Diplomacy was the reason most believed Brother Vaughn was on this trip, and he did hope to foster goodwill, but he wondered just how much he could do. In many ways, Kenward was a far better ambassador. Trade was a language everyone understood, and Kenward brought with him as many valuable items as he hoped to leave with. A cold wind descended on them with sudden force and ferocity. The ship dropped through the air like a stone, and Brother Vaughn felt his guts racing toward his chin. There had been no warning, and crewmen were tossed about. When the ship just as suddenly slowed its descent, people were slammed into the Serpent's unforgiving deck. "Boiling downbursts!" Kenward cursed. "Anyone injured?" Moans broke the silence, and Kenward moved toward the closest source. Just before he reached Bryn, another body collided with him, and he reached out to steady the man. He looked and saw it was the man they call Seven. Brother Vaughn hadn't known him prior to this flight, but Kenward had been forced to find a number of new crewmen to man the Serpent. It was not a change all sailors could make. Seven, though, was at home on the airship, and generally moved about with live dexterity. Brother Vaughn steadied him. "Sorry," Seven said. Brother Vaughn paid him no more mind as he attended to Bryn, who was now coming around, though he was bleeding from his forehead. "Helliver warned me about these blasted downdrafts," Kenward said, "but I'll be boiled if I can see 'em coming." Luckily, no one was seriously injured, and Kenward moved back to the rails. The marsh was a great deal closer now, and Brother Vaughn could see the swamp pigs Thundergar had described. Glistening, the creatures moved through the channels they created, cutting the otherwise complete carpet of vegetation into what looked like the pieces of a woodsmith's puzzle, only with sunlight reflecting through the gaps. Beneath them flashed darkness embodied, and the hull of the ship issued an echoing thrum. With terror in his heart, Brother Vaughn watched the feral dragon slip just as quickly away from them and out of view. Looking around frantically, Brother Vaughn could not find where the dragon had gone, and he once again knew true fear. He had faced these creatures before and barely survived, and now he was exposed and vulnerable once again. The feeling grew more intense as the Serpent began to steadily lose altitude. Black smoke poured from the chimstack, and steam billowed around it. "We got a leak!" someone cried from below decks, and there were shrieks, grunts, shouts, and screams as the crew worked to stem the flow. The ship's shadow danced along the vegetation and grew closer. It was only a matter of time before they crashed into it. Not far in the distance, the greenery ended and desert began. Brother Vaughn wasn't certain what to wish for, so he simply prayed the crew could fix the steam leak in time. The billowing bags of air above them rippled and looked as if they might collapse. Brother Vaughn braced himself. He'd thought flying on a dragon or on a ship with a flight master was terrifying. This took fear to a new level. The shadow of the ship now raced along the desert, a cloud of sand swirling in their wake. The pitch of the cries from below changed then, and after a fevered moment of shouted orders, the steam rising from below decks was greatly reduced. The windsocks, or bladders as Kenward called them, firmed and snapped taut. Slowly the ship began to rise, and Brother Vaughn prayed they were not too late. A stiff wind now pushed them toward the heights faster than any of them would have liked. Kenward called out more orders, and the Serpent responded, somewhat. As if waking from a long sleep, the ship lumbered upward. Cast like a leaf in the wind, it twisted. The ropes holding the airbags popped and whined, but continued to hold. By some luck of chance, the wind straightened the ship, line and sail. Pointed in the right direction, Kenward took advantage. "More flame!" Black smoke grew thick. The ship ascended into it, then leaped higher, supported by thermals rising above the sands. With the increase in smoke came more steam, and Farsi shouted from below decks, his words distorted, but his intention clear. The black was choked to a fraction of what it had been, and the steam lessened. The Serpent could climb only so high, so fast. Fortunately, the thermals did most of the work, leaving them drifting higher and higher in a lazy circle. The sails were tilted to catch the uprising air, the angle of one side less than the other, allowing them to spiral upward. The people of the heights had been notified the Serpent was coming, but Brother Vaughn still wasn't certain what to expect. At that point, just about anything would be better than being on Kenward's airship. What had he been thinking? The captain appeared to be feeling quite good about himself. Brother Vaughn could imagine his words. "First person to ever fly a steam-powered ship across the endless sea and do trade with the heights." A crowd appeared along the edges of the gaping openings in the mountains. With the sun setting behind them, Kenward guided the Serpent away from the thermals and toward the tallest spire. There he could see what looked like an official delegation, and he guided the airship closer. Erratic wind gusts and vortices tossed the ship during the final approach, and those waiting within the cavernous chamber scattered. With the lines creaking and groaning from the strain, the Serpent cleared the expansive opening, looking as if she would make a firm landing. Again, the wind gusted, and the airbags were caught in the gale. The hull slammed into the stone floor of the chamber, jolting all those aboard, then changed direction, being dragged back toward the open air. "Cut the lines!" Kenward shouted, the pitch of his voice high. "Quickly!" Moving with all the speed they could muster, the crew worked to cut the ropes. They would not be quick enough. Brother Vaughn would have jumped, but he was not strong enough. Others made the leap and landed on solid stone, but he remained rooted and would go where the ship went. The world stopped moving suddenly and completely. A deep boom rattled his being, and Brother Vaughn's eyes felt as if they might be torn from his head. When he opened them, his vision was blurred, and it took a moment to see the largest eye he'd ever seen gazing down upon him. The mighty verdant dragon, his head nearly as big as the ship, snorted and rattled the chamber, then roared at Brother Vaughn and his shipmates. Brother Vaughn would always remember it, as if the dragon had roared at him personally. Grateful for the Leviathan's help, Brother Vaughn tried to be thankful while he pulled himself over the rail to drop onto the floor of the cavern. The dragon had stopped the Serpent from being dashed against the rocks, but he had also nearly deafened Brother Vaughn and certainly risked giving him a heart attack. When he looked up from where he landed, he saw men in long white robes of fine linen with shoes that shone even in the failing light.
"I am Brother Vaughn,"
he said. "Your people certainly know how to make an entrance," said a fat man with a lopsided grin. Sensi, Brother Vaughn presumed, as he picked himself up from the cold stone. Chapter 2. Change threatens all that is, and shall be met with fire. Sensi, Chamberlain to the Lord Chancellor. Diplomacy was made difficult by the Lord Chancellor's refusal to meet with Brother Vaughn. The best he could do was talk with the people at the market while trying to keep Kenward out of trouble, the latter of which was like trying to keep the wind from blowing.
"For all of these," Kenward said to a gem merchant, "I will give you one of these."
He produced a dried and preserved yet still lustrous leaf of the saltbark tree.
"Do you think me a half-wit?"
the man asked, his voice high and accent thick. The interaction did not go unnoticed, and guards moved closer to where they stood. Brother Vaughn had the distinct feeling of being watched from above, and gave Kenward a nudge.
"I mean no offense," Kenward said. "This leaf will cure almost any ill, and is considered as valuable as a life."
The merchant did not look convinced, but he reconsidered.
"Half," he said, "because I cannot know it is real until it's needed."
"It's real," Brother Vaughn said. "I was there when it was harvested, and I have seen the healing it can bring. It's real.
Half, Kenward said. But I pick which half.
The merchant looked at Kenward sideways, then smiled.
Deal.
With every stone Kenward selected, the merchant acted as if he were being robbed. This was apparently not all that unusual, since the guards and other merchants ignored it.
How will Umer feed his children?
He cried.
Hold this, Seven,
Kenward said, but Seven did not answer. Brother Vaughn turned and looked, but the little man was nowhere to be seen. When Kenward had only one selection left to make, he was torn between a pretty red stone growing out of a darker stone and a much smaller translucent stone with only a hint of green giving it color. Hovering his hand near one, then the other, Kenward tried to read Umer's eyes. He grabbed the smaller greenish stone, feeling apprehensive, but Umer cried out as if he'd been assaulted. This the guards could not ignore, and they closed in on the merchant's shop.
What's the problem, Umer? Are you being robbed again in the broad light of day? This man tricked me into thinking he was an idiot, and instead he is a thief. I may look dumb, Kenward said, but it's just a disguise. You see? He tricked me. Move along, the guard said to Kenward, and Brother Vaughn breathed a sigh of relief.
Can we go back now to see if the men are done repairing the serpent?
I need some more rope, Kenward said. The crew can't fix the ship without materials, but everything here is expensive.
It's all imported,
Brother Vaughn said.
That's crazy, Kenward said. Give anyone control over your food and goods, and they'll eventually use it against you.
Secretly, Brother Vaughn was dreading the idea of getting back on the serpent, but it didn't appear he was going to make any progress here on his own. The serpent might be his only way home, which was a less than comforting feeling.
For rope?
Brother Vaughn heard Kenward say, and he turned.
Did you spin it out of rainbows and dragon tears?
The merchant did not respond.
Well, have to use what we've got,
Kenward said, finally convinced to go back to the ship. It was a long and uncomfortable walk. Kenward spent most of it grumbling over the prices the merchants dared ask for their goods, imported or not. Brother Vaughn knew returning to the vacuous hall where the serpent lay on her side like a grounded whale might also mean getting another chance to see a verdant dragon up close. He hoped any he encountered would refrain from roaring at him. His hearing was only starting to return to normal. His dreams of seeing another verdant dragon were fulfilled when they entered the hall, only this dragon was different from the rest. Jerregard looked down on Brother Vaughn with one amber eye, and one that looked more gemstone than eye, yet it seemed to see him just as clearly. His mottled black and gray skin looked as hard as rock, and bore a hint of green from the moss and lichen that grew between his mighty plates. There was no malice in the dragon's stance, eyes, or the energy he exuded, but he was intimidating nonetheless. One false step could easily kill a person, and having been stepped on by a number of horses, Brother Vaughn wasn't certain how close he wanted to get. Atop the dragon's back was a smaller version of the tiare, which still looked as if it could hold 10 people comfortably.
I wonder how the old boy might feel about giving us a nudge, Kenward said.
Brother Vaughn shivered at the thought. It hadn't been Onin's verdant dragon that saved them from being dragged over the ledge, but he was clearly powerful enough to push the serpent back into open air. What happened afterward was what truly gave Brother Vaughn cause for concern. Onin appeared a moment later, along with Sensi. The rotund man had been nothing but rude to Brother Vaughn, and seeing him was not a hopeful sign.
Onin, my friend,
Kenward said. The older man cast him an unfriendly glare.
What? My men should soon complete the repairs needed, but my ship is now much heavier, and I was hoping I could beg a favor of you.
What?
A push,
Kenward said.
More of a nudge, really. Just enough to send us on our way.
Not soon enough,
Sensi said in a voice just loud enough for everyone to hear.
Fine,
Onin said.
Are you going to the council?
Brother Vaughn asked. The looks returned to him were less than friendly.
Yes,
Onin said.
May I go with you?
Brother Vaughn asked before he lost his nerve.
That would be most appreciated,
Kenward said.
I could use the extra weight.
Brother Vaughn didn't really appreciate being judged by nothing but his weight.
but he saw Kenward's point. Onin turned to Sensi, saying nothing. The fat man groaned.
If you must.
Knowing his welcome was tenuous at best, Brother Vaughn did his best to fall in behind Onin, remaining silent and invisible. Jerregard continued to watch them approach. Bryn ran out to meet Kenward.
"Almost ready, sir," he said. "Just need that rope and we'll be airworthy in no time."
The serpent looked ominous laying on her side and belching black smoke. The windsocks were starting to reinflate, and Kenward bade them a brief farewell.
"Got to go,"
he said.
"I'll shout when I'll need that nudge. Be gentle, will you?"
Onin just grunted. Not a moment before Kenward reached the serpent, 7 appeared from out of the crowds gathering to watch them depart, or perhaps just burn to cinders. There was shouting coming from aboard the ship, and flames occasionally leaped up from between the decking. Kenward, 7, and the rest of those not on board raced back to the ship. Gusts of wind, powerful and insistent, threatened to pull the serpent into the open air, as well as fanning the flames. Brother Vaughn wasn't certain how pleasant his trip to the council would be, but he knew he'd made the right decision. Kenward's orders echoed through the chamber, and Jerregard added his deep baritone roar. The serpent continued to move closer to the edge, and the pitch of Kenward's voice continually went up. Then gouts of steam and black smoke engulfed the entire ship, leaving the crowds to gasp and wonder her fate. Jerregard moved closer of his own volition before Onin could reach the agitated dragon. Every step made the stone tremble. Tier and harness rattled and popped, and the mighty beast was lowering his head when the smoke suddenly cleared. Kenward and his crew were scrambling all over the airship, checking lines and shouting. The same wind that cleared the smoke also dragged the serpent the rest of the way out of the hold.
"I think we're good,"
was the last thing Kenward shouted before the ship dropped from sight. The sounds of their screams quickly grew more distant. Brother Vaughn ran toward Jerregard, his fear outweighed by the need to know what happened to his friends. Though he was glad not to share their fate, he would never have wished them harm. Snaps, cracks, and screams echoed as he ran, and his heart pounded. Jerregard gave a great trumpeting call, but Brother Vaughn didn't know what it meant. It only added to his anxiety and confusion. When he did finally reach the edge, he managed to keep a goodly distance between himself and the agitated dragon. Peering down, the serpent resembled a falling toy. How far it had dropped was terrifying. The windsocks were full and taut, though, and the ship righted herself. Trees in their wake reeled from the recent impact, but Kenward could be heard laughing even from the heights.
"That man is quite insane,"
Brother Vaughn said. No one argued.
"Come,"
Onin said, pushing Brother Vaughn from behind. Sensi approached more slowly, but even he appeared to be moved by a sense of urgency. Jerregard extended his leg, providing an easy climb to the tier. Onin went first, and Brother Vaughn followed. Sensi offered a few choice words to the wind before doing his best to climb in a dignified fashion. When he reached the tier, the big man was breathing heavily and had to wipe the sweat from his forehead.
"Tie yourselves in,"
Onin said. Brother Vaughn didn't hesitate for an instant. Nothing he'd seen of flying thus far gave him any reason to believe he had the ability to stay where he was on his own. Sensi half-heartedly pulled at the 2 short ropes and managed to secure himself, if just barely. Brother Vaughn couldn't help but check and recheck the knot he'd tied. He was considering untying it and retying it to make it more secure, when Jerregard issued another deafening call, one Brother Vaughn could feel in the seat of his pants, even when he held his hands over his ears. A cold feeling unsettled his stomach, but Jerregard proved his skill. Extending his wings, the dragon left the cold stone without any noticeable sensation to those aboard. Seemingly without moving a muscle, the verdant dragon sailed into the open air as smoothly as could be. Brother Vaughn breathed a deep sigh of relief and wiped sweat from his own forehead. Sensi just gave him a disgusted look. No sooner had Jerregard started to execute a turn than shouting from within the mountain hold began. One word rang clearly through the air: thief. Sensi cast an accusing glare at Brother Vaughn, who could only shrug and turned his hands palm up.
"Go back,"
Sensi said.
"Why?"
Onan asked, surprising Brother Vaughn.
Because something has been stolen, and it's possible the thief is aboard,
Sensi said without looking at Brother Vaughn.
Did you steal anything?
Onan asked Brother Vaughn, turning to look over his shoulder.
No. He didn't do it,
Onan said.
You're just going to believe him?
Sensi asked, clearly incensed.
My tier, my rules,
Onan said, and their course did not change.
This is why the Lord Chancellor doesn't trust you,
Sensi said. Brother Vaughn shrank into the padded chair and checked his knot once again. Roars echoed from the heights. A pair of full-sized verdant dragons gained the skies, their huge tiers bristling with activity. They looked like war on wings, and Brother Vaughn knew fear. As if guessing his thoughts, Sensi said,
There'll be more. It will take them time,
Onan said.
The great oafs are too big to be nimble. That is, after all, why you are aboard, is it not? Do you wish to try to have one of those beasts land amid the keys? I think you would never come back. I am no thief. You are no thief. And the monk is no thief. We fly. Let them chase the airship. There they will find fools and thieves alike.
It was the most Brother Vaughn had ever heard Onan speak, and he looked over to Sensi, who appeared annoyed, but otherwise calm. Something about that bothered Brother Vaughn, but he didn't get the chance to reason it out.
Hold on,
Onan said.
The ride may get a little bumpy.
In the next instant, clouds engulfed them, and Jerregard's smooth flight became anything but. Sensi was holding the ropes with white knuckles. Brother Vaughn did the same. Ropes were small comfort when the bottom dropped out. Convincing Kendra to leave Giranda wasn't something within St. John's power, which left him going to the council alone. There would be advantages, but he had to admit he would be vulnerable. It wasn't something he liked to admit, but there was a time and place for foolishness, as his mother had always said. Sometimes he thought of her in the past tense, which made it easier to cope, easier to avoid slipping around Kendra or anyone else. She had never accepted his reasons for not going in search of his mother's saddle. Perhaps the greatest reason to think of his mother in the past tense was to keep his anger at bay. He'd been deprived of a mother, though she still lived. He'd been deprived of an honest relationship with his wife. The guilt wore on him, and he blamed his mother for swearing him to silence, especially with regard to Kendra. What was he supposed to do? It was a question threatening his sanity. The sight of the shallows in the distance added to the sense of urgency. He needed to have his words sorted out before he and Kendra next spoke. He loved her, and didn't want to hurt her, but he could not give in this time. Valterius snorted and dipped low over the water, knowing their destination was near. The pillars were now visible above the saltbark trees, and soon the channel through which the slippery eel once sailed would come into view. St. John had never seen the place, and it was like having something from a fairy tale suddenly materialize before you. He knew the stories his mother had told him were all true, but they had never felt like the real truth. He'd been unable to visualize such things as exploding mountains. Yet before them was the remains of a towering peak, looking as if a god had cleaved it with a mighty axe. Valterius soared lower, and St. John was thrown forward as they rapidly slowed. With a triumphant cry, Valterius thrust skyward, a glittering silver and green fish in his claws. More splashes followed as the draken fished, and St. John was glad for it. All of them could use a rest. While the dragons fed, the draken could prepare a more palatable meal than raw fish. When his mother told him of this place, he had dreamed of swimming in such magical waters. Tales of giant sharks gave him pause. By the size of the fish the dragons were pulling from the waters, there was certainly ample food supply for predators. When they reached the pillars carved with visages of madness and faded over eons, the winds were still, so Valterius could not do what Kyrian had done and hover within the pillars. Instead, the dragon had to land on one of the saltbark trees. As soon as he landed, a stiff gust of wind blew, nearly knocking Valterius from the tree. It was the only way the dragons could stay dry in the place without landing on the mountain itself. He felt bad for treating the trees poorly,
but he could not bring himself to camp in a place where a mountain had once exploded. The pillars were close enough, and he didn't expect to stay long. The Draken could feed their dragons and return to Windhold when they were rested. He would leave for the Keys of Tirhillion, with or without Kendra. She and Geronda were perched nearby. "Do we really have to sit here like so many blackbirds? Why not camp on the land surrounding the mountain?"
"The mountain gives me the crawls," St. John said.
"It already blew up. What are you afraid of?"
"It feels like it wants to explode again."
Kendra made no response to those words, and remained quiet while climbing down from Geronda's back. The dragon remained saddled, but could eat more comfortably without Kendra's weight on her back. St. John slid down as well and settled on a low branch, careful not to crush any of the leaves. Balterius had already destroyed sections of the tree's precious foliage, but there was nothing to be done except try to do no more harm.
"So you're going alone?"
Kendra said from her own branch.
"I didn't say that,"
St. John snapped in response.
"You didn't have to. I won't fight you, but I'll never forgive you if you don't come back." "It'd be better if you went with me," St. John said. "You said only one dragon." "I did. Then we will ride Geronda?" "No."
Silence. St. John expected a number of things, but he had not expected to hear the sound of his wife crying. It was not something he could abide, not at his word or his action. Slipping into the cold water, despite knowing the danger, he faced his fears to reach her.
"I'm sorry," St. John said. "I didn't want to make you cry."
"I can't leave her," Kendra said, a catch in her voice.
"Then I'll go alone."
"No," Kendra said. "That's not an option." St. John pulled himself from the water and onto the branch where he could put his wet but, he hoped, comforting arm around her. She leaned against him. "I know you're right about only one dragon," she said. "But going alone is too risky. You need a good sword at your back, but I cannot send Geronda back to the Firstland." St. John sighed, and thought for a while before saying anything else. His wife wasn't being unreasonable, yet she still managed to be completely impossible. At times such as these, a man must think quickly.
"Then we'll achieve both. You and I will fly to the council on Valterius, and Geronda will remain nearby but concealed."
Kendra said nothing, and instead kissed him on the cheek. Sliding one hand up the back of her neck, he turned and kissed her in a manner she could not ignore. Geronda snorted. Despite knowing where Onin and Jerregard were going, the Verdants were not waiting for them when they approached the Keys of Tirhillion. Brother Vaughn breathed a tentative sigh of relief. At least he would not have to live the nightmare of facing angry, verdant dragons. The beasts looked as if they could tear down the mountains if they so chose. Brother Vaughn had no interest in seeing them fight one of their own. He'd seen some of what they and those in their tiers could do in times of war. It was something that still haunted his dreams, though he'd admit it to no one. Jerregard landed not far from where the oversized table would be placed. The table would come by ship from the Greatland, and Jerregard would most likely be asked to hoist the heavy table from the barge onto shore. It was a service Onin said the dragon was happy to provide. Brother Vaughn was glad for Onin. Though he was gruff and opinionated, he was a great deal more pleasant to talk to than Sensi. Brother Vaughn got the distinct impression the fat man was offended by his very presence and couldn't wait to be away from him. It was something Brother Vaughn had done nothing to deserve, which raised his ire. "Mids," Onin said, pointing, and Brother Vaughn saw a tall ship moving under full sail. It was indeed a Midland ship. Not long after the ship was spotted, Brother Vaughn scanned the horizon and saw a dragon approaching. Shielding his eyes from the blinding sunlight, he saw a single dragon with 2 riders. Storm clouds still gathered along the horizon, and the shifting clouds played tricks on his eyes.
"Dragon riders,"
Brother Vaughn said, pointing. "And Greatlanders," Onin added. The atmosphere grew heavier and thicker with the new arrivals. Tension fouled the air. Longboats had been dropped from the Midland ship, and the barge was being assembled alongside the Greatlander ship. St. John and Kendra became visible as the dragon drew closer, and Brother Vaughn had the nagging feeling there were more dragons about. Valterius landed not far from Jerregard, and the 2 dragons greeted each other. It was difficult to tell if it was a friendly greeting, since all dragon greetings sounded alike to Brother Vaughn, which was odd given the number of bird songs he could identify and imitate. It was something to which he decided he would devote more of his time.
"Hello, Brother Vaughn,"
St. John said as he approached.
"Hello, Onin, and Sensi."
Onin grunted in response, and Sensi gave St. John a brief nod, but made no other attempt to communicate. Brother Vaughn offered a brief hug and whispered,
"Good luck."
In keeping with the treaty, only 2 people came to shore from the Midlands, though more longboats waited nearby. It was a clear sign of doubt and fear. Brother Vaughn didn't like how this was starting. If only the rest would arrive and they could get this over with. The whole thing made Brother Vaughn's guts churn. The arrival of the barge was a good distraction, and it gave the gathered people a common sense of purpose. Though the Midlands delegation offered no help, they did watch the proceedings with an approving eye. Jerregard performed his customary service as a living crane, and took the ropes in his monstrous jaws, and moved the oversized table to the beach. Only 2 people from any delegation were permitted on the shore at one time. Other delegations pitched in by carrying chairs from the barge to the table. Participating lowered some of the walls the Midlands delegation had built up around themselves. Light conversation was just beginning between St. John and the man Brother Vaughn thought was Lord Bercheron. Some cast Brother Vaughn curious glances, most likely since the Cathurans had negotiated their own seat on this council, and Brother Vaughn wasn't certain if more of his order would be in attendance. His standing with the order was questionable, and he didn't want to cause a fuss at such an important meeting. He just couldn't keep himself away. If it became a problem, he would allow himself to be taken to Jarman Kite's ship. Lord Kite had just arrived now that his men were no longer needed to transport the table and chairs. With him came not his wife, but Madra of Far Rossing. Madra was a good woman, but she was prone to bickering, and that was not what this council needed, though Jarman's wife was no wilting flower either. Nat Dersinger's ship dropped anchor not long after. Only Trinda and Alette were missing. No one expected Alette to come, but Trinda had historically come and managed to confuse everyone one way or another. Given the rumors of the 2 queens colluding, the anticipation grew even more palpable. With most of the council members seated, conversation grew more organized and intense.
"I'm not certain how long we should wait,"
Jarman said.
"Neither Trinda nor Alette has responded to the invitation sent. I don't hold much hope of them coming myself."
"Perhaps that is for the best," Lord Bercheron said. "This will give us a chance to discuss what to do about them."
"As long as they keep to themselves," Jarman said, "I say we do nothing."
"That's because you don't share a border with either of them,"
Lord Bercheron said, clearly offended by Jarman's words.
"Every day those pharaohs reproduce and grow is another day closer to war. And what if they are better prepared this time? Better to stomp them out of existence while they're still weak."
Sensi and Onin nodded in agreement, and Brother Vaughn did not like the direction the conversation was taking.
"I understand your concerns," Jarman said, "but I can commit no resources to attacking Alette without leaving us open to attack from the Godfist." "And we would be caught in the middle. Again,"
Nat Dersinger said. Ahem. Brother Vaughn wasn't certain he had heard something at first, but then he heard it again. Ahem. This time everyone heard, and all those seated at the council table craned their necks to look up. There, nestled high in the rocks, sat Trinda Hollis, the child queen. She'd been there the entire time. Trinda waited until they were all silent and looking at her. "Any act of aggression against my ally, Alette, the one the people call the Black Queen of Jaga, will be considered an act of war against the Godfist and against me personally. My friend thought perhaps we should solve all of our problems today. She said if all the snakes put their heads in one place, draw your blade." Outrage shone on faces around the table, and Kendra Volker looked as if she would attack at any instant. "I told her snakes could be beautiful and have their purposes. Good snakes keep the rats away. Only those who dare enter the master's house need lose their heads. So, be good snakes and keep your heads. Make a move toward myself or Alette, and feel our sting. Jarman Kite stood with clenched fists on the table. Gold-tipped green flames crept over his hands. "Mind your manners, Greatlander," Trinda said. "Your people couldn't take the Godfist when you had the Ferals on your side. How do you think you'll fare with them at your backs?"
"This is a violation of the Council Charter," Lord Bergeron said.
"Actually, it isn't," Trinda said. "I've read the Charter, and while the fact that you did not previously note my presence is not a violation of the Charter, those clearly are," she said as she looked over their heads and out to sea. An angry roar built among those gathered as they saw the fleet of warships gathered on the horizon. Blades left sheaths, and Kendra stood ready to defend St. Lord Bergeron looked as if he might try to catch Trinda off her guard. Jarman Kite appeared ready to blast them all, and yet Trinda exuded nothing but cold calm. Distant cries reached out across the water, and Brother Vaughn could soon make out the familiar curses. Bursting from the clouds, the serpent left them roiling in her wake. Moments later, the clouds burst apart, 3 massive verdant dragons emerging in pursuit. "Ambush!" Jarman Kite shouted. Those on the shoreline moved away from the council table. Only Trinda remained where she was, smiling like the cat that caught the bird. Chapter 3. Within the deepest darkness, the light shines most brightly. Jamino, sorcerer and artist. St. took 2 steps backward, running into Kendra, who held her ground. It felt good knowing she was there, protecting him and allowing him to protect her. He wished he had violated the charter and brought the Staff of Life or Co with him, but he was not completely defenseless. The Staff and Co had helped him gain access to his power, but he did not need them to glean at least a small amount from the air around him. The abundance of comets certainly helped in that regard, though they made his powerful enemies even more powerful. This was one of the best arguments he'd heard, and had even repeated with regard to attacking Alette, while she and the Ferals were still weak. Now that would mean war with the Godfist, and St. could think of nothing he'd like less. When Jarman turned to him, flames still dancing along his aging but still muscular form, St. offered up his open palms. "Prepare to defend yourself, nephew," Jarman said. "My boats will be here soon. You should be away from here." "Yes," Trinda said from above them. "You should be away. Fly back to your rock. You don't want to be here when my ships arrive." With a glance over his shoulder, St. saw Onin and Sensi climbing aboard Jeragard. Brother Vaughn was left standing with his arms extended, his plea ignored. Sand and debris soon filled the air and caused Brother Vaughn to retreat into his robes. Voltarius cried out, and St. pushed Kendra in that direction. All the while the serpent drew closer. Black smoke billowed from the chimstack, accompanied by a high-pitched whine. The ship moved with more speed than St. would have guessed. It was amazing it flew at all, let alone over great distances. There were things about the serpent St. didn't understand, but he doubted Kenward would give up his secrets. "Get them off my tail!" Kenward screamed as they passed. Free of the clouds, it wouldn't take long for the Verdants to chase down the serpent, no matter how nimble she was. Kenward executed a daring move, circling back. St. was mounted before Kenward passed the beach a second time. Kendra was climbing up behind him when another dragon appeared atop the cliffs. Garanda issued a challenging call and swooped toward Kendra. Before she reached the beach, though, she passed the Child Queen. With a single sweep of her tail, Garanda sent Trinda tumbling to the sand. Though she landed on her feet, Trinda had fire in her eyes. The air stank of power. Waves of it washed over those who remained. "Any harm to her will come twice to you," Kendra growled the ancient warning, standing her ground before Trinda. The Child Queen smiled. "You're a pretty little snake. Fly away." Verdant circled overhead. Trinda's warships drew ever closer. Without taking her gaze off Trinda, Kendra mounted. The Child Queen rewarded her with a goading smile. "Brother Vaughn!" St. shouted. The man ran toward Voltarius. "Grab my hand!" came a shout from behind. Brother Vaughn turned to see the serpent approaching and Kenward reaching out for him. Brother Vaughn continued to run to Voltarius and did not look back. Nat Dersinger's shouts were the last thing St. John heard before leaving the keys behind.
There will be blood and fire.
The serpent flew towards clouds gathering in the east, and there was nothing St. John and Voltarius, along with Kendra and Garanda, could do about the verdant dragon still flying in pursuit. All St. John could do was wish his friends speed and luck. Brother Vaughn clung to him. The prayers he uttered were not for his own safety, but that of the madman and his crew. St. John had sailed with Kenward, but not aboard the Serpent. Doing so took a special kind of madman. "Do these two dragons seem like too much of a show of strength now?" Kendra asked the wind, not looking at St. John.
Say you were wrong,
Brother Vaughn whispered. Biting his lip, St. John had to think about it for a minute. "I was wrong." Kendra just harumphed and continued to look anywhere but at him.
You took too long,
Brother Vaughn whispered. "Way too long," Kendra said, and she wheeled Garanda to one side, effectively ending the conversation. "Thanks," St. John said.
I was just trying to help,
Brother Vaughn said. "I know," St. John said. Kendra was right. All his optimism and seeing the good in people couldn't make it so. People, given the opportunities for quarrel, will eventually find a reason to do so. St. John had never wanted to believe it, but fate was proving it true. "I'm not certain the Council of the Known Lands will meet again." Brother Vaughn offered no argument. Kendra assumed the lead position, which annoyed St. John, but he let it go. At some point in the future, he would have to nicely remind her he was Aldraken. It wasn't purely out of ego he needed this. It was out of responsibility to the Draken and the Dragon clan as a whole. They needed him to be strong and in charge. Anything otherwise confused and agitated them. Kendra knew this, but when she wanted to be spiteful, dominating him was her preferred revenge. Fortunately for St. John, he was not alone, and Voltarius would tolerate only so much. Before they came within view of the hold, St. John's dragon swung to one side and gained altitude. Without warning, he dived, gaining speed and bringing his bulk directly over top of Kendra and Garanda. Kendra's dragon issued a petulant call and gave way, allowing Voltarius to lead. St. John couldn't help smiling for what Voltarius had done, but he also knew he'd bear the blame for the actions of his dragon. Behind him, Brother Vaughn fidgeted. "What are you doing?" St. John asked, made uncomfortable by Brother Vaughn's twisting and turning in his seat.
I'm sorry,
Brother Vaughn said.
I think I've lost something important to me. Your cube?
St. John asked. Brother Vaughn hesitated before answering.
Yes,
he said after a long moment.
I must have lost it during the flight with Onan. I love dragons, don't misunderstand me, but I might be happier observing them from the ground.
St. John understood his sentiment, but he'd begun to overcome his fears and feel more at home in the saddle. Nowhere else did he have the freedom he did flying with Voltarius, and nowhere else was he more powerful. He could feel the light of the comets bathing him in power, and though he might never achieve the abilities of Trinda or Alet, he was no longer powerless. It was something he was still getting accustomed to. For much of his life, he'd been passive, trying to stay in the background and avoid a fight. He still didn't like conflict and prevented violence whenever possible, but he was no longer afraid. He was no longer powerless. These things he reiterated and reminded himself of as Windhold came into view. Behind him, Brother Vaughn said a prayer as wind gusts tossed them about. Voltarius wasn't bothered by such things, and St. John was growing accustomed. Brother Vaughn looked as if he might be sick. St. John patted Voltarius on the neck and did his best to ask his mighty steed for a smooth landing. Though his dragon couldn't possibly read his thoughts, St. John was surprised when Voltarius landed as smoothly as he ever remembered. And he had to wonder just how much Voltarius did understand. Durin rushed out to meet them, and the dragon was all too happy to be returned to Durin's care. It took Brother Vaughn a moment to dismount, and St. John empathized. His own thighs hurt, and his stiff muscles resisted his commands. Time in the saddle took its toll, and St. John walked slowly as he went to where Kendra stood. Brother Vaughn wisely stayed with Durin. "You could have gotten us both killed," Kendra said. "You're right," St. John admitted. "Well, it took you long enough to figure that out. And if I hadn't insisted on bringing Garanda, where would Brother Vaughn be?" St. John had no answer. "No more illusions and wishes. Just real truth," Kendra continued with conviction. The Draken watched her in a way that made St. John think she should be Aldraken instead of he. He flushed. "War is coming, and we must prepare. We need to firm our allegiances and monitor the activities of our enemies. There can be no other way." "I agree," St. John said, soft but firm. "And how are you going to do that? What exactly are you going to do?" "I don't know," St. John said. "Yes, you do!" Kendra nearly screamed, looking as if she might deck him. St. John steeled himself and prepared for the onslaught. "You've known all along. You just won't tell me what it is. You don't trust me enough to share your secret. How can any of us trust you when you don't trust us?" It wasn't fair, St. John thought. He knew it was childish, but that failed to banish his anger. "Durin!" he shouted. The hold went silent. "What?" Durin called, peering out from underneath a wing. Voltarius looked back at St. John, clearly not amused. "Saddle Voltarius!" "But I just got it off him." "Do it!" St. John commanded. Others moved to assist Durin. He didn't need the help, but neither did he turn it away. Voltarius flicked his tail, but he tended to behave a little better when people were around him. St. John generally found this amusing, but anger kept the smile from forming. Most of his anger was towards someone who wasn't present, and he did what he could to control it. From Durin he accepted his staff and co. Kendra stood, watching him with her hands on her hips. She'd said nothing since his outburst, which was probably for the best. With Voltarius saddled, St. John climbed aboard. Now Kendra raised an eyebrow. After inserting the tip of the ancient staff in its holder, St. John reached down and offered Kendra a hand up. Looking disgusted, she made a rude noise and walked back to Garanda. The minutes spent in the saddle waiting for Kendra were uncomfortable. There was little doubt Kendra kept him waiting longer than necessary just out of spite. At least she was preparing to go with him. It was enough. "What happened?" Durin asked. "The council meeting did not go well," St. John said. "I figured as much. Trinda and Alette are aligned, and Trinda's warships ambushed the council." Durin's eyes bulged. "And then the serpent arrived." "At the council?" Durin asked. "I thought he wasn't supposed to get anywhere near there." "He wasn't," St. John said. "But you know Kenward. Tell him he can't do something, and that's just what he'll do." "In his defense," Brother Vaughn said, 3 verdant dragons were chasing him." "There was that," St. John conceded. "Maybe I should have left it at the council meeting did not go well," Durin said. Kendra brought Garanda to stand behind Voltarius, a clear rebuke for the flight in. St. John did his best not to prolong the display. Voltarius moved back toward the skies. He cast one unhappy look back at St. John before leaping into the air. Garanda followed an instant later, and they soon flew side by side. "Are you going to tell me what this is about?" Kendra asked after a long silence. "You want to know everything, so I'm going to show you everything. It's about time." "This isn't a matter to be taken lightly," St. John said. Kendra made a show of acting apologetic. St. John refused to look at her. No matter how he wished the flight to be over, the distances they needed to cover were enormous. There was simply no other way but to fly with all the speed the dragons could muster. Deep within Dragonhold, time was nearly meaningless. Sleep threatened 2 men unaccustomed to sentry duties. Most of those who guarded the Child Queen had been selected for their strengths, for their ability to protect Trinda should the need arise. For others, however, it was sometimes their weaknesses that served her best. Neither of the guards standing watch over Trinda were much use in a fight. Keen eyesight they did not possess, nor the sharpest of hearing. What they did have were voices loud enough to summon more capable men stationed not far away. No matter how bright the room, given the multitude of herald globes resting in a variety of holders, these men should not be able to see the object holding Trinda's attention. It had been Trinda who discovered the herald globe's more deadly properties, yet she felt most safe when surrounded by them and bathed in their light. Most of those holders bore Strom's mark, and no one could deny Katrin and Osborne's artistry in the creation of the globes, but those barely mattered. Before her rested the remains of an ancient scroll, rotted and discolored with age. The words were largely illegible, and their forms archaic, so much so that Trinda had to squint at them. The one with illuminated illustrations, however, made clear the true nature and power of Dragonhold. A smile spread across Trinda's face, but she started like a guilty child at the sound of approaching boots. Some secrets must be kept even from those closest to her, and Trinda scrambled to conceal the disintegrating scroll without further damaging it. Finally, her life had true purpose. Finally, she understood why she had been made to suffer so, why the Dark Men had come. Surviving what they'd done to her had made her stronger. The things they'd asked of her had prepared her well for the challenges she'd already faced, and her greatest struggles lay ahead. Trinda Hollis would not be a martyr. She was too smart for that. The Child Queen would instead change the world. She heard not a word of those who'd come to brief her, and they clearly did not understand when her inner smile refused to remain hidden. "Are you sure you don't just want to tell me?" Kendra asked. "Maybe you could save us the rest of this flight to nowhere. You could have mentioned we were going to the other end of the world." St. John remained silent, unable to find the words. His mother had made him promise not to tell. She hadn't made him promise never to bring Kendra to her. He wasn't breaking his promise to her, but still he felt guilty. Walterius and Garanda sometimes slept while they flew, which made St. John too nervous to sleep. He and Kendra drank from the clouds and ate from the stores in their saddles. Their flight back from Terhillion had taxed their supplies, but the Draken practice of storing extra food, herbs, and fluids within the saddle had proven wise. It was something that had already served the Draken well. Kendra had been the first to have been blown far off course by storms when on patrol. Sandbars and islands could sometimes be found, but the Draken had learned it was best to be over-prepared and to be as self-sufficient as possible when in the air. "Really?" Kendra would ask every now and then as they continued to fly over seemingly endless waters. Walterius flew based on St. John's general sense of direction, which he communicated through his knees. The dragon was extraordinarily well behaved, and St. John wasn't certain why, but he wasn't going to argue. "Really?" Even knowing she was incensed, St. John kept his head down and mouth shut. He wasn't certain exactly where the black spike was, but he knew they were getting closer. Kendra would just have to wait a little longer for the answers she sought. Then it appeared, little more than a dark spot on the horizon. The instant it came into view, St. John could feel it, tingling and pulling at him, at the same time making his instincts scream for flight. "You're not taking us there, are you?" Kendra asked, seeing the lone structure rising out of the deep seas, the only solid thing visible in any direction. Not trusting his voice, St. John remained silent. Their path pointed unerringly toward the black spike. Waves assaulted one side of the fortress. Deep blue mountains capped in white slammed into stacked basalt stone. Somehow the unlikely fortress withstood the force, leaving huge troughs on the opposite side. Kendra kept silent as they drew closer. St. John guided Walterius to hover in front of the black spike, despite feeling a nearly irresistible urge to leave. "Let us in!" he yelled, despite his better judgment. "Let us in!" Nothing happened, except wind gusts pushing Walterius away from the fortress. "What is it, St. John?" Kendra pleaded, emotion coloring her voice. "Who is it? What have you been hiding from me?" Anger burned within St. John. He hadn't asked for this. He could see no more reason to withhold this from his wife. It had been vastly unfair of his mother to ask this of him. It was a burden he could no longer bear. Using his pent-up emotion, St. John attacked the waters around the black spike. His attack was unimpressive, resulting in no visible effect. Somehow, Kendra must have perceived it. "St. John, no!" she said. He'd come too far. He'd let his anger grow to a conflagration, and he needed to release it before it consumed him. Using what his mother had taught him, he looked at the problem from a different angle. Was there a way to use nature to his advantage? It took a moment before he realized there was. With each towering wave crashing into the fortress, driven by the growing wind, deep depressions were created. These alone came close to revealing the entrance. If he were to add his energy to the wind and push even larger waves into the stronghold, it might be easier than trying to pull the water out of the way. Dragging in a deep breath, he drew energy from the Staff of Life, Ko, and the now frigid air around them. "Stop! Sinjin, please stop! I don't need to know. We can go home now." Her words were lost to Sinjin. Comets whispered to him of their power, enticing him. The energy flowed through him as he had always wished it would. Only it didn't feel at all like he'd imagined it. Drawing the air toward them, he fed the waves and made them taller, stronger, and more devastating when they struck the fortress. At times it looked as if the mighty monolith had begun to sway along with the rhythm of the waves. Then he saw it, and excitedly pointed to the entrance. Kendra saw this gesture and looked back at him as if he were crazy. Then she shrugged and urged Garanda downward. "No!" Sinjin screamed, knowing the entrance was not yet clear enough to safely traverse. Much more of it had been visible when he and Valterius had last been there, right after his mother had made him swear to never tell anyone she still lived. Garanda showed her courage by swooping into the blackness only slightly darker than the obsidian stone surrounding it. Sinjin waited. Valterius was poised to follow, and he dived before Sinjin was ready. A monstrous wave crashed on the black spike just before Valterius thrust himself toward the still emerging portal. Cold overwhelmed all other sensations. Valterius swam deeper at the same time the water receded. The dragon swam as quickly as he could, knowing the water would return with deadly force. It roared up behind them, slamming cold air against Sinjin's back. They were thrust upward toward the jagged stone formations, which supported the dock and stairs above. Narrowly avoiding the deadly stone, Valterius and Sinjin, a moment later, broke the surface. He sputtered and gasped for breath. Kendra sat on the dock next to Garanda. Neither appeared pleased. "Were you trying to kill yourself?" Sinjin asked before he could think better of it. "You pointed at the entrance," Kendra said. "Far be it from me to disobey your orders." "That certainly wasn't an order," Sinjin said, but he was cut off by a deep and guttural growl that made Sinjin's bones vibrate. "You are not welcome here," a voice deeper than his mother's usual voice said. It was louder and more powerful than any human voice alone. "You have come uninvited." "I cannot keep this boiling secret any longer," Sinjin cried. "I've kept my word, and I've told no one. But I can put my wife off no longer. She deserves to know, and I deserve a life without secrets. It's tearing us apart." The silence was heavy with anxiety. When Sinjin looked at Kendra, he could see the shock, the realizations, perhaps even regret. "I don't need to know," Kendra said. "I'm sorry. I didn't understand." Again, the deep growling made Sinjin's teeth hurt, even in the silence that followed. It was a trial of Sinjin's soul. He wanted to give his wife the respect she deserved and still be a good son. That last thought hurt physically. No one wanted to be a bad son or daughter, but all felt that shame at some point or another. For Sinjin, it was intensified. He knew there would be consequences. He didn't know yet what they would be, but the world was falling apart anyway. How could this make things any worse? "Kendra must know," Sinjin said. "She must know what it took to make me keep secrets from her. Too much has happened, too many feelings hurt because I made a promise I shouldn't have made." "No, Sinjin, stop. Please don't," Kendra said. "I'm so sorry. I could not see your pain." "This ends now," Sinjin said, more determined about this than anything he'd ever done in his life. Though he hated to stand up to his mother, she needed to respect his marriage. "He's right," came his mother's voice, and the sound of it made him cry. So many emotions washed over him as she spoke. He could only weep. "I asked you to keep my most precious secret. It was too much to ask. I knew it when I asked it of you. There is a kind heart in you, and I do not fault you, but I had hoped you would last a while longer. How did you survive? Kendron asked Katrin, her face gone pale. Kyrian and the Pharaoh Queen mated. It was a violent affair. It took quick thinking and a bit of ingenuity to keep me from drowning, but we survived. I'm sorry, Kendra whispered, not looking at St. John. Is it enough? Katrin asked, looking pointedly at Kendra. Looking up, Kendra shrank a bit under the herald's glare. The less you know, the less dangerous you are to me. By coming here, you've already risked much, Katrin said. War is coming, St. John said. Trinda and Alette have allied themselves and threaten the Council of the Known Lands. I know, Katrin said. All the more reason you shouldn't be here. You risk everything I've done. I'm sorry, St. John said, guilt slowly replacing his rage. Come with us, he finally said. His heart would never forgive him if he didn't ask. Pain flashed in Katrin's eyes. I can't. What do you mean you can't? St. John asked, his voice involuntarily taking on a whining quality that even he hated. Don't make me tell you why. It's bad enough I've had to reveal this much. Both of you will just have to trust me. Can you do that? Yes, Kendra said with a sniff. St. John took longer to respond. I want my mom back. Katrin looked as if she would cry. I would gladly come with you if I could, but I cannot. Forgive me, my son. St. John turned back to Balterius with unshed tears in his eyes, the strength of his soul all that held them back. I've always been there with you, my son, even if you could not see me. The look St. John gave her made it clear he didn't want to hear her words. Think back, and you'll know my actions, for I am the wind. There were no more words spoken before Katrin raised her hands, and with the full power of the true herald of Istra, she held back the raging seas and provided an opening large enough to fly through. Balterius wasted no time, and Garanda touched the tip of his tail, she followed so closely. Both clearly remembered their entrance into the black spike. Once clear, the waters rushed back in to fill the void, and his mother was once more lost to him. He was no closer to understanding why. I'm sorry, were the only words he could find. So am I, Kendra said. So am I. Chapter 4. Suffer the young. They know not yet their ignorance and frailty. Madra of Far Rossing. Within Dragonhold, it was easy to forget the rest of the world existed. News barely penetrated the mountain fortress and Trinda's security. Even if it did get inside, most news traveled slowly, and to only those the source trusted. Some talkative folks disappeared. Strom didn't believe the stories offered. Certainly people could fall into the part of the river that ran through the hold and be swept out, but it seemed unlikely, especially since those missing did not work in that part of the hold. Dragonhold was the largest single hold on all of Godsland, and people did not just end up somewhere they didn't belong for no reason. Sitting across from him, Osborne grimaced. I'd hoped things would one day get better. If I listened just to what Trinda told us, I'd think they had, but the word from the Vestrana continues to be nothing but grim. I almost feel bad staying in here. I know, Strom said, looking over his shoulder, wanting to be certain they were alone. Those words in the wrong ears could get people killed. I miss Kat, Osborne continued. She might not have always known what to do, but she always managed to decide on something and set the course. Now I spend half my time trying to figure out if I'm doing the wrong things. Strom just grunted and picked at a splinter of metal lodged under his skin. He barely felt it, his hands desensitized by his profession. Swinging a hammer and beating metal into shape had its benefits, his powerful muscles among them. But there were also drawbacks. He'd been told his hands were as smooth as a cat's tongue, which was not something all ladies were willing to overlook. Working with glass had left Osborne with hands not much better, though less rough. Finally, Martik arrived, slipping silently into Strom's chambers. There was plenty of room, but the engineer pulled a stool close.
"Had to circle back twice," he said. "Kept running into people. It's unlikely Chase will make it."
Strom and Osborne both nodded, knowing it was better not to give anyone reason to watch them more closely than they already were. Trinda knew they were loyal to Katrin, and they, along with many others in the hold, were closely, if surreptitiously, watched.
"Things outside are happening fast," Strom said. "I'm betting St. John needs a smith, a glassmaker, and an engineer." "You always were one to get straight to the point," Martik said. "I don't think I'll be all that much help in either case," Osborne said. "Not much glass can do to help." "You undervalue your skills," Martik countered.
Osborne didn't respond.
"The only thing keeping me here are the wonders of this keep," Strom said. "There's more here than meets the eye, and she's up to something. Not sure what yet, but she's downplaying this. I can tell by the way she watches." "What are you working on anyway, Martik?" Osborne asked. "No one is allowed to speak of it, so don't say anything of this to anyone," Martik said.
Osborne gave him a look indicating that was obvious.
"There's a stone wheel as tall as 50 horses standing on top of one another, and perhaps just as wide, though we can only see one side of it. The rest is embedded in the mountain itself." "And?" Strom asked. "Beyond the fact that I can't figure out how it was made, I can only imagine what purpose such a gigantic mechanism could serve. I know this wheel is not part of what made the keep move, and hasn't budged for perhaps thousands of years. That's what she wants me to fix." "So you're fixing a machine you don't understand, so it can fulfill its purpose, which you also don't understand. Sounds like a great idea. What could possibly go wrong?" "I know it sounds crazy, but I'm pretty sure Trinda knows exactly what this thing does, and I'm betting she's counting on it for something. I just don't know what." "Can you sabotage it?" Strom asked. "Not easily," Martik said. "This thing can take anything I can throw at it. The best way to keep it non-functional would be to never try to fix it. She's watching closely, though, and I don't think it would take long for her to catch on." "It's not worth the risk," Strom said. "Maybe the best way to keep it from being fixed would be to remove you from the equation." "It would buy you some time," Martik said. "But I've already had to explain to my best men how to get the job done. They're down there working on it as we speak." "Still," Strom said, "you're the real brains behind it. Without you, they are bound to be delayed at the very least." It was clear Martik was reluctant to leave, and Strom was intrigued by what possible purpose this mechanism could serve. Knowing Trinda was trying to hide her interest made him thinking fixing it would be a huge mistake. The Child Queen had proven a capable leader, and most of her edicts were palatable, but they were edicts nonetheless. The fact that the news from the outside world was so different from what the people of the Godfist were being told by Trinda, and those loyal to her, was reason enough to have doubts. "How long until you can be ready to go, Osbo?" "Glass doesn't travel well," Osborne said. "I can be ready within an hour." Strom nodded. His friend was nothing if not practical. "How long until you can be ready, Martik?" "I could leave straight from this meeting with a clear conscience," Martik said. "Good," Strom said. "I think the time has—" The rest of the sentence never left his lips. A mighty banging at the door made all three of them jump from their chairs. After taking a moment to breathe and gather his wits, Strom moved to the door. Osborne and Martik did what they could to appear normal, but that somehow made their guilt and anxiety even more obvious. There was nothing to be done about it, as the determined banging rang out once again. "What is it?" Strom said testily when he opened the door, trying to act angry instead of afraid. "We've come for the engineer," said a deep voice, and the plumed helm of Trinda's elite guards preceded a face Martik recognized. Keenan was a good man, but entirely devoted to Trinda, and entirely too good with his weapons. There would be no leaving now. At least, not yet. "We'll have to finish our game another time," Martik said to Strom and Osborne before following Keenan and another guard away from Strom's quarters. "That went well," Osborne said. Dragonhold had been in the dark for eons until Trinda Hollis arrived. Benjen and Wendell may have rediscovered the fortress, and Katrin began cleaning her up, but Martik knew it was Trinda Hollis who breathed life back into this magnificent hold. For that reason, he could not fully dislike the girl. She had done some very positive and amazing things,
and Martik heard recently that she had taken mercy on Master Edling and allowed him to leave his cell. Any threat he posed was long gone, and Martik wasn't certain how much of a kindness she had granted the man, but at least he was out of his cell. Certainly it had to be an improvement, except that many would be given their chance to seek vengeance. Behind him stood a slope made of an uncountable number of hewn stones. High above, the top of this mound, which stretched from valley wall to valley wall, formed a sort of bridge which St. John, Brother Vaughn, and Trinda had used to escape the demons years before. The bones of a giant had been found not far from where Martik stood. They had been picked clean. The light had chased many things away, or left them to die without their favored darkness. Much of the hold was still dark, and Martik suspected there were things hiding in the shadows. It gave him the crawls. Amber crystals, far larger than any natural specimen he'd ever seen, shed a jaundiced light on the immense stone wheel he faced. Around that wheel was a city created in a way that no one could even guess. There were no straight lines, anywhere. The place was all curves, displaying the gracefulness of nature. There were grace and symmetry and patterns Martik had seen in nature, especially in the shells of mollusks. Men had been exploring the city for weeks. It appeared no people had ever actually lived there. There was only the detritus left by whatever had lived in the darkness. All of that was just a distraction to Martik. The wheel beckoned him. It was a puzzle waiting to be solved, and he was the perfect person to solve it. Yet he had to question his motivation when Trinda was the beneficiary. Whatever mighty tool or weapon the ancients had left them, he would be delivering it into the hands of one plotting for war. That did not sit easily on his gut. He didn't have a great deal of choice but to guide his crew closer toward freeing the giant wheel. When the crew retired for the day, he would make good his escape along with Strom and Osborne. Together, they would find their way to the Firstland. It all felt like a crazy dream, far from what his childhood on the family farm had prepared him for. In other ways, that life had prepared him for everything. It had taught him to be a problem solver, and that was what he did best. His men were struggling with mining tools to clear the debris from the wheel, and progress was painfully slow. They had originally thought the job would be easy since everything had been laid out for them. The wall leading up to the base of the stone wheel was taller than 3 men, but it had circular holes alternating from side to side, providing toe holds for easy climbing. They soon found the rock cylinders strewn across the valley floor. Each one appeared to have been cut to fit within the holes along the base of the wheel, but his men had been only able to get them to slide part of the way into the holes. This had created a convenient ladder and platform once a few planks were added. From that point, they had all been grateful for the holes and cylinders, but paid them little more mind. Martik took Wendell Volker's advice and looked at the entire construction from a different perspective. Where else were the cylindrical holes in the stone of Dragonhold? He asked himself. It didn't take long to think of the water channels. Nowhere else, though, did they find these plugs of stone. He wondered if perhaps these were the byproduct of cutting the holes, but that still didn't explain why they were found only there. Near the bottom, there was one rung of the ladder that looked out of place. It was too low to be useful as a step, which made Martik further question its purpose. The stone cylinder wiggled free without a great deal of effort. The first thing Martik realized was that the cylinder was made of a darker stone than the stone in which the shafts had been bored. These stone plugs had been made for a purpose, and Martik was feeling more and more confident that purpose was not to act as a ladder or platform. Using his knife, he checked the inside of the circular depression, and he found it quite thoroughly clogged. After working at it for a while, he managed to clear the channel, and as he lay there breathing, he felt a cool breeze. It wasn't emanating from the channel, but rushing into it. It had to be. Grabbing the stone cylinder, he wiped it as clean as he could and slid it into the channel. It was a nearly perfect fit. There was just enough play to allow the cylinder to slide in. When only a couple of hand-widths of the shaft protruded from the hole, the shaft moved on its own. There was a sucking sound, followed by a thud. Just enough of the shaft remained exposed to allow Martik to pull it back out. It resisted at first, but then came free with a sucking whoosh. Nothing else happened. He inserted it once again, and the suction pulled the shaft back, firmly locking it into place. This was it. One of Trinda's guards was watching him a little too closely, and Martik realized his thoughts must have been written on his face. He had to make the decision in that moment whether or not to reveal what he'd found. Though part of him worried over the consequences, Martik could not resist. "You men come down from there, and bring the planks," he shouted to the crew, and the guard gave him a look that said he knew Martik was a traitor. It took much of the fun out of what Martik was about to do. "You might want to get Trinda," he said to the guard. "Queen Trinda," the man said. "And you don't want to test it first? You want me to drag the lady down here on your hunch?" This man had been watching him far too closely, Martik realized. "Are you saying I should start the wheel turning without her here?" The man glared at him for some time. Martik's crew was reaching the bottom of the stair. Finally, he sent another guard with word for Trinda. He specifically did not look at Martik after that, which was not such a terrible result. It would take some time for Trinda to get there, but there was still work to be done. "Remove the ladder stones, starting at the top. Hand the stones down and carefully stack them with the others," he said. "Do you understand?" "Yes," Bradley said. He was a good man whom Martik and Chase trusted. Though he normally served as part of Trinda's guard, he'd been assigned to assist Martik in his efforts. Their friendship was no secret. Martik stepped away from the bottom of what he no longer thought of as a ladder. It was a lever, a gate, or maybe a switch was the better word. The work proceeded more slowly than Martik would have liked, and he wondered why he had even opened his mouth. Sometimes his temper and ego got the better of him, and he reminded himself to keep control of his emotions. "Emotion destroys what logic builds," his father had always said. Martik knew there was a place for emotion in his life, but he took his father's point. It could rule or ruin your life if not kept in check. When Trinda arrived, she was carried by one of her more well-muscled guards. She sat in his arms as if he were a throne, and the man did his best to gracefully descend the slope of loose stone. There was a dangerous look on her face, and Martik hoped he was right. If not, his ego could have gotten him into serious trouble. "I am not to be summoned," Trinda said before the man carrying her came to a stop in front of Martik. "You asked for word should I have any progress, and I believe we've made significant progress today. I'm told you haven't actually done anything yet, and that is evidenced by this," she said, gesturing toward Martik's men, who were still working. "I did not want to deprive you of the chance to see the wheel turn for the first time," Martik said, suddenly wishing he had no tongue. Now he had to make the wheel turn, or look like a complete failure who had summoned the child queen to witness his disgrace. "Yet you had no trouble depriving my guard of any of the details." You deprived me of the information I needed. Don't do that again." The words were said in a pleasant enough tone, but Martik felt a chill envelop him. He didn't want to fall into the river. The men proved why he considered them his best crew. The stone shafts were neatly lined up on the stone at the base of the wheel. Feeling like a man who was about to make a fool of himself, Martik flushed and moved to the long cylindrical stones. "These shafts are cut from a different type of stone, and they fit almost perfectly." Trinda looked unimpressed. Sliding the lowest shaft in only halfway, Martik began recreating the ladder, and even his men looked at him strangely, but then one of them sucked in a deep breath, the realization finally hitting him. With his crew handing him the cylinders of black stone, Martik reached the last hole, and this was the first shaft he pushed past the halfway point. He put his hands in the air and let everyone see the shaft get sucked in the rest of the way. There was an audible thunk when the stone was seated. Now those in attendance watched with a bit more anticipation. Martik's confidence soared, but he did not want to get overconfident. Stepping back down a rung, he pushed in the shaft he'd just been standing on, and so he backed down the ladder, collapsing it as he went. With each shaft drawn into place, as if by magic, Martik's crew, and perhaps even the guards, came to believe. Every shaft brought them closer to solving a great mystery, and Martik couldn't help but smile. Then, though, he came to the last shaft, one he'd already tested. He knew it would work. It just had to work. When he tried sliding the stone into place, it resisted for an instant, and Martik swallowed, but after adjusting the angle, it slid in easily until being pulled from his grasp with a firm, almost greedy thunk. It was quiet, and no one moved. Nothing happened. Someone coughed and Martik stood from where he'd been kneeling, his prayer unanswered. Trinda looked down on him. "Do not summon me again."
"What were you thinking?"
Strom asked Martik, his voice louder than he may have intended.
"I can't help it when something suddenly makes sense to me,"
Martik said.
"Quit pouting,"
Osborne said.
"Trinda's guard has been watching me,"
Martik said.
"Closer than I thought. He's not just watching me, he's reading me. And you know the moment I figured it out. Only I guess I really didn't figure it out." "Stop whining,"
Osborne said.
"I think they're going to try to stop us when we leave. I think they know,"
Martik said in a rush.
"They do,"
Strom said.
"but they don't know when, and I'm betting they won't expect tonight."
"That's insane," Osborne said.
"You're really not being helpful, you know,"
Martik said.
"Moving the conversation along,"
Osborne said.
"You really think tonight, right after Martik's utter disgrace and humiliation in front of all those people, is the best time to make our escape?"
Martik stuck out his tongue at Osborne.
"Our man is working the barges tonight,"
Strom said.
"We just have to time it right. We still have time before the change of guard, and we know the day guard has had quite a day. I say we go."
Martik swallowed. It hadn't been real to him before, but now they were talking about actually trying to sneak out of Dragonhold. Given how his day had gone, his confidence wasn't high, and he thought he might be sick. Osborne didn't look a great deal better, no matter how much sarcasm he poured on it. Strom appeared determined, but there was the slightest hint at the corner of his eyes. Fear.
"How long do you need?"
Strom asked, his voice low.
"I'm ready,"
Martik breathed. Nothing he owned was worth the risk of going to get it.
"I'm ready too,"
Osborne said. All of them knew supplies were already waiting in the upper Chinapa Valley. Beyond what they were wearing, they would be leaving their entire lives behind. But Martik knew their lives, in a way, had been taken from them long before, and perhaps they would now take them back.
"I'll go first,"
Strom said.
"Wait half a turn of the sand clock, and one of you follow. Then the other, another half turn after that. Get to the docks, and we should be free. Deep breaths. Relax."
With that, Strom strode out as if nothing were amiss. Martik wasn't certain he could match the feat, and he had serious doubts about Osborne.
"You go next,"
Osborne said.
"I'll be right behind you. You're not giving up already, are you?"
Martik asked. Osborne laughed.
"No, but I know I might give myself away. I'm not very good at hiding things. Strom has gotten better at it over the years."
"It helps to have arms like dragon jaws," Martik said, and Osborne couldn't argue. Strom wasn't a man to be tangled with. Half the sand had passed through the sand clock, and Martik let it run. With a nod, he walked into the hall, still unsure if Osborne would follow. Shadows cast by the torchlight danced and taunted Martik as he walked. Gone were the days of herald globes lighting the halls. Those had been hoarded and stashed somewhere perhaps only Trinda herself knew. It was another puzzle. Did the girl hoard them to keep others from using them, or so she could use them herself? Her lines with Alette indicated she might be amassing a deadly arsenal for her own military purposes. Martik realized he was mumbling to himself as he passed people in the halls, and he wondered what he might have been saying when people passed by. He would have to pay more attention. It was his nature to fixate on problems and ignore everything else, especially, as in this case, when his subconscious was handling the walking. Passing through the great hall made him feel as if everyone were watching him. They could easily see he was on his way to escape from Dragonhold, and surely he would be intercepted at any time. Every step caused his heart to beat faster, and sweat was running down his cheek by the time he reached the archway leading to the God's Eye. This would be the easiest place to stop him, and he saw a man moving in that direction. With every step he wanted to go faster, to run, but he could not. That would ruin it for all of them. He had to remain calm. The man was not someone he recognized, but when their eyes met, Martik quickly looked away, something he instantly regretted. The man passed by the archway and moved back toward the kitchens. With a deep breath, Martik entered the hall unable to appreciate the architecture as he usually did. He prayed with every step. When Strom saw him, he let out an audible sigh of relief, then looked embarrassed for having done so. "Sound carries over water," Martek said softly. Strom flushed and nodded. Waiting for Osborne was torture. Strom had turned over a sand clock when Martek arrived, and he frequently checked it. When half the sand had run out, Osborne was not there, and one of the barges appeared. It would get only one chance at this, and Martek looked at Strom. "I can't leave him." Martek nodded. Either all of them went, or none of them went. A moment after having that thought, Martek let out an audible sigh of relief. Strom gave him a look that said, "Really?" The barge landed as Osborne walked up, and they boarded without his ever stopping. "Go," Strom said to the bargeman, whom Martek didn't recognize. The man responded by pushing them into deep water. Every instant of the journey was etched in Martek's mind. He'd never been so frightened and exhilarated at the same time. They were so close to their goal, he could barely contain himself. Strom grabbed his arm and leaned in. "Easy." Martek hadn't even realized he'd been stepping forward and back, as if about to make a running jump. Taking deep breaths, he did what he could to release them slowly. After what felt like ages, they reached the pocked stone shoreline. The bargeman said nothing as the three men disembarked. He simply pulled back into deep water. A single pair of guards was all that stood between them and the Chinapa Valley and their freedom. Strom led the way, and it was clear he intended to fight if it came to that. Martek followed with a bit less conviction, and Osborne nearly outpaced him. They were all at the checkered hall, which was what they now called the hall where Kyrian had entered and exited the hold with his dragon ore saddle on. The stones had left crisscrossing gouges in the otherwise smooth stone. It was a poignant reminder. The silhouettes of the guards came into view, and Martek could hear nothing over the pounding in his ears. Strom approached the man on the left and only nodded in greeting. The man nodded back, and Strom walked into the valley beyond. Osborne took that last tentative step on his way outside, and nothing barred his path. Martek nearly sighed with relief again, but instead a hand closed over his mouth. "You disappoint me, Martek Tillerman," Trinda said from within the cavern, the light of many herald globes held by her guards hurting his eyes. It seemed an exaggerated show of force. A single overcharged herald globe would have been plenty. "First, you failed to impress after you summoned me, and now this. What am I going to do with you?" Strong hands marshaled Martek back to where Trinda stood, and she spoke over his shoulder. "As for the two of you," she said, "you may never return." Chapter 5. Words can cut as deep as a blade. Morif, soldier. Martek looked up at the mighty wheel mocking him. He'd been so certain only days ago the shafts were the keys, and he was starting to realize that they were perhaps one of the keys. The presence of a vacuum, that inrushing breeze, made him think of moving water. A river ran through this mountain, and it could be the source of the suction. He would have continued the train of thought if not for a heavy chunk of debris being cleared from on top of the wheel. This irregularly shaped hunk of rock was clearly not the result of the keep's crumbling. All the stone around it was smooth once the debris was cleared. This debris had been placed there to intentionally jam the mechanism, Martek knew. Someone had worked hard to make certain this wheel would stay as it was. "Clear below!" Bradley shouted from above. Martek moved to a safer place. The debris had to be thrown, or in this case pushed, from the top of the wheel, and there was no guarantee it would fall where they intended it to. The wrong bounce on the way down could send it toward any of those gathered at the base of the mighty wheel. "Clear!" Martek called back once he was satisfied his people were as safe as they could be, and that everyone was looking up. The tip of the jagged rock appeared first, and it moved slowly before toppling over all at once and racing down the face of the wheel, never touching the smooth stone. Hitting the bottom with terrible force, it sent bits of stone flying in every direction, some screaming as they went. "Help!" someone shouted.
Man down!
Martik cursed himself for not moving people farther back and pushed through the crowd.
Stung me good,
A man named Adger said.
but I'm all right. I think we should use that rock to make a wall we can take shelter behind.
Martik laughed. Leave it to someone from the Godfist to use the very problem itself as the solution.
Hadgar's right, he said. Do as he says.
The man gave Martik a grateful nod, but said nothing. Instead, he just started moving rock. The others followed suit and placed their loads where he pointed. It proved something Martik's father had once told him.
Men of few words speak through their work.
With the shelter erected, Martik sent more men to the top of the wheel to work the jam free. These men climbed on wooden rungs inserted in the boreholes. Martik had insisted the rock shafts be kept safe behind the new shelter. Leaving Adger in charge at the base, Martik climbed to join the workers above. Clearing the debris had not revealed much about the mechanism. Martik knew the wheel could possibly come free with devastating effect, and he wanted to keep his eye on the situation. Though he thought the stone shafts were a key to starting this monumental machine, he couldn't be certain, and he did not want to risk lives unnecessarily. What made things more difficult for him was the very act of clearing the debris caused the rest to crack, move, and be generally unstable. If only the loose sediment packed around the larger rocks hadn't set up like liquid stone. Not for the first time, he cursed whomever had done this. No matter what their reasons, they had now endangered his workers. Shouts rang out as debris suddenly broke free. The sound was like dragons fighting, and Martik truly wished he didn't know what that sounded like. It still haunted his dreams. It was among a small number of reasons he'd been happy to have been caught. Dragons could not fly through stone, so at least he was safe from the ferals. Curiosity about this wheel and the opportunity to redeem himself helped make the incarceration and humiliation bearable. He leaned heavily on those things whenever his thoughts turned to Strom and Osborne. The two should be past the plateau, where Katrin had released the floodwaters onto the Jean army. It had always struck him as an excellent demonstration of the power of water. Water. The debris was fused together, and doing that would take water. Lots of water. Walking along the top of the wheel, Martik ignored everything else as he looked for what he knew must be there.
Careful, sir,
Bradley said, despite the fact that Martik had been telling him to stop calling him sir every day for more than a year.
Don't go too far in that direction. It gets steep and slippery.
Walk with me, Martik said. Where would you say the halfway point is between the sides of the wheel? It was a point of contention, since the debris prevented them from seeing just how far back the wheel continued. Most of the wheel was enclosed in the mountain itself, leaving only the strip along the edge where the debris had been cleared.
I think the wheel is as wide as it is tall, Bradley said.
What makes you say that?
Well, sir, when you cut a tree, you cut it down into manageable pieces, and those tend to be about as tall as they are big around. I know that must sound silly, but it just makes sense to me.
It actually doesn't sound silly at all, Martik said.
You have an intuitive sense, and I think you are correct.
No matter how skilled the people who made this, they would have had to move it, and the size you suggest would be less likely to crack in transport. And the ancients love symmetry, which means if they wanted to place another key shaft up here, then it would be about right there. He pointed to a place above them and lost in shadow. Bradley turned back to the crew he managed.
We need some help over here, he said. We need to get Martik up there so we can see.
Martik smiled at the competence of Bradley and his crew. They had worked under him for some time and had become the most capable crew he'd ever worked with. They were another of the things keeping him from despair. Quickly, they used the materials they had at hand to erect a structure Martik could easily scale. A torch was passed to Bradley, and he handed it to Martik.
I hope I'm right about this,
Martik said under his breath.
Even if you're wrong,
Bradley said.
You'll be the most brilliant fool I've ever known.
Martik had to smile. The climb was awkward but not unsafe, and the scaffolding felt surprisingly stable given its haphazard construction. His heart jumped a bit when he saw a familiar-looking circular opening, a short distance from where he and Bradley had estimated.
There's an opening there,
Martik said, and though happy for him, no one expressed surprise. That alone soothed Martik's bruised ego.
We need to move this scaffold to here,
He was about to apologize, but the men didn't hesitate for an instant. Bradley jumped in and helped. Martik grabbed one of the younger but most muscular men on the crew. "Bring me one of those shafts, but be careful with it. We don't have the tools or knowledge to make a replacement. Understood?"
"Yes, sir,"
the young man said. Watching him go, his step a little too anxious, Martik hoped the boy calmed himself down before coming back up with the shaft, but then his attention was drawn back to the orifice itself. His crew had reassembled the structure, and he second-guessed himself, hoping he'd not had them rebuild it in the wrong place. Despite all his accomplishments, Martik still worried he would make another mistake. It was just part of who he was, he supposed. After climbing to the top of the structure, though, Martik was rewarded with excellent access to the perfectly round shaft. This one was still clean and smooth inside, and all he needed was the stone key. It was soon handed up to him. He hesitated. There was no way to be certain this orifice would do what he thought it would. He couldn't risk anyone but himself in the event he was wrong. If he evacuated the entire worksite, as his gut told him to do, he would look like a dolt and might lose what faith he had remaining in his abilities. Either way, there was a risk, but only by evacuating could he take all the risk himself. "I thank you all for getting us to this point. What I'm about to do might be dangerous, or it might have no effect at all." People laughed. "I can't risk any of you based on my feelings and hunches, so I'm going to ask you all to move back to the top of the ramp." This was less enthusiastically received. It basically meant shutting down the entire operation for the day. "I know," Martik said. "I'm sorry. If this does what I expect, I'll be able to get down safely. More than one of us coming down at once would mean big trouble. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong." The crew didn't debate or grumble. They just cleaned up their work areas, gathered their tools, and made an orderly retreat. Bradley stood beside Martik after everyone else had gone over the edge and down the ladder. "What do you think it's going to do?" "Go on down and I'll show you," Martik said with a grin. "The crew and I agreed. I'm staying and protecting your back," Bradley said. When Martik opened his mouth to respond, he said, "They wouldn't take no for an answer. Surely two of us can escape whatever doom you face as easily as one." Knowing no discussion had taken place after his evacuation order, Martik shook his head and handed Bradley the torch. "Don't burn me this time," he said. Bradley smiled. He hadn't burned Martik with a torch in a very long time, but Martik would never let him forget it. Once the last of their crew gained the safety of the upper slope, they climbed together. Martik could feel the crew's eyes upon him as he and Bradley climbed. The thought of sending for Trinda was quickly banished, though he thought he saw one of the guards running from the chamber. That was fine with him. If they summoned Trinda, then she couldn't possibly blame him. Thinking back through their history, Martik knew she might still find a way, but at least he would make it more difficult. At the top, Bradley held the torch overhead and to one side. Martik wasted no time and lifted the heavy stone over his head and tried to get it into the orifice. Bradley offered his other hand to steady the shaft, and Martik smiled. It really was a two-man job. He'd have been hard-pressed to do this alone, and he had to admit his ego was at times his worst enemy. The shaft slid smoothly upward as they guided it. Afraid to take his hands away, Martik glanced at Bradley, who was also ready to keep the shaft from sliding out and shattering atop the mighty stone wheel. Both were proven wrong when the shaft was sucked rapidly upward and seated itself with a resounding thump. The two men looked at each other, unsure how to react. Nothing happened at first, and Martik was prepared for another humiliation. Then the stone around them began to thrum. Thump, 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 thud. The last felt like a dragon had shoulder-blocked the mountain. "Run!" Martik said, and Bradley was already leaping down their temporary structure. "Come on!" Bradley said when he beat Martik to the bottom. "We've got to go now!" The two men had just made it to the ladder when the water began rushing over the top of the wheel, soaking the debris and sending waterfalls down the wheel where the mechanism was still blocked. As they were climbing the slope to where a crowd of people cheered, Bradley turned to Martik. "Was that what you thought was going to happen?" "I'll never tell," Martik said with a grin. "Now, how are we going to turn the water off?" Bradley asked. It was a very good question, and one Martek hadn't quite puzzled out yet. The flow of water rushing over the mighty wheel lacked the force of a flash flood, and some of their best climbers made it to the top of the stair. There were concerns about the wood being slippery and the rungs themselves coming loose. "I'm not sure yet," Martek said. "The water will surely have helped loosen up the debris blocking the mechanism, though." Bradley nodded his agreement. "What about 2 ladders tied together at the top so they can lean on each other and can stand on their own? We can have someone holding each corner of the ladders in place against the current." "There's a chance the debris will shift once we get up there, and that could put all of us at risk," Martek said. "Yes, sir. We're going to have to be careful. Pick your best team. No more than we need, but no less. I want to inspect the ladders before we do anything." "Yes, sir," Bradley said, a twinkle in his eye. Martek knew he would do everything in his power to make him proud. It was a good feeling, but it was overshadowed by all the things worrying him, not the least of which was the fate of Strom and Osborne. Even Chase had asked him if there was any news